The remainder of this side campaign displays none of the interest of its 4 first days. Foy retired to Andoin on the night of the combat of Toulouse, where he was joined by the battalions of the 40th Anst under General Berlier, which had escorted Maucun's convoy to the frontier, and by the 62nd and a Spanish Juramentado regiment withdrawn from Biscay garrisons. This, despite of his recent losses, gave him a force of 16,000 infantry, 400 sabres, and guns. Graham did not press him, his troops being much fatigued. Only the indefatigable Longa appeared with his Cantabrians in front of the position. On the 27th, the whole French force retired unmolested to Hernani. It was of course all important to Foy to know what were the situation and intentions of the king. Nothing could be heard of the main army at Andoin or Hernani, so he detached Berlier's brigade to seek for news in the Bastion, along the upper Bidasoa. On the 28th, Berlier discovered Ryle and 2 divisions of the army of Portugal at Vera. They were in bad order, without guns, and much under strength, though stragglers were rejoining in considerable numbers. Ryle had been as ignorant of Foy's whereabouts as Foy had been of that of the main army. He was rejoiced to hear that all the Biscay garrisons had been saved, and that there was a solid force ready to cooperate with him in the defense of the line of the Bidasoa. His own troops were not yet fit for fighting. Accordingly, he sent Foy orders to evacuate Hernani and come back to the frontier, though he need not actually cross the Bidasoa unless he were compelled to do so. By stopping at Oyarzun, he could keep up communication with Saint Sebastian, which must be needing attention. The condition of that fortress, indeed, had already been troubling the mind of Foy on his last day of independent command. It lay so near the French border, and had been for years so far from any enemy, Guipuscoan guerrilleros excepted, that it had been much neglected. When General Rey, named as governor by King Joseph 2 days before the Battle of Vitoria, arrived with orders to put it in a state of defense, he found it garrisoned only by 500 gendarmes, a battalion of recruits on the way to join the 120th line, and 2 weak companies of pioneers and sappers, 1,200 men in all. The stores of food were low, the glacis was cumbered with huts and sheds. There was no provision of gabions, fascines, or timber. Moreover, the town was full of Spanish and French fugitives who had preceded the king on his retreat. There were, it is said, as many as 7,000 of them, lingering in Spain till the last moment, in the hope that Wellington might be stopped on the Ebro. The news of Vitoria arrived on the 23rd and caused hopeless consternation. The place was not ready to stand a siege, the garrison so small that it could not even spare a battalion to escort the tiresome mass of refugees to Bayonne. Rey began in feverish haste to clear the glacis, palisade the outworks, and rearrange the cannons on the walls, but he had too few hands for work, and was in a state resembling despair when on the 28th Foy turned up for a flying visit, saw and acknowledged the nakedness of the land, and promised to do all that he could to help, though it was less than the governor required. He took away the old garrison. The recruits were not too trustworthy, the gendarmes not siege troops. To replace them, he threw in the whole of Deaconchai's brigade 4 battalions, about 2,000 infantry, and all the gunners that he could spare. As the garrison of Guetaria, 450 strong, escaped by sea to San Sebastian 2 days later, and a number of stragglers dropped into the place before the siege began, the gross total of the garrison was raised to some 3,000 men. Rey asked for 4,000, but Foy would not grant him another battalion, and was justified by the course of the siege, for the place was very small, and if it could be held at all, was defensible by the lesser number. The only doubt was whether there would be time to get it in order before the Allies appeared. But perhaps the best service that Foy did for Rey was that he removed, at 2 hours' notice, the whole mass of refugees. They marched, much lamenting, for Bayonne, under the escort of the old outgoing garrison. On the 29th, Ryle ordered Foy to evacuate Oyarzun and fall back to the Bidasoa, and before he had been gone 3 hours, Mendizabel's Guipuscoan irregulars, 3,000 strong, appeared in front of the fortress and cut its communication with France. They were an unorganized band, without artillery, but effective enough for stopping the highway. Graham, seeing that the French had escaped him and had a clear retreat to the frontier, had made no serious attempt to press them. He was quite content that they should go at their own pace, and was determined not to harass the 1st Division, who, as he wrote to Wellington, were in a state of great exhaustion. To have hurried Foy out of Spain 2 days earlier would have cost men, and would have had no beneficial effect on the general course of the campaign, for Wellington and the main army were far away in Navarre, And if Graham had reached the Bidasoa on the 26th or 28th, with his own and Gyron's 25,000 men, they could have done nothing, since they had in front of them the fortress of Bayonne, with Foy's 16,000 men, the 7,000 whom Ryle had brought up from Saint-Esteban, and the remains of the general reserve. For though Rouget's battalions and other detachments had been lent from Bayonne already, there were still a few thousand men in hand. In all, Ryle would have had an army as large as Graham's own, and though some of it was rather demoralized, the fortress, and the strong positions in front of it along the Bidasoa, Nive, and Nivelle counterbalanced this disadvantage. If Wellington had chosen to march on Bayonne with his main body, the day after Vittoria, the problem would have been a very different one. But since he had preferred to move in pursuit first of King Joseph, and then of Clausel, there was nothing more which the commander of a detached corps like that of Graham could accomplish. He did all that his chief required of him, when he pushed Foy out of Spain and laid siege to Saint Sebastian. That the project for cutting off the French detachments at Villafranca came to nothing was no fault of Graham's, being due partly to bad staff work at headquarters, partly to the chances of rough weather, and partly to Foy's laudable caution and celerity. The sideshow in Gipuzkoa came to a tame end 24 hours after the blockade of Saint Sebastian had been formed. On the 30th, Ryle ordered all the troops on the south bank of the lower Bidasoa to retire into France. Foy's and Maucun's divisions crossed the bridge of Bihobi, under the protection of 4 battalions of the Bayonne Reserve, which remained on the heights by the hermitage of Saint Martial, and marched to Uragny and other villages downstream. Lamartinier's division remained at Vira, Fririan's late Sarut's at Hendaye. Late on the same afternoon, the advance guard of Graham's army came in sight of the Bidasoa. It consisted as usual of Longa's untiring Cantabrians only, the 1st Division, and the Portuguese having been halted near Saint Sebastian, the bulk of the Galicians at Hernani and Renteria. Longa, keeping to the coast, surprised and captured the French garrison of Passages, 150 men, which was too late in obeying Ryle's order to retreat on France while the bridge of Bihobi was still available. He then came in contact with the covering force on the heights of San Martial, which was at the same time menaced by Castagnan with a brigade of the 4th Galician Division, who had come up the high road from Renteria. The French brigadier evacuated the position at once. Ryle had told him that he was only placed there to protect the retreat of Foy. He crossed the Bidasoa, leaving only a detachment of 60 men in the Terre de Pont, which covered the south or Spanish end of the bridge of Bihobi. It consisted of a stone blockhouse, surrounded with palisades. The further or French end of the long bridge was blocked by the fortified village of Hendaye. Next morning, Graham resolved that the Terre de Pont must be taken or destroyed, so that the enemy should have no open road by which he might return to Spain. While some Spanish infantry exchanged a vague fusillade across the river with the French in Hendaye, 10 guns were turned on the blockhouse. The garrison tried to blow it up and to retreat, but their mine failed, their commanding officer was killed, and they were about to surrender when Foy sent 2 fresh companies over the bridge to bring them off. This was done, at the cost of 4 officers and men, killed and wounded while crossing the much-exposed bridge. Foy then ordered the structure to be set on fire, and as its floor was composed of wood, this was easily done. The 4 arches nearest France were burnt out by the following morning, July 1. This evacuation, without any attempt at defense, of the bridgehead on the Bidasoa angered the Minister of War at Paris, and still more Napoleon, when the news reached him at Wittenberg 9 days later. Foy and Ryle had men enough to have held the heights of San Martial against anything short of an attack by the whole of Graham's and Gyron's infantry, and it is certain that Graham would not have delivered any such assault, but would have halted in front of them and waited for orders from Wellington. The Emperor, who, as we shall presently see, was set on a counter-offensive from the moment when the news of Vittoria reached him, was wild with wrath at the abandonment of the foothold in Spain. It was insane, he wrote to Clark, to recross the Bidasoa. They all show themselves as timid as women. But whether it would have been possible for the French to hold the Uran-Bihobi-San Martial Terre de Pont, when Wellington had come up in person from the south, is another matter. Probably he would have decided that the enemy must be thrust back across the Bidasoa before he dared to sit down to beleaguer San Sebastian, and undoubtedly he had men enough to carry out that operation. But this was no excuse for Ryle's evacuation of the position, one of the highest strategical value, before he was compelled to do so by force. The fact was that Ryle, like most of the other French generals, was demoralized at the moment by the recent disaster of Vitoria and had lost confidence both in himself and in his troops. Section 37, Chapter 3. The East Coast, Murray Attara NB for Map of Catalonia and Plan of Tarragona see Vol. IV, pp. 538n. There are certain episodes of the Peninsular War which the British historian has to narrate with a feeling of some humiliation, but which have to be set forth in full detail, if only for the purpose of illustrating the manifold difficulties with which Wellington had to cope. Of these, by far the most distressing is the story of General Sir John Murray at Tarragona. It will be remembered that a diversion on the east coast formed an essential part of Wellington's great scheme for the expulsion of the French from Spain, and that he had devoted much care to instructing Murray in the manner in which it was to be carried out. If sufficient shipping to embark 10,000 men could be procured at Alicante, the bulk of the Anglo-Sicilian army was to be transported to Catalonia, and to strike at Tarragona, getting what aid it could from the local Spanish forces under the Captain General Copons. If, as was to be expected, Suchet should fly northward from Valencia with all his available field army, to rescue Tarragona, the two Spanish units in the Kingdom of Murcia, Ilios and Del Parc's armies, were to take the offensive against the detachments which the French marshal would have to leave behind him to hold down his southern conquests. Murray might fail in Catalonia if Suchet were rapid and lucky in his combinations, but in that case, Ilio and Del Parc ought to get possession of the city of Valencia and all its fertile plainland. Or, on the other hand, Suchet might be loth to abandon his advanced position, might hold it in force, and might order Deccan and the army of Catalonia to make head against the Anglo-Sicilian expeditionary force. If this should happen, the Spanish generals might be held in check, but Murray would have a free hand at Tarragona. With the aid of Copons, he ought to be able to take the place, and to throw all the French occupation of Catalonia into disorder. In the end, Suchet would have to evacuate Valencia in order to save Deccan and the Catalan garrisons. At the worst, the expedition of the Anglo-Sicilian army ought at least to have the effect of giving Suchet so much to think about that he would have no attention to spare for the perils of King Joseph and the fate of Castile. This last minimum result was all that was achieved. Suchet, it is true, had an anxious time during the critical days of Wellington's march to Vitoria and sent no help to the king, but neither was Tarragona taken by the Anglo-Sicilians, nor Valencia by the armies of Ilio and Del Parc. Both of those forces endured humiliating checks from an enemy over whom they had every strategical advantage. And the story of Murray's operations about Tarragona is not the story of an honest and excusable failure, but one which provokes bitter irritation over the doings of a British general who showed himself not only timid and incompetent, but shifty, mendacious, and treacherous to his allies. There is nothing in the whole history of the Peninsular War which produces such an unpleasant impression as the facts revealed by the minutes of Murray's court-martial, supplemented by certain documents which ought to have been forthcoming at that trial, but unfortunately were not. But to proceed to the details of this unhappy campaign. In obedience to Wellington's orders, Murray began to draw his army into Alicante between the 25th of May, the forward positions which the Anglo-Sicilians had held being handed over to Ilio's troops, while those of Del Parc, who had at last been brought up from the borders of Andalusia, took post on Ilio's left, about Yecla and Chinchilla. Both these armies were to move forward, as soon as Suchet should be detected in the act of detaching divisions northward to deal with Murray's oncoming invasion. The appearance of the Spaniards on ground hitherto held by British outposts gave the marshal warning that some new plan was developing. A raid by sea was an obvious possibility, but he could not tell whether it might not be directed on a point as far south as Valencia or as far north as Roses. Till Murray showed his hand, only precautionary movements could be made. Suchet was at this moment stronger than he had been at the time of the Battle of Castella. Warned of his danger by the results of that fight, he had strengthened his troops on the littoral at the expense of the garrisons inland. Severali's Italian division had been ordered down from Saragossa to Valencia. This heavy draft on the northern section of his army was rendered possible by the fact that Clausel had come far forward into Aragon in pursuit of Mina, so that Saragossa and its region could be held with smaller numbers than usual. The Spanish irregular forces in this direction had full occupation found for them by the raid of the army of Portugal into their sphere of operations. And this suited well with Wellington's general plan. The more that French troops were drawn down to the Mediterranean, the less would there be of them available for service in Castile when his own blow came to be delivered. Murray had at his disposal in the harbor of Alicante transports sufficient to carry much more than the force of 10,000 men, which Wellington had named as the minimum with which a raid on Catalonia might be attempted. He was able to embark the whole of his own army, with the exception of the regiment of Sicilian cavalry. He was short of horse transports, and in addition, nearly the whole of Whittingham's Spaniards, all indeed save one battalion and the attached squadrons. This made up a force of 14,000 infantry, 800 cavalry, and artillery, with 24 field guns, and the battering train which had been sent round from Portugal. The British contingent was a little stronger than at the time of the Battle of Castalla, for if one battalion of the King's German Legion had been sent back to Sicily since that fight, Wellington had permitted Murray to draw in the 267th, long in garrison at Cartagena, and had sent him a Portuguese and a British company of artillery to man his battering train. Moreover, 2 squadrons of Brunswick hussars had arrived direct from England. The whole force, having been swiftly embarked at Alicante, sailed on May 31st, and being favored with a strong southwest wind, came in sight of the high-lying Tarragona on June 2nd. The fleet of transports ran into the bay sheltered by Cape Salu, 8 miles south of its goal. There would have been no object in risking a more difficult disembarkation on the long open beaches at the mouth of the Francali River, closer to Tarragona. Before landing his main body, Murray shipped off 2 battalions, 267th and de Roll Dillon, under Colonel Prevost, to seize the defile of the Col de Balaguer, the point 20 miles to the south of Tarragona, where the coast road from Tortosa curves round a steep headland between a precipice and the sea. There was a small French fort, San Felipe de Balaguer, blocking the col, and Prevost was ordered to take it if he could. But its fall was not an absolutely essential condition to the success of the siege, for the road could be cut, blasted away, or blocked with entrenchments north of the fort, at several points where 1,000 men could stop a whole army corps. It was desirable to take this precaution, because the Col de Balaguer road was the only route by which succors coming from Valencia could reach the plain of Tarragona, without taking an immense detour inland, by paths impracticable for artillery. On hearing of the arrival of the British fleet off Cape Salu, General Copons, Captain General of Catalonia, rode down from his headquarters at Roos, 10 miles away, to report to Murray that he had received Wellington's instructions and had done his best to carry them out. The Spanish army of Catalonia consisted of no more than 15,000 men, even after it had received the 2 battalions which Wellington had sent to it by sea during the winter. Over 5,500 of them were locked up in garrisons in the interior. Many of these were untrained recruits, and none were available for the field. Of the remainder, Copons had brought down 12 battalions to the neighborhood of Tarragona, leaving only 2 under his second-in-command, Eroles, to watch the French garrisons in the north. He had also with him his handful of cavalry, 370 sabres. Field guns the army had none. Altogether there were 7,000 men ready to join Murray at once. 1,500 more might be brought in, if the French of the northern garrisons should move down to join General Deccan at Barcelona. Copons had certainly done all that was in his power to aid Wellington's scheme. Murray asked him to lend 2 battalions to join the brigade that was to strike at Fort San Felipe and to block the Col de Balaguer, and to arrange the rest so as to cover at a distance the disembarkation of the Anglo-Sicilian army. Copons consented, and on the next morning the whole force came ashore, Prevost's brigade in a creek near the Col de Balaguer, where it found the 2 Spanish battalions already arrived, the rest of the army at Salu Bay. The expeditionary force was little cumbered with transport, and had but a small allowance of horses and mules. The infantry and some of the field guns with the greater part of the cavalry were ashore by the early afternoon, and marched that same night on Tarragona, which was invested from sea to sea, Mackenzie and Adam taking up their position by the mouth of the Francali, Clinton occupying the Olivo Heights, and Whittingham extending down to the shore east of the city. The French garrison kept quiet, being of no strength sufficient to justify the showing of a man outside the walls. General Bertolti had with him 2 battalions, 1 French and 1 Italian, a company of Juramontados, 2 companies of artillery, and the armed crews of 3 small vessels which were blockaded in the port. They were turned on to act as auxiliary gunners. The whole did not exceed 600 men. This was an entirely inadequate force, and the defenses were in an unsatisfactory condition. After Suchet had captured the city in 1811, he had no intention of leaving locked up behind him a garrison of the size required for such a large fortress. The outer enceinte had been left in the condition of ruin consequent on the siege, and only the upper city on its high cliff was occupied. Its western front, where the breaches had been, was repaired, but the lower city and its fortifications remained practically untouched. All that had been done was to patch up two isolated strong points, the so-called Fort Royal and Bastion of St. Carlos. These had been cut off from the mass of the ruins and closed in at the rear. Each was armed with one gun. The object of this was merely to prevent British ships from entering Tarragona roadstead and mooring there. These two outlying posts, dangerously remote from the city above, were held by no more than a company each. Bertolti thought for a moment of abandoning them, since he dared not detach reinforcements from his inadequate garrison, and his communication with the forts was across half a mile of exposed ground. Nothing was more likely than that the enemy would slip detachments among the ruined houses and walls of the lower city, and dig himself in between the upper city and the weak outlying posts, which must inevitably fall. But reflecting on the advantage of keeping the harbor unusable, he resolved to hold on to them till the last minute. And his policy turned out to be justified, for had they been evacuated, even the torpid and timorous Murray could hardly have avoided the temptation of closing in on the upper city, which was in no condition to hold out for the space of 9 days, during which the Anglo-Sicilian army lay in front of it. From the first moment of his landing, Murray seems to have been obsessed with the idea that every disposable French soldier in Catalonia and Valencia would be on his back within a very few days. As his evidence during his court-martial shows, he had a notion that Suchet would practically evacuate Valencia and march against him with 3/4 of his available men, while at the same time Deccan would abandon all Catalonia save the largest towns and bring an even greater force to Tarragona from the north. He had made elaborate, and in part correct, calculations as to the gross force of the two French armies, by which he made out that the enemy might conceivably concentrate 25,000 men against him. For the fact that such a force would have to be scraped together from very remote points, between which communication must be very difficult, he made insufficient allowance. Still less did he calculate out the handicap on the enemy caused by the fact that Suchet and Deccan were out of touch with each other, and would obviously look upon the problem presented to them from different points of view. All the former's action being influenced by his wish to hold on to Valencia, all the latter's by his anxiety not to have his communication with France cut off. Murray assumed that all roads marked on his map would be practicable to the enemy, that Suchet's information would always be correct, that his troops would march every day the possible maximum, and that they would have no difficulties concerned with food, water, or weather. Every conceivable hazard of war was to fall luckily for the enemy, unluckily for himself. At his trial in 1814, he explained that he was never sanguine of success, and that he did not expect when he sailed that he could take Tarragona. He chose to regard himself as the blind and unwilling instrument of Wellington's orders, which he would carry out, so far as he could, with an expectation that they would lead to failure. And he observed that the dominating motive which influenced all his doings was that Wellington had written that he would forgive everything excepting that the corps should be beaten or dispersed. Deducing from this phrase the general policy that he must pursue, Murray came to the conclusion, the first principle is the army's safety. He started intending to subordinate all chances of success to the remotest risk of defeat. His mind obsessed with this miserable prepossession, he was, in fact, defeated before he had ever set sail. Yet he hid his resolve from his generals, even from the senior officer, Clinton, who would have succeeded to the command if he had fallen sick or received a chance bullet. They all complained that he never gave them any hint of what were his intentions, or showed them Wellington's orders which it was his duty to carry out. "We were totally uninformed," said Clinton at the court-martial, "of the instructions which the commander of the forces might have for his guidance. The first that we knew of these instructions of the commander of the forces, and then partially only, was when he produced them at a council of war on June 17th, after the siege of Tarragona was over. Clinton, Mackenzie, and Adam, the 3 commanders of units, were all very confident in their men. They were in the highest state of discipline and equipment," said Mackenzie, "and spoiling for a fight." Hence their entire amazement as they discovered that Murray was intending to avoid all offensive operations. It even led to an infraction of discipline, when Mackenzie, Adam, and General Donkin called together on their commander to urge on him a more active policy, and were chased out of the room with the words, "It will not do." A decision which, as Mackenzie remarked, was unanswerable, for any further urging of the point would have amounted to military disobedience. From the moment when the army landed at Cape Salu on June 3rd, down to the day of its ignominious flight on June 12th, Murray was thinking of nothing but horrible possibilities. He was what the French call a catastrophard. Probably his most disastrous resolve of all was that which he came to when first he surveyed Tarragona, on the evening of his disembarkation. Though he noted the half-ruinous condition of the two outworks, on which the enemy was working to the last moment, their isolated position, and the fact that they were surrounded by all sorts of cover easily to be seized, he resolved to lay formal siege to them, as if they were the solid front of a regular line of defense. As Napier remarks with perfect good sense, they should have been dealt with as Wellington dealt with the redoubt Renaud at Rodrigo, or Hill with the forts of Almaraz, which were far more formidable works than the Fuerte Real or San Carlos. They should have been taken by force, escalated, on the night of the formation of the blockade, and being incomplete, ill-flanked, and without palisades or ditch, and undermanned, they undoubtedly could have been rushed. But Murray, instead of trying to gain time for the prompt attack on the main fortress and its badly stopped breaches, proceeded to lay out approaches and commence batteries on the low ground by the mouth of the Francali River, with the object of reducing the two outworks by regular operations. On June 4th, one battery was commenced near the sea, 600 yards from San Carlos, another farther inland, 900 yards from the Fuerte Real. Their construction was covered by a naval bombardment. Admiral Hallowell moved into the roadstead a brig, 3 bomb vessels, and 2 gunboats, which shelled the upper city freely, in order to distract the attention of the garrison from the work on the batteries by the Francali. The fire was kept up from dusk till dawn on the 4th, 5th, and repeated on the 6th, 7th during the same hours. Throughout the day the workers in the trenches kept low. This bombardment had the desired result of permitting the batteries to be finished without molestation, but inflicted no great damage on the city, though it set fire to some houses, and caused casualties both among the garrison and the inhabitants. But unaimed night fire had of course no effect on the walls of the enceinte. By dawn on the 6th, the 2 batteries were ready and opened on the outworks with 6 guns. They kept up the fire all day, and with some effect, suffering themselves very little from the distant counterfire of the upper city. At dark, according to the French narrative of the defense, parties of skirmishers came out of the trenches, took cover in the ruins of the lower city, and kept up a persistent tourillade against the outworks. It was expected that they would try to rush them at some chosen hour, and this would undoubtedly have been the right policy. But nothing of the kind happened. The British parties withdrew at dawn, and Bertolti began to ask himself whether the whole of these feeble operations were not a mere demonstration, intended to draw the French armies of Valencia and Catalonia toward Tarragona, while the real blow was being delivered in some other quarter. During the second night of naval bombardment, that of the 6th, 7th, Murray had ordered a 3rd breaching battery to be built, near the bridge of the Francali, 300 yards closer to the Fuerte Real than the original battery, number 2. On the morning of the 7th, all 3 batteries were hard at work, and with good effect. The gorge of the Fuerte Real was blown to bits by flank fire from the new battery, its one gun silenced, its parapet leveled for a long space. The garrison had to keep under cover. At dusk Major Thackeray, the senior engineer of the army, reported that the work could be stormed at any moment. According to Murray's narrative, Thackeray made at the same moment the curious comment that if the fort were escaladed and occupied, the ground gained would be of no immediate use for the attack on the upper city, whose most accessible front, the bastions of San Juan and San Pablo, might be much more easily battered from the slopes of the Olivo Hill, farther inland, than from the low-lying site of the Fuerte Real. To storm the outworks would cost men. To build new advanced batteries on or near them would cost many more, since they were completely commanded by the upper city. As the state of the fort was now such that it could be taken whenever convenient, wrote Murray, I consented to defer the attack, and directed that the fire upon it should continue only sufficiently to prevent its being re-established. The decision seems of more than doubtful wisdom. It was from ground near the Fuerte Real that Suchet had pushed forward his approaches in the siege of 1811, and his batteries in the lower town had proved effective. To resolve, after 4 days spent on battering the outworks, that it was better to attack from a new front, was equivalent to sacrificing the whole of the exertions of those 4 days and starting the siege anew. But Murray accepted Thackeray's scheme, though the engineer warned him that he should require 14 days more of open trenches to reduce the upper city. This would relegate the crisis of the final assault to July 21st, and meanwhile Suchet and Deccan would have had 3 weeks to concentrate, instead of 1. The time problem looked very unsatisfactory. However, the new plan was taken up. More artillery and engineer stores, and more guns were landed on the beach west of the mouth of the Francali, as were also the remainder of the horses of the cavalry and the field guns. The disembarkation was not always easy, as the surf on the beach grew dangerous whenever the wind was high. On several days, communication with the shore had to be given up for many hours on end. Murray complained that the foreign troops worked slowly and unwillingly, and that he had to replace them with British parties in order to get up the ammunition from the boats to the batteries. However, progress was made, and in the 4 days between the 7th and the 10th of June, 2 heavy batteries were thrown up on the high-lying slopes of the Olivo Hill, in positions from which they could bring an enfilading as well as a frontal fire to bear upon the 3 corner bastions of the upper city, including the roughly repaired breaches in the curtain, by which Suchet had made his entry in 1811. On the 9th and again on the 10th, Admiral Hallowell sent his available vessels inshore to resume the bombardment, and late on the latter day the batteries on the Olivo began their fire, which they continued on the following morning. It was very effective, all the attacked bastions and the curtain between them being much damaged. Meanwhile, the old batteries by the Francali overwhelmed the Fuerte Real and San Carlos forts with renewed fire, destroying such repairs as the garrisons had been able to carry out. The governor, Bertolti, made up his mind that there would be a general assault both on the forts and on the upper city on the night of the 11th, and made such preparations as he could to receive it. But the prospect was gloomy. The garrison was worn out, the walls were crumbling, and there seemed no hope of succor from without. Meanwhile, harassed as the governor might be, Murray was in an even greater state of depression. He had never believed, as he acknowledged at his court-martial, that he could succeed. The only gleam of hope which ever entered his mind was when on the morning of the 8th he received news that the fort of Balaguer had been taken, so that the road by which Suchet could most easily arrive was completely blocked. At any rate, there would be a day or 2 gained, since the army of Valencia would have to take difficult and circuitous roads, instead of a short and direct one, when it came up. The siege of the fort of San Felipe de Balaguer had lasted 4 days. The place was small, only 60 yards square. It mounted 12 guns, but was held by only a single company. It was in a rocky and inaccessible position, and when Colonel Prevost had landed with his brigade and had reconnoitered the place on the 3rd, he found that it must be battered by heavy guns. Shelling it with field pieces proved unavailing. Accordingly, aid was sought from the fleet, and with great difficulty the sailors of the Invincible got 2 12-pounders and a howitzer ashore to a spot 700 yards from the fort. But the ground was so steep and rocky that it was difficult to construct a battery, and when the fire was opened, it proved not very effective. It was only when more guns had been hoisted up the rocks, to a position only 300 yards from the fort, that anything was accomplished. On the evening of the 7th, a lucky bomb from a mortar exploded one of the French magazines, and the commandant surrendered. It was thought that he might have held out longer, as his main magazine was intact, but nearly a third of his garrison of 150 men had been hurt, and their morale was low. With the capture of Fort San Felipe, the coast road became absolutely blocked to any troops coming from Suchet's direction, and Murray, as he confessed, entertained a ray of hope, not so much of the capture of Tarragona itself, but that the expedition might prove, as Lord Wellington wished it to prove, an effective diversion in favor of the Allied army in Valencia. It was this success, as he explained, which encouraged him to remain 2 days longer in front of Tarragona than he would otherwise have done, since the loss of the coast road would add 2 marches to the distance which Suchet had to cover in order to join Deccan. For already this downhearted general was obsessed with panic fears that the enemy might be upon him at any moment. He was gleaning in every rumor of the near approach of Suchet and Deccan, however incredible. On the 4th, he had received an express from Prevost, with a message that the marshal had reached Tortosa and might be at the Col de Balaguer on the 5th. On the 7th, there was a report that a heavy French column was at Amposta, near the mouth of the Ebro, marching north. And on the other side, Deccan was said to be in movement. Could I ever have expected, said Murray, a year later, that his army would not be united, that his movable column would have remained divided at Girona, Figueres, and Barcelona. Accordingly, he wrote that night to Wellington, "I am much afraid we have undertaken more than we are able to perform. But to execute your lordship's orders, I shall persevere as long as prudence will permit. I have as yet no certain information of such its movements, nor of Deccan to the eastward. But there are reports of both, and if they prove true, in 5 or 6 days, I may be attacked by a force infinitely superior, without the hope of a retreat in case of misfortune. I calculate that such it can bring into the Phi, 0 or 25,000 men without difficulty. There is not a thought in Murray's brain of the chance that one of the enemy's columns might be late, and that it might be possible from his central position to fall upon the other, with his own forces and those of Capons united. As a matter of fact, things were working out most favorably for him. Suchet had seen the great transport fleet pass the coast of Valencia on the 31st May, but he was wholly in doubt whether the expedition might be intending to strike at Tortosa or Tarragona, at Barcelona or Roses. The marshal had to make up his mind to act before he knew his enemy's objective or his exact numbers. After many searchings of heart, he resolved to keep the bulk of his forces in the kingdom of Valencia, which he was most unwilling to give up, and to march with a column of moderate strength to reinforce the army of Catalonia. He left Harispe in command in the south, with his own division, that of Habert, Severali's Italians, and the bulk of his cavalry, and resolved to move on Tortosa with Musnier's division, his Hussar regiment, 3 batteries of artillery, and an improvised brigade under General Panadier, composed of 4 battalions borrowed some time back from the army of Catalonia, 1 battalion of his own, and an odd squadron of Westphalian light horse belonging to the army of the centre. The whole made up about 8,000 men, a force so weak that it was clear that he dared not attack Murray till he should be joined by the troops of Deccan. Panadier's brigade had a long start, as it was about Castellan and Segorbe when the order to march arrived. It reached Tortosa on June 8 and Perello on the Balaguer road on the 10th. Then the news came in that the fort of San Felipe had capitulated 2 days before. Panadier halted and sent back the information to Suchet, who had reached Tortosa on the 9th, escorted by a squadron of dragoons. But Musnier's division had taken some time to assemble, only left Valencia on the 7th, and was far behind. Suchet was in no small perplexity this day. The coast road was blocked. It was the only one by which guns and transport could move directly on Tarragona. No news whatever had been received of Deccan and the army of Catalonia. Musnier could not reach Tortosa till the 11th. Should he recall Panadier, wait for the arrival of the rest of his column, and then march with his whole force by the circuitous inland road along the Ebro, by Ginestar, Tivissa, and Montblanche, so as to reach the plain of Tarragona from the north? This would lead to insufferable delays. The country was desolate and waterless, and when the column reached its goal, the army of Capons, with help perchance from Murray, would be in the way. 10 days might easily be wasted, and meanwhile Tarragona would probably have fallen. Information must at all costs be got, and the marshal finally ordered Panadier to drop all his impedimenta and push with his infantry alone by mountain paths from Perello to Monroig, on the edge of the hills overlooking the plain of Tarragona. This was to take a dangerous risk. A brigade of 2,500 bayonets might easily be surrounded by the Catalans and cut off. But the attention of Capons was at this moment distracted to the other direction. Panadier reached the slopes above Monroig on the night of the 11th-12th, and could get no information there. The people had fled up into the mountains. The only fact that came to his notice was that no cannonading could be heard next morning from the direction of Tarragona. The most natural deduction was that the place had fallen. But in case it might still be resisting, Panadier ordered a row of bonfires to be lighted along the hillsides, which he thought would be visible to the beleaguered garrison, and would show that succor was at hand. He then drew off again by the same rough paths by which he had come, and returned to Valdelos, halfway back to Perello. From thence, he could only send a report of a negative kind to Suchet, who was left none the wiser for this risky reconnaissance. Meanwhile Musnier's division had at last come up, but there had also arrived the news that Del Parc and Aleo were on the move in Valencia, and were pushing back Harispe's advanced troops. On the 12th, 13th, 14th, the marshal remained stationary, waiting vainly for news, and fearing the worst. Murray, if he had but known it, had nothing to fear from this quarter. On the other flank, also things were working out in the best possible fashion for the besieger of Tarragona. There was a long delay before the army of Catalonia could prepare a field force which could dare to face the Anglo-Sicilians. Deccan himself was at Girona, far away to the north, and got the news of Murray's landing on June 5th by a dispatch sent him by Maurice Mathieu, governor of Barcelona. He had no troops under his hand save the 4 battalions of Buemann's brigade of Lamarck's division. He could only collect more men by cutting down the garrisons of Figueras and Paicerda and calling in 2 brigades, those of Petty and Espert, which were acting as flying columns at the moment, and were out of touch in the sub-Pyrenean foothills. The news that a very large disembarkation had taken place near Tarragona struck him at first with such dismay that he replied to Maurice Mathieu that they could not hope to resist such a force, and that it might even be necessary to evacuate Barcelona. However, resolving to do what he could, he ordered Buemann's brigade to march on Barcelona June 8, and sent orders around for a general shifting of the northern garrisons, so that he hoped to collect another 4,000 men at Girona in the course of a week, if the flying columns could be discovered and brought in. With this reserve, he intended to come down to join the rest of the field force about the 14th or 15th. Meanwhile, he ordered Maurice Mathieu to demonstrate against the enemy, without risking anything, or quitting the valley of the Llobregat and the vicinity of Barcelona. Maurice Mathieu was the only one of the generals in Catalonia, French or Allied, who deserves any credit for his conduct in this campaign of blunders. He resolved that the one thing necessary was to take the offensive, and to threaten the besiegers of Tarragona, even if he dared not venture to attack them. Buemann's brigade having arrived on June 10th, he marched next day with it and 4 battalions of his own to Villafranca, halfway between Barcelona and Tarragona, and drove in Capon's outposts, leaving his base fortress occupied by a very inadequate garrison. He had only 6,000 infantry and horse with him, so that he was wholly incapable of facing Murray's expeditionary force if it should show fight. Meanwhile, he sent letters to Deccan, telling him that the honor of the army of Catalonia was at stake, and that it was necessary for him to come down from Girona without delay, and with every available man. But the commander-in-chief did not appear. He was detained by a naval demonstration in the Bay of Roses. For Sir Edward Pellew, then in command of the Mediterranean fleet, had run down from his usual cruising ground opposite Toulon, and concentrated a numerous squadron off the coast of the Amperdam. He came close inshore, made a great display of boats, and even landed a few hundred marines on June 8th. The news of this disembarkation filled Deccan with the idea that the Tarragona expedition was only a snare, intended to make him draw off all his forces southward, and that the true blow would be struck at Roses. He concentrated his scattered troops with the object of parrying it, and was so long in detecting his mistake that it was only on June 15th that he set out from Girona, with 4 battalions and 1 squadron, to join Maurice Mathieu, having at last discovered that Pellew could do no real mischief. The governor of Barcelona, therefore, had never more than 6,000 men at his disposition during the critical days of the campaign, June 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. He had, as has been mentioned above, reached Villafranca on the first-named day. There he received what had been longed for in vain up till now, a detailed dispatch from Suchet, setting forth his intentions. But it was no less than 12 days old, having been written at Valencia on May 31st, before the marshal had any knowledge of Murray's strength, objective, or intentions. It stated that he was intending to march via Tortosa, and that he hoped that Deccan, with all his disposable field force, would come down to meet him at Ruse, unless indeed the Anglo-Sicilians were aiming at some more northern point, in which case he would have to follow them to Upper Catalonia. But he added that it was possible that the whole naval expedition might be a mere feint, intended to lure him northward beyond the Ebro. The fleet might turn back again and reland the whole of Murray's force near Valencia. The dispatch was hopelessly out of date, and Maurice Mathieu had no means of knowing whether Suchet had carried out his original intentions. But his first impression was that he must seek for the marshal at Ruse, according to the directions given. Accordingly, on June 12, he pushed his vanguard as far as Arbos, 6 miles in advance of Villafranca, and some 24 miles from Tarragona. But nothing could be heard of the marshal's approach, and Capon's troops were gathering in from all sides to block the road, while Murray was only 1 march away. Seized with sudden misgivings at finding himself close to 20,000 enemies with such a trilling force, Mathieu made up his mind that it would be madness to push on. At 10 o'clock on the night of the 12th-13th, he evacuated both Arbos and Villafranca, and retreated in haste to Barcelona, to await the arrival of Deccan and the reserve. Murray's miserable timidity now intervened to save Tarragona, just when both the French forces had found themselves foiled and had given up the relief of the fortress as impossible. The story reads like the plot of a stupid theatrical farce, where every character does the wrong thing in order to produce absurd complications in the situation. On the 12th Panadier, on the hills above Monroig, heard no bombardment, because the bombardment had ceased, and Maurice Matthew on the night of that same day was running away from an enemy who had already absconded that very afternoon. So, after coming within 35 miles of each other, the two French generals had turned back in despair and given up the game. But Murray had given it up also. The bombardment had gone on very successfully throughout the 11th June, and the engineers reported at noon that the Fort Real could be stormed at any moment, and that the works of the upper city were crumbling in many places. Orders were issued that Mackenzie's division should storm the Fort Real at 10 p.m., while Clinton's was to make a demonstration against the upper city. All arrangements were made, and after dark, the troops designated for the assault filed into the advanced trenches. The signal was to be by a flight of rockets, but the rockets never went up. For some days Murray had been in a state of agonized indecision. On the 9th, he had received information from a trusted secret agent in Valencia that Suchet had marched for Tortosa on the 7th with 9,000 men. This was absolutely certain, and showed that all the previous rumors from the south had been false. On the same day, a dispatch came in from Eroles at Vich to say that a French column, Bueman's brigade, had left Gerona on the 8th, marching for Barcelona, and that he intended to follow it with his own detachment, and would join Copons before the enemy could concentrate. The French then were on the move on both flanks, but still far off. On the night of the 10th, General Manso, commanding on Copons' right flank, reported the approaching departure of Maurice Matthew from Barcelona, but overrated his force at 10,000 men. He undertook to detain them in the defiles beyond Villafranca for at least one day. This news was corroborated next evening by an officer of Whittingham's staff, who had seen the column, estimated it at 7,000 to 8,000 infantry, and reported that it had entered Villafranca at 4 p.m. on the 11th. But it was the movements of Suchet which gave Murray the greater alarm. By ingenious miscalculations, he had arrived at the statistical conclusion that the marshal had got 12,000 or 13,000 men of all arms with him, instead of the RIA, 0. And when the arrival of Panadier's brigade at Perello on the 10th was reported to him on the following day, he proceeded to assume that the French column was all closed up. The marshal, with 13,000 men, was within 2 long marches of Tarragona. Many generals would have asked for no better opportunity than that of being placed in a central position with some 23,000 men. The Anglo-Sicilian troops and those of Copons exceeded that figure, while 2 hostile columns, one of 13,000 men and the other of 10,000, 35 miles apart, were trying to join each other across a difficult country by bad roads. As a matter of fact, of course, the French force was much smaller, no more than 8,000 men on the west, and 0 on the east, though Murray must not be too much blamed for the overestimate. But the two governing ideas that ruled in the brain of the unfortunate general were firstly the memory of Wellington's warning that the one thing that could not be forgiven would be that the corps should be beaten or dispersed, and secondly, the fact that his army was composed of heterogeneous material, some of which might be found wanting at a crisis. But he concealed his downheartedness till the last moment, both from his own lieutenants and from the Spaniards. On the 10th, he rode out to meet General Copons at Torredembarra, to which place the Catalan headquarters had just been moved, and agreed with him to defend the line of the Gaià River against the column coming from Barcelona. He promised to send up all his cavalry, 8,000 infantry, and 2 field batteries to join the Spanish army, which was now concentrated across the 2 roads, by which Tarragona could be approached from Villafranca. 5 battalions were on the northern road, by the Col de Santa Cristina, 4 and the 3 squadrons of horse on the southern route, nearer the sea. Warnings were issued to Clinton's and Whittingham's divisions, and also to Lord Frederick Bentinck, the cavalry brigadier, to be ready to march to the line of the Gaià. This looked like business, and the spirits of the Anglo-Sicilians were high that night. On the morning of the 11th, while the bombardment of Tarragona was going on in a very satisfactory way, Murray rode out again, met Copons at Vendrelles, behind the Gaià, and spent much time in inspecting the chosen positions. He disliked them, The river was fordable in many places, and a very long front would have to be guarded. It was considered that the French might break through by one of the roads before the troops guarding the other could arrive. However, adhering to his promise of the 10th, Murray ordered up Bentinck with 2 squadrons of hussars and 2 guns to the mouth of the Gaillard, where they took over the outposts on the coast road. The infantry was not brought up, as the assault on Tarragona was to take place that evening. The only news from the front received in the afternoon were rumors that Maurice Mathieu had actually reached Villafranca. At 7 o'clock, Murray started home and reached his headquarters before Tarragona 2 hours later. There he found a batch of reports awaiting him, which finally broke down his resolution to fight and drove him to the ignominious flight which he had already contemplated on more than one day during the preceding week. 2 Spanish officers had come in from the Col de Santa Cristina to report that the Barcelona column had certainly occupied Villafranca and was apparently pushing on beyond it. This was discouraging, but the document which Murray regarded as all-important was a note from his adjutant general, Donkin, to the effect that peasants, who had just come in from Perello, reported that Suchet's column had continued its advance. This corps of infantry may be at Rouz tomorrow, if they think proper to march by Perello without artillery. And Deccan, i.e. Mathieu, if he marched this day to Villafranca, can also reach Rouz tomorrow. This possibility may, perhaps, make some change in your arrangements. As a matter of fact, we have already seen that it was only Panadier's brigade which had gone across the hills from Perello towards Monreg, and that this was a mere reconnaissance. But Donkin's picture of Suchet and the Barcelona column joining at Rouz, in his rear, on the 12th, with forces which Murray's imagination raised to 25,000 men, was so much in consonance with the fears which had been obsessing the brains of the commander-in-chief throughout the last 10 days, that he felt that his nightmare was coming true. There could be no doubt that he was on the brink of a disaster like the Ostend catastrophe of 1798. Of course, Suchet's active brain had planned his complete destruction. He tells us in his defense that he asked himself whether it was probable that an officer of the marshal's activity and reputation would have left a man more than he could help in Valencia. Was it the character of a French general to act with inadequate means when ample means were within his reach? Was it probable that he would have brought a small force only from the Zúcar by the fatiguing march to Tortosa? Would he have left a man idle in the south when in danger of losing his communication with France? Every disposable corps, many more than what might be calculated to be fairly disposable, must be with the marshal. He might have not 13,000 men but many more. And the Barcelona column might be not 10,000 men but 13,000. Rather than take the risk of waiting one day longer in his present position, Murray resolved to abscond by sea, while the enemy was still 20 miles away from Tarragona. By 9:30 p.m., he had sent his staff officers with messages to his divisional generals to stop the projected assault, to order all guns, horses, and stores to be got on shipboard, and the infantry after them. He calculated, in his panic, that he had only 18 hours in hand. The re-embarkation must be over by dusk on the 12th, but the most disgraceful part of his scheme was that he had resolved to leave Copons and the Catalans to their fate, after having brought them to the Gaillard by definite promises of assistance, without which they would never have taken up their fighting position. And this though he had renewed his pledges that same morning. He sent no warning of his real intentions to his colleague, but only told him that recent information had made it necessary for him to re-embark his battering train. But 6 Anglo-Sicilian battalions should be sent out next morning to strengthen the force behind the Gaillard. There followed a night and a morning of confusion. No one in the expeditionary force had hitherto suspected Murray's wavering confidence, except Admiral Hallowell, to whom he had on June 9th made the remark that he imagined that they ought to be thinking about getting away in safety rather than about prolonging the siege, and the quartermaster general, Donkin, to whom, on the same day, Murray had said that he suspected that they would have ere long to depart, whereupon that officer had drawn up a secret scheme for the details of re-embarkation. But since nothing more had been heard about such a move on the 10th or the 11th, Hallowell and Donkin had supposed that the idea was abandoned. Clinton and the other senior officers had been kept entirely in the dark till the sudden orders of 9:30 p.m. were delivered to them. At midnight, Admiral Hallowell came in to Murray's quarters to protest against the hasty departure, which would cause all manner of confusion and ensure the loss of much valuable material. They parted after an angry altercation. Colonel Williamson, commanding the artillery, also appeared, to say that in the time given him, he could get off the guns in the batteries near the shore, but not those on the distant Olivo. He understood the general to reply that he might be granted some extra hours, and that the Olivo guns might be brought down after dark on the 12th. But in the morning Murray's apprehension grew progressively worse. He had at first intended to do something to cover Capon's inevitable retreat, and ordered Clinton to throw out 6 battalions towards the Gaya. But he soon cancelled this order, and directed Bentinck to bring back his cavalry and guns from Altifola without delay. At 9 a.m., a message was sent to Williamson to say that the guns on the Olivo must be spiked or destroyed, as it would be perilous to wait till night. Half an hour later, Murray's notions of retreat flickered round to a new scheme. The troops on the shore should embark there, but those on the northern heights, the divisions of Clinton and Whittingham, should march to the Col de Balaguer via Constantine and take ship in the much better harbourage behind Cape Salu. Half an hour later he abandoned this scheme and ordered them down to the beach by the Francali, there to embark without delay. This dispatch reduced Clinton to a state of cold rage. At the court-martial in 1814, he produced 7 separate orders which he had received between dawn and 30 that day. They were all contradictory, and deserve record as showing Murray's state of mind during the critical hours. The first, received early, directed him to take 6 battalions towards the Gaya to cover the retreat of Capon's from Altifola. 2. The second, sent off at 9 o'clock, told him not to execute this march, but to wait till the Spaniards had cleared off, and then to move, not with 6 battalions, but with the whole of his own and Whittingham's divisions, to Constantine. 3. The third was to the effect that the baggage should be sent to the Col de Balaguer, to which the whole army would now proceed. 4. Half an hour later Clinton was told to cancel the last 2 dispatches, and to come down to headquarters on the nearest beach. 5. A supplementary verbal order directed that the guns in the Olivo batteries should be spiked. 6. 20 minutes later Clinton was told that the guns might still be saved. Whittingham's Spaniards should remain on the Olivo and guard them till dusk, when the artillery would try to get them down to the shore. 7. Lastly, at 1:30, the final order cancelled the 6th. It directed, once more, that Whittingham's troops must follow Clinton for instant embarkation, and that the guns should be spiked without delay. This was done, to the intense disgust of the gunners, who had been getting everything ready for an orderly retreat after dusk. 17 heavy pieces in good condition, and 1 more which had been disabled, were spiked and left in the Olivo batteries, while the infantry hurried down to the shore. The momentary wavering in Murray's orders during the early morning, when he seemed inclined to risk a longer stay, and to march Clinton's division and the baggage by land to the anchorage by the Col de Balaguer, was apparently caused partly by new remonstrances from Hallowell, partly by an interview with some of his subordinates somewhere between 8 and a.m. Mackenzie, Adam, Donkin, and Thackeray, the chief engineer, entered the house of the commander-in-chief together, and Adam, as their spokesman, urged him with great heat not to embark, but to advance, join Capon's, and attack the French on the Gaya with every available man. Murray replied that if he did so, the French would refuse to fight and give back toward Barcelona, while Suchet, coming from the other direction, would cut him off from the fleet and relieve Tarragona. But if, on the other hand, he were to march against Suchet and stop him, then the Barcelona column would relieve Tarragona and get the expeditionary force separated from its transports. Either course would be equally ruinous. He also said that Wellington had told him not to commit the army. The generals withdrew. Further insistence would have amounted to military insubordination. The final hurry-scurry order, to destroy the guns and embark pell-mell, was caused by news from Capon's that the French at Villafranca had advanced as far as Arbos, only 10 miles from the Gaya, and seemed still to be coming on. During the night and the morning that followed, all the guns from the lower batteries, much valuable material, some of the cavalry, and the infantry of Adam, were got aboard. The shipment of artillery stores was still proceeding at 10 o'clock, when Murray ordered that nothing but men should now be embarked, all else must be abandoned. Admiral Hallowell, who was superintending the work on the beach in person, was much incensed with this resolve, and took it upon himself to direct the sailors in the boats to refuse infantry, and to go on lading stores. Then came a deadlock. Hallowell said that there was plenty of time to take off everything. Donkin, coming down from Murray's quarters, maintained that the French were only 2.5 hours' march away, and that the infantry must be got off at all costs. Horses and mules might have to be shot, and food and ammunition abandoned. There was much disputing, but the naval men, obeying the admiral, continued to embark horses and artillery material till midday, when Mackenzie's infantry began to pour down to the beaches, followed by Clinton's and Whittingham's battalions. All through the afternoon, the shipping off of troops continued without any interruption, till only a rearguard of 500 of Clinton's men was left on shore. No news of the French coming to hand, there was a relaxation of the wild hurry, which had prevailed between 9 a.m. and p.m. Murray permitted Bentinck to take that part of the cavalry which had not yet embarked round to the anchorage by the Col de Balaguer by land, and sent on behind them 12 field guns escorted by a half-battalion of the 227th. Meanwhile, the troops having all got off, the boats began to load again with transport mules, entrenching tools, spare shot, platform timbers, sandbags, and biscuit. The rearguard was not taken off till late at night, and even after it was gone and dawn had come, the sailors continued to find and take off various valuable leavings. No molestation whatever was suffered from the garrison, who regarded the whole movement as inexplicable, and only crept out with caution after the last British troops had disappeared, to find spiked guns and some artillery stores in the Olivo batteries, and a certain amount of flour and beef barrels left on the shore. The most distressing part of the chronicle of this wretched day's work is Murray's dealings with Capons. He had induced the Captain-General to bring his army to the line of the Gaya, by the promise of supporting him with 8,000 men, renewed on the morning of the 11th. At dawn on the 12th, the message was sent that 6 battalions only could be spared. An hour or two later Capons received the crushing news that the whole expeditionary army was about to re-embark, abandoning him to his own resources. If Murray's view of the situation had been correct, the Spaniards must have been caught between Suchet, advancing on Ruse, and Matthew, converging on the same point from Villafranca. His moral guilt, therefore, was very great. But as a matter of fact, nothing disastrous happened. On hearing that he had been left in the lurch, Capons withdrew the troops which he had at Altifola on the coast road, to join those at the Col de Santa Cristina, leaving the way to Tarragona open to Maurice Matthew, and preparing to retreat into the mountains if necessary. He kept a close lookout upon the French column, and was astonished on the morning of the 13th to learn that, after sending a vanguard to Arbos on the previous day, 6 miles down the southern road, it had turned back at 10 o'clock at night, and was now in full retreat on Barcelona. The crisis was over for the moment. Capons returned to his old headquarters at Ruse, threw out a slight screen of troops to the line of Gaya, and reoccupied Villafranca with a few cavalry. He was quite ready to retreat into the mountains once more if any untoward developments should supervene. On June 13th, Murray had all his army on shipboard, save Prevost's 2 battalions at the Col de Balaguer, and the guns and cavalry with Bentinck, which had marched by land to that same pass. Wellington's orders told him that if he failed at Tarragona, he was to return to Valencia, join Elio and Del Parc, and fall upon the diminished French force on the Zúcar before Suchet could get back. It was his obvious duty to pick up Prevost's and Bentinck's detachments, and to depart at once. He did nothing of the kind, but proceeded to employ himself for several days in minor operations, in the vain hope of redeeming the disgrace of June 12th. On the morning of the 13th, Murray received news from Colonel Prevost at San Felipe to the effect that the French column in front of him, Panadier's brigade, about 3,000 strong, had marched from Perello by mountain paths eastward, but had not been followed by Suchet's main body. Prevost thought that it might be intending to cut him off from the rest of the army by dropping down into the coast road in his rear. Panadier's movement was also reported by Bentinck, whose flank patrols had run against similar parties of the French while on their way to the Col de Balaguer. It was necessary to bring off Prevost, the cavalry, and the guns by sea if the French were trying to get round them. So Murray asked Admiral Hallowell to send ships inshore to the Col, and with them part of Mackenzie's division, to act as a covering force for the re-embarkation of Prevost's detachment. These troops, apparently 3 battalions, were landed near the fort late on the evening of the 13th. Now during that day Panadier, conscious that he was too far away from his chief, and quite in the air, had drawn back from near Monreg to Valdelos, 10 miles nearer to Perello. The same idea had occurred to Suchet, who simultaneously brought up his main body from Tortosa to Perello, though he knew that the coast road was blocked by the British force holding Fort San Felipe. But on the morning of the 14th, the Marshal, exploring toward the Col, sighted not only Mackenzie's infantry on shore, but the whole transport fleet lying off the coast from opposite the fort as far as Cape Salu, 180 ships small and great, as he counted. A frigate and 2 brigs took a number of long shots at the marshal and his large escort, which had to retire in haste. Suchet saw the whole expeditionary force before him and recognized that he was too weak to tackle it. Wherefore he sent orders to Panadier to fall back and rejoin him, and came to a halt. Early on the morning of the 15th, he wrote to Deccan. The loss of the Col de Balaguer has foiled all my plans. The English fleet fired more than 1,000 shot at us. Menaced by forces of 4 times my own strength, I wish to know what you propose to do. The enemy has attacked my lines on the Zúcar. This last fact at the moment was worrying Suchet even more than the unknown fate of Tarragona, for Harispe had just reported that the 2 Spanish armies in Valencia had advanced against him in force, and on a long front. Now, while the marshal halted in indecision, Murray was seized with a spasmodic fit of energy. He knew that Maurice Matthew was for the moment out of the game. He saw that Suchet was blocked, and that Panadier was in a dangerously advanced position. He conceived the idea that he might land more troops at the call, and strike in between the French main body and the brigade at Valdelos. To the astonishment of his subordinates, he ordered the rest of Mackenzie's troops and all Clinton's to be landed, as also the remainder of the cavalry, and instructed Mackenzie to make a forced march on Valdelos and beat up Panadier's camp. The general did so, but arrived only just in time to see the French rearguard absconding on the 15th. This demonstration of energy having failed, as it was pretty certain to do, for events like the surprise of Arroyo dos Molinos are not common, Murray had another inspiration. On the evening of the 15th, he suggested to Admiral Hallowell that the garrison of Tarragona must now be quite off their guard, that they had not been strengthened, and that it might be possible to re-embark 5,000 men secretly at Fort Balaguer, land them at Cambrils, and make a sudden dash at Tarragona by escalade or surprise. The admiral answered that as Murray had not felt himself equal to storming Tarragona when the whole army was with him, and the batteries playing on the place, he, Hallowell, did not think him equal to it now with 5,000 men. The idea was dropped. It was not without its merits, but though Picton or Crawford might have succeeded in such a desperate stroke, Murray would certainly have failed from lack of nerve at the decisive moment, as the admiral meant to insinuate. This wretched campaign was now nearing its end, but still reserved 2 extraordinary surprises for its last days. On the 16th, Suchet, much impressed with the strength which Murray had shown, judging from the stroke at Valdelos that he was thinking of taking the offensive, and harassed by fresh news of Del Parque's advance on Valencia, retired from Perello and took his main body back across the Ebro to Amposta, which he reached on the 17th. He left only Panadier's brigade and the Hussar regiment to watch Murray. Thus the Anglo-Sicilians had opposite them on the south only 3,000 men, from whom no possible danger could be apprehended. But their general had no idea as yet that only a rearguard lay before him, and imagined that the marshal and his main body were close in Panadier's rear. The second surprise took place on the other front. Maurice Matthew had got back to Barcelona by a forced march on the 13th. On the next day, spies brought him the news that Murray had raised the siege of Tarragona and gone away with his whole army by sea. There was nothing to prevent him from relieving Bertolti's garrison, save Capon's troops holding the line of the Gaya. Therefore, although Deccan had not yet arrived from the north, and indeed had written that he could not start from Gerona until the 17th, Matthew resolved to make a second attempt to reach Tarragona. He could still count on no greater force than the 6,000 men with which he had made his first fruitless expedition, but he thought this sufficient to deal with the Catalans. He moved once more upon Villafranca early on the 15th, and reached that place the same night. Next day, a forced march of 24 miles brought him to Tarragona unopposed, for Capons would not fight when unsupported by Murray, and had withdrawn his troops to Valls. At Tarragona, Matthew learned that the Anglo-Sicilians had not disappeared entirely from Catalonia, as he had hitherto believed, but were concentrated at and about the Col de Balaguer. Though no news had been received from Suchet, it might be conjectured that Murray had landed at the Col in order to hold back the marshal, who could not be very far off. On the morning of the 17th, Matthew resolved to take the risky step of advancing by the coast road to feel for Murray's rear, and marched out to Cambrils 6 miles west of Tarragona, hoping to hear that Suchet was simultaneously attacking the front of the Anglo-Sicilians. He was thereby exposing himself to fearful danger, for Murray had his whole 15,000 men in hand, and quite disposable, since Suchet had withdrawn southward on the 16th, and Capons at Valls was in a position to cut in upon the rear of the Barcelona column with 6,000 men more. Each of them was only 10 miles from Cambrils, and they were in full communication with each other. Indeed, Murray had sent to Capons late on the 16th, imploring him to fall upon the flank of the enemy, though he spoilt the effect of the appeal by explaining that he was going to be attacked by Suchet and the Barcelona column simultaneously, and expected to be outnumbered. The Marshal had 0 men, while 8,000 men were coming via Tarragona against his rear. Startled by these astounding figures, the Spanish general did not actually attack Maurice Mathieu, but contented himself with bringing forward his infantry to La Selva and feeling for the French column by cavalry patrols sent out from Rouz. The 17th June was a day as full of ridiculous cross-purposes as the 12th. Suchet's main body was in full march for Amposta and the road to Valencia, just as Maurice Mathieu was at last coming to look for it. Murray in the center was expecting to be attacked on both sides of the Col de Balaguer, believing that the reckless advance of the Barcelona column was timed to coincide with a desperate assault on the Col by Suchet and his whole army. Mathieu was advancing in ignorance into a death trap, if he had only known it, expecting every moment to hear guns in his front, or to get news of Suchet by spies or patrols. Capons was hanging back on Mathieu's flank, deterred from pressing in by Murray's ridiculous overstatement of the total French force. If Murray had marched from the Col that morning early with 10,000 men and had met the French column at Cambrils, while the Catalans closed in on its rear, no possible chance could have saved it from complete destruction. But Murray was doing something very different. After having made his urgent appeal to Capons to take part in a general action on the 17th, it occurred to him that a general action might perhaps be avoided by the simple method of absconding once more by sea, and again leaving the Catalans to shift for themselves. Mackenzie was back from Valdelos, and the whole force was concentrated in the pass, with the immense transport fleet at its elbow and several decent embarkation places. In the morning he called a council of war, which, as the old military proverb goes, never fights, though he had assured Admiral Hallowell on the preceding night that he had chosen his positions and intended to stand and receive the enemy's attack. The council of war voted, by a large majority, for embarkation, probably as has been acutely observed, because none of the generals liked the idea of being commanded in action by Murray after their recent experience of his methods. The preparations for departure were begun on the afternoon of the 17th, but no notice of them was sent to Capons. Meanwhile Maurice Mathieu had halted at Cambrils. He could get no news of Suchet, and no firing could be heard in front. On the other hand, British warships ran close inshore and began to cannonade his column as it defiled along the coast road, and his cavalry patrols discovered those of Capons in front of Rouz, and afterwards got in touch with the Spanish infantry behind them. The situation was getting unpleasant, and realizing that he had better draw back, Mathieu turned the head of his column inland to Rouz, for he was determined not to expose it a second time to the fire of the British ships, which swept the coast road at many points. Marching in the night of the 17th-18th, he almost surprised Capons, who had brought his infantry up to Rouz in order to fall in with Murray's plan for attacking the enemy in flank. But the Spaniard was warned in time, and escaped to La Selva, from whence he wrote to Murray, to complain that the British had not kept their part of the bargain, nor even sent him news of Mathieu's retirement from their front. At Rouz the French general picked up the spy to whom Suchet had entrusted his despairing note of June 15, which avowed his impotence, and asked what the army of Catalonia could do. Seeing that he must hope for no help from the Marshal, Mathieu retreated by the inland road to Constanti, 2 miles from Tarragona, June 18, where he halted for a day, after sending on Suchet's letter to his chief decan, and renewing his former petitions that the reserves from the north should get to Barcelona as soon as possible. It was clear that the army of Catalonia must save itself, without any aid from the army of Valencia. While Maurice Mathieu stood doubting at Cambrils, and all through the night hours while he was marching on Rouz, there had been a rapid shifting of scenes at the Col de Balaguer. Murray's orders for re-embarkation were just drawn up when a formidable fleet of men of war became visible on the horizon, and presently ran close inshore. This was Sir Edward Pellew with the Toulon blockading squadron, 12 line-of-battle ships, besides smaller craft. They had run down from the Bay of Roses, after picking up at Port Mahon a vessel from Sicily, on which was Lord William Bentinck, who had at last arrived to assume command of the Anglo-Sicilian army. He had torn himself away with some reluctance from his plans for raising a general insurrection in Italy against Napoleon, having satisfied himself that there was no risk of Murats invading Sicily in his absence, and that the local politics of Palermo were deplorable but not dangerous. When the signal was made from Pellou's flagship that Lord William had arrived, Admiral Hallowell answered with the countersignal, "We are all delighted," which was sincere and accurate, but not officially correct. It was remembered against him afterwards as an improper ebullition of misplaced humor. Bentinck landed at San Felipe without a moment's delay, took over the command from Murray, and heard his report. He also talked with Hallowell and the senior land officers. He made up his mind very promptly. The embarkation which had begun was to continue, and the army was to be taken back to Valencia at once, in strict consonance with Wellington's original orders. He explained in his next dispatch home that he was aware that he might have chased Maurice Matthew, and probably have compelled him to throw himself into Tarragona, but he conceived that a second siege of that fortress would take many days, and would not be so profitable to the general cause as an unexpected return to Valencia to join Del Parque and Elio. The army, as he wrote to Wellington, was in the best spirits, but most dissatisfied as to what had happened before Tarragona, concerning which, from motives of delicacy, he would refrain from saying anything. But there had been much material lost. The horses and mules were in a bad way, from having been so often landed and reshipped, and it was better to return to Alicante and reorganize everything than to start another Catalan campaign. The troops were got on board very rapidly, and the whole transport fleet set sail southward on the 18th. The fort of San Felipe was blown up, as Bentinck was not willing to leave any troops behind to garrison it. Unfortunately, the good weather which had been granted to Murray at the starting of the expedition was denied to Bentinck during its return. A furious northeast wind was blowing, which scattered the ships, and drove no less than 14 of them ashore on the projecting sands at the estuary of the Ebro. 10 were got off when the storm moderated, but 4 had to be burned, after the crews and troops had been taken off. Bentinck, after 4 days at sea, got into Alicante on the 22nd June, ahead of the great majority of the transports, which continued to drop in, some much disabled, for 3 or 4 days after. This caused a tiresome delay in the reorganization of the army, as odd companies of every regiment were missing, and the units could not be reformed and marched inland for some time. The delay gave Bentinck time to write long dispatches to the Secretary for War and to Wellington. These went off on the 23rd by special messenger, and along with them, lengthy screeds from Murray and Admiral Hallowell. The two officers wrote most bitterly of each other to the commander-in-chief, the admiral detailing all the general's hesitations and tergiversations with caustic irony, while the general wrote that, "If I had only allowed the admiral to command the army, you would never have been troubled with the long letter which accompanies this. He thinks that prejudice against him led me to act as I did. These are the real grounds of all his outcry." Murray's long dispatch was not only very disingenuous in suppression of facts, but so vague concerning all necessary dates and figures, that Wellington, when it came to hand, showed profound dissatisfaction. He observed that it left him entirely ignorant of what had occurred, and administered a searching interrogatory of 11 questions, answers to which were necessary before a judgment could be formed by himself or the home government on what had really happened in Catalonia. Murray's replies were as unconvincing as his original dispatches, and the matter ended in a long-deferred and lengthy court-martial at Winchester in 1814, after the war had come to an end. To describe it here would interrupt unseasonably the narrative of the summer campaign of 1813, but it may suffice to say that he did not get his deserts. He was only convicted of an error of judgment, and not of the disobedience to orders and neglect of duty, highly to the prejudice of the service, and detrimental to the British military character, for which he was put on trial. He was never even indicted for his worst offense, the callous betrayal of the Spanish colleague who had done his best to serve him. Section 37, Chapter IV. Wellington on the Bidsoa. On July 1st, the last of Foy's troops on the seacoast front had recrossed the lower Bidsoa, leaving Graham and Gyron in complete possession of the Spanish bank, and free to commence the siege of St. Sebastian. They had 0 men in line, without counting Mendizabel's Biscayan irregulars, who were observing the fortress, and the 5th British Division, which was now on its march from Vitoria to the frontier, and was due to arrive on the 5th or 6th. These forces were amply sufficient to hold in check Ryle, Foy, and the Bayonne Reserve. On July 1st also, Wellington began to arrange his march northward from Pampeluna, which might have begun on the 26th June if he had not taken off so many divisions for the fruitless pursuit of Clausel. The 5 days, respite granted to the enemy, had been very useful to him. If the king had been followed up without delay, at the moment when he had split his army into the 3 columns, which marched the first by Irazun and Santesteban Ryle, the second by the Col de Velate, 500 Erlon, and the third by the pass of Roncesvalles Gazan, it is hard to say where or how he could have rallied or offered any effective resistance. Wellington had preferred to take the doubtful chance of intercepting and destroying a secondary force, rather than to devote himself to the relentless pursuit of the demoralized main body of the enemy. But it must be remembered that a resolve to push the chase after the flying king would have involved an instant invasion of France. And though on general military grounds, a defeated enemy should be kept on the run and destroyed in detail, like Brunswick's army after Jena, there were in June-July 1813 the strongest political reasons to deter Wellington from crossing the frontier. It was not merely that he had outmarched his transport and had not yet got into touch with his new bases of supply at Santander and on the Biscay coast, so that for the moment he was a little short of ammunition, and also living on the country, a practice which he disliked on principle and wished to end as soon as possible. Nor was his hindrance the fact that his army was tired and sulky, and that many of his stragglers had not yet rejoined, though both of these vexations had their weight. Nor was the political consideration that held him back the deplorable news from Cadiz, received at Casta on June 28, to the effect that the Regency had deposed Castaños from his office as Captain General of Galicia, Estremadura, and both the Castiles, and had superseded his nephew General Jaern in the command of the Fourth Army. This was indeed a serious blow, not so much because Wellington could always rely on Castaños, and had found Jaern more obedient than most Spanish officers, but because it looked as if the Cadiz government was aiming at an open repudiation of the bargain that had been made in January, by which they had agreed not to make or revoke appointments of the military sort without giving notice and receiving approval. The excuses given for the changes were paltry and unconvincing. Castaños was wanted to take his seat in the Council of State. Jaern was to be sent, with large reinforcements, to serve with Copons as second in command of the Army of Catalonia. Wellington concluded, and rightly, that the real causes of these attacks on his friends were petty political intrigues. The Liberal party in Cadiz was trying to secure its own domination by evicting those who might be considered serviles, or even moderates from positions of power. He had resolved not to bring the relations between himself and the Regency to a crisis, by making a formal demand for the restoration of Castaños and Jaern to their posts. He wrote indeed to the Minister of War to say that he considered that he had been most unworthily treated, and that there were limits to his forbearance, but he avoided an open rupture, and waited for the Regency to take the next step. He wrote, however, to his brother, the ambassador at Cadiz, that he ought to call together in private all the more sensible and sound members of the Cortes, and to warn them of the pernicious effects of this last move. Unless they wished to see him resign the position of Generalissimo, given him only 6 months back, they must bring pressure on their government. They have it in their power to interfere if they still wish that I should retain the command. But this political trouble, ominous though it might be of friction in the near future, was not the cause of Wellington's failure to exploit to the utmost the effects of the Battle of Vittoria. The real hindrance was not the state of Spanish politics, but the posture of affairs in Central Europe. The Armistice of Pleswitz had been signed on June 4, until it came to an end on August 11, there was a possibility of peace between Napoleon and his Russian and Prussian enemies, on terms which Great Britain would be unable to accept. Wellington was sent frequent dispatches by Lord Bathurst to keep him abreast of the latest developments in the conferences, but inevitably it took a very long time for news from Saxony to reach London and be transmitted to Spain. Now, if Napoleon should succeed in making a separate peace with the Allies, his first care would be to evict the British army, if it should have entered France in successful pursuit of King Joseph and his demoralized host. Even if it should have taken Bayonne, crushed the enemy's field force, and made good way towards Bordeaux, it would have no chance of standing against the enormous reserves that could be drawn from Germany, with the Emperor himself at their head. Therefore, it would be better to take up a good position on the line of the Pyrenees, secured by capturing Saint, Sebastian and Pampeluna, than to make an eruption into France, however brilliant the immediate results of such a move might be. Still ignorant on July 12 of the tendency of the conferences at Dresden, Wellington wrote to the Secretary for War, "My future operations will depend a good deal upon what passes in the north of Europe, and if operations should recommence there, on the strength and description of the reinforcement which the enemy may get on our front. I think I can hold the Pyrenees as easily as I can Portugal. I am quite certain that I can hold the position which I have got more easily than the Ebro, or any other line in Spain." In another letter, he explains that he is giving his army a few days of much-needed rest, by the end of which he hopes not only to have heard of the fall of Saint Sebastian, but of the results of the negotiations in Germany. In a third, he puts the matter in the clearest terms. Much depends upon the state of affairs in the north of Europe. If the war should be renewed, I should do most good by moving forward into France, and I should probably be able to establish myself there. If it is not renewed, I should only go into France to be driven out again. So I shall do my best to confine myself to securing what I have gained. In a fourth, he complains that many people, even officers at the front, seem to think that after driving the French from the frontiers of Portugal to the Pyrenees, he ought to invade France immediately. Some expect that we shall be at Paris in a month. But though he entertained no doubt that he could enter France tomorrow and establish the army on the Adour, he could go no farther. For if peace were made by the Allies, he must necessarily withdraw into Spain, and the retreat, though short, would be through a difficult country and a hostile population. So from what he could gather about the progress of negotiations in Germany, he had determined that it would be unsafe to think of anything in the way of an invasion of France. Everything therefore at present, and for many weeks to follow, depended on the news concerning the armistice. And the happy intelligence that it had come to an end, and that the war was renewed, with the Austrians added to the Allied forces, only reached Wellington on September 7th. The actual declaration of war by Austria took place on August 11, by which time the situation on the Spanish frontier had suffered many vicissitudes, for in the last fortnight during which the armistice endured, there had taken place Soult's desperate invasion of Spain, and all the bloody fighting known as the battles of the Pyrenees. Meanwhile, we must return to July 1st, on which day Wellington had already made up his mind that his present program should be confined to bringing up his army to the Bidasoa and the Pyrenean passes, and undertaking the siege of Saint Sebastian and the blockade of Pampeluna. He was still not quite happy about the intentions of Clausel. He trusted that the French general and his 15,000 men would retire to France by the pass above Jaca. If he were to remain at Saragossa, and such it were there to join him, a tiresome complication would be created on his right rear, wherefore he kept sending letters to William Bentinck, ordering him to keep Suchet busy at all costs, by whatever means might seem best to him. It was not till July 16th that news came that this danger had ended in the desired fashion, by Clausel's crossing the passes. But whatever might happen in that direction, there was still one point that had to be settled, before it could be considered that the Allied army was established on a satisfactory line for defending the Spanish frontier, and covering the sieges of Saint Sebastian and Pampeluna. The French were still in possession of the Bastion, the high-lying valley of the upper Bidasoa, through which runs the main road from Pampeluna to Bayonne, by the Col de Velate, and the Pass of Maya. This last corner of Spain must be cleared of the invaders, or the crest of the Pyrenees was not yet secure. Accordingly, arrangements were made for marching the main body of the British army to its destined positions through the Bastion, in order to sweep out the lingering enemy. A sufficient corps must be left to blockade Pampeluna. During the operations against Clausel, this duty had been discharged by Hill's and Silvera's and Morillo's troops. As these units had enjoyed 5 days' rest, while the remainder of the divisions had been marching hard in eastern Navarre, it was arranged that they should give over the service of the blockade, by sections to the returning columns as each came up. Wellington intended to transfer the whole affair in the end to a Spanish force, the Army of Reserve of Andalusia, under Henry O'Donnell, which had been occupied for the last week in the siege of the forts of Pancorbo, after its very tardy arrival in the zone of operations. King Joseph, when lying at Burgos, had thrown a garrison of 700 men into these forts, which command the high road to the Ebro, in the vain hope of incommoding Wellington's advance. But as the Allied army did not march by the Camino Real at all, but cut across by side routes to Medina del Palmar, the precaution was useless, and cost the enemy a battalion. However, it was necessary to clear the defile in order to open the easiest line of communication with Madrid, and O'Donnell was directed to capture the forts on his way north to join the main army. He invested them on June 25 and stormed the lower and weaker fort of Santa Marta on the 28th. The upper fort of Santa Ingracia was a veritable eagle's nest, on a most inaccessible position. O'Donnell succeeded with great difficulty in getting 6 guns up to a point on which they could bear on the work. But the reason why such a strong post surrendered by capitulation 2 days later was not the artillery fire, but mainly lack of water, the castle well having run nearly dry, and partly the news of Vittoria. A small party of fugitives who had escaped from the field by an incredible detour corroborated the claims made by the Spanish general when he summoned the place, and the commandant, Major Durand of the 55th Line, surrendered with 650 men, 24 guns, and a good stock of ammunition on June 30th. On getting these news, Wellington, on July 2, ordered O'Donnell to come up at once and take over the blockade of Pampeluna, for which his whole force of 11,000 men would not be too great. For the fortress was large and strongly garrisoned. The king had brought up the number of troops left to the Governor-General Casson to 3,600 men before leaving the place, and there were over 80 guns mounted on the walls, though 2 outlying forts in the plain had been abandoned. Wellington allowed 9 days for the orders to reach O'Donnell, and for the army of reserve to make the long march from Pancorbo to Pampeluna. As a matter of fact, it took 11. Meanwhile, the fortress had to be contained by troops from the main army till the Andalusians should come up. They were due on July 12. The scheme adopted was that Hill should collect the 2nd Division and Silvera's Portuguese, their usual contingent of auxiliaries, on the north side of Pampeluna on July 1, and march on July 2, the ground which he had held being taken over by the light 3rd Anth Divisions, returning from the chase of Clausel. On the 3rd, the 7th Division was to be relieved by the 4th, and to follow Hill. On the 5th, the 6th Division Clinton would arrive, and relieve the light division which would follow the 7th. The greater part of the cavalry was to be left behind in the plains, being obviously useless in the Pyrenees except in small parties for exploration, but each of the marching divisions had a regiment attached to it. The result of these arrangements was to leave 3 divisions, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and nearly all the cavalry, for the blockade of Pampeluna, a rather larger force than might have been expected. 4 divisions, 2nd, Light, 7th, and Silvera's Portuguese, moved out to clear the bastion and to establish communications with Graham's corps on the lower Bidasoa. If the French had been in good fighting trim, 4 divisions would have been none too many for the task, more especially when it is remembered that they were advancing in 3 echelons, each separated from the next by a long day's march. But Wellington reckoned that, although he had all Gazans and 500 Erlon's troops in front of him, the presence of Rile's on the lower Bidasoa had been reported by Graham. They would have no artillery, since it had been lost at Vittoria, would be low in numbers, because they had not yet gathered in their stragglers, and lower still in morale. His estimate was on the whole justified, for the operation was successfully carried out, but it did not go off quite so easily as had been expected. It should be mentioned that, on the bare chance that the French might make a movement from Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port to disturb the blockade of Pampeluna, an unlikely possibility, the 2nd Division had detached Byng's brigade to hold the pass of Roncesvalles, in conjunction with Morillo's Spanish division. Hill, therefore, leading the march towards the bastion, had only 3 of his 4 brigades with him, Cameron's, O'Callaghan's, and Ashworth's Portuguese. The total of the marching column, from front to rear, was about 22,000 men. To understand the task set before Hill's corps, it is necessary to go back to the arrangements, if arrangements they can be called, for they were largely involuntary, made by the French headquarters staff during the preceding week. After Rile's divisions had turned off towards the Bidasoa, and 500 Erlons had retreated into the bastion, the main body of the French army, the 4.5 infantry divisions of the Army of the South, with its own cavalry and the bulk of that of the Army of Portugal, had taken the route of the pass of Roncesvalles and reached Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port in a state of complete confusion, June 27, preceded by a vanguard of marauders several thousand strong, who swept the countryside of cattle and corn just as freely after they had reached France as while they were still in Navarre. Behind the troops who had kept to their eagles followed a rearguard of footsore stragglers and slightly wounded men, harassed till they came to the frontier by bands of local guerrilleros. The whole mass was in a state of demoralization. the French peasantry had to flee to the hills with what they could carry. Every house was plundered save those in which a general or other officer of high rank had quartered himself. Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port was a small third-class fortress, garrisoned by a battalion of National Guards, not an arsenal or a depot. It was impossible to reorganize an army there, or even to feed it for a few days. The Army of the South rolled back on June 29 to the valleys of the Nivelle and Nive, so as to be near the great magazines of Bayonne, which had always been the base from which the French forces in Spain were supplied. There alone would it be possible to reform it, and to re-equip it with all the guns and transport necessary to replace the losses of Vittoria. Gazan left one division, that of Conroux at Saint-Jean, to block the pass of Roncesvalles. With the other 3.5 divisions, he arrived on July 1 at Ustaritz, Saint-Pé and Espelette in the valleys of the Nive and Nivelle, only 12 or 15 miles from Bayonne. The cavalry was sent back still farther to the line of the Adour. Soon after this, there was a great reduction made in the mounted arm. Orders arrived from Germany that only the cavalry of the Army of the South was to remain on the frontier. Boyer's dragoons of the Army of Portugal, Trailard's dragoons of the Army of the Centre, and 7 light cavalry regiments of the armies of Portugal and the North were to start off at once. Napoleon in his Saxon campaign had been suffering bitterly from a want of good cavalry, and had directed the king to send these veteran regiments across France with all speed, whatever might be the state of affairs in Spain. It is quite clear that if Wellington had chosen, on June 26, to follow Gazan across the Pyrenees, instead of turning aside to chase Clausel, he could have done anything that he pleased with the enemy. But this, for the reasons that we have detailed above, was not his game for the moment. Hence the shattered army of Spain had a few days in which to commence reorganization. The easiest thing was the replacement of the 151 cannon lost at Vittoria. Bayonne was a great artillery storehouse, and the French gunners had brought away their teams if they had left all their pieces behind them. On July 6, General Turlot, the officer commanding the artillery of the United Armies, could report to the king that he had already served out 80 guns, 33 each to the armies of Gazan and Reil, 10 to the Army of the Centre, and to the mobile division of the Bayonne Reserve. By the end of the month, he promised to have 120 or even 150 pieces ready, which would give every division its battery, as well as a good reserve. And these pledges were fulfilled, with help from the arsenals of Toulouse, Blaye, and La Rochelle. But the supply of caissons was for some time very low, and the wheeled transport for the train was much more difficult to procure, requisitions on the Pyrenean departments being difficult to enforce and slow to collect. As to food supply, the main difficulty was that, although there was a considerable accumulation of stores at Bayonne, no one had ever contemplated the chance that 60,000 starving men would be thrown on the resources of the depot in one mass. Much flour was there, but not enough ovens to bake it, or wagons to carry it to the troops lying 15 or 20 miles out, on the Bidassoa or the Nive. And these troops had lost all their own carts and fourgons. Even as much as a month later, the army, reorganized in other respects, had not got enough transport to carry more than a few days' food, as Marshal Soult was to find. King Joseph had left Pampeluna long before his troops, and taking a short cut, had reached Saint-Jean-de-Luz on June 28, and set up his last headquarters there. He was painfully aware of the fact that his great brother would in all probability visit upon his head all his inevitable wrath for the results of the late campaign. But to the final moment of his command, he strove to exercise his authority, and busied himself with the details of projected operations. He was at this moment somewhat estranged from Marshal Jourdan, who had taken to his bed, and kept complaining that the generals would neither give him information nor take his orders, but confined themselves to making ill-natured comments on the Battle of Vittoria. The king, instead of relying on his advice, asked counsel on all sides, and hovered between many opinions. It is a sufficient proof of the incoherence of both Jourdan's and Joseph's military ideas, that at this moment they were thinking seriously of resuming the offensive and re-entering Spain. When he received Clausel's dispatches announcing his safe arrival at Saragossa and the possibility of his junction with Suchet, the king was fascinated for the moment with the idea of bringing Wellington to a stand, by attacking his flank and rear in Aragon. This could only be done by sending large reinforcements to Clausel, and so weakening the main army. The real objection to this plan was that the troops were in no condition to march, or indeed to fight, till they should have had time for rest and reorganization. Jourdan, however, drew up on July 5, the very day on which Wellington was beginning to drive Gazan out of the bastion, as we shall presently see, a memoir for the king's consideration, which laid out three possible policies. One was to advance with every unit that could move, against Graham, who was wrongly supposed to have only one British division with him. The second was to march to relieve Pampeluna by Roncesvalles, after first calling in Clausel to help. The third was to accept the idea which lay at the base of Clausel's last dispatch, to leave 15,000 men on the Bidasoa to detain Graham, and to move the rest of the army by the Jaca passes into Aragon. It was conceded that artillery could not go that way, and that Clausel had none with him, but some guns might be picked up at Saragossa, and from such and a very large body of troops would be placed on Wellington's flank. It is difficult to say which of the three schemes was more impracticable for the moment, as a policy for the starving and demoralized army of Spain. A more serious project, and one for which there would have been much to say, if the French army had been at this moment in a condition to feed itself, or to maneuver, or to commit itself to an action which would involve the expenditure of more ammunition than the infantry could carry in their pouches, was one for strengthening the front in the bastion. While this long valley was still retained, direct communication between Wellington's main body about Pampeluna and the large detachment under Graham on the Bidasoa was blocked. But the bastion was occupied by the weakest section of the French forces, 500 Erlon's army of the centre, one of whose infantry divisions, d'Armagnac's, had been ruined at the Battle of Vittoria, where it lost more men in proportion to its strength than any other unit, while another Casapalacios Spanish division was disappearing rapidly by desertion. There were only left, in a condition to fight, the Royal Guards, a little over 2,000 men, and Casagna's division, which had suffered no serious casualties in the recent campaign. Clearly the bastion and the numerous passes which descend into it could not be held by 10,000 infantry, some of them in very bad order, even though they might get some guns from the Bayonne arsenal. Wherefore Joseph ordered 500 Erlon to make over the defense of the bastion to the army of the south, and to fall back to the line of the Nivelle, where he should join Reille. Gazan was directed to take over charge of this important salient, with the whole of his army, save Conrua's division left at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, July 3. Gazan, who had only reached the Nive 2 days before, whose troops had not yet recovered from the starvation which they had suffered in the march from Pampeluna to Ustaritz and Espelette, who had lost his transport, and who had not yet received the 33 guns which had been sent him from Bayonne, though he was told that they were just coming up, made objections very rational in themselves to these orders. He said that his troops must have food and guns, or they could not be expected to maintain their positions. He also remarked that it was exasperating that he had not been told to march straight from Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port to the bastion by the direct pass at Ispegui, instead of being brought back 2 days' march to the Nive, and then sent south again to the Maya Pass, only 12 miles from his starting point. Gazan started out, unwillingly and with many protests, from his cantonments on the Nive on the morning of July 3, sending one of his divisions, level S, by the inferior mountain road from Sar on the Nivelle to Echeller and Santesteban in the western bastion, the rest by the Maya Pass to Elizondo, the chief road center in the eastern or upper bastion. From these points they were to spread themselves out, and take over all the passes south and west from 500 Erlon's troops. The commander of the army of the center began to clear out his reserves northwards, and to arrange for the rapid departure of each advance section, as it should be relieved by the arrival of Gazan's divisions. He met his colleague on the way, handed over the charge to him, and then rode down to make his report to Jourdan at Saint-Pé July 5, where he dropped the cheering remark that if the army of the south did not receive very heavy convoys of food at once, it would go to pieces of its own accord and quit the bastion within a few days, as his own army had eaten up the valley and no troops could live there. D'Armagnac's division and the Royal Guard had been relieved by Level, while Casagna's 1st Brigade was marching north by Elizondo, though his 2nd was still blocking the Col de Velate till Gazan's troops should arrive, when Wellington's attack was delivered, at the most opportune of moments. Nothing could have been better for him than that the enemy should have been caught in the middle of an uncompleted exchange of troops, before the incoming army had gained any knowledge of the ground. Moreover, though Gazan had double as many men with him as 500 Erlon, they had not enjoyed the comparative rest which the army of the center had gained since June 26, but had been countermarching all the time and were in a very dilapidated condition. Otherwise, there would have been much greater difficulty in driving them out of the bastion with the very moderate force that Wellington actually used, for he was able to finish the business with 4 brigades, the 3 of the 2nd Division and 1 of Silvera's, which formed the head of his column. Of the rear echelons, the 7th Division, which started from Pampeluna on the 4th, got up only in time to see the very end of the game, and the Light Division were never engaged at all. At noon on July, 4th Cameron's brigade, forming the advanced guard of the 2nd Division, crossed the highest point of the Col de Velate and ran into half a battalion of the 16th Leger. This was the rearguard of Braun's brigade of Cassagna's division, which was holding the village of Beruta, a few miles down the northern slope of the pass, waiting till it should be relieved by Marensin's division from Gazan's army. This detachment was evicted from Beruta and Anis, and fell back on Ziga, where the other battalion of its regiment was in position. That village also was cleared, but Hill's leading brigade then found itself in front of Marensin's division marching rapidly up the road, with other troops visible in a long column behind. Hill, seeing that he was about to be involved in a serious fight with heavy numbers, began to deploy the rear brigades of the 2nd Division behind the ravine in front of Anis, as each came up, abandoning the recently taken Ziga. The French, in the same fashion, gradually formed a long line on their side of the ravine, extending it eastward from the village, and showing 2 brigades in front line and 2 in reserve on the heights of Urarita some way behind. Hill appears to have felt the French front in several places, but to have desisted on discovering its strength. Skirmishing of a bloodless sort went on all the afternoon, each side waiting for its reserves to come up. Before dusk, Gazan had drawn in all Villat's division, which had reached Santesteban earlier in the day, and the non-divisional brigade of Gruardet, so that by night he had 2 complete divisions and 2 extra brigades concentrated, at least 13,000 men. Behind Hill there was only de Costa's brigade of Silvera's division, which was a full march to the rear. For Wellington had ordered A. Campbell's brigade, the other half of the Portuguese division, to take a different route, that up the Arga River by Zubiri to Ugui, which goes by a bad pass called de Urchiaga, into the French valley of the Alduides. Hill's position was a distinctly unpleasant one, since he had only 3 brigades up in line, with another out of any reasonable supporting distance, if the enemy should think fit to press in upon him. The 7th Division was 2 marches away, while the Light Division was still before Pampeluna. Both were altogether out of reach. Owing to heavy losses at Vitoria, the 3 2nd Division brigades can hardly have number 0 bayonets. Their commander very wisely waited for the arrival of Wellington from the rear. Headquarters that day had been at Lance, on the road from Pampeluna to the Col de Velate. The commander-in-chief came up at about midday on the 5th, following in the wake of de Costa's Portuguese, who were bringing up with them 2 batteries of artillery, the first guns that either side had shown in the bastion. After looking at the French positions, Wellington resolved to push on. This was a purely psychological resolve, for his numbers did not justify any such a move. He relied on his estimate of the morale of Gazan, and that estimate turned out to be perfectly correct. Hill's operations, till Wellington took over charge of the field, had been limited to cautious reconnaissances of the enemy's flanks. But with the change in command, decisive action began. Cameron's brigade was sent out by the steep hillsides on the right to turn Gazan's left flank. O'Callaghan's, with Ashworth's Portuguese in support, crossed the ravine in front of Anis, and deployed on each side of the road to attack his center. If Gazan had stood to fight, and brought up all his reserves, it is hard to see how he could have been moved. Indeed, he ought to have scored a big success if he had dared to counterattack, for Wellington had no reserves save de Costa's Portuguese brigade. But like Murray at Tarragona, the French general had been making himself dreadful pictures of the strength that might conceivably be in front of him. 3 prisoners taken at Ziga on the preceding day had told him that they belonged to Hill's corps. He presumed it complete in front of him, with all its 6 brigades, instead of the actual 3. Then a heavy column had come up at noon, de Costa's brigade. Gazan judged it to be some fresh division from Pampeluna. In addition, he had received a cry of alarm from Conru at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port. That officer reported that on July 4 a Spanish corps was threatening his flank from the Val Carlos. This was no more than a reconnaissance thrown out by Morillo. Also, he got news from the Alduides Valley of the arrival of A. Campbell's Portuguese brigade at Ugui. He deduced from this information, joined to the report about Morillo, a turning movement against his left flank, by forces of unknown but probably considerable strength. Lastly, by drawing in Villat's division to his main body, he had left open a gap on his right, between his own positions in front of Elizondo and those of Level at Santisteban. He was seized with a panic fear lest another British column might pour into this gap, by the mountain roads leading from Lance and Almendaz into the middle bastion. And indeed, Wellington had started the 7th Division on one of these passes, the Puerto de Arraiz, but it was sent miles away. Already on the night of the 4th, Gazan had written to the king that he must ask for leave to make his stand at the Maya Pass, rather than to hold all the minor defiles which converge into the bastion, a complicated system of tracks whose defense involved a terrible dissemination of forces. By noon on the 5th, having seen Wellington's arrival with de Costa's brigade, he made up his mind that if the enemy attacked him frontally, it must be to engage his attention, while encircling columns closed in upon his flanks and rear, from the Aldwides on the one side and the western passes on the other. When the movement against his front began, his troops in the position by Ziga retired, without waiting to receive the attack, and took cover behind Villat's division, drawn up on the heights of Urarita. Hill had to spend time in reforming his lines before he could resume the offensive, but when he did so against Villat's troops, they gave way in turn and retired behind Marensin's division, which was now placed above the village of Elizondo. In this way, the enemy continued to retire by Echelons, without allowing the pursuers to close, until by dusk he stood still at last at the Col de Maya, where he offered battle. Gazan was extremely well satisfied with himself and considered that he had made a masterly retreat in face of overwhelming hostile forces. As a matter of fact, he had been giving way, time after time, to mere demonstrations by a force of little more than half his own strength. 4 weak brigades were pushing back his 6, but he never made a long enough stand to enable him to discover the very moderate strength of the pursuers. The whole business was a field day exercise. The total casualties only reached a few scores on each side. Gazan's elaborate narrative about the various occasions on which British vanguards were surprised to run into heavy fire, suffered heavily, and had to halt, find its best comment in the fact that the total loss of English and Portuguese during 3 days of petty combats was only 5 officers and men, and that this day, July 5, was the least bloody of the 3. Well satisfied to have maneuvered the enemy out of the bastion without any appreciable loss to himself, Wellington accepted the challenge which the Army of the South offered him by halting on the Maya positions. But he waited for the 7th Division to come up, rightly thinking that the 2 British and 2 Portuguese brigades hitherto employed were too weak a force, now that the enemy showed signs of making his final stand. The 7th Division, acting under the senior brigadier, Barnes, for Lord Dalhousie had been left behind to conduct the blockade of Pampeluna, had marched on the 4th, the day when Hill was commencing to push the French north of the Col de Velate. Wellington had intended from the first that it should take a route which would enable it to turn Gazan's right. It went north from Marcolane, where it had concentrated on giving up its blockading work, by Lizasso, to the pass of Arraiz, by which it descended into the bastion on the 6th. It then occupied Santisteban, from which Level's division had been withdrawn by Gazan at the same moment at which he fell back himself on to the pass of Maya. Pending its arrival, Wellington remained halted in front of the French positions for the whole of the 6th, filling the enemy with various unjustifiable fears, for they overvalued his strength, and credited him with much more ambitious projects than those which he really entertained. This halt on the 6th seemed to them to cover some elaborate snare, while its real purpose was only to allow him to make his next move with 14,000 instead of with 8,000 men. The plan for the morning of the 7th was that Hill's column should attack the Maya positions in front, while the 7th Division should cross the Bidasoa at Santisteban and take a mountain road which would bring it out upon the flank of Gazan's line, which rested on the peak of Achiola. This would be a hard day's march by a rough track, along interminable crests and dips. Meanwhile, on July 8th, another British unit would come up. The Light Division was relieved at Pampeluna by the 4th Division on the 5th, and following in the track of Barnes, Charles Alton was to be at Santisteban on the night of the 7th, and at the fighting front by the next morning. The halt which Wellington imposed on his leading column upon July 6th gave time for the French higher command to make an astounding series of blunders. To discriminate between true and false reports is one of the most difficult tasks for any general, and the faculty of making a correct decision after receiving a number of contradictory data is undoubtedly one of the best tests of military ability. All men may err, but greater errors have seldom been made in a day than those of Jordan and King Joseph on July 6th. They started, perhaps naturally, with the leading idea that Wellington was about to undertake the invasion of France on a grand scale. Where would the blow fall? Graham had been quiescent for some days on the Bidassoa, and it was obvious that the troops on his front were mainly Spaniards. The army of Galicia and Longus Cantabrians were alone visible. Gazan, though making constant complaints that he was outnumbered and oppressed by a triple force, had not as yet accounted for anything but Hill's corps as present in his front. Where then was the rest of Wellington's army? The concentration of troops in front of Pampeluna had been ascertained. What had become of them? Now Conroux at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port kept sending in messages of alarm. Morelo's reconnaissances had induced him to push most of his division forward to watch the passes in his front, and he reported Byng's brigade at Roncesvalles as a considerable accumulation of British troops. Then came the news that A. Campbell's Portuguese brigade had entered the Aldwides Valley, by descending which it could cut in between Conroux and the rest of the army. Probably it was the overemphasis of Conroux's cries of warning which set the king and Jourdan wrong. But whatever the cause, they jumped to the conclusion that the serious invasion was to come on the inland flank, that Byng and Campbell were the forerunners of a great force marching to turn their left, by Roncesvalles and the eastern passes. Acting on this utterly erroneous hypothesis, they issued a series of orders for the hasty transference of great bodies of troops towards Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port. Level's division of the Army of the South, which had retired to Échaller after evacuating Saint-Esteban, Cassagnes and d'Armagnac's divisions of the Army of the Centre, which had handed over the bastion to Gazan and retired to Saint-Pé, and Thouvenot's provisional division of troops of the Army of the North, from the lower Bidassoa, were all started off by forced marches to join Conroux at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port. Only Riel with the 4 divisions of the Army of Portugal was left to face Graham, and Gazan was directed to hold the Maya positions with Marensin's and Villat's divisions and Gruardet's brigade alone. Thus, while Wellington was about to deliver his rather leisurely blow at the French centre, all the enemy's reserves were sent off to their extreme left. Nothing could have been more convenient to the British general if he had attacked 1 or 2 days later on the Maya front, when the troops on the move would all have got past him on their way southeastward. But as he made his assault the day after the king's orders were issued, it resulted that the marching columns were passing just behind the part of the enemy's line at which he was aiming, so that Gazan had more supports at hand than might have been expected. But this was neither to the credit of the king, who had not intended to provide them, nor to the discredit of Wellington, who could not possibly have foreseen such strategical errors as those in which his enemy was indulging. On the morning of July 7th, Gazan was in battle order at Maya, with Marensin's division and Gruardet's brigade holding the pass, and the heights on each side of it from the hill of Alcorance on the west to the rock of Aratesque on the east. Villat's division, commanded on this day by its senior brigadier Rignou, for Villat was sick, formed the reserve, on the high road to Urdex, behind the main crest. Wellington's simple form of attack was to send O'Callaghan's brigade to turn the French left by a mountain road, Cameron's brigade to seize the peak of Achiola beyond his extreme right, so as to outflank Gazan on that side, to demonstrate with the Portuguese and his 2 batteries in the center, and to wait for the crucial moment when the 7th Division, on the march since the morning by the hill road from Saint-Esteban to Urdex, should appear in the enemy's rear. Then a general assault would take place. The scheme did not work out accurately. The Portuguese demonstrated as was ordered. O'Callaghan's brigade accomplished its turning movement and got into contact with Ramon's brigade of Marensin's division on the extreme French left at the rock of Aratesque. Cameron's brigade took the hill of Alcorance without difficulty, but was then held up by the bulk of Villat's division, which came up from the rear and held the crest of the Achiola with 6 battalions. It could not be dislodged. So far so good. The enemy was engaged all along the line and had used up 3/4 of his reserve. But early in the afternoon, a dense fog set in, and the 7th Division never appeared in the enemy's rear. It had got involved in the darkness, lost its way, and wandered helpless, wherefore the other attacks were never pressed. If the 7th Division had arrived in time, and the sea fog had held off for an hour or 2, we should have made a good thing of it, wrote Wellington to Graham. Our loss is about 60 wounded on the other days. 4th Anth, there was a good deal of firing, but we sustained no loss at all. Early on the morning of July 8, Gazan, after having written a most insincere report concerning the skirmish of the preceding day, Combat des plus opiniators, in which he had checked the enemy with loss, abandoned the Maya positions before he was again attacked. He had the impudence to write to Jourdan that he had only recoiled because headquarters refused to send him any supports. As a matter of fact, the king had checked the progress of the troops marching to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port and was sending them straight to Urdax and Ainhow, where all the 4 divisions arrived on the 8th, early in the day. If Ghazan had chosen to hold on to the pass, he would have 0 men added to his strength by the evening. But he went off at 6 a.m., and Hill occupied the crest an hour later. Wellington was so far from intending any further advance that he wrote that afternoon to Graham that he was now at leisure to take a look at the whole line of the Bidasoa down to the sea, and intended to pay his lieutenant a visit. A day later, he told Lord Bathurst that, the whole of our right being now established on the frontier, I am proceeding to the left to superintend the operations there, which meant in the main the siege of Saint Sebastian. The troops which had been brought up to the bastion took up permanent quarters. The light division at Santisteban, the 7th at Elizondo, Hill's 2 British brigades at the Maya positions, to which artillery was brought up, while Ashworth's and da Costa's Portuguese were set to guard the minor eastern passes which open from the bastion into the Alduides, or Val de Baigori, the Col d'Espegui and the Col de Berderis. They connected themselves with A. Campbell's Portuguese brigade, which watched the southern exit from that long French valley. Campbell, for his part, had to keep touch along the frontier with Byng and Morillo in the Roncesvalles country. The 3rd, 4th, and 8th divisions still lay round Pampeluna, anxiously expecting to be relieved by the Army of Reserve of Andalusia. But Henry O'Donnell, though due on the 12th, did not appear and take over the blockade till the 16th-17th. This delay began to worry Wellington a few days later, but on the 8th-9th he was still content with the position of affairs, rightly judging that the enemy was in no condition to make a push in any direction, till he should have got his troops rested, his artillery replaced, and his transport reorganized. Otherwise, he could not have taken so lightly the fact that opposite the Maya positions the enemy had now accumulated 6.5 divisions, expecting to be attacked by columns descending from the bastion within the next few days. Joseph and Jourdan spent an immense amount of unnecessary pains in the hurried shifting of troops during the short space that intervened before the thunderbolt, which was coming from Germany, fell on their unlucky heads. But who, in their position, could have guessed that a mainly political consideration was intervening, to prevent Wellington from undertaking that invasion of France, which seemed his obvious military duty? One last measure of precaution on their adversaries' part modified the front at the end of the petty campaign of the Bastion, but by that time, Joseph and Jourdan were gone. On July 15th, Wellington made up his mind that the defensive position on the lower Bidasoa, by which he was covering the siege of Saint Sebastian, was not safe on its inland flank, where the French were still in possession of the town of Vera, at the gorge of the Bidasoa, where it emerges from its high upland course in the Bastion. Vera and its bridge presented an obvious point of concentration for a force intending to trouble the right wing of Graham's corps. Wherefore it was necessary to clear the enemy out of this point of vantage, and to shorten the line between Hill in the Bastion and Gyern on the lower Bidasoa. Uncertain as to whether the French would make a serious stand or not, Wellington ordered up large forces, the 7th Division and the newly arrived Light Division from Santisteban, Longa, and 1 brigade of Gyern's Galicians from the covering troops. But the enemy, Lamartinier's division of Rile's army, offered only a rearguard action and withdrew to the other side of the hills, which separate the Bastion from the coast region, abandoning the puertos or passes of Vera and Echalar. They feared that the advance of the Allied left center might be the prelude to a general attack and began to make preparations to receive it. But their anxiety disappeared when it became clear that Wellington only wanted Vera and its defile and had no further offensive purpose. The Light Division occupied Vera. The 7th, extending to the right, took over the pass of Echalar and got into touch with Hill's advanced guard at Maya. Portrait of King Joseph. Enlarge King Joseph at Mortefontaine. From the portrait by Girardot. Section 37, Chapter 5. Exit King Joseph. While Wellington was pressing his victorious advance to the Ebro, the Emperor Napoleon had been so entirely engrossed in the management of his own great campaign in Saxony that he had little or no time to spare for considering the affairs of Spain. King Joseph had continued to receive dispatches from Paris, which purported to set forth his brother's orders and commands. But as he well knew, they were really the compositions of the War Minister Clark, who, from the general directions which the emperor had left when departing for Germany, and such curt comments as intermittently came back from Dresden or Wittenberg, used to construct lectures or critical essays, which he tried to make appropriate to the last news that came up from Spain. The original instructions were completely out of date, and no new general scheme of operations could be got out of Napoleon, who could only find time to make commentaries of a caustic kind on any correspondence that came from beyond the Pyrenees. Clark's dispatches to the king were quite useless, and they were often offensive in tone. It is clear that the minister took a personal pleasure in making sarcastic observations on the conduct of the war in Spain, which he could foist on King Joseph as his brother's composition. They generally arrived at moments which made them particularly absurd reading. What could be more annoying to the king than to be told that Wellington's army was a wreck, and that there was little chance of the Allies taking the offensive, at the very moment when the French headquarters was moving ever northward, pushed on by what seemed in the eyes of Joseph and Jourdan to be overwhelming numbers? It was absurd to be given hints on the defense of the Douro when the retreating host was already on the Ebro, or lectures on the advantages of the line of the Ebro, when the Pyrenees had already been crossed. The habit of Clark, however, which most irritated the king, was that of corresponding directly with the minor army commanders in Spain, over the head of the nominal commander-in-chief. Joseph held very strongly to the opinion that a main part of his disasters was due to Clark's dispatches to Clausel and Suchet, which gave those generals excellent excuses for ignoring orders from headquarters and carrying out their own designs, under pretense that they were more consonant with the emperor's intentions than the directions which came to them from Madrid, Valladolid, or Burgos. But the emperor's attention was at last attracted to Spain by a disaster which could not be overlooked or ignored as a passing worry. The news of Vittoria reached him at Dresden on July 9 days after the battle had been lost, forwarded by Clark with imperfect details, for the minister could only transmit a second-hand narrative written by Foy, who had not been present at the battle, and Joseph's first short note from Irazun, dated July 23, which concealed much and told little. There was, however, enough information to rouse the emperor to wild rage. He had 3 weeks before, June 4, concluded the armistice of Plesswitz with the Allied sovereigns, so that he was not entirely absorbed in the details of his own strategy, and could at last find time to devote some attention to the affairs of Spain, whose consideration he had been putting off from week to week all through the last 2 months. His own situation was still perilous enough. He was uncertain whether he could come to terms with Russia and Prussia, despite of his recent victories, and the idea that Austria might be meaning mischief and not merely playing for the enviable position of general arbitrator between the belligerents was already present. But at least, he was not wholly occupied by the strategical and tactical needs of each day, and could turn to contemplate the Spanish campaign as part of the European crisis. The exasperating thing was not so much that the imperial arms had suffered a hideous affront, though this was a not unimportant consideration, which might encourage Alexander and Frederick William III to renew the war. It was rather that the position of Spain, as a counter in the negotiations which were going on at Prague, was completely changed. On May 25, the Franco-Spanish kingdom of Joseph Bonaparte made an imposing appearance. Madrid was still occupied, and a solid block of territory from the Esla to the Guadalquivir, more than half the peninsula, showed on the map as part of the Napoleonic Empire. On July 1 it was known that the king was a fugitive on the French border, that the Castiles, Leon, Navarre, and Biscay had all been lost, that Valencia would certainly, and Aragon probably, go the same way within a week or two. The pretense that Joseph was king of Spain had suddenly become absurd. In continuing the hagglings at Prague for a new European settlement, it would be ludicrous to insist on the restoration to Madrid of a king whose only possessions beyond the Pyrenees were a few scattered fortresses. For Catalonia, it must be remembered, did not count as part of Joseph's kingdom. It had been formally annexed to France by the iniquitous decree of February 1812. It was a bitter blow to the new Charlemagne to see the largest of his vassal kingdoms suddenly torn from him, by a stroke dealt by an enemy whom he affected to despise, while his attention had been distracted for the moment to the Elbe and the Oder. The unexampled rapidity of the campaign of Vittoria was astounding. There was nothing to compare with it in recent military history, save his own overrunning of the Prussian monarchy in the autumn of 1806. Wellington's army had crossed the Tormes on May 26. By June 26, King Joseph was a fugitive in France, and the main French army of Spain was pouring back as a disorganized rabble across the passes of the Pyrenees. The whole affair seemed incredible, even ludicrous. The armies of King Joseph still appeared on the imperial muster rolls as well over 100,000 strong, not including Suchet's forces on the east coast. It was only a month or so back that the emperor had been comforting himself with the idea that Wellington could not put 40,000 British troops in the field and was no longer a serious danger. Obviously, the only explanation of the disaster must be colossal incapacity in the French higher command in Spain, amounting to criminal negligence. That there might be another explanation, viz., that a war could not be successfully conducted in those pre-telegraphic days by orders sent from 500 miles away, by dispatches liable to constant delay or loss, and by a commander-in-chief much distracted by other business, hardly occurred to him. His own system of managing the affairs of Spain, as has been set forth in many earlier pages of this book, was really the source of all evil. His nominal transference of the supreme command to King Joseph had been a solemn farce, because he still permitted interference by the minister at Paris, acting in his name, tolerated private reports from army commanders, which were concealed from the king, and refused to allow of the punishment of flagrant instances of disobedience to his vicegerent's commands. This perhaps the emperor could hardly be expected to see. The news of Vittoria having arrived, a culprit had to be sought, and the culprit was obviously King Joseph, who with a magnificent army at his disposal and a good military situation, had allowed himself to be turned out of Spain by a contemptible enemy. It went for nothing that the unfortunate monarch had repeatedly asked for leave to abdicate, and had demonstrated again and again that he was not allowed the real authority of a commander-in-chief. The blame must be laid on his shoulders, and he must be disgraced at once, not with too great public scandal, for after all he was the emperor's brother, but in the manner which would prove most wounding to his own feelings. All the fault was his. If there was one man wanting in the army, it was a real general, and if there was one man too many with the army, it was the king. Clarke was told to write to him a dispatch, which not only superseded him in command, and deprived him of even the services of his own royal guard, but put him under a sort of arrest. He was on no account to go to Paris. The importance of the interests that are at stake in the north, and the effect that your Majesty's appearance could not fail to produce on public opinion, both in Europe at large and more especially in France, are so great, that the Emperor is constrained to issue his formal orders that your Majesty should stop at Pampeluna or Saint Sebastian, or at least come no further than Bayonne. Extraordinary precautions have been taken to prevent the newspapers from mentioning either the event of June 21, the Battle of Vittoria, or the Emperor's decision concerning your Majesty. It is at Bayonne, where the Emperor foresees that your Majesty has probably arrived, that his further intentions will be signified, when he has acquired full information as to the recent events. It is his definite order that your Majesty should come no further into France, nor most especially to Paris, under any pretext whatever. For the same reasons, no officer of your Majesty's suite, and none of the Spanish exiles, must come beyond the Garonne. They may be directed to establish themselves at Auch. But though this was bad enough, the greatest insult in King Joseph's eyes was that he was directed to hand over the command of the army and his own guards to his old enemy Soult, whose expulsion from Spain he had procured with so much difficulty, and whom he had denounced to the emperor as selfish, disloyal, disobedient, and perjured, the author of that infamous letter found at Valencia, which had accused the king of conspiring with the Cadiz Cortes against the interests of his own brother. When Soult had returned from Spain, the emperor had decided that all the accusations against him were frivolous, des petitesses. He might not be an amiable character, how many of the marshals were, but he had the only military brain in the peninsula. He was not given the command of any of the army corps in Saxony, nor any administrative post of importance, but kept at headquarters, at the emperor's disposition, for 2 whole months. Apparently even before the news of Vittoria arrived, his master had thought of sending him back to Spain, but had postponed the scheme, because he did not desire an open breach with his brother. But when Joseph's debacle was announced, the marshal received orders to leave Dresden at a few hours' notice, to call upon Clarke at Paris on the way, in order to pick up the latest military information, and then to assume the command at Bayonne at the earliest possible moment. He was posted up in all the emperor's latest political and military schemes, even, as it seems, entrusted with the secret that if matters went very badly, it might be necessary to open secret negotiations with the Cadiz regency, on the base that the emperor might restore Ferdinand VII to his subjects, and withdraw all his troops from Spain, if the Cortes be persuaded to make a separate peace, and to repudiate the British alliance. It seems to have escaped Napoleon's observation that the return of the ultra-conservative and narrow-minded Ferdinand would be the last thing desired by the Liberal Party, now dominant in the Cortes. But all the disappointments of the Treaty of Valence were still in the far future. Among the instructions entrusted to Soult, for use if they should prove necessary, was a warrant authorizing him to put Joseph under arrest, if he should openly flout his brother's orders to halt at Bayonne, and should show any intention of setting out for Paris. This warrant had actually to be employed, the most maddening insult of all in the eyes of the king. It made his treacherous enemy into his jailer, as he complained. Joseph received the first notice of his supersession from the mouth of the Senator Roederer, who had been sent off by Clarke a few hours in advance of Soult, in order that there might not be any scandalous scene, such as might have occurred if the marshal had presented himself in person to inform the king of his fate. Roederer had served under Joseph as King of Naples, was friendly to him, and broke the unpleasant tidings as tactfully as he could. The results were what might have been expected. The unfortunate monarch said that he had realized that he must go, that he was already drafting another act of abdication. But it was an insult to send Soult to take over the command, after all the proofs of the marshal's perversity and disloyalty which he had forwarded to the emperor. He did not object to being deposed, or imprisoned, or put on his trial for treason, but he did object to being made the prisoner of Soult. As often as he got on this topic, His Majesty grew quite frantic. But when Soult presented himself next morning, there was no scene. The king handed him over his papers and dispatches, and said that he intended to establish himself in a country house just outside the gates of Bayonne, July 12. 3 days later, however, he made a sudden and secret departure, and was well on the way to Bagnères de Bigorre before his escape was discovered. He had to be pursued, stopped by force, and shown the imperial warrant which authorized Soult to put him under arrest. For 8 days he was a prisoner at the Château of Poyen, when a dispatch arrived from Dresden, in which the emperor said that he might be allowed to retire to his own estate of Mortefontaine, on condition that he saw no one and never visited Paris. If he should make himself a center of intrigues, and should fail to realize that he was in disgrace, the Minister of Police had orders to imprison him. And thus Joseph disappears from the purview of students of the Peninsular War, though he was to have one more short moment of notoriety in the following spring, when he was made the nominal head of the Council of Regency, which purported to govern France for a few weeks, before the Northern Allies forced their way into the French capital. He did not shine in that capacity, and would have done better to content himself with escaping the notice of the world in the semi-captivity to which his brother had condemned him in July 1813. But Joseph, however much he might deny the impeachment, loved a prominent place, however incapable he might be of filling it in a competent fashion. This, indeed, is the secret of his whole unfortunate career. The chance which made him the brother of Napoleon put within his grasp ambitions with which his very moderate talents could not cope. He was by no means a bad man. The Spaniards would gladly have drawn him as a tyrant or a monster if it had been possible to do so, but had to content themselves with representing him as a ludicrous and contemptible character, Pepe Botellas, a Kamacopera king, too much addicted to wine and women, and tricked by his courtiers and mistresses. There seems no reason to suppose that the charge of inebriety had any particular foundation, but Joseph, long separated from his wife by the chances of war, undoubtedly sought consolations in more than one other quarter at Madrid. His amatory epistles and souvenirs, captured in his carriage at Vittoria, provoked a smile and a caustic remark from Wellington. As to the taunt that he was continually cheated and exploited by those about him, there is no doubt that the unfortunate king was possessed of the delusion that his personal charm and affable manners won all hearts. He wasted much time in cajoling every person of any importance with whom he came in contact, and had many sad moments of disillusion when he discovered that supposed friends had failed him. His most persistent and dangerous error was that he imagined that he could win over the Spaniards to his cause by generous treatment and emotional speeches. For years, he went on enlisting in his national army, every prisoner who was willing to save himself a tramp to a French prison, by taking an easy oath of allegiance. When given arms and uniforms, they deserted. First and last Joseph enlisted 0 Spaniards in his leaky regiments. About 1,500 crossed the Bidasoa with him at the moment of his fall. With those above the rank and file, he was a little more successful, because officers and politicians were marked men, when once they had risked their necks by forswearing their allegiance to Ferdinand VII. They knew that there would be no such easy pardon for them as was granted to the common soldier. There had been moments of intense depression for the Spanish cause, such as those following the capture of Madrid in December 1808 and the invasion of Andalusia in 1810, at which many timid or selfish souls had despaired of the game and had taken service with the adversary. Having once done so, it was impossible to go back. Hence the king, when his star began to wane, was overloaded with hundreds and even thousands of downhearted and pessimistic dependents who had no faith in his ultimate triumph, yet still hung on to his skirts and petitioned for the doles, which he was no longer able to give them. Few served him zealously. Those who did were in the main adventurers as destitute of morality as of national feeling, who strove for their own profit rather than their masters. His prefects and intendants had villainous reputations for the most part. Though vain and self-confident, Joseph was entirely lacking in backbone. He endured all the emperor's insults and taunts without any real feeling of resentment, though he protested loudly enough. Unlike his brothers, Lucian and Louis, he never dared to set his will against Napoleon's. His threatened abdications never became realities. He pretended that his submission was the result of loyalty and brotherly affection. In reality, he had an insufficient sense of righteous indignation and self-respect, and an exaggerated love of royalty, even of its shadow. An intelligent French observer summed up his character in the following curious phrases. The king's most striking characteristic is his easy temper. It does not come from a generous heart or a real magnanimity, but from a facile disposition and a total absence of decision. He has not the courage to refuse to do things which his own reason condemns, and is often guilty of acts which he himself acknowledges to be unwise. At bottom, he is an honest man, but he has not the firmness to maintain his principles if he is pressed and harried. Tiresome solicitation may induce him to cast aside principle and act like a rogue. His greatest hobby is a belief in his own finesse, a great perspicacity in discovering the secret and selfish motives of those about him. He often gives them credit for more Machiavellian ingenuity than they really possess. He does not always withdraw his favor from those whom he has discovered cheating him, but rejoices in making them feel that he has found out their private designs. He is incapable of owning that he has done an injustice. When he discovers that he has wronged one of his followers, he shirks meeting him and tries to get rid of him by circuitous methods. Hence, he often persists in acts of injustice, because he is ashamed of confessing himself to have been mistaken. The natural result of this lack of moral backbone was that Joseph was systematically disobeyed and cheated. Very little was to be feared from his anger. Much could be got by threatening or worrying him. It is true that he was much handicapped by the constant interference of the emperor, and even of the French minister of war, in all his attempts to create a Spanish administration, and to coordinate the efforts of the various armies in the peninsula. Nevertheless, there was much truth in his brother's savage comments on his character. He cannot get himself obeyed. He has neither military talent nor administrative ability. He does not know how to draw up accounts. He cannot command an army himself, but he can prevent other and more competent people from doing so. The greatest moral error is to take up a profession which one does not understand. That the king was not a professional soldier was not his fault, but he was responsible for trying to be one. To this last and perfectly just remark Joseph could have made an unanswerable reply by asking who was responsible for the promotion of a person who was not, and never could be, a professional soldier, to the post of commander-in-chief of all the armies of Spain. It is only fair to concede to this unlucky prince his good qualities. He was never cruel, no usurper ever shed so little blood. He was a good master to many ungrateful servants. He was courteous and considerate, liberal so far as his scanty means allowed, and interested in literature and art. Unfortunately, his artistic tastes brought him only ridicule. He was greatly given to pulling down slums and eyesores in Madrid, but never had the money to replace them by the stately buildings which he had designed. His good intentions were only shown by empty spaces, whence the people called him El Rey Plazuelos. This was rather to his credit than otherwise, less so the interest in art shown by his 11th-hour pilfering of the best pictures of the Madrid galleries, of which Wellington recaptured a selection at Vittoria. To sum him up in a single phrase, Joseph Bonaparte was the mildest-mannered man who ever stole a crown, or rather acted as receiver of a crown stolen by his ruthless brother. With King Joseph, his chief of the staff went into the depths of disgrace. Napoleon wrote that he never wanted to hear of Jourdan again. He must go into complete retirement at his estate of Coudray near Orleans. He was cut down to the strictest minimum of retired pay, not over 20,000 francs a year, which left him in miserable straits, for he had a large family, and he was honest, and had never feathered his nest like other marshals. The only notice to be taken of him was that he was to be ordered to draw up a memorandum explaining how the Battle of Vittoria had been fought and lost, if any explanation were possible. But Napoleon, when he pardoned Joseph a few months later, pardoned Jourdan also. He was given the command of the Rouen military district, where he did competent administrative work in the spring of 1814, so far as his broken health permitted. It is surprising to find that, with all his ailments, this worthy old officer, the Cassandra of the great drama of 1812-13, survived when he died, after having been for many years governor of the Invalids. His military memoirs, first published in a scattered and incomplete form in Ducasse's Life and Correspondence of Joseph Bonaparte, and afterwards in a better shape so late as 1908, form one of the best critical commentaries on the Peninsular War. As a purveyor of hard truths concerning his imperial master and the marshals who were his colleagues in Spain, Jourdan has no rival. Section 38. The Battles of the Pyrenees. Chapter 1. The Siege of Sebastien, First Period. Having pushed his whole front line up to the French border, from Giron at Urun, hard by the ocean, to Byng, far inland on the watershed of the historic pass of Roncesvalles, Wellington turned his attention to the siege of St. Sebastian, on which he intended to press hard and rapidly, while Pampeluna was to be left for the present to the slower process of blockade and starvation. He had no intention of pushing forward into France till the result of the negotiations in Germany should be known. He was kept informed of the doings at Dresden from time to time, but occasionally bad weather in the Bay of Biscay delayed the courier from Downing Street, and there was an interval of many days, during which the absence of political information began to cause him anxiety. On the whole, as he was informed, it was probable that the war would be renewed, but the intentions of Austria were still suspect, and the danger of a separate peace in the north never ceased to disturb him until hostilities actually recommenced in the middle of August. On July 10th, he had still many weeks to wait before the news arrived that Metternich had broken with Napoleon after a certain famous and stormy interview, and that Austria had come into the Grand Alliance. Meanwhile, he intended to make his defensive position on the Pyrenean frontier sure by the capture of the fortresses. It is curious to note that Napoleon understood and approved from the military point of view of this policy. On Aug. 5, he wrote to his minister Marat from Dresden, "It is certain that Lord Wellington had a very sensible scheme. He wished to take St. Sebastian and Pampeluna before the French army could be reorganized. He supposed that it had suffered more heavily than was actually the case, and thought that more than a month would be required to refurnish it with artillery." This was a guess that came very near the truth, though the emperor could not know that the cause of the British general's delay was mainly political and not military. It was fortunate for Wellington that the astounding triumph of Vittoria had put him in a position to dictate his own policy to the ministry at home. For Lord Bathurst and Lord Liverpool had been sending him suggestions, which filled him with grave apprehensions. Before the news of Vittoria reached London, the War Minister had thrown out for consideration two most inept projects. If the French in Spain had been driven beyond the Ebro, would it not be possible to contain them for the future by Spanish and Portuguese armies, and to bring round Wellington himself and the bulk of his British troops to Germany, leaving only a small nucleus to serve as a backbone for the native levies of the peninsula? The appearance of Wellington with 40,000 of his veterans on the Elbe would probably induce the Allies to appoint him generalissimo against Napoleon, and if Great Britain had the chief command in Germany, she could dictate the policy of the coalition. But supposing that the war was not resumed in Central Europe, and that a general peace was negotiated, would it be possible or expedient to allow the emperor to retain the boundary of the Ebro for the French Empire, on condition that he yielded to the demands of the Allies in other parts of the continent? Or would Wellington guarantee that in the event of a peace from which Great Britain stood out, he would be able to maintain himself in Spain and Portugal, as in 1810, and even though Napoleon had no other enemies left, and could send what reinforcements he pleased across the Pyrenees? Even after the great event of June 21st had become known in London, we find the Prime Minister repeating some of Lord Bathurst's most absurd suggestions. He wrote in a tentative and deferential style, to set forth the hypothesis that it might be possible to so fortify the Spanish frontier that it might be held by a small British force aided by Spanish levies, applying the principle upon which the lines before Lisbon were formed to the passes of the Pyrenees. And he inquired whether the warlike Navarrese and Biscayans could not defend this new Torres Vedras, if backed by a small force, 20,000 or at most 30,000, veteran Anglo-Portuguese troops. If this could be done, Lord Liverpool obviously hoped great things from the effect of the appearance of Wellington, with his new prestige and the bulk of his victorious battalions, in Central Europe. The recipient of these ill-advised suggestions would have nothing to do with them. When on July 12 he got Bathurst's dispatch of June 23, he replied that, being the servant of the state, he must obey any orders given him by the Prince Regent and the ministry, but that he saw no profit in going to Germany, which he did not know, and where he was not known, whereas in Spain he had a unique advantage in the confidence that everybody feels that what I do is right. Nobody could enjoy that same advantage here, while I should be no better than another in Germany. If any British army should be left in the peninsula, therefore, it is best that I should remain with it. As to making any general peace which left the French the line of the Ebro as a frontier, that problem had been settled by the Battle of Vittoria. I recommend you not to give up an inch of Spanish territory. I think I can hold the Pyrenees as easily as I can Portugal. It would really be better to have Joseph Bonaparte as King of Spain, considering how ready all Bonapartes are to break away from their brother, than to have Ferdinand back with the Ebro as his frontier. In the latter case, Spain would inevitably belong to the French. As to the ridiculous idea of fortifying the Pyrenean passes in the style of the lines of Torres Vedras, Wellington speaks with no uncertain sound. I do not think we could successfully apply to the frontier of Spain the system on which we fortified the country between Lisbon and the sea. That line was a short one, and the communications easiest and shortest on our side. The Pyrenees are a very long line. There are not fewer than 70 passes through these mountains, and the better communications, so far as I have been able to learn, are on the side of the enemy. We may facilitate defense by fortifying some of the passes, but we can never make in the Pyrenees what we made between the Tagus and the sea. It looks as if Lord Liverpool, in serene ignorance of local geography, imagined the Pyrenees to be a simple line of precipices, pierced by a limited number of passes, which could be sealed up with walls, in the style in which Alexander the Great in the medieval romance dealt with the Caucasian gates. For we cannot suppose that even the most unmilitary of politicians could have conceived it possible to build something like the Great Wall of China for several hundred miles, along the whole frontier from Fuenterrabia to Figueras. Yet this is what his proposal, if taken literally, would have meant. And Wellington, to show its absurdity, gave the total number of passes available for mules or pedestrians between the Bay of Biscay and the Mediterranean. Those by which guns or wheeled transport could pass were, of course, no more than 5 or 6, but there would be no finality in sealing up these few, for the enemy could turn the flanks of any of them with infantry scrambling up accessible slopes, as Soult indeed did during the battles of the Pyrenees, only a month after Lord Liverpool had made his egregious suggestion, or as Napoleon had done at the Samosira in the winter of 1808. Lastly, as to the Prime Minister's proposal to hand over the defense of the Pyrenees to Spanish armies backed by a mere 20,000 Anglo-Portuguese, Wellington replied that the Spanish government had shown itself most consistently unable to feed, pay, and clothe its armies, or to provide the transport which would make them mobile. In June 1813, there were 160,000 men on the Spanish muster rolls, but only a third of that number at the front and actively engaged with the French, even when all troops in the Pyrenees, Aragon, and Catalonia were reckoned up. To trust the defense of the frontier to a government which could not move or feed more than a third of its own troops would be to invite disaster. The best way to help the Spaniards was not to ask for more men, but to improve their finances, so that they should be able to employ a greater proportion of their already existing troops. As things stood at present, it would be insane to request them to take over the main burden of the war. It is my opinion that you ought not to have less than 60,000 British troops in the field, let the Spaniards have what numbers they may. Wellington had by this time established himself in such a commanding position that the ministers had to accept his decision, however much they would have liked to move him round to Germany, and to press for his appointment to the unenviable position which Prince Schwarzenberg occupied during the Second Campaign of 1813. The best proof of the wisdom of his determination to remain in the peninsula was that the French, far from adopting a defensive policy, resumed the offensive under Soult within a few weeks. It would be an unprofitable, as also a dismal, task to consider what would have happened during the battles of the Pyrenees had Soult been opposed, not by Wellington and his old army, but by a Spanish host under O'Donnell or Frere, backed by 2 or 3 Anglo-Portuguese divisions. Controversy with Lord Bathurst on general principles was only one of Wellington's distractions during the middle weeks of July. He was at the same time carrying on an acrimonious correspondence with the Spanish Minister of War, concerning the removal of Castaños and Gyron from their posts, and enduring many controversial letters from Sir John Murray regarding the Tarragona fiasco. Murray had realized the disgust which his wretched policy had roused, alike in the army and in the British public, and was endeavoring to justify himself to his commander-in-chief by long argumentative epistles. Wellington refused to commit himself to any judgment, and agreed with the ministers at home that a court-martial would be required. He suggested to the authorities at the Horse Guards that Murray should be charged firstly with making no proper arrangements to raise the siege of Tarragona, or to bring off his guns. Secondly, with having disobeyed the clause of his instructions, which bade him return at once to Alicante if he failed in Catalonia, and thirdly, with having betrayed General Copons, by bringing him down to the coast, and then absconding without giving any proper warning of his departure. After mature reflection, however, he advised that the third charge should be dropped, not because it was unjustified, but because there would be great inconvenience in bringing Copons or his representatives to bear witness at a British court-martial when they were wanted in Catalonia. But all this correspondence, and much more on less important subjects, did not prevent Wellington from paying his promised visit to General Graham, to inspect in person the Allied positions on the lower Bidasoa, and to supervise the arrangements for the siege of St. Sebastian, which indeed required supervision. For already it was evident that things were not going so well as might have been hoped in this direction. July 12. The first impression made on the observer by the fortress of St. Sebastian is that it is an extremely small place. This is true, though it is also true that its effect is somewhat dwarfed by its immense surroundings, the limitless expanse of the ocean on one side, and the high and fantastic peaks of the Jaesquibel, the Peña de la Haya, and the Four Crowns, which have just been passed by the traveler coming from the side of Bayonne. The fortress consists of a lofty sandstone rock, as steep as Edinburgh Castle and Ft. high, beaten on 3 sides by the sea, and united to the land by a low sandy isthmus about 900 yards long. There was an old castle called La Mota, on the summit of the rock, which is named Monte Urgel, with 3 modern batteries on its southern or landward face, which is very steep and only accessible at 2 points by winding roads. But these were not the main defenses of the place, which lay lower down. The town of St. Sebastian was built on the lower ground below the rock, extending from sea to sea, and occupying about a third of the isthmus, the rest of which was broken sandy ground about 400 yards broad. At the southern neck of the isthmus was a hill crowned by the large monastery of San Bartolomé, which the French held as an outwork at the beginning of the siege. The space between this hill and the wall of the town, now thickly packed with the hotels and avenues of a fashionable seaside resort, was in 1813 waste ground, dotted with a few isolated houses and gardens, which the governor was busily engaged in leveling when the blockading force arrived. At 2 points, there was a sufficient accumulation of buildings to form a small suburb. One group was at the head of the bridge across the river Urumia, which joined the peninsula to the eastern mainland. This was named Santa Catalina, from a chapel of that saint which lay in it. The other, called for a similar reason San Martin, was immediately at the foot of the hill of San Bartolomé. The bridge had been blown up by the French when the Spaniards first appeared, and the suburbs set on fire, but their roofless and partly fallen houses still gave a good deal of cover. The land front of St. Sebastian was very formidable. It was only 400 yards broad, and was composed of a very high curtain from which projected one large bastion in the center, and two demi-bastions overhanging the water on each flank, that of San Juan, above the estuary of the Urumia, that of Santiago on the western side nearest the harbor. In front of the bastions was a very broad hornwork, having outside it the usual counterscarp, covered way, and glacis. Specialists, wise after the event, criticized the whole land front. They found its trace defective, considered that the scarp of the hornwork ought to have been more than 23 feet high, and pointed out that in the rear line the two demi-bastions did not well protect the flanks, since they were not themselves covered by the hornwork, and had no ditch or glacis, because the salt water came up to their foot at high tide. But as the land front was never attacked, these objections were of comparatively little importance. The weak side of St. Sebastian was really its eastern waterfront. The western waterfront on the open bay was inaccessible, but on the opposite side, where the town wall ran along the estuary of the river Urumia, the conditions were peculiar. The Urumia is a tidal river. At high water it washes right up to the foot of the walls, but at low tide it recedes into a narrow channel and leaves exposed an expanse of rock and sand, ranging in breadth to 150 yards, all along the waterwall for a length of some 400 yards, half the east side of the town. The rampart here was a plain curtain, not very high and only 8 feet thick. Of course it could have no ditch or other outer fittings, since the salt water reached right up to it for half the day. Its only salients from which flank fire could be used were one small bastion, St. Elmo, and two ancient round towers called Los Hornos and Amesqueta, which projected slightly from the straight curtain. At high tide this waterfront was unapproachable. At low tide it was weak and accessible, for the Urumia was fordable in many places, and shrank into a channel only 50 yards broad, meandering through a waste of shingle, rocks, and mud. On its eastern bank were rolling sandhills of some height, which commanded the isthmus and the southern half of the town, from a distance of no more than 700 or 800 yards. To the right of the sandhills, called Los Choffers, was a steep hill, the Monte Olia, facing the castle of St. Sebastian across the broader part of the estuary, and by no means out of gunshot of it, since not more than 1,000 or 1,100 yards of water lies between them. Since it had been rebuilt as a fortress of the Vauban Cohorn style, in the last years of the 17th century, St. Sebastian had only once been besieged, for during the Revolutionary War of 1792-5, it surrendered without any resistance to the Jacobin armies, while in 1808 Napoleon had seized it by treachery and not by force. The one formal attack made on it was by the Duke of Berwick in 1719, when the armies of the Regent Orleans crossed the Bidasoa, in the short war provoked by the ambitions of Elizabeth Farnese and Cardinal Alberoni. Berwick had established his siege batteries not on the isthmus, to batter the land front, but on the Choffer sandhills, from whence he pounded the eastern seafront to pieces. Several breaches having been made in it, and trenches on the isthmus having been pushed as far as the glacis of the hornwork, the governor very tamely surrendered, without waiting for an assault. Unwarned by this revelation of the weakness of the defenses along the Urumia, the engineers of Philip V made no improvements in them when they were reconstructed after the war, and the fortress was in 1813 little different from what it had been in 1719. The easy success of Marshal Berwick turned out a very unhappy thing for the British Army. For the history of the last siege being well remembered, Major Charles Smith, the senior engineer with Graham's column, reported that Berwick's plan was the right one when the first survey of the place was made. And when the headquarters staff came up, his superior officer, Sir Richard Fletcher, agreed with him, as did Colonel Dixon commanding the artillery. They all forgot that to make a breach with ease is not necessarily the same thing as to capture a fortress, and that the 18th century slackness of the governor, who capitulated when his walls were once breached, gave no indication of what might be done by a very resourceful and resolute French officer, who had in his mind Napoleon's edict of 1811 that every commandant who hauled down his flag, before standing at least one assault, should be sent before a court-martial. Nor is there any doubt that Wellington himself must take his share of the responsibility, as he went round the place on July 12th and had a good look at it, in company with Charles Smith and Dixon, from Monte Olia and the Choffers Sandhills. Dixon summed up the results of their discussion as follows. The project is to effect a breach in the uncovered seawall forming an angle on the left of the land front, between two towers Los Hornos and Amesqueta, being the same spot the Duke of Berwick breached in 1719, when he took St. Sebastian. The convent of San Bartolomé, which the French have fortified and occupied in force, is absolutely necessary to take first, in order to be able to advance on the isthmus in support of our breaching operations from the Choffers. The plan of attack was the proposition of Major Smith. This, of course, was not the regular and orthodox way to attack such a fortress, as it involved the making of breaches only accessible at low tide, in a part of the wall to which no trenches could draw near, since its lower courses were 6 feet under water for half the hours of the day. There would have to be a long advance from the nearest dry ground on which approaches could be dug, across the tidal waste, in order to reach the spot selected for breaching. And this would undoubtedly be a very bloody business for the exposed storming troops. The advantages to be gained were rapid action and a quick end, without the necessity which an orthodox scheme would have involved of sapping up to the hornwork, storming it, and then tackling the lofty bastion behind it. The British engineer who wrote the history of the siege considered that the operations against San Sebastian afford a most impressive lesson on the advantage of due attention to science and rule in the attack of fortified places. The effort then made to overcome and trample on such restrictions caused an easy and certain operation of 18 or 20 days to extend over 60 days, and to cost the besiegers 3,500 men killed, wounded, or taken, bearing strong testimony to the truth of the maxim laid down by Marshal Vauban, that hurry in sieges does not lead to an early success, often delays it, and always makes it very bloody. St. Sebastian had been abandoned to its own resources on June 28, when, after the departure of Foy's troops from Oyarzun, the Spaniards had closed in on the place and established a blockade. The force employed was 4 battalions of Biscayan volunteers under Mendizábal, the remains of the bands which Foy had beaten in May, and which had taken part on June 26, along with the British 1st Division in the combat of Toulouse. They were very irregular troops, and their indiscipline and incompetence shocked General Graham when he came to visit their lines on July 6. They had no notion of guarding themselves, and had suffered severely, first from an attempt to storm San Bartolomé on June 28, and later from a French sortie on July 3, when Rey sent out 2 columns of 700 men from the convent, which surprised their camp, took many prisoners, and drove them back for nearly 2 miles. Graham recommended that they should be replaced at once by solid troops, and at Wellington's suggestion told off the British 5th Division and the unattached Portuguese Brigade of Bradford for the siege. Mendizábal's men were sent off to join in the blockade of Santoña. On July 7, the siege troops arrived. The Independent Brigade established itself on the Choffers. The 5th Division, still under Oswald as at Vitoria, took post on the heights of Ait, facing the hill and convent of San Bartolomé. From this moment, the serious operations may be considered to have begun. A blockade of the seaside had been established, in a rather intermittent fashion, 4 days earlier, when Sir George Collier appeared in the bay with a frigate, the Surveillante, a corvette, and 2 brigs, all the force that he could collect for the moment in response to Wellington's appeals to the Admiralty. The amount was wholly inadequate, even when supplemented by some local fishing craft and pinnaces, which were manned by the battalion of Marines from Giron's Galician army. All through the siege French trincadores and luggers from Bayonne and Saint-Jean-de-Luz ran the blockade at night, bringing in food, munitions, and reinforcements. For Rey having asked for more gunners, he was sent several detachments of them, who all arrived in safety, while he got rid of many of his wounded by the returning vessels. Wellington was full of justifiable wrath at the miserable help given him. His objurgations brought from Lord Melville an unsatisfactory reply, to the effect that the operations in the Baltic and the American War absorbed many of the British light craft which would have been available in earlier years, and that the Admiralty had not been warned in the spring that any large fighting force would be wanted on the Biscay coast in July. Neither from you, nor from any other person at your suggestion, did we ever receive the slightest intimation that more was expected than the protection of your convoys, till the actual arrival of Sir Thomas Graham on the coast after the Battle of Vitoria. Melville then proceeded to write lengthy observations on the dangerous nature of the coast of northern Spain, where ships cannot anchor without extreme risk, and are exposed to almost certain destruction in a gale, when from its direction they can neither haul offshore nor run for shelter into a port. If you will ensure the ships a continuance of east winds, they could remain with you, but not otherwise. All the small craft in the British Navy could not prevent the occasional entry of small boats by night into San Sebastian, though it may be rendered more difficult and uncertain. Melville then proceeded to tax Wellington with grave professional irregularity for having written to Sir George Collier and other naval officers letters taxing the Admiralty with neglect and incompetence. Appeals to subordinate officers against their superiors are not customary in any branch of the service and must be injurious to the public interest. It was not so much the arguments used by Melville as his offensive tone which Wellington resented. The victor of Salamanca was naturally irritated at finding himself treated to haut en bas by a personage of such complete insignificance, who had not even the equivocal reputation of his father, the deviser of so many unlucky expeditions, the impeached minister of 1806, to lend weight to his lectures. He replied in a very short letter that he was not desirous of getting into discussions, that his demands for more naval assistance had begun in the winter of 1812-13, and that after reading over again his letters to naval officers, he could see nothing to find fault with, save that he had once sent to Sir George Collier an extract of a dispatch to Lord Bathurst. Instead of a separate communication on the same topic addressed to Collier personally, a trifling subject on which to start a controversy. Meanwhile he considered, as a dozen letters show, that he was being poorly served by the Admiralty, and formed private opinions on the subject, which private opinions may not perhaps deserve much attention, as he sardonically observed. One thing, however, the Admiralty had contrived to carry out according to Wellington's request. The stores and battering train, which he had accumulated at Corunna in the spring, had come round to the Biscay coast as soon as could have been expected. They had been sent to Santander, as he directed, and arrived in that harbor on the very day, June 29, on which Major Fraser, sent off 4 days after Vittoria, came from headquarters to inquire for them. The orders were to land them at Debat in Gipuzkoa, 15 miles west of St. Sebastian, but just as the disembarkation was commencing, July 3, a change of destination was made. Everything was to be put ashore at Passages, a much more convenient place, only a couple of miles from the blockaded fortress. This is a most astonishing little harbor, the safest port on the coast, for it is absolutely landlocked. Its entrance is so narrow that the circular basin looks like a lake without an issue, till the eye has with some difficulty discovered its exit. It pays for its security, however, by being hard to enter in time of storm, when very careful navigation is required. But a besieging army has seldom been granted a base so near to its field of operations. It was only 2.5 miles from the water's edge at Passages to the Chauffeurs Sandhills, where the chief batteries were to be constructed, though 4 miles to the head of the isthmus where the left attack was to be made. And the fording of the Urumia, whose bridge the French had burned, was sometimes dangerous. More than one gun was lost in the quicksands. By the time that Wellington had worked out the scheme of assault with Charles Smith, the guns were already arriving, not only the battering train from Corunna, which had begun to come ashore on July 7, but the heavy artillery reserve of the army, which had traversed all the weary miles of road from Ciudad Rodrigo. The total of pieces available was 28 from the convoy, 6 from the heavy battery of the Army Reserve, and 6 lent by Sir George Collier from the main deck of his ship, the Surveillante, or 40 in all. A very different train from the miserable 4 guns which had battered Burgos in the preceding autumn. Before any regular siege work could begin, it was obviously necessary to clear the French out of the monastery of San Bartolomé, on its hill at the neck of the isthmus. Till this should be taken, it was impossible to get forward on the shore from which the assault was to be delivered. Underestimating the strength of the post Graham and the engineers, contrary to the advice of Major Hartman of the KGL, the senior artillery officer present before Dixon's arrival, had tried to reduce it on July 7 by the fire of a Portuguese field battery belonging to the artillery reserve. But the walls proved too solid for 8-pounders to damage, and some firing with red-hot shot failed to set fire to the roof. It was clear that it would be necessary to wait for the heavy guns to come up. Meanwhile, the French continued to strengthen San Bartolomé, throwing up an earthwork in its cemetery and loopholing, and barricading the ruined houses near it, as well as those in the burnt-out suburb of San Martin, which lay at its foot. They also commenced a redoubt on the isthmus, halfway between the outlying convent and the hornwork in front of the city wall. While the siege train was being got ashore, the engineers made ready the emplacements for the guns. They started with throwing up 2 batteries on the Ait Heights to play on the convent of San Bartolomé, 3 on the Chauffeurs Sandhills to act against the seawall, where the main breach was to be formed, and 1 on the lofty Monte Olia, for long-distance fire against all the fortifications, including those of the Rock of Monte Urgel. But on the 14th, when the battering began, the only guns used were those on the left attack opposite the convent, as it was considered unwise to molest the city fortifications before there was any way of getting near them. Approach was impossible as long as the isthmus was all in the enemy's hands. 2 days' battering, July 1415, brought down the roof and part of the walls of San Bartolomé, and damaged the subsidiary works around it severely. But General Rey was determined to hold on to his outer defenses as long as possible. The best part of 2 battalions was told off to hold the ruins and the suburb of San Martin behind them. On the afternoon of the 15th, General Oswald, judging from the dilapidation of the buildings that they were untenable, sent in the 8th Caçadores from his Portuguese brigade to storm them. But the French had dug themselves well in. A furious fire broke out against the assailants, and the attack was turned back, with the loss of 65 men. It was obvious that more battering was required to evict the gallant garrison, so the fire was resumed on the 16th, with the aid of a field battery playing across the Urumia to enfilade the defenses, and to pound the ruined houses of San Martin, where the French reserves were sheltering. The fire was very effective. The inner woodwork of the monastery blazed up, its porch was leveled to the ground, great gaps appeared in the walls, and the earthwork in the cemetery was much damaged. At 10 a.m. on the 17th, a second storm was tried, with forces much larger than those used at the first, not 1 battalion, but the equivalent of 3. Oswald drew upon Bradford's independent brigade from across the Urumia for 700 Portuguese volunteers. 2 columns were launched against the French position, each consisting of a screen of Caçadores, a support of Portuguese line troops, and a reserve of British companies from the 1st Brigade of the 5th Division. The right column aimed at the cemetery earthwork and the fortified houses, the left at the main buildings of the convent, which were still smoldering from the fire. Both achieved their purpose without any very serious loss, and the garrison was driven downhill into the suburb of San Martin, pursued by the stormers. Here the French reserves intervened, and for a moment the attack was turned back. But the companies of the 1/9th which formed the British supports re-established the fight, and the enemy retired in disorder towards the town. Unfortunately, the victors pursued recklessly, and came under the fire of the French guns in the hornwork and the bastion behind it, whence many unnecessary casualties, for it had never been intended that the troops should advance on to the isthmus, where of course they could do nothing against an intact front of fortifications. The total losses of the assailants were 207 killed and wounded, the 1/9th which had headed the rush on to the bare ground suffering most, with 70 casualties. The French killed and wounded. It was now possible to commence the subsidiary attack on the side of the isthmus, as the French held nothing outside the walls save the recently constructed redoubt in front of the hornwork. 2 batteries were thrown up on the San Bartolomé hill, and on the 18th, the guns with which the convent had been breached were moved down into them. The main object of these batteries was to enfilade the stretch of seawall, on which the greater weight of metal on the Chauffeurs Downs was to play from the front. 2 additional batteries were thrown up, more to the right, which, while aiding the enfilading fire, were also intended to shell the land front and keep down the fire from the bastion and hornwork. Finally, the Chauffeurs' attack was strengthened with 2 more batteries. On the night of the 19th, 16 guns in all were in place on the isthmus front, or left attack, 23 on the right attack to the east of the Urumia, including 6 on the summit of the lofty Monte Olia, on the extreme flank. Meanwhile, the approaches, by which the troops would have to move out to assault the breaches when made, were not nearly so far forward as could have been desired. Little more had been done than to push a zigzag down the slope of San Bartolomé into the ruins of San Martin. Further advance was made difficult by the fact that the French were still holding the forward position of the redoubt in the center of the isthmus. It was only on the night between the 19th and that they evacuated this post. Moreover, the fire of the defense was as yet intact, since the British heavy batteries had not begun their work. Hence the saphead was a decidedly unhealthy place. At 8 a.m. on the morning of July 29, of the 11 siege batteries opened, all but the 2 new ones on San Bartolomé, where the work was a little belated. The effect of the first day's work was fairly satisfactory. The parapet of the seawall began to crumble, the enemy's guns and barbette on the land front were partly silenced, and the high-trajectory fire from the lofty Monte Olia battery searched the streets, the back of the bastion, and the interior of the hornwork. The enemy concentrated all his attention on the largest British battery upon the Choffers Dunes, the 11 guns which were farthest forward, number 3, and were doing much damage to the seawall. The counterfire here was severe. One gun was split by a ball striking its muzzle. Others had wheels broken. 3 had to stop firing because their embrasures, badly built with sand, fell in and could not be kept clear. By evening, only 6 of the 11 guns were still at work. An afternoon of wind and showers, which had made accurate aim difficult, was followed on the night of the 20th-21st by a torrential rain, which much impeded the special work which had been set aside for the dark hours. 700 men from Spry's Portuguese brigades had been told off to open a parallel right across the isthmus, starting from the lodgment already established in the ruined houses of San Martin. In the perfect deluge, the working parties sneaked away by degrees into houses and holes and corners. After numerous difficulties and exertions, only about 150 could be collected and set to work at 11 p.m. The party was not discovered, and the soil being light soon got under cover. But the parallel finished was for only about 1/3 of the extent required. On the next morning, Sir Thomas Graham sent out a parlementaire to summon the governor to surrender, rather prematurely as it would seem, for no real breach had yet been formed, nor had the fire of the defense been subdued. General Ray, having made the answer that might be expected from a resolute officer, the battering recommenced, and was continued on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th July. It was quite effective. On the 23rd, 50 yards of the curtain, between the towers of Los Hornos and Amesqueta, fell outward on to the strand that was exposed at low water, appearing to present a practicable breach. But partly to make things sure, and partly because the trenches on the isthmus were still remote from the point which it was intended to reach, the battering was continued for 2 days longer. Not only was more of the wall thrown down near the tower of Los Hornos, but at Graham's desire, a second and minor breach was made, some distance farther north in the seawall than the first. The temptation to make it was that Spanish refugees brought intelligence that the ramparts here were very thin, which proved to be the case, as one day's battering brought down a broad patch of stones. On the other hand, the specialists are said to have warned Graham that the second breach would be rather useless, because the space of shore below it exposed at low tide was very narrow, under 50 feet wide, and could only be reached by skirting along for 300 yards below the walls and past the foot of the first breach. However, the creation of a second point of attack would certainly distract part of the attention of the garrison from the real place of danger, and if the small breach could be carried, the flank of the defenders of the great breach would be effectually turned. It was 1,000 pities that the formation of the first breach on July 23 was not followed by an immediate attempt to storm, as the enemy was given 2 whole days to perfect his inner defenses. But an assault was impossible till the approaches should have got close to the walls, and owing to the initial delays, they were not ready till 2 days later. On the night of the 22nd-23rd, the parallel reaching right across the isthmus was begun and half completed, with the French casque redoubt at its left extremity. Digging close to this spot, the working parties found a large drain or chan feet high and feet wide, which belonged to the aqueduct which supplied the town with water. It was empty, as the Spaniards had cut it off at its source when they first blockaded the town. Lieutenant Reed of the engineers volunteered to explore it, and crawling 230 yards forward, found that he was under the west corner of the counterscarp of the hornwork, where the French had cut off the channel and blocked it with a door. This discovery suggested to the engineers that the channel might be used as a mine. If its farther end were filled with powder, and then built up with sandbags, the explosion might bring down the counterscarp and fill the ditch, so that the hornwork might be stormed across the debris. Unfortunately, there was complete uncertainty as to whether the plan would work. Quite conceivably, it might result in the door being blown open, and the force of the powder might be spent in sending a local blast along the ditch, without much damaging the superincumbent earth. However, the experiment was tried. Layers of sandbags were placed against the door, then 30 barrels of powder were inserted, standing on end but not tamped in, for foul air greatly troubled the miners, so that there was much empty space above and between the barrels. The near end was then built up with more sandbags, and a train laid to the mouth of the channel in the trenches. During the day of the 23rd and the following night the parallel was completed, and good communications made from it to the base, the hill of San Bartolomé. The greater part of the enemy's visible guns were silenced, and the enfilading fire from the two last erected batteries on the isthmus set ablaze the quarter of the town immediately behind the two breaches. This last achievement turned out to be anything but an advantage. For arrangements for the assault having been made for daybreak on the 24th, and the storming party and supports having been brought down to the trenches after midnight, to wait till half-low tide, it was found that the whole of the streets adjacent to the Great Breach were blazing so fiercely that it was thought that any entry into the town would be impossible. Graham therefore countermanded the storm. This was probably necessary, but Ray thereby gained another day for perfecting his internal defenses. These were most elaborate and excellent, surpassing by far even the very competent arrangements made by Philippon at Badajoz. The peculiar part of them was that Ray had to depend almost entirely on engineering work, his artillery having been completely crushed during the preliminary battering. Such guns as he contrived to use on this day were either very remote, on the rock and its slopes, or else pieces that had been withdrawn and kept under cover till the critical moment should arrive. The British artillery officers, whose telescopes were always busy, discovered some of them, but informed Graham that they undertook to crush them when they should be brought out, provided that light and atmospheric conditions were satisfactory. But the main defense which Ray had prepared depended on fortification, not on artillery fire. His chief advantage was that at both breaches the stones had fallen outward, and the back of the ramparts was intact. All along the seawall there was a drop of 15 to 20 feet from the rampart walk into the street behind. This still existed, as the core of the wall was still standing, though the facing had given way. To descend from the lip of the breach into the town, therefore, was more than a feasible leap. It could not be done without ladders. Ray had demolished some houses which had been built with their back to the ramparts, and had cut away all stairs leading up to them. He had blocked with stone barricades all streets opening towards the breaches, and had loopholed all buildings commanding a view of them. When the fire in the quarter that had been ablaze on the 24th died down, he reoccupied the ruined houses, making shelters in the debris. He had cut off the rampart walk on each side of the breaches by building a succession of stone traverses across it, so that troops who had mounted to the top could not push out sideways, as it was clear that the storming columns would have to advance for 300 yards parallel with the eastern fossabrae of the hornwork. And close to it, because of the water on their right, he told off a large number of picked marksmen to line this flank, and ranged live shells along it, which could be rolled down onto the strand while the enemy were passing. The preparation for a storm on the 24th, and its countermand because of the conflagration, had been noted by the governor, who understood the cause of the delay. Obviously, the attack would come on the following morning, so the reserved guns were got into position after midnight, 2 in the casemates of the high curtain, 2 others in the ditch below it, 1 in the eastern face of the hornwork, 2 in the south front of the bastion of St. Elmo, into the towers of Los Hornos and Amesqueta on each side of the main breach. 3 pieces were hoisted not without difficulty, since the towers, though still standing, were in bad order. Even in the distant and lofty Mirador battery on top of the rock, some guns were trained on the point of danger. Having made all possible preparations, Ray waited for the assault, which came just as he had expected. The exact share of responsibility for the details of the storm of July 25th, which fell respectively on the engineers who had settled the scheme of attack, on Graham who designated the hour, on Oswald who arranged the order of the troops, and on the artillery officers who had undertaken to keep down the enemy's fire, is not easy to determine. All apparently have to take their portion, but that of Charles Smith, who devised, and Sir Richard Fletcher, who approved, the choice of the seawall for the breach spot would seem to be the heaviest, and that of the gunners the least. The troops were to sally out from the eastern end of the long parallel across the isthmus, when there should be a sufficient breadth of strand exposed for them to rush straight for the breaches, passing between the hornwork on their left and the receding tidal water on their right. Unfortunately, the hour of low tide and the hour of daybreak were not conveniently correlated. The ideal combination would have been that the 4 hours during which there was good access across the exposed flats should have been fro 30 am t 30 am, daybreak falling at about 5:20 am. But as it chanced the extreme of low tide that day was at 6 am, and the practicable hours were fro a.m. onward. In order to lose none of the limited time available, Graham determined that the rush should be made at 5 o'clock sharp, before it was full daylight, and this choice had one unlucky effect. The engineers settled that the signal for assault should be the blowing up of the mine in the aqueduct, but they had so little confidence in its effect that the only arrangements made to utilize it were that supposing it should do much damage and blow down scarp and counterscarp, which was hardly expected, the Portuguese companies which held the extreme left of the parallel should make a rush at the west flank of the hornwork and enter over the debris. This was a very half-hearted scheme. For the real assault, General Oswald seems to have made a very faulty disposition of his troops. The opening made in the parallel was so narrow that not more than 2 or 3 men could issue abreast. The troops, therefore, had to start in a sort of narrow file or procession, and took an unconscionable time in trickling out from the trench. The head of the column was composed of the right wing of the 31st Royal Scots. Then came a ladder party from all 3 regiments of Hayes' brigade. Then the left wing of the Royal Scots. All these were to strike for the main breach. Next were the 138th, who were directed to pass between the leading troops and the water's edge, and to make for the lesser breach, along the ever-narrowing strip of exposed beach. Last came the 1/9th, the 3rd Battalion of the brigade, with orders to support wherever it could make itself most useful. Some picked shots from the 8th Caçadores of Spry's brigade were placed along the front of the parallel, and in a ditch which had been scraped during the night, a few yards in advance of it, with orders to try to keep down the enemy's musketry from the eastern flank of the hornwork. At 5 o'clock, or perhaps a little earlier, the mine was fired, and did much more damage than was expected, blowing down the counterscarp of the western flank of the hornwork, injuring the scarp, and filling the ditch with earth. The Portuguese troops in the opposite trench made an assault, according to their orders, swept over the covered way and into the ditch, and tried to enter the work. They failed with loss because no proper preparations had been made to utilize the opportunity, which indeed had hardly been taken into consideration. They might have got in, for the French garrison flinched at first, terrified by the explosion. On the side of the main attack, the Royal Scots led out of the parallel immediately that the explosion was heard, and pushed forward in almost complete darkness on to the strand. It was found to consist in many places of hard rock overgrown with slippery seaweed, and interspersed with deep pools. The men stumbled over, and into, many traps which might have been avoided by daylight, and all order was lost. But for the first few minutes there was little fire bearing on them, and the platoons at the head of the column reached the main breach. The conducting engineer, Lieutenant Harry Jones, and Major Fraser, commanding the wing of the Royal Scots, had actually got to the lip of the breach, with the leading men of the storming party, before the enemy really opened. That the crowning of the breach was not followed by a rush into the town was due to Ray's precautions. There was a sudden drop of 20 feet between the top of the wall and the street below, and no means to descend, as all stairs and ramps had been cut away. There were some ladders with the column, but not at its head. They were being carried in the rear of the right wing of the Royal Scots. As the leading company came to a halt, the French began to shoot hard from behind traverses on the rampart walk, barricades, and loopholed houses, and the guns in the 2 flanking towers played on the breach with grape. The head of the column began to wither away. Fraser and Jones were both wounded, the former mortally, and so was every man who had reached the summit. The survivors on the breach threw themselves down among the stones and began to return the enemy's fire, the first impetus being lost, and any chance of success with it. But it was only about the equivalent of a company which had advanced so far. The rear of the right wing of the Royal Scots were still passing along the flank of the hornwork, in a straggling file, when the enemy's fire began to be serious. It came most fiercely from an entrenchment which Ray had thrown up across the main ditch between the hornwork and the high front of the demi-bastion behind it. It seems, from the narrative of an officer who took a prominent part in the storm, Colin Campbell of the 1/9th, who was with the latter party, that many of the Royal Scots, arriving in the darkness at this opening into the main ditch, mistook it for a passage by which they might force their way into the place, or even for the great breach itself. At any rate, they turned in toward it, and on meeting with strenuous resistance began to fire upon the enemy. The men following gathered in upon the first comers, and a crowd accumulated at this point, which checked the latter party and the left wing of the Royal Scots as they came up. Hardly anyone pressed on to join the head of the column on the slope of the breach. Meanwhile, the tail of the column was blocked, as it tried to press on past the hornwork. The French, standing above, rolled down the shells which had been laid ready upon the British below, and kept up a vigorous discharge of musketry. With great exertions, individual company officers succeeded in collecting parties of their own men and leading them out of the crowd, so as to pass on to the great breach. But the attack there had already come to nothing. The stones all up the slope were strewn with dead and wounded. A few survivors were keeping up an ineffectual return fire upon the well-concealed enemy. 3 or perhaps 4 attempts to mount again were made by small parties of the rear companies of the Royal Scots, but there were never more than 80 or 90 men acting together, and the officers and leading men were always shot down on the crest. At last the senior captain surviving, seeing the impossibility of getting forward, ordered the stormers to retire, which they did, only half an hour or less after the assault commenced, though the time had seemed much longer, as was natural, to those involved in the bloody business. The larger body of men engaged farther back, opposite the main ditch and under the demi-bastion of St. Juan, gave way also when the head of the column fell back among them. They had themselves suffered heavily and of course had made no progress. Just as the whole body rolled back along the beach, they came into collision with the front of the 138th, who had only just finished filing out of the parallel. So slow was the process of emerging from its narrow exit. Their commanding officer, Colonel Greville, had halted them for a short time to let their rear close up, and to prevent them from dribbling forward in a thin string of small parties, as the Royal Scots had done. Just as they came parallel with the north end of the hornwork, the broken mass of men from the front ran in upon them. All order was lost at once, and after some vain attempts to get forward, the 38th fell back along with the rest over the slippery shore. The disordered crowd suffered heavily from the French grape and musketry. They were a mark impossible to miss, and strewed the rocks and pools with dead. The 1/9th, who were just beginning to file out of the parallel, were of course ordered back at once, but had lost almost as many heads as they showed. So quickly was the whole affair over that the artillerymen, standing by their guns on the opposite side of the Urumia, ready to cooperate as soon as dawn should come, believed at first that there had been a feint or a false attack. It was only when the growing light showed them the breach strewn from lip to foot with red coats, and the strand below thickly dotted with them also, that they realized that the assault had been made and had failed, without their being given the chance to intervene as they had promised. The loss had, of course, been very heavy. Out of 571 casualties of all ranks, more than 330 belonged to the unfortunate Royal Scots, whose right-wing companies were almost exterminated. 6 officers and men, almost all wounded, fell into the hands of the enemy. It should be remembered to the credit of the garrison that, the moment that the storm was over, they collected from the foot of the breach, and the neighboring strand, many officers and men who would otherwise have been drowned by the returning tide. When it was seen that this was the task of the French who were seen busy on the beach, a flag of truce was hoisted, and all firing ceased for an hour. The prisoners, one of whom, the engineer Harry Jones, has left an interesting account of his experiences during the next 6 weeks, were very well treated. The extremely moderate loss of the garrison was 18 killed and wounded, all by musketry fire, since by the abominable misarrangement of the assault the British artillery had no chance of acting. 2 comments by eyewitnesses on this woeful business are worth giving. Colin Campbell wrote, "One main cause of failure was the narrow front and consequent length and thinness of the column in which we advanced. This necessarily became more loosened and disjointed by the difficult nature of the ground it had to pass over in the dark. It reached the breach in driblets, and never in such body or number as to give the mind of the soldier anything like confidence in success. If some means had been devised of starting the Royals in one big honest lump, which might have been contrived without much difficulty or danger, so that they could have started in some dense form, with the 38th well packed up in a front of 4s in readiness to start immediately behind after them, the stoppage at the demi-bastion would never have occurred, and some 200 men at least of the Royals would have reached the breach in a compact body. Such a number would have forced bodily through all opposition. Even under all the disadvantages of bad arrangements, I firmly believe that if we had moved forward by daylight, when an officer could have seen, and been seen by, his men, when the example of the former would have animated the exertions of the latter, the Royals would have gone over the breach on July 25th. Campbell's blame, therefore, would fall mainly on Oswald, who, though he had protested against the points chosen for attack, had actually arranged the troops, and failed to remember that men should go over the top on a broad front, and on Graham, who fixed the 0 point half an hour before dawn. Gom of the 1/9, also a most distinguished and capable officer, goes for other game, the officers of the scientific services. I am afraid our success at Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, owing to the almost miraculous efforts of the troops, has stopped the progress of science among our engineers, and perhaps done more, for it seems to have inspired them with a contempt for so much of it as they had attained before. Our soldiers have on all occasions stood fire so well that our artillery have become as summary in their processes as our engineers. Provided that they have made a hole in the wall, by which we can claw up, they care not about destroying defenses. In fact, we have been called upon hitherto to ensure the success of our sieges by the sacrifice of lives. Our chief engineers and commandants of artillery remind me of Burke's revolutionary philosophers, and their dispositions which make them indifferent to the cause of humanity. They think no more of men than of mice in an air pump. We came before the place well equipped with all the means necessary for attacking it en règle, and I saw no reason for attacking it otherwise. I may dwell longer than I ought to do on this subject, but it is, at least, pardonable in us, who are most nearly concerned, to become tedious in passing our censure upon the methods of those whom we cannot but consider as the authors of our calamity, which, as it was foreseen by others, and might have been by them, could have been avoided. The narrative of the assault seems to show that both Campbell and Gom had reason for their complaints, though they chose different points to criticize. But of the various errors made, undoubtedly, the most fatal of all was attempting to storm breaches that could only be approached by a long defile along the flank of the hornwork, which was intact and well garrisoned. And for this the engineers have to take the responsibility. Camp rumor very cruelly put the blame on the troops, alleging that there had been a panic. This was a monstrous injustice. Everything that mismanagement could accomplish had been done to discourage them, but it was not poor spirit, but physical incapacity to finish a task impossible under the conditions set, that caused them to retire. Plan of St. Sebastian. In large attack of St. Sebastian between 11th July and 9th, Sept. 1813. Wellington had, on the 24th, received disquieting news about movements on the French front, and was very anxious to hear of the fall of St. Sebastian before he might be committed to another campaign in the field. He stopped at his headquarters at Lesaca on the morning of the 25th, lest more definite and threatening information might come to hand. During the hours of dawn, he was standing about in Lesaca churchyard listening to the guns, and speculating on the cause of their cessation at 6 o'clock, when the armistice to recover the wounded was made. At 11 came a messenger, Colonel de Bourg, to say that the assault had failed with loss. This was a severe and rather unexpected blow. Wellington had counted on success as probable. Taking the chance of more news coming in from the Pyrenees during his absence, he rode over in haste to St. Sebastian and inspected the scene of the disaster. He declared that the siege must continue, that the hornwork and the demi-bastion of San Juan must be battered to pieces, and that the engineers had better draw up an alternative scheme for an attack en règle on the land front. More guns and ammunition were expected from England. The latter was much needed, for the reserve was low after the rapid firing on the 22nd-24th. There would probably be some delay before a second storm could be tried. While riding back to Lesaca after his flying visit to the trenches, Wellington was met on the road by messengers of evil. The threats of the preceding day had turned into imminent dangers. Heavy firing had been heard since noon from the side of the bastion, seeming to show that Hill's divisions at the Pass of Maya were being attacked. And just as he reached his headquarters, a messenger came up from Cole, at the extreme southern end of the line, to say that he had been assailed in the Pass of Roncesvalles by the enemy in overwhelming strength, and had been fighting hard since dawn. Results were still uncertain. Without further information, it was, of course, impossible to take more than preliminary measures for parrying the French thrust. Wellington speculated on the situation. One of its meanings might be that the enemy was demonstrating at Roncesvalles and Maya in order to cover a thrust on the side of the Bidasoa, with the object of raising the siege of St. Sebastian. He wrote at once to Graham that he must expect to be attacked in force, telling him to ship his siege guns at passages, to leave a minimum of troops to continue the blockade, and to concentrate for the defense of the line of the Bidasoa. It is clear that Wellington was thinking of the scandal caused by the loss of Murray's guns at Tarragona, and was determined that his own siege train should be afloat betimes. After the guns were safe, other stores were put on shipboard. It is clear that the whole situation would have been different if Wellington had brought up to the north in September the 16,000 veteran British troops left at Madrid. For want of them, he was in a state of hopeless inferiority to his immediate opponents, and yet at the same time they were useless at Madrid, because Hill, even with their aid, was not nearly strong enough to keep Soult and King Joseph in check. Wellington had in all at this time some 55,000 Anglo-Portuguese troops under arms and at the front, but they were so dispersed that on both theaters of war he was inferior to his enemies. Zero himself in Old Castile, Hill some 31,000 in New Castile. Each of the two halves of the army could count on the help of some 10,000 or 12,000 Spaniards. But of what avail were the 35,000 men of all nations at Burgos against the 50,000 French under Sauhem and Caffarelli, or the 43,000 men of all nations near Madrid against the 60,000 of Soult and the king? The whole situation would have been different if a superiority, or even an equality of numbers, had been established against one of the two French armies, and it is clear that such a combination could have been contrived if Wellington had adopted other plans. There can be no doubt that the excessive tardiness of Soult's evacuation of Andalusia was the fact which caused the unlucky distribution of Wellington's forces in October. The Marshal, it will be remembered, only left Granada on September 16th, and did not come into touch with the outlying cavalry of the Valencian army till September 29-30, or reach Almanza, where he was in full connection with Suchet and King Joseph, till October 2. There was, therefore, no threatening combination of enemies on the Valencia side till 13 days after the siege of Burgos had begun, and Wellington did not know that it had come into existence till October 9th, when he received a dispatch from Hill informing him that the long-foreseen, but long-deferred, junction had taken place. If it had occurred, as it well might have, 3 weeks earlier, there would have been no siege of Burgos, and Wellington would have been at Madrid, after having contented himself with driving the army of Portugal beyond the Douro. It is probable that he would have done well, even at so late a date as October 9th, if he had recognized that the danger in front of Madrid was now pressing, and had abandoned the siege of Burgos in order to make new arrangements. Sauhem was not yet in a condition to press him, and Caffarelli's 10,000 men had not arrived on the scene. But the last 12 days spent before Burgos ruined his chances. On getting Hill's dispatch, Wellington pondered much, but came to an unhappy decision. In his reply he wrote, "I cannot believe that Soult and the king can venture to move forward to attack you in the position on the Tagus, without having possession of the fortresses in the province of Murcia, Cartagena, and Chinchilla, and of Alicante. Unless indeed they propose to give up Valencia entirely. They would in that case bring with them a most overwhelming force, and you would probably have to retire in the direction given to General Alton, i.e. by the Guadarrama Pass, Villacastin, and Arevalo, and I should then join you on the Adaja. If you retire in that direction, destroy the new bridge at Almaraz. I write this, as I always do, to provide for every event, not believing that these instructions are at all necessary." In a supplementary letter, dated 2 days later, Wellington tells Hill that he imagines that the autumn rains, which have made the siege of Burgos so difficult, will probably have rendered the rivers of the south impassable. "I should think that you will have the Tagus in such a state as to feel in no apprehension in regard to the enemy's operations, be his numbers what they may. Yet though he does not consider the danger in the south immediate or pressing, he acknowledges that he ought to bring the siege of Burgos to an end, even though it be necessary to raise it, and to give up the hope of its capture. But the continual storms and rains induced him to delay his departure toward the south. I shall do so as soon as the weather holds up a little." On the same day, October 12, he wrote to Popham to say that if he had to march towards Madrid, he expected that Sauhem would follow him, but that Caffarelli must on no account be allowed to accompany Sauhem. At all costs more trouble must be made in Cantabria and Biscay to prevent the army of the north from moving. Popham must not withdraw his squadron, or cease from stimulating the northern insurgents. Wellington was not aware that Caffarelli was already on the move, and that the diversion in the north, through no fault of the officers in charge of it, had reached its limit of success. The moment had now arrived at which it was necessary at all costs to come to some decision as to the movements of the army at Burgos, for Caffarelli, though Wellington knew it not, had started for Briviesa, while Soult and King Joseph were also getting ready for an immediate advance on Madrid, which must bring matters in the south to a head. But relying on letters from Hill dated October 10th, which stated that there was still no signs of movement opposite him, Wellington resolved on October 14 to stay yet another week in the north and try his final assault on Burgos. It came off with no success, as will be remembered, on the 18th of that month. He was not blind to the possible consequences to Hill of a prompt advance of the French armies from Valencia, but he persuaded himself that the weather would make it difficult, and that he had means of detaining Soult and Joseph, if they should, after all, begin the move which he doubted that they proposed to make. The scheme for stopping any forward march on the part of the French had two sections. The first was to be executed by the Anglo-Spanish army at Alicante. Maitland had fallen sick, and this force of some 16,000 men was now under the charge of General John Mackenzie. To this officer, Wellington wrote on October 13, "In case the enemy should advance from Valencia into La Mancha, with a view to attack our troops on the Tagus, you must endeavor to obtain possession of the town and kingdom of Valencia." He was given the option of marching by land from Alicante, or of putting his men on shipboard and making a descent from the sea on Valencia. The second diversion was to be executed by Ballesteros and the army of Andalusia. Wellington wrote to him that he should advance from Granada, cross the Sierra Morna with all his available strength, and place himself at Alcaraz in La Mancha. He ought to have at least 12,000 men, as some of the Cadiz troops were coming up to join him. Such a force, if placed on the flank of Soult and the king, when they should move forward for Almanza and Albacete, could not be ignored. And Wellington hoped to reinforce Ballesteros with that part of the Murcian army, under Elio and Frere, which had got separated from the Alicante force, and had fallen back into the inland. There were also irregular bodies, such as the division of the Empecinado, which could be called in to join, and if 20,000 men lay at Alcaraz, Soult could not go in full force to assail Hill in front of Madrid. He must make such a large detachment to watch the Spaniards that he would not have more than 30,000 or 35,000 men to make the frontal attack on the Anglo-Portuguese force, which would defend the line of the Tagus. Against such numbers Hill could easily hold his ground. It may be objected to these schemes that they did not allow sufficient consideration to the power of Suchet in Valencia. Mackenzie's force, of a very heterogeneous kind, was not capable of driving in the detachments of the army of Aragon, which still lay cantoned along the Zúcar, facing the allies at Alicante. Suchet was able to hold his own, without detaining any of the troops of Soult, or of King Joseph from their advance upon Madrid. Mackenzie's projected expedition against the city of Valencia had no chance of putting a check upon the main maneuver that the French had in hand. But the use of Ballesteros, whose movement must certainly have exercised an immense restraining power upon Soult and King Joseph, if only it had been carried out, was an experiment of a kind which Wellington had tried before, nearly always with disappointing results. To entrust to a Spanish general an essential part of a wide strategical plan had proved ere now a doubtful expedient. And Ballesteros had always shown himself self-willed if energetic. It was dangerous to reckon upon him as a loyal and intelligent assistant in the great game. And at this moment, the Captain General of Andalusia was in the most perverse of moods. His ill temper was caused by the recent appointment of Wellington as commander-in-chief of all the Spanish armies, a measure to which the Cortes had at last consented, after the consequences of the Battle of Salamanca and the occupation of Madrid had prepared public opinion for this momentous step. It had been bitterly opposed at the secret session when it was brought forward, but there could no longer be any valid excuse for putting off the obviously necessary policy of combining all military effort in the peninsula, by placing the control of the whole of the Spanish armies in the hands of one who had shown himself such a master of the art of war. Wellington's nomination as Generalissimo of the Spanish armies had been voted by the Cortes on September 22, and conveyed to him before Burgos on October 2. He had every intention of accepting the offer, though, as he wrote to his brother Henry, the change in his position would not be so great in reality as in form, since Castaños and most of the other Spanish generals had of late been wont to consult him on their movements, and generally to fall in with his views. There had been exceptions, even of late, such as Joseph O'Donnell's gratuitous forcing on of battle at Castalla, when he had been specially asked to hold back till the Anglo-Sicilian expedition began to work upon the east coast. But it would certainly be advantageous that, for the future, he should be able to issue orders instead of advice. Meanwhile, he could not formally accept the post of general-in-chief without the official leave of the Prince Regent, and prompt information of the offer, and a request for permission to accept it, were sent to London. The Cortes, foreseeing the necessary delay, had refrained from publishing the decree till it should be certain that Wellington was prepared to assume the position that was offered him. But the fact soon became known in Cadiz, and was openly spoken of in the public press. Wellington continued to write only letters of advice to the Spanish generals, and did not assume the tone of a commander-in-chief as yet, but his advice had already a more binding force. There was no opposition made to him, save in one quarter, but that was the most important one. Ballesteros, as commander of the Fourth Army and captain-general of Andalusia, burst out into open revolt against the Cortes, the Regency, and the commander-in-chief-elect. This busy and ambitious man had taken up his abode in Granada, after Soult's departure on September 23, and since then had not stirred, though Wellington had repeatedly asked him to advance into La Mancha with his available force, and to put himself in touch with Elio, Pene-Villamor, and Hill. But Ballesteros was suffering from an acute attack of megalomania. After years of skulking in the mountains and forced marches, he was now in the position of a viceroy commanding the resources of a great province. Though Andalusia had been cleared of the French by no merit of his, but as a side effect of the Battle of Salamanca, he gave himself the airs of a conqueror and deliverer, and fully believed himself to be the most important person in Spain. As an acute observer remarked, Ballesteros wanted to begin where Bonaparte ended, by seizing supreme authority, though he had performed no such services for his fatherland as the French general. He spared no effort to attach his army to his person, and to win its favor sacrificed without hesitation the whole civil population. The land was drained of all resources, but he found new means of extorting money. His officers went from town to town exacting a so-called voluntary contribution for the army. Those who gave much were put in his white book as patriots, those who did not were enrolled in his black book as supporters of King Joseph. He wanted to collect all the troops in Andalusia into a great army, with himself as commander. But the Regency directed him, in accordance with Wellington's advice, to march at once with the troops immediately available and take post in La Mancha. Then came the news of Wellington's nomination as commander-in-chief. Ballesteros thought the moment favorable for an open bid for the dictatorship. Instead of obeying the orders sent, he issued on October 23 a manifesto directed to the Regency, in which he declared that Wellington's appointment to supreme power was an insult to the Spanish nation, and especially to the Spanish army. He openly condemned the decree as dishonorable and debasing. Spaniards should never become like Portuguese, the servants of the foreigner. If what he could not believe, the national army and the nation itself should ratify such an appointment, he himself would throw up his post and retire to his home. At the same time, there was an outburst of pamphlets and newspaper articles inspired by him, stating that England was to be feared as an oppressor no less than France, and all sorts of absurd rumors were put about as to the intentions of the British government and the servility of the Cortes. Ballesteros, however, had altogether mistaken his own importance and popularity. Budding Bonapartes must be able to rely on their own troops, and he, as the event showed, could not. The Cortes took prompt measures for his suppression. One Colonel Rivera, a well-known liberal, was sent secretly to Granada to bear to Verus, the second in command of the Fourth Army, orders to arrest his chief and place him in confinement. And this was done without any difficulty, so unfounded was the confidence which Ballesteros had placed in his omnipotence with the army. Verus and the Prince of Anglona, his two divisional generals, carried out the arrest in the simplest fashion. On the morning of October 30th, they ordered out their troops for a field day on the Alcalá road, save a battalion of the Spanish Guards, who had not belonged to Ballesteros's old army and had no affection for him. This regiment surrounded his residence, and when he issued out, the picket refused him passage, and Colonel Rivera presented him with the warrant for his arrest. There was some little stir in Granada among the civil population, but the army made no movement when Verus read the decree of the Cortes to them. Before he well understood what had happened, Ballesteros was on his way under a guard to the African fortress of Ceuta. He was afterwards given Freginal in Estremadura as the place of his detention. But all this happened on October 30th, and meanwhile the army of Andalusia had remained motionless, though Wellington had believed that it had marched for La Mancha as early as October 5th. Nearly a month had been lost by Ballesteros's perversity, and when he was finally arrested and his troops became available, it was too late. For Hill had been forced to retreat, and Madrid was about to fall into the hands of the French, who had advanced through La Mancha unmolested. The Fourth Army was put under the command of the Duc del Parc, the victor of Tamames, but the vanquished of Alba de Tormes in the campaign of 1809. It marched early in November to its appointed position at Alcaraz, but it was of no use to have it there when the enemy had changed all his positions and had driven Hill beyond the Guadarrama into the valley of the Douro. Wellington's arrangements for the defense of Madrid were therefore insufficient, as the event proved, for three reasons. The diversion from Alicante was too weak. Suchet alone was able to keep Maitland in check. The main Spanish force which was to have cooperated with Hill never put in an appearance, thanks to the disloyal perversity of its general. And thirdly, the autumn rains, which had so incommoded Wellington before Burgos, turned out to be late and scanty in New Castile. The Tagus and its affluents remained low and fordable almost everywhere. As late as the 17th October, Wellington had no fears about Hill's position. The probability that the enemy from Valencia would advance upon Madrid, as he wrote on that morning, seemed diminishing day by day. Reinforcements were coming up from the south to Hill, and Ballesteros was believed to be already posted in La Mancha, which renders the enemy's movement upon the Tagus very improbable. On the 19th, when his last assault on the castle of Burgos had just been beaten off, and he was thinking of retreat, came much less satisfactory news from Hill. The enemy seemed to be drawing together. They had laid siege to the castle of Chinchilla, and it was not impossible that they were aiming at Madrid, perhaps only with a view of forcing the abandonment of the siege of Burgos, perhaps with serious offensive intention. If so, Wellington might be caught with not one, but both of the halves of his army exposed to immediate attack by a superior enemy, who was just assuming the offensive. And the total force of the French was appalling: 50,000 men on the northern field of operations, 60,000 on the other, while the united strength of all the available troops under Wellington's orders was about 80,000, of who 0 were Spaniards, whose previous record was not in many cases reassuring. He had often warned the ministers at home that if the French evacuated outlying provinces and collected in great masses, they were too many for him. But that ever-possible event had been so long delayed that Wellington had gone on, with a healthy and cheerful opportunism, facing the actual situation of affairs without taking too much thought for the morrow. Now the conjunction least to be desired appeared to be at length coming into practical existence, and it remained to be seen what could be done. As for his own army, there was no doubt that prompt retreat, first beyond the Pisuerga, then beyond the Douro, was necessary. Sauham had already made his first preliminary forward movement. On the evening of October 18th, a strong advance guard, consisting of a brigade of Maucun's division, pushed in upon the front of the Allied army at the village of Santa Olalla, and surprised there the outlying picket of an officer and 30 men of the Brunswickols, who were nearly all taken prisoners. The heights above this place commanded the town of Monasterio, wherefore Wellington directed it to be evacuated, and drew in its line to a position slightly nearer Burgos, for it was clear that there were heavy forces behind the brigade which had formed the French attacking force. On the 19th, he was in order of battle with all his army except the troops left before Burgos, Pax Portuguese, a brigade of the 6th Division, and 3 weak battalions from the 1st Division. The position extended from Ibias on the Arlanzon, through Riobna to Soto Palacios, and was manned by the 1st, 5th, and 9th Divisions, 2 brigades of the 6th, Bradford's Portuguese, Castaños's Galicians, and all the cavalry, about 30,000 men. Wellington expected to be attacked on the 20th, and was not prepared to give back till he had ascertained what force was in his front. He knew that the army of Portugal had been reinforced, but was not sure whether the report that Caffarelli had come up with a large portion of the Army of the North was correct or no. Sauham's movement on the 18th had been intended as the commencement of a general advance. He brought up his whole force to Monasterio, and he would have attacked on the 20th if he had not received, before daybreak, and long ere his troops were under way, a much-delayed dispatch from King Joseph. It informed him that the whole mass of troops from Valencia was on the march for Madrid, that this movement would force Wellington to abandon the siege of Burgos and to fall back, and that he was therefore not to risk a general action, but to advance with caution, and pursue the Allied force in front of him so soon as it should begin to retreat, when it might be pressed with advantage. He was to be prepared to link his advance with that of the armies from the south, which would have columns in the direction of Cuenca. Sauham was discontented with the gist of this dispatch, since he had his whole army assembled, while Caffarelli was close behind, within supporting distance, at Briviesa. He thought that he could have fought with advantage, and was probably right, since he and Caffarelli had a marked superiority of numbers, though Wellington's positions were strong. Balked of the battle that he desired, he resolved to make a very strong reconnaissance against the Allied center, to see whether the enemy might already be contemplating retreat, and might consent to be pushed back, and to abandon Burgos. This reconnaissance was conducted by Maucune and Chauvel's, late Bonnet's divisions, and a brigade of light cavalry. It was directed against Wellington's center, in front of the villages of Quintana Pala and Almos, where the 7th Division was posted. Maucune's troops, forming the front line of the French, were hotly engaged in this direction, when Wellington, seeing that the main body of the enemy was very remote, and that the 2 vanguard divisions had ventured far forward into his ground, directed Sir Edward Paget with the 1st Anth divisions, forming his own left wing, to swing forward by a diagonal movement and take Maucune in flank. The French general discovered the approaching force only just in time, and retreated in great haste across the fields, without calling in his tirailleurs or forming any regular order of march. Each regiment made off by its own way, just early enough to escape Paget's turning movement. The British horse artillery arrived only in time to shell the last battalions. The infantry was too far off to reach them. Dusk fell at this moment, and Paget halted. If there had been 1 hour more of daylight, Maucune and Chauvel would have been in an evil case, for they were still some distance from their own main body on the Monasterio position, and the British cavalry was coming up in haste. The reconnaissance had been pushed recklessly and too far, in accordance with the usual conduct of Maucune, who was, as his conduct at Salamanca had proved, a gallant but a very rash leader. The losses on both sides were trifling, apparently about 80 in the French ranks, and in the British 7th Division. Paget's troops did not come under fire. On the morning of the 21st, Wellington received a letter of Hill S., written on the 17th, which made it clear to him that he must delay no longer. It reported that the enemy were very clearly on the move. The whole of Drouet's corps was coming forward from Albacete. The castle of Chinchilla had fallen into the hands of the French on Oct. 9th, and what was the most discomposing to learn, Ballesteros had failed to advance into La Mancha. By the last accounts he was still at Granada. He would certainly come too late, if he came at all. The only compensating piece of good news was that Scarrett's brigade from Cadiz was at last near at hand, and would reach Talavera on the 20th. Elio, from his forward position at Villars, reported that Suchet's troops opposite Alicante were drawing back towards Valencia. Possibly they were about to join Soult and King Joseph, who were evidently coming forward. Hill was inclined to sum up the news as follows. The King, Soult, and Suchet, having united their armies, are on the frontiers of Murcia and Valencia, and appear to be moving this way. It is certain that a considerable force is advancing toward Madrid, but I think it doubtful whether they will attempt to force their way to the capital. Meanwhile he had, as a precautionary measure, brought up the troops in cantonments round Madrid to Aranjuez and its neighborhood, and had thrown forward a cavalry screen beyond the Tagus, to watch alike the roads from Albacete and those from Cuenca. The mere possibility that Soult and the King were advancing on Madrid was enough to move Wellington to instant retreat. If he waited for certainty, he might be too late. And his own position in front of Sauham and Caffarelli was dangerous enough, even if no more bad news from the south should come to hand. Accordingly, on the afternoon of the 21st, orders were sent to Pack to prepare to raise the siege of Burgos, when the main army in its backward movement should have passed him. The baggage was to be sent off, the stores removed or burned in the following night. The divisions in line opposite Sauham were to move away, after lighting campfires to delude the enemy, in 2 main columns, one on each side of the Arlanzon. The northern column, composed of the 5th Division, 2/3 of the Galician infantry, the heavy dragoons of Ponsonby, late Lamarchante's brigade, and the handful of Spanish regular cavalry, was to skirt the northern side of the city of Burgos, using the crossroads by Bivar and Quintana Duñas, and to retire to Tardajos, beside the Herbal River. The southern and larger column, consisting of the 1st, 7th, Anth divisions marching in that order, of Bradford's Portuguese and the remainder of the Galicians, was to move by the high road through Villafria, to cross the town bridge of Burgos, with special caution that silence must be observed, so as not to alarm the garrison of the castle, to Frandivines and Villa de Buñol. Here they would be in touch with the other column, which was to be only 2 miles away at Tardajos. Anson's cavalry brigade was to cover the rear of this column, only abandoning the outposts when the infantry should have got far forward. They were to keep the old picket line till 3 in the morning. Bach's German dragoons and the cavalry of Julian Sanchez formed a flank guard for the southern column. They were to cross the Arlanzon at Ibias, 5 miles east of Burgos, and to retire parallel to the infantry line of march by a circuit on crossroads south of Burgos, finally joining the main body at Villa de Buñol. All this complicated set of movements was carried out with complete success. The army got away without arousing the attention of the French of Sauham, and the column which crossed the bridge of Burgos, under the cannon of the castle, was never detected, till a Spanish guerrilla party galloped noisily across the stones and drew some harmless shots. Since the enemy was alarmed, the rear of the column had to take a side path. Pack filed off the troops in the trenches and got away quietly from the investment line. In the morning, the two infantry columns were safely concentrated within 2 miles of each other at Tardajos and Villa de Buñol. There being no sign of pursuit, they were allowed some hours' rest in these positions, and then resumed their retreat, the northern column leading, with the 5th Division at its head, the southern column following, and falling into the main road by crossing the bridge of Buñol. The 7th Division formed the rear guard of the infantry. It was followed by Bach's dragoons, Anson and Julian Sanchez bringing up the rear. On the night of the 22nd, the army bivouacked along the road about Salada, Villapeña, and Hornillos. The light cavalry, far behind, were still observing the passages of the Arlanzon at Buñol and of the Herbal at Tardajos. The French pursuit was not urged with any vigor on this day. The departure of Wellington had only been discovered in the early morning hours by the dying down of the camp fires along his old position. At dawn, Sauham advanced with caution. Finding nothing in front of it, his vanguard under Maquin entered Burgos about 10 o'clock in the morning and exchanged congratulations with Dubreton and his gallant garrison. The light cavalry of the Army of Portugal pushed out along the roads north and south of the Arlanzon. Those on the right bank found the 3 broken 18-pounders of Wellington's battering train a few miles outside of Burgos, and went as far as the Herbal, where they came on the rear vedettes of the Allies. Those on the left bank obtained touch with Anson's outlying picket at San Mamés and drove it back to the Buñol Bridge. The 23rd October, however, was to be a day of a much more lively sort. Sauham and Caffarelli, having debouched from Burgos, brought all their numerous cavalry to the front, and at dawn it was coming up for the pursuit in immense strength. There were present of the Army of Portugal Curto's light horse, Boyer's dragoons, and the brigade formerly commanded by Chauvel, now under Colonel Merlin of the 1st Hussars. These, by the morning state of October 15th, made up 4,300 sabres. The Army of the North contributed the bulk of its one, but very powerful, cavalry brigade, that of Laferriere, 1650 strong. Thus there were nearly 6,000 veteran horsemen hurrying on to molest Wellington's rear, where the covering force only consisted of Anson's and Bach's 2 brigades, and of the lancers of Julian Sanchez, 1,300 dragoons British and German, and 0 Spaniards admirable for raids and ambushes, but not fit to be placed in battle line. Ponsonby's dragoons and the regular squadrons of the Galician army were far away with the head of the column. To support the cavalry screen were the 2 horse artillery batteries of Downman and Bull, and the 2 light battalions of the German Legion from the 7th Division, under Colonel Halkett, which were left behind as the extreme rearguard of the infantry. All day the main marching column of the Allied army labored forward, unmolested along the muddy high road from Salada del Camino to Torquemada, a very long stage of some 26 miles. Wellington seldom asked his infantry to make such an effort. What would have happened to Clausel's army if the British had marched at this rate in the week that followed the Battle of Salamanca? Behind the infantry column, however, the squadrons of the rearguard were fighting hard all day long to secure an unmolested retreat for their comrades. This was the most harassing and one of the most costly efforts that the British cavalry was called upon to make during the Peninsular War. The nearest parallel to it in earlier years was the rearguard action of El Badon in September 1811, but there the forces engaged on both sides had been much smaller. The French advanced guard consisted of Curto's light cavalry division of the Army of Portugal, supported by Maquin's infantry division. It had started at dawn and found the British cavalry vedettes where they had been marked down on the preceding night, at the bridge of Villa Buñol. They retired without giving trouble, being in no strength, and the morning was wearing on when the French came upon Wellington's rearguard, the horsemen of Anson and Julian Sanchez, and Halkett's 2 German battalions, a mile or two east of Salata, holding the line of the Hormaza stream. Anson was in position behind its ravine, with a battalion of the light infantry dispersed along the bushes above the water, and the cavalry in support. Julian Sanchez was visible on the other side of the Arlanzon, which is not here fordable, beyond Anson's right. On his left, hovering on hills above the road, was a small irregular force, the guerrilla band of Marquinez. The ground along the Hormaza was strong, and the infantry fire surprised the enemy, who were stopped for some time. They came on presently in force, and engaged in a bickering fight. Several attempts to cross the ravine were foiled by partial charges of some of Anson's squadrons. Wellington says in his dispatch that the skirmishing lasted nearly 3 hours, and that Stapleton Cotton, who had recently come up from the Salamanca hospital cured of his wound, made excellent dispositions. But the odds, more than 2 to 1, were far too great to permit the contest to be maintained for an indefinite period. And when, after much bickering, the French Auchis brigade of Curto's division at last succeeded in gaining a footing beyond the Hormaza, Anson's squadrons went off in good order. The ground for the next 5 or 6 miles was very unfavorable for a small detaining force, as the valley of the Arlanzon widened out for a time, and allowed the enemy space to deploy his superior numbers. Nevertheless, the light dragoons turned again and again, and charged with more or less success the pursuing chasseurs. While Curto's division was pressing back the British brigade in front, Merlin's brigade, pushing out on the French right, ascended the hills beyond Anson's left flank, and there found and drove off the partida of Marquinez. The fugitive guerrilleros, falling back for support towards the British, came in upon the flank of the 16th Light Dragoons with French hussars in close pursuit, and mixed with them. The left squadron of the 16th was thrown into confusion, and suffered heavily, having some 30 casualties, and the commander of the regiment, Colonel Pelly, and 7 of his men were taken prisoners. As Curto was pushing on at the same time, Anson's brigade was much troubled, and was greatly relieved when it at last came in sight of its support, Bach's German heavy dragoons and Bull's battery, posted behind a bridge spanning a watercourse near the lonely house called the Venta del Pozo. The 2 battalions of Halkett, who had been retiring under cover of Anson's stubborn resistance, were now some little way behind Bach, near the village of Villadrigo. On seeing the obstacle of the watercourse in front of them, and the British reserves behind it, the cavalry of the Army of Portugal halted, and began to reform. Anson's harassed brigade was permitted to cross the bridge and to join Bach. At this moment, there came on the scene the French cavalry reserves, Boyer's dragoons, and the 3 regiments of the Army of the North, which were commanded that day not by their Brigadier Laferriere, who had been injured by a fall from his horse, but by Colonel Favorot of the 15th Chasseurs. Sauhem, who had arrived in their company as had Caffarelli also, gave orders that the pursuit was not to slacken for a minute. While the cavalry of Curto and Merlin were reforming and resting, the newly arrived squadrons were directed to drive in the British rearguard from its new position. The brigade of Favorot was to attack in front, the dragoons of Boyer were to turn the hostile line, by crossing the watercourse some way to their right, and to fall on its flank and rear. So great was the superiority in numbers of the attacking party that they came on with supreme confidence, ignoring all disadvantages of ground. Favorot's brigade undertook to pass the bridge in column, in face of Bach's 2 regiments drawn up at the head of the slope, and of Bull's battery placed on the high road so as to command the crossing. Boyer's dragoons trotted off to the right, to look for the first available place where the water should allow them a practicable ford. What followed was not in accordance with the designs of either party. Sauhem had intended Boyer and Favorot to act simultaneously, but the former found the obstacle less and less inviting the farther that he went on. He rode for more than a mile without discovering a passage, and finally got out of sight of Sauhem and the high road. Meanwhile Favorot had advanced straight for the bridge, and had begun to cross it. Of his 3 regiments the Berg Lancers led, the 15th Chasseurs came next, the Legion of Gendarmerie brought up the rear. They were 10 squadrons in all, or some 1,200 sabres. As each squadron got quit of the bridge it formed up in line, the first to pass to the right of the road, while those which followed successively took ground to the left, between the Chaussee and the bank of the Arlanzon. 8 squadrons had got into position before the British line gave any signs of movement on the hillside above. It is clear that to cross a bridge in this fashion was a reckless maneuver. If Bach had charged when 2 or 3 squadrons only had passed, he must have crushed them in the act of deployment, and have jammed the rest of the French column at the bridgehead in a position of helpless immobility. That no such charge was made resulted from a curious chance. Stapleton Cotton, who was still conducting the retreat, had placed Bull's battery at a point on the slope where he judged that it fully commanded the bridge, with Bach's 4 squadrons on its right. Then Anson's brigade, not in the best of order after its long pursuit by the enemy, trotted over the bridge and came up the slope. Cotton intended that it should deploy on the left of the guns, but the retreating regiments, before the directions reached them, turned to the right and began to form up behind Bach's line. The general at once sent them orders to cross to the left and prolong the line on the other side of Bull's battery. By some extraordinary blunder, the leading regiment, perhaps to shorten its route, passed to the left in front of the guns, instead of moving behind them. It was thus masking the battery just at the moment that the French, to the surprise of everyone, began to cross the bridge. There was considerable confusion in changing the march of the light dragoons, and before they were cleared off and the front of the battery was free, several French squadrons were across the ravine and forming up. The artillerymen then opened, but in their hurry they misjudged the elevation, and not one shot of the first discharge told. The second did hardly better. More French were passing every moment, and Cotton then directed the cavalry to charge, since the enemy was becoming stronger and stronger on the near side of the bridge. The charge was delivered in a echelon of brigades. Bach's 2 regiments, who had been awaiting orders for some time, got away at once, and fell upon the left of the French, the gendarmes and the left squadrons of the chasseurs. Anson's 6 squadrons started somewhat later, and having tired horses, after their long morning's fight came on at a much slower pace. They found themselves opposed to the lancers and the right squadrons of the chasseurs. There was such a perceptible space between the 2 attacks that some of the French narratives speak of the British charge as being made by a front line and a reserve. The numbers engaged were not very unequal, probably 1,200 French to 1,000 British, but the former were all fresh, while the larger half of the latter, Anson's brigade, were wearied out, man and horse, by long previous fighting. So ended the first siege of St. Sebastian, a depressing failure not creditable to anyone engaged in it. As if the tale of disaster was not complete, a disgraceful incident happened on the night of the 26th-27th. Ray had noted the disarmament of the batteries proceeding all day, and the departure of troops. He resolved to try a sortie at night, to see if the besiegers were all absconding. Before dawn 5 companies emerging from the hornwork swept along the parallel, guarded at the moment by detachments of Spry's Portuguese brigade. Such a bad watch was kept that they were completely surprised. 3 officers and men were captured. The remainder of the trench guard fled back to the suburb of San Martin. When the reserves came up and made for the parallel, it was found that the French had retired with their prisoners, after doing some inconsiderable damage to the works. Section 38, Chapter 2. Soult takes the offensive in Navarre. The Duke of Dalmatia had arrived at Bayonne on the afternoon of July 11th. On the morning of the following day, he had taken over from the hands of King Joseph the command of the armies of Spain, after a short and formal interview, at which each said little and thought much. When the king had departed to his enforced retirement, the marshal called together the senior officers of all the 4 armies, and informed them that by the emperor's orders he had to carry out a general reorganization, which would affect the positions of many of them. There would for the future be one army of Spain, the separate staffs would disappear, so would many divisional commands, administrative offices, and departmental posts. He had been entrusted by the emperor with full authority to carry out the changes on his own responsibility. This was a great moment for Soult. He had at last achieved his ambition, and received that full power over all the armies of Spain which he had coveted since 1808, and had never attained, either while the emperor pretended to direct in person the war in the peninsula, or while King Joseph held the nominal post of commander-in-chief. It is true that the long-desired position came to him in consequence of a terrible disaster to the imperial arms, but there were compensating advantages even in this. The disaster, as he conceived, had been due to his old enemies. At any rate, it could be ascribed to them with all plausibility, and he was thus provided with an admirable opportunity to repay old grudges, of which he took full advantage in the famous proclamation issued to the army before the commencement of his new campaign. It is a series of elaborate insults to his predecessors, as a short quotation may show. Soldiers, with well-equipped fortresses in front and in rear, A capable general possessing the confidence of his troops could by the choice of good positions have faced and defeated the motley levies opposed to you. Unhappily, at the critical moment, timid and downhearted counsels prevailed. The fortresses were abandoned or blown up. A hasty and disorderly retreat gave confidence to the enemy, and a veteran army, weak in numbers, it is true, but great in everything that constitutes military character, that army which had fought, bled, and conquered in every province of Spain, saw with indignation its laurels blighted, and was forced to abandon its conquests, the trophies of many sanguinary days of battle. When at last the cries of an indignant army stopped the dishonorable flight, and its chief, touched by a feeling of shame, and yielding to the general desire, gave battle in front of Vittoria, who can doubt that a general worthy of his troops could have won the success merited by their generous enthusiasm and their splendid sense of honor? Did he make the arrangements and direct the movements which should have assured to one part of his army the help and support of the rest? Soldiers, I sympathize with your disappointment, your grievances, your indignation. I know that the blame for the present situation must be imputed to others. It is your task to repair the disaster. This may have been good propaganda for the army. It served to soothe their wounded pride by throwing all blame on their late commanders. But there can be no doubt that it was inspired not so much by this very comprehensible motive as by long-cherished malice and hatred for the unfortunate Joseph and Jourdan. This was quite in keeping with Soult's character. He was a most distinguished soldier, but a most unamiable man, and his memory was as long as his spite was strong. We have already had much to write on this cold, calculating son of a provincial lawyer, one of the few best military brains, as his master called him, but also, as King Joseph truly observed, untrustworthy, perverse, dangerous. He served the emperor well as long as their interests coincided, but he was quite ready for any other profitable service. Some 13 months later, as the war minister of Louis XVIII, he showed himself a zealous persecutor of Bonapartists. Soult was the most monstrous of egotists. At this moment, his ambitions served his master well. No general save William III ever won so much credit from a series of defeats as did Soult in 1813-14 from the operations that began with the disaster of Sauron and ended with the loss of Toulouse. But on the receipt of the news of the abdication at Fontainebleau, he became a zealous royalist. 18 months later he was, as the minister of the Bourbons, issuing flamboyant proclamations against the usurper and adventurer Napoleon Bonaparte. Yet in the 100 Days, he was to be found as the usurper's chief of the staff on the field of Waterloo. Proscribed for a short time on account of this unhappy error in calculation, he was so far back in favor with the powers that were, as to receive a gift of 200,000 francs from Louis XVIII in 1820, and the Grand Cordon of St. Louis from Charles X in 1825, on the occasion of his coronation at Reims. But as long as Napoleon I was emperor, Nicholas Soult was his most valuable lieutenant. Their interests coincided, and it is certain that none of the other marshals would have played such a creditable losing game on the Pyrenees and the plains of southern France against such an adversary as Wellington. The army of Spain received the news of his advent with mixed feelings. There was a considerable faction among his own old generals of Andalusia, who welcomed back one who had been an indulgent spectator of their peculations, of which he himself had set the example. For Soult's acquisitiveness was portentous. He was ready to snatch at everything from a shadowy Portuguese crown in Oporto to inferior Murillos in the convents of Seville. The train of his personal plunder had excited anger, envy, or derision, according to the temper of the observer, as it defiled through Madrid, when he quitted Spain 5 months back. He had left behind him many adherents, who followed him for the same motive for which he himself followed Napoleon. They rejoiced at his return, believing, not in error, that his patronage would be exercised in favor of old comrades of the Army of the South, rather than for the benefit of strangers. Others held that he was to be welcomed because any leadership would be better than that of King Joseph, and because his undoubted military talents would be exercised in the best style when he was working for his own credit, and not for that of anyone else. Like the emperor, they had a great belief in his brains. It was difficult to feel much personal enthusiasm for a chief so self-centered, so cold and hard in his dealings with subordinates, so ready to shift blame on to other men's shoulders, so greedy in getting, and so mean in spending. But at any rate, he would not be weak like Jourdan, or rash like Marmont, or simply incapable like d'Orsay or Caffarelli. A general who served as his senior aide-de-camp for 8 uncomfortable years, and left his staff with glee, sums him up in the following cruel phrases. In war, he loved vigorous enterprises, and when once committed to a scheme, stuck to it with obstinacy and force. If I say that he loved vigorous enterprises, I must add that he loved them, provided that they did not involve too much personal danger, for he was far from possessing the brilliant courage of Ney or Lannes. It might even be said that he was the very reverse of rash, that he was a little too careful of himself. This failing grew upon him after his great fortune had come to him, and indeed it was not uncommon to meet officers who showed no care of their lives when they were mere colonels or brigadiers, but who in later years took cover behind their marshal's baton. But this caution visible on the battlefield did not follow him to the tent, under whose roof he conceived and ordered, often in the presence of the enemy, movements of great audacity, whose execution he handed over to officers of known courage and resolution. Another contemporary makes remarks to much the same effect. Proud of the reputation which he had usurped, he was full of assurance on the day before a battle. He recovered that same assurance the day after a defeat. But in action he seemed unable to issue good orders, to choose good positions, or to move his troops freely. It seemed as if any scheme which he had once conceived and written down at his desk was an immutable decree from heaven, which he had not the power to vary by subsequent changes. This is much what Wellington meant when he observed in familiar conversation that Soult was not equal to Massena. He did not quite understand a field of battle. He knew very well how to bring his troops on to the field, but not so well how to use them when he had brought them up. But on July 12 Soult, with his great opportunity before him, was in his audacious mood, and it was in all sincerity that he had written to the emperor before he assumed his command, that he would concentrate the army and retake the offensive within a very few days, and that he trusted to be able to stop the movements of Wellington. This was no small promise considering the state in which the army was handed over to him, and it is a marvelous proof of his driving power that he actually succeeded in launching a most dangerous attack on Wellington's line by the 13th day after his arrival at Bayonne. The detailed orders for the reorganization of the army were published on July 15th. Soult had started with a general idea of the lines on which they were to be carried out, and had just received a more definite scheme from the emperor, sent off from Dresden on July 5th in pursuit of him. Napoleon ordered that not only were the armies of the North, South, Centre, and Portugal to be abolished, their names were now absurd anachronisms, but despite of the great number of troops available, no army corps were to be created. Evidently, he had come to the conclusion that not only army commanders, but even army corps commanders might be strong enough to impair the complete control which he wished to give over to Soult. He directed that the infantry should be divided into as many divisions of 2 brigades and 0 men each as the available total of bayonets could complete. The marshal was authorized to work them as he pleased, in groups of 2, 3, or 4 divisions. To command these groups, which were really army corps in all but name, he might appoint 3 officers with the title of lieutenant general, who would have the divisional generals under their orders. There were to be no special staffs for the groups, whose composition the marshal might alter from time to time. The lieutenant generals were only to be allowed a chief staff officer and their own personal aide-de-camp, and their pay was to be no more than 40,000 francs per annum. Clearly, there was to be no recrudescence of the enormous staffs and liberal perquisites and allowances of the old corps commanders. Artillery might still be short, despite of the large number of guns sent up to the front from Toulouse and Bordeaux. But the emperor directed that each infantry division ought to have 2 field batteries, each cavalry division 1 horse artillery battery, and that Soult ought to create an army reserve of 2 horse artillery batteries and several batteries of guns of position. There was to be 1 general commanding artillery and 1 general commanding engineers for the whole army, and, what was quite as important, 1 commissary general only, in whose hands all responsibilities for food and transport were to be centralized. In a general way, but not in all details, Soult carried out these orders. The gross total of the troops under his command would appear to have been 117,789 of all ranks, but this included the garrisons of St. Sebastian, Pampeluna, and Santonia, 8,200 men in all, also 5,595 half-trained conscripts of the Bayonne Reserve, 16,184 sick and detached, and over 4,500 men of the non-combatant services, ouvriers militaires, transport train, ambulance train, and c. Deducting these, he had available 84,311 fighting men, of who 664 were infantry, 7,147 cavalry, and about 4,000 artillery, sappers and miners, gendarmerie, and c. This total does not include Paris troops from Saragossa, who were lying at Jaca, and had not yet joined the army of Spain, being still credited to Suchet's army of Aragon and Valencia. Soult created out of these elements 9 fighting divisions of infantry, 2 of cavalry, and a strong but miscellaneous reserve corps, which had the equivalent of 5 brigades. The plan which he adopted for the reorganization was to select 9 of the old infantry divisions, of which there had been 14 1-2, and to keep them as the bases of the new units, drafting into them the battalions of the other 5. Those abolished were the 2 divisions, Abbés and Vandermeissen, S of the Army of the North, Serret's division of the Army of Portugal, Levels of the Army of the South, and D'Armagnac, S of the Army of the Centre. Serret had been killed at Vittoria, Level had gone to Germany, but provision was made for the other 3 generals whose divisions were scrapped. Abbé took over Villet's old division of the Army of the South, while Villet went to command the General Reserve. Vandermeissen was given the division of the Army of Portugal lately under Barbat, who relapsed into the status of a brigadier. D'Armagnac went with the 2 French regiments of his old division to join the surviving unit of the Army of the Centre, Cassagne's division, and took command of it, Cassagne, its former chief, disappearing. Lastly, Derichau having been severely wounded at Vittoria, his division was given to Marensin, whose independent brigade was absorbed. Thus, of the old divisions, only those of Foy, Conroux, Maucune, Toppin, Lamartinière remained under their original leaders. The other 4 surviving divisions got new chiefs, whose names are familiar to us, but who had hitherto been connected with quite different troops. Napoleon's ideal of the standard division of 6,000 men was not accurately realized, owing to the fact that some corps had suffered heavily and others hardly at all during the recent campaign. Putting 6 regiments into each division, Soult found that he had created units varying in size from Abbés with 80-30 men to Vandermeissen S, with only 41-81. For there was no uniformity of size among the regiments, which varied from 900 bayonets in 3 battalions down to 430 in 1. Abbés, Lamartinière's, Conroux S, and D'Armagnac's divisions ha, 0 men each or more. Foy's, Toppin S, and Marensin's just about 6,000. Vandermeissen's and Maucune's not much over 4,000 each. It was still impossible to carry out Napoleon's orders to give each division 2 batteries of field artillery. Only 1 apiece could be provided. But this moderate provision having been made, there remained over for the general artillery reserve 2 batteries of horse and 2 of field artillery. The army had in a guns horsed, 72 with the infantry divisions, 32 with Villet's reserve, 12 with the cavalry divisions, 24 as general army reserve. There were also 3 mountain batteries, 2 or 3 pounders carried on muleback. For his chief of the staff Soult chose Gazan, who had long served with him in the same capacity in Andalusia. The late generals-in-chief of the armies of Portugal, the north and the centre, Riel, Clausel, and Drouet 500 Erlon, naturally took the 3 lieutenant generalcies. Soult gave each of them 3 divisions in charge, but being prohibited from calling these groups army corps, he styled them the lieutenancies of the right, left, and centre. These terms soon became anomalous, for by the chances of maneuver the centre 500 Erlon's group, during the campaign of the Pyrenees fought on the right, the left, Clausel in the centre, and the right, Riel on the left wing. The absurd nomenclature of the groups sometimes makes a French dispatch hard to understand. It would have been much simpler to call the 3 groups army corps, but this designation was under taboo by the emperor's special command. Clausel took the left lieutenancy, because he and his troops, which he had brought back from his long march in Aragon, were actually on the left on June 15. He had under him the 2 divisions, those of Vandermeissen and Toppin, which practically represented the bulk of his former column, with Conroux's division, which had remained at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port when the rest of the Army of the South went to the Baie de Soa. The total of bayonets was 17,218. This was the weakest of the lieutenancies, because the individual regiments recently returned from Aragon were low in numbers from 3 months of mountain warfare against Mina. 500 Erlon had the centre, with the divisions of Abbé and Marensin, both consisting of old Andalusian regiments, and of D'Armagnac, who represented the French part of the army of the centre. His corps were strong, just under 21,000 bayonets. Riel, late chief of the Army of Portugal, had the remaining 3 divisions, Foy, Maucune, and Lamartiniere, all of them coming from his own old command, and under officers who had long served in that army. Their total strength was 17,235. Many of the regiments were low in numbers from the recent fighting in Biscay. Each of the 3 lieutenancies had a light cavalry regiment attached to it. We should have called them corps cavalry had the name been permitted. They were weak, only 808 sabres between the 3, but sufficient for scouting purposes. Adding the 2 cavalry divisions of Pierre Soult, the marshal's very undistinguished but much cherished brother and Traillard, the army of Spain 147 sabres, including the remnants of the foreign cavalry, Nassau chasseurs, Spanish light horse, and royal guards, who were something under 1,000 all told. The very large body of troops under Villat which Soult had left outside his 9 marching divisions, and his 3 lieutenancies, consisted of a great number of battalions of the recently abolished armies, which were left as a surplus, when the new formations had been brought up to the 6-regiment standard. They included of French troops 1 odd battalion of the Army of Portugal, 11 of the Army of the North, and 6 of the old Bayonne Reserve. The 18 battalions were mostly rather weak, and mustered only a little over 9,000 bayonets between them. In addition, Villat's reserve included all the foreign troops, Neuenstein's Rheinbund Germans, who had served so long in the Army of the Centre, St. Paul's Italian Brigade, the King's Foot Guards, a solid body of 2,000 infantry, all Frenchmen though in Spanish uniform, and the forlorn remnant of the Afrancisados, 3 dwindling regiments under Casapalacios, which had shrunk from 0 to 1,100 bayonets during the last month. Adding a battalion of foot gendarmes from the evacuated Biscay garrisons, and another of local National Guards, Villat had over 17,000 infantry, a force as big as Riel's or Clausel's lieutenancies. There was some weak stuff among them, but the greater part were experienced troops in nowise inferior to the units of the marching divisions. It is hard to see why Soult did not make up a 10th division out of the best of them. This would still have left Villat 12,000 men, and would have been very useful in the fighting army. But apparently, as will be seen during the narrative of the campaign of July-August, he intended to use the reserve in an active fashion, and was foiled by the caution or timidity of Villat, who discharged the orders given him in a very half-hearted way. This mass of troops was really quite capable of being used as a fighting unit. It had its 4 batteries of field artillery, the foreign cavalry were allotted to it, and a proportion of sappers and engineers. Even after leaving a detachment, say the Afrancisados and 1 or 2 of the weakest French battalions, to aid the conscripts to garrison Bayonne, it could have taken the field with 15,000 men of all arms. To assume the offensive with a recently beaten army is dangerous. Many of the regiments which Soult had to use had only a month before recrossed the Pyrenees in a state of complete disorder. They had been entirely out of hand, and had been guilty of outrages among the French peasantry, which recalled their worst doings in Spain. The greater number of the senior officers had applied for service in the Army of Germany the moment that they had crossed the frontier. It was refused to nearly all of them. The junior officers would have made similar applications, if they had thought that it would be of any use. Everyone of every rank was cursing King Joseph, luck, the weather, the supply services, the war ministry at Paris, and his own immediate hierarchical superior. A sentiment d'ineptie générale prevailed. A great deal of this demoralization was mere nervous exhaustion, resulting from long marches and semi-starvation extending over many weeks. After a fortnight of comparative rest and more or less regular rations, it commenced to subside. The whole army consisted of veteran troops proud of their regimental honor and their past victories. They soon persuaded themselves that they had never been given a fair chance in the recent campaign. Soult's clever and malicious proclamation exactly hit off their state of mind. It was easy to lay all the blame on bad generalship, and to plead that a good half of the troops had not fought at Vittoria. In full force, and under a competent leader, they would have made mincemeat of the motley levies of Wellington. When the whole host was reassembled, after Clausel's arrival, everyone could see that the numerical loss in the late disaster had been very moderate. There were more French troops assembled on the Bidassoa than any member of any of the armies had ever seen concentrated before. Shame and anger replaced dejection in their minds. Even the marauders and deserters came back to the Eagles by thousands. Soult wrote to the Minister of War that the disquieting state of indiscipline which he had discovered on his arrival, was subsiding, that marauding had ceased with the distribution of regular rations, and that the morale of the army was satisfactory. The weakest part of the reorganization was, of course, the transport. The army had lost all its wheeled vehicles and many of its animals in the disaster of Vittoria. They had not been replaced in any adequate fashion during the 4 short weeks that followed. By extraordinary efforts, the commissariat had found food for everyone, so long as the main body of the army was encamped between Bayonne and the Bidasoa. But it would be impossible to start it properly equipped for a long mountain campaign far from its base. Soult took the desperate risk of starting on July 23 with only 4 days, rations in hand, with the marching columns. All that would be wanted later was to come up by successive convoys sent out from the neighborhood of Bayonne. And it was little better with munitions for infantry and artillery alike. The campaign became a time problem. Unless a decisive success were achieved within the first 4 or 5 days, there was grave danger of the army being brought to a stop. It would be helpless if it should have used up all its cartridges in several days of continuous and severe, but indecisive, fighting, or if bad weather should prevent the regular appearance of convoys from the rear. This Soult knew, but thought that his arrangements were calculated to secure that quick and decisive victory which would justify all taking of risks. The plan of campaign which the marshal chose was one of the 3 alternative schemes which the unlucky Jourdan had formulated during his last days at the front. It will be remembered that they were 1. To endeavor to raise the siege of St. Sebastian by massing every available man on the Bidasoa and striking at Gyern and Graham, who was wrongly supposed to have only 1 British division with him. After driving back Graham as far as Toulouse on the high road, it would be possible to turn southward and relieve Pampeluna. Clausel's corps, meanwhile, should demonstrate in Navarre, to distract Wellington from sending his reserves from the south to the main point of danger. Both Jourdan on July 5 and Soult on July 23 believed, the former correctly, the latter wrongly, that there were 3 British divisions engaged in the blockade of Pampeluna. 2. To leave a corps of observation on the Bidasoa to contain Graham, while the rest of the army struck at Pampeluna by the route of Roncesvalles. This would have the advantage of raising the siege of that place at once, though the relief of St. Sebastian would be deferred. But Jourdan added, it had 3 disadvantages. The road was bad and might conceivably prove impracticable for artillery. The bulk of the British divisions would probably be found concentrated for a fight to cover the blockade, and Navarre was a country in which no army could scrape together food enough to live upon. 3. To leave a corps of observation on the Bidasoa, and convey the rest of the army into Aragon by the pass of Jaca, to join Suchet and operate with overwhelming forces on the Ebro against Wellington's flank and rear. This, the operation which Jourdan regarded as the best of the 3, had since become impossible, because Paris had abandoned Saragossa, and Suchet had taken his army to Catalonia. On July 17, he was at Tarragona. Soult's plan was in essence Jourdan's second alternative, but he complicated it by dividing the army which was to strike at Pampeluna into 2 columns. 2/3 of the whole, Ryle and Clausel, was to march by the Roncesvalles passes. 500 Erlon with the remainder was to force the pass of Maya and to converge on Pampeluna by the Bastion and the Col de Velate. Jourdan's memorandum contained a special caution against the dissemination of columns. Je pense qu'atout opération de plusieurs corps, isolés ni réussira pas. How frequently in military history 2 columns starting from distant bases have failed to meet on the appointed day is known to every student. It is seldom that a complete success is secured, as at Kernigratz. Much more frequently the enemy against whom the concentration was planned has beaten one corps before the other, delayed by one of the uncountable chances of war, has come upon the scene. And this was to be the case with Soult before Pampeluna. The advantages of Soult's scheme were very comprehensible. The greatest was that, owing to the existence of a first-class road from Bayonne to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, he could concentrate the main body of his army upon his extreme left wing long before Wellington could make the corresponding countermove. In the early days of the operation, he could calculate on having an immense superiority of force on the Roncesvalles front. It was more doubtful what would happen on the 3rd or 4th day if Wellington divined his enemy's plan at the first moment and ordered a general concentration before Pampeluna, as Jourdan had taken for granted that he would. But Soult considered that he had found means to make such a concentration impossible by sending 500 Erlon and his 20,000 men to pierce the Allied left center at Maya and to sweep down the bastion. If 500 Erlon broke in on the first day and got possession of the positions that dominate the road system of the bastion, Elizondo and the Col de Velate, the northern divisions of Wellington's army would only be able to join the southern divisions in front of Pampeluna by immense daters to the west, by Santisteban and the pass of Donna Maria, or even by Tolosa and Irazun. In all human probability, they would arrive too late. The British commander, as we shall see, did not divine Soult's whole purpose at the first moment, and therefore his general concentration was ordered a day later than it might have been. And the officers who were in charge of his extreme right at Roncesvalles gave way quicker than he had intended. The campaign became a most interesting time problem, which was settled in favor of Wellington in the end, by the fact that his first arriving northern reserves got to the positions in front of Pampeluna a day before Soult's secondary column, under 500 Erlon, came into touch with the French main body. Subordinate officers on both sides made some extraordinary mistakes, which compromised the plans of their superiors. The worst of them were in the line of slow and irregular transmission of news, which in a mountain country, where all side communications were difficult, and no general view of the situation could be taken by the commander's own eye, sometimes led to ruinous miscalculations at headquarters. It cannot be said that one side suffered more than the other from this negligence of subordinates. To proceed to the details, Soult's left wing at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port was ready to start, Conroux and Clausel's old divisions having been cantoned in the neighborhood of that fortress ever since they arrived in France. They were only one long march from their objective, the Gap of Roncesvalles. At the other end of the line, 500 Erlon's 3 divisions were also within one long march of the Pass of Maya. They already lay with their vanguard at Urdax and their last rear brigade at Espelette. The difficulty lay with the 3rd Lieutenancy. Riel's 3 divisions of the Old Army of Portugal on July 20th were on the lower Bidasoa, holding the front opposite Graham and Gyern. They had to be got to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port to join Clausel and cooperate in the main attack. To draw them out of their existing positions without arousing too much attention at Wellington's headquarters was comparatively easy. On the night of the 19th-20th, 4 brigades of Villat's reserve replaced Riel's troops at the outposts. On the following day, the 3 fighting divisions concentrated at Saint-Jean-de-Luz and started to march eastward, with orders to cross the Nive at Cambo, and to get into the Great Chaussee by Erqueret and Helette, which leads to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port. Drawing up a far too optimistic time chart, Soult had hoped that they would all be in the neighborhood of Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port by the morning of the 22nd. As the distance was not less than 50 miles, this would have been very hard work in any case, for a long column marching with a large train of artillery, as Riel was bringing up beside his own pieces 3 batteries for Clausel, who had arrived gunless from Aragon. But the main cause of delay was quite different. Though the Bayonne Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port chaussee was excellent, the local crossroad from Saint-Jean-de-Luz by Saint-Pé to the bridge of Cambo was not, and torrential rains on the 20th made it into a quagmire. The troops got on very slowly, and at night the bridge at Cambo was carried away by a spate, leaving the bulk of Lamartiniere's division on the wrong side of the water. It was repaired, but the general result was that the head of Riel's column only neared its destination late at night on the 22nd, while the rear division and the guns did not get up till the 24th. The marshal had been waiting for them since the morning of the 21st, and had hoped to start operations on the 23rd. He had been joined by his 2 cavalry divisions, brought up from their cantonments between the Nive and the Adour on that day, so that Riel's delays put the movement of all the other corps a day late. On the 24th, Soult was able to commence moving up both Clausel's and Riel's columns toward the Roncesvalles Gap, so that they should be able to attack it on the 25th at an early hour. 500 Erlon, being already in position in front of Maya, was only waiting for the signal to march. Villat had been given orders which left a good deal to his private judgment, to the effect that he must simulate an offensive attitude on the Bidasoa front, but make no real attack till he knew that 500 Erlon had got well forward in the bastion, and that Graham's flank was threatened. He might then push the latter with confidence, as the Allied troops on the coast would have to give way, and to raise the siege of Saint Sebastian, if their center in the bastion had been broken and driven westward. It is interesting to find in a dispatch, which Soult sent to Paris on the 23rd, his estimate of the position of Wellington's line of defense. He starts fairly well. Graham with the 1st Division is on the heights beyond the Bidasoa. Oswald with the 5th Division and a Spanish, it should be a Portuguese corps, besieges Saint Sebastian. The 7th Division under Lord Dalhousie holds the front via Achaller. Then comes a curious blunder. The 6th Division under General Hay is on the French left of the 7th Division. Really, it was in reserve at Santisteban and under Pack. Clinton, who had only taken over command after long sick leave on June 22, having again fallen ill. General Hill, with the 2nd Division under W. Stewart, and Hamilton's Portuguese, Silveira had superseded Hamilton many months back, is in the Bastion, and holds, with camps and batteries, the passes of Maya and Ispegui. We are assured that the 3rd Anth Divisions and a Spanish corps are besieging Pampeluna. There seems to be another division, probably the 8th Division, under a General Byrd in position at Altabiscar, above Roncesvalles. There is an English-Portuguese brigade under General Campbell in the Alduides. The Spaniards of the Army of Galicia guard the Bidasoa from Vera to the sea. It will be noted that this reconstruction of Wellington's line makes the covering force in front of Pampeluna too weak, for it is believed to consist of Byrd's division, a mistake for Byng's brigade, and the force of Campbell in the Val de Alduides only. Really, the Conde de Abispal's Andalusians had relieved the 3rd Anth Divisions on July 1617, and they were free and disposable as a reserve to the troops on the Roncesvalles front, Picton being at Alleg in the Valley of the Lance, Cole at Viscarat on the Pampeluna-Roncesvalles road. Pack and the 6th Division at Santisteban were only a little farther away. Moreover, Morillo's Spaniards were up in line with Byng. The Light Division makes no appearance in Soult's table, unless he means the 8th Division under General Byrd to represent it. There is therefore a grave miscalculation when Soult ends by informing Clarke that after examining the whole Allied line, he has come to the conclusion that the right wing is the weak point, and the one that should be attacked, by a flank movement which he will continue till he has turned its rear. If Wellington's plans had worked out well, there would have happened what Jerdan had foreseen, viz. So vigorous a resistance in the passes by the British outlying troops, that Soult would only have arrived in front of Pampeluna to find the main bulk of Wellington's army offering him battle in front of the besieged city. But, as we shall see, Cole and Picton received Wellington's orders just too late to allow them to carry out the policy which he dictated. Such were Soult's views of Wellington's situation. It remains to be seen what Wellington made of Soult's intentions. He was from the first conscious that the Marshal's appearance might mean a prompt resumption of the offensive by the enemy, and the movements of the French were reported to him with very fair accuracy and dispatch. As early as the 22nd, he was aware that the enemy was weakening his front on the Bidasoa, and that troops were accumulating at Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port. On the 24th, he knew that the force moved in that direction must be the larger half of the French army. But his judgment on the meaning of this movement was entirely colored by the fact that he had breached Saint Sebastian, and that he believed, like Graham, that it would be stormed successfully on the 24th or 25th. He also knew that Soult was being informed, day by day, of the state of the fortress. On the other hand, he was aware that Pampeluna was quite safe. It had food enough to last for several weeks at least, and he was not pressing it hard as he was pressing Saint Sebastian. From this he deduced the conclusion that Soult could not in honor suffer Saint Sebastian to be taken almost under his eyes, as it would be unless he intervened. Therefore the moving of troops, even large numbers of troops, towards Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port must be a feint, because the Marshal's obvious duty was to save Saint Sebastian, while Pampeluna was in no danger. He read the French maneuvers as an attempt to distract his attention from the Bidasoa, and his idea that a desperate attempt would be made to relieve Saint Sebastian seemed to be borne out by the fact that Villat was making flying bridges at Uragny, and that French boats were running into the mouth of the Bidasoa from Saint-Jean-de-Luz. Still, if reports were correct, the enemy was likely to make a very serious demonstration on the Roncesvalles front. Wellington therefore wrote to Cole on the 23rd that he was not to allow himself to be pushed in too easily towards Pampeluna. You should support Major General Byng in the defense of the passes as effectually as you can, without committing his troops, and the 4th Division against a force so superior that the advantage of the ground would not compensate it. You will be good enough to make arrangements further back also, for stopping the enemy's progress toward Pampeluna, In the event of your being compelled to give up the passes which General Byng now occupies, a sure communication should exist with General Sir Thomas Picton, and Sir Thomas should be apprised of any movement of troops, either upon the Roncesvalles road, or upon that of Uguay and the Alduides, in order that he may make such arrangements as circumstances may dictate for giving support, should such an event occur. It is desirable that you should transmit a daily report for the present to headquarters. This was followed up by even more stringent orders on the following day. George Murray wrote to Cole, "Lord Wellington has desired that I should express still more strongly how essential he considers it that the passes in front of Roncesvalles should be maintained to the utmost, and I am to direct you to be so good as to make every necessary arrangement for repelling effectually any direct attack that the enemy may make in that quarter. Lord Wellington attaches very little importance to any wider turning movement which the enemy might make upon our right. The difficulties and delays of any wider movement are considerable obstacles, and would retard him sufficiently to give time to make other arrangements to stop his progress. It would be most inaccurate to say that Wellington was surprised by Soult's offensive at the southern end of his line, as these orders sufficiently demonstrate. At the same time he remained, till late on the night of the 25th, firmly convinced that the French move in Navarre was a feint or subsidiary operation, and that the real attack would be on the Bidasoa. On the 24th, knowing of the accumulation of hostile troops before Roncesvalles, he wrote to Graham that undoubtedly the enemy is very strong on that side, but only because he entertains serious designs to draw away our attention from the side of Uran, and then to attempt to pass the river. And on the same morning, he wrote to Giron that the enemy's main force has moved towards Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, but his 2 pontoon bridges remain at Uragny. It would seem that he intends to distract our attention to the other side, and then to make a try at the river. But as, at 11 a.m., I no longer hear the guns at Saint Sebastian, I am hoping that its business has been settled. It will be remembered that the projected storm on the 24th had been postponed because of the conflagration, so that the cessation of the firing had not the happy meaning that Wellington attributed to it. On the morning of the 25th, when the unsuccessful attempt on Saint Sebastian was actually made, Wellington was up at early dawn, listening once more to the guns, as he strode up and down in the churchyard of Lesaca. Again they stopped, after 2 hours of furious fire, just as on the preceding day. And again Wellington hoped that the business had been settled, that the French scheme, as he conceived it, had been foiled, because there was now no garrison at Saint Sebastian left for Soult to relieve. But ere noon there arrived a dejected messenger to report that there had been this time no postponed assault, but a serious attack defeated with very heavy loss. This unhappy fact upset all Wellington's calculations. If the failure had been very disastrous, it would result that Saint Sebastian must be reckoned as in no immediate danger, and Soult's heavy demonstration in front of Roncesvalles might prove to be no feint, but a real attempt to relieve Pampeluna. Yet Wellington still doubted this interpretation of the enemy's move. One can hardly believe that, with 30,000 men, he proposes to force himself through the passes of the mountains. The remainder of his force, one must think, must come into operation on some other point, either tomorrow or the day after. In fact, he still opined that there would be an assault on the Bidasoa, not understanding that the enemy's surplus, or the greater part of it, 500 Erlon's column of 21,000 men, was striking at the Maya Pass, and was in possession of it at the moment when he wrote this dispatch to Graham. Meanwhile, the great thing was to discover exactly what was the condition of affairs at Saint Sebastian, and Wellington rode over the hills in haste to visit Graham, before any notice of the attacks of the French at Maya and at Roncesvalles had come to hand. He spent a long afternoon opposite the fortress, with the results that have been explained in the preceding chapter. It was only on his ride back to Lesaca in the dark that he met the first messenger of evil. His chief of the staff, George Murray, had sent out an officer to tell him that furious firing had been audible from the side of the Maya passes all through the afternoon. But no explanatory dispatch had been received either from W. Stewart in command at Maya itself, or from Hill, in charge of the whole defense of the bastion. This was astonishing, as there was a properly established line of communication along the bastion to headquarters. Rumors had come to hand that the enemy was stopped, but no official report. On reaching Lesaca an hour later, Wellington found an officer sent by Cole from Roncesvalles awaiting him, who brought the news that the French were attacking on that front in overpowering numbers. But up to midday, when the messenger had started, no breach had been made in the British line. Late at night news did finally come from the Maya front. Stuart sent a verbal message that he had lost the pass, and though he had regained it for a moment by the aid of a brigade of the 7th Division, Hill had ordered him to fall back. This was confirmed by a letter from Hill, which said that Stuart had been driven out of the pass, but that they were going to try to hold on in a position at Elizondo, 10 miles farther down the bastion. It was owing to absolutely criminal negligence on the part of his subordinates that Wellington learned the details of a fight that had begun at about 11 a.m., only 20 miles away, at no earlier an hour than 10 p.m., but late as it was. He had now at last the information which enabled him to guess at Soult's general design, and to give orders for dealing with it. Map of the country between Bayonne and Pamplona. Enlarge the country between Bayonne and Pamplona. Section 38, Chapter 3. Arroencias Villelias and Maya. Soult, though a day later than he had intended, was ready for his great stroke at the passes by dawn on July 25. The main blow was to be delivered on the Roncesvalles front, where he had the 34,000 infantry of Ryle and Clausel assembled, not to speak of the 2 cavalry divisions, which would only become useful when he should reach the plain of Pampeluna. So much was 500 Erlon's attack on the Maya passes the secondary part of the scheme, that we find Soult informing that general that his advance would probably be facilitated by the arrival in the enemy's camp of the news that Roncesvalles had been forced. This would compel Hill to fall back down the bastion, and he should be pursued as briskly as possible. The Roncesvalles business was therefore the more important part of the program for July 25. The Marshal had chosen for the routes of Clausel and Ryle 2 roads, which climb up from Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port and the valley of the Nive to the bleak plateau above the historic abbey, where the relics of Roland were still shown. Between them lies a broad and deep valley, the Val Carlos, with the mountain stream called the Nive d'Arneguy running down its middle. The eastern road climbs the slopes to the French left of the valley. It was practicable for artillery and vehicles, and sappers had been working for the last few days to improve some of its more tiresome curves. This road, after passing the Venta d'Orison, the last inhabited spot on the north slope, and the ruined fort of Château-Pignon, comes to the crest under a hill called Les Saratheca, immediately in front of the higher position called Altibiscar, where the watershed lies. It then passes for a mile along this watershed, known as the Ridge of Ibaneta, and descends by curves to the abbey on the Spanish side. The other road, no more than a mountain track in 1813, and quite impracticable for guns or transport, climbs uphill on the western slopes of the Val Carlos, only 3 or 4 miles from the better route as the crow flies, but always separated from it by the broad and deep intervening combe. After passing the village of Arneguy, it gets up onto the narrow crest of the mountain, the Arola, which separates the Val Carlos from the Val Hera, the next valley westward. Along this ridge it winds for 5 or 6 miles, till the crest joins the main watershed of the Pyrenees at a small plateau called the Lindas, about 2 miles or so west of the point on the Ibaneta Ridge where the other road comes in. A practicable track along the watershed joins them. Since 1813, the whole of the road geography of this stretch of the Pyrenees has been changed by the construction of a metalled chaussee from Arneguy up the Val Carlos, which did not exist in 1813. It goes along the slopes, not along the actual crest, like the mere track which Ryle's men had to follow on July 25, and is now a better route than the old high road by Venta d'Orison and Château-Pignon. From the Lindas there is a steep path going straight down into Spain, without joining the Roncesvalles road. It is called the Puerto de Mendachuri and leads to Espinal. The little plateau has yet another exit. Along the crests to its west comes in a very bad track from the valley of the Alduides, named the Path of Adelosti. It is because it lay at such a ganglion of joining ridges that the Lindas was marked by a ruined earthwork, a relic of the War of 1793-4. To understand the general lie of the fighting ground, it must be remembered that from the Lindas to Altibiscar is about 3 miles of Saddleback Ridge, lowest in the middle, where the chaussee crosses the skyline at 3,600 feet above sea level, while the highest point of the Lindas is about 4,200, and that of Altibiscar about 4,900 feet up. The descent into France is much steeper than that into Spain. Berguet and Espinal are only 700 feet below the summit of the pass, Arneguy and the village of Val Carlos on the French side 3,000 feet below it. This is the reason that caused Soult to send his right column along the lofty path on the Arola Ridge, from which they could approach the Lindas on a level, instead of bidding them climb up direct from the deep-sunk bottom of the Val Carlos Trough. It should be added that the scenery of the 3 miles of the Roncesvalles front is not precipitous or alpine. There are some outcrops of rock in certain places, e.g. along the front of the Lacerathica Hill, but the prevailing aspect is rather like that of Scottish Highland scenery on a large scale. The slopes are mostly short, slippery grass, not unclimbable for a good walker, though difficult for the soldier of 1813 carrying the 70 lb. of his fighting kit and heavy knapsack. The lower skirts of the hills are covered in many parts with woods of pine and beech, and stunted undergrowth of oak. In some places, these stretch up right to the summits. The Lindas has thick foliage on its eastern flank, and the ridge leading to it from the Arola spur has trees on both sides of the narrow track, which winds along its crest, so that troops ascending it are only intermittently visible. Much of the Ibaneta position, the central saddle between the Lindas and Altibiscar, is covered with bush, but from the highest summits there are long and clear views over the woods and the grass slopes alike, views much more commanding, it may be noted, toward the French than toward the Spanish side. So striking is the general effect that, even on the morning of battle, it fixed itself on the minds of several of the combatants as a memory not to be forgotten. Fighting has seldom taken place with such a broad and majestic horizon. Soult knew that his attack would be expected on the high road. Clausel's troops had been visible to Byng's outposts for some time, and on the night of the 24th, there had been a slight skirmish of pickets between the Lacerathica and Chateaubriand, but he was under the impression that he would take the enemy entirely by surprise in his second attack, that directed against the Lindas, by the obscure and difficult path along the crest of the Arola mountain, which since the War of 1793 had only been used by shepherds and smugglers. And on to this narrow path he pushed the full half of his infantry, the whole of Ryle's 3 divisions. It is probable that we must write down the whole of this movement as a mistake. The track was so bad that it could only be used by daylight. At night, it would have been impossible to discover the way, among steep slopes and thickets. There were so many ups and downs, and the grass slopes on each side were so slippery, that nothing could be done in the dark. The actual result was that the whole 17,000 bayonets of Ryle advanced with a front of 2 men, or even in Indian file, forming a sort of procession many miles long. The head battalion was fighting hard on the Lindas before the tail battalion had begun to stir from Arnagay. Ryle had made over his batteries and his regiment of corps cavalry to Clausel, receiving in return 8 mountain guns carried by mules, and a train of pack beasts laden with infantry ammunition. It is obvious that a movement of this sort could only succeed if the enemy was surprised, since the column had no thrusting power. It was all length without breadth, and 1 brigade ready at the Lindas might hold up the entire 3 divisions, which would have no space to deploy so as to make their numbers felt. This, as we shall see, is precisely what happened. The Lindas was found in British occupation, and Ryle was blocked for the whole day in front of a very inferior force. On the Chateaubriand Altibiscar road Soult had sent forward the whole of Clausel's force, the 3 divisions one behind the other, in the order Vandermeissen topping Conroe. Behind the last infantry division was the cavalry, and then all the guns and transport. Everything on wheels belonging to Ryle had been put in at the tail of Clausel's impedimenta. This made a column of interminable length. The conditions were better for an advance on this front than on the western track, since the road was broad and the slopes on each side of it fairly practicable, but there were formidable positions to be carried before the watershed could be reached. Byng and Morillo had been for 3 weeks at the Roncesvalles passes, but it was only 8 days since they had been put under the command of Cole, who had come up with the 4th Division from his long stay in front of Pampeluna, and it was only on the 22nd that Wellington had sent to Cole the warning that the French main body was moving toward Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, and that he might expect to be attacked. On the 23rd, Cole received the stringent orders which have been quoted on an earlier page, but the still stronger message of the 24th seems only to have reached him after the fighting had begun. While Byng and Morillo were in charge, they had evidently counted on being attacked along the high road, and possibly also in the depths of the Val Carlos. But no serious attempt had been made to cover the highland path that comes out on the Lindas, much farther west. It was only watched by a picket, 1 company of Morillo's men, encamped in the ruined redoubt of 1793 on the Lindas. The other points of access were carefully blocked. Byng had a strong first line of defense on the Lacerathica Hill, whose rocky upper face gave good cover for skirmishers. It was held by the 3 light companies of his brigade, the attached company of the 560th and 1 battalion, and 3 light companies from Morillo's right-hand brigade. 2 miles behind was the real fighting position, occupied by the Buffs and the 1st Provisional, 231st and 66th, with 2 of Morillo's battalions. Byng's 3rd Battalion, the 157th, was detached far downhill to the left, on the lower slopes of the Altabiscar, watching the Val Carlos. The 3rd Spanish Battalion of Morillo's right-hand brigade, Leon, was detached in a similar fashion to the right, to the foot of the Altabiscar Heights, to guard a bypath, which crosses the main chain of the mountains and comes down into the upper valley of the Irati River at the foundry of Orbaceta. The remaining battalions of Morillo's left-hand brigade were down in the Val Carlos, on ground south of the village of the same name, in a position blocking the upper and higher end of that deep-sunk depression. They covered the flank of the Altabiscar Heights, and were not far from the 157th. Their line of retreat, if they should be pushed, was up a very steep path, which comes into the Chaussee on the Ibaneta Ridge. It was this brigade which supplied the picket on the Lindas, the only precaution taken to cover the extreme left of the Allies' fighting ground. The whole force on the front originally consisted of 2,000 bayonets of Byng's brigade and 800 in Morillo's 6 battalions. When Cole took over from Byng the general responsibility for the safety of the eastern passes, he brought up his headquarters to Viscaret in the Valley of the Arrow, but placed his 1st British Brigade, that of Ross, at Espinal, in the Valley of the Arobi, on the high road to Roncesvalles, only 5 miles from the Abbey and the Puerto, and 3 from the pass of Mendicuri leading up to the Lindas. He was thus in a position to reinforce the passes at 2 or 3 hours, notice with 1 brigade, and with his whole 6,000 bayonets in half a day's march. On the night of the 24th, having received both Wellington's first letter of warning and Byng's report that his pickets had been attacked, Cole resolved to bring up his reserves nearer to the front. By the most fortunate of inspirations, he directed Ross's brigade to march before dawn, at 2 a.m., and to occupy the head of the Mendicuri Pass and the Lindas. Ross, obeying orders all the more readily, because he had just received Spanish information that the Lindas was going to be attacked next day, moved off in the dark, and mounted the Mendicuri, much incommoded on the way by sharp turns where trees had been blown down in a recent storm encumbered the path. He had the 20th with him, the 7th was following, the 23rd was left behind at Espinal, to start by daylight and bring on the baggage. Though the distance to the Lindas was only 3 miles, it took in the darkness more than 4 hours to reach the summit. There everything was found quiet at dawn. The Spanish picket in the old redoubt, indeed, was so sleepy that Ross and his staff rode into them without having been challenged. Dawn had now come. Though nothing suspicious had been observed, the general sent out the Brunswickholz company attached to the brigade to reconnoiter along the spur in front, while the 20th piled arms and lay down on the summit, to eat and get some rest after the night march. In the far distance to the northwest, the tents of Campbell's Portuguese, encamped on the farther side of the Alduides Valley, were perfectly visible. But shortly after 6 o'clock distant musketry began to be heard from the other flank, the direction of the Laceratheca, where the busy day's work was just beginning. It was some time, however, before Ross's brigade came in for their share of it. Soult's attack, as we have seen, was delivered by 2 columns each of 17,000 men, and each striking by one narrow road at a vital point of the enemy's defenses. There was practically no dispersion of forces on subsidiary enterprises, for the 2 demonstrations which he made on his flanks on the morning of the 25th were trifling affairs. To distract the attention of Campbell's brigade in the Alduides, he directed all the National Guards of the Val de Baigorry and the other western valleys to assemble on the mountain called Hausa, opposite the Portuguese camp, to light many fires there, as if they marked the bivouacs of a large force, and to show themselves at many points. Little good came of this to the National Guards, for Campbell, an active officer, marched at them without delay, and drove them in helpless rout down the valley. But Soult, unlike the unfortunate local levy, profited perceptibly from the move, for the noise of firing drew down to the Alduides the 2 British generals responsible for the Baston Hill and W. Stewart. And while they were absent, off their own ground, their troops at Maya were attacked, and suffered many things for want of a commander. A second similar demonstration was made in the valley east of Roncesvalles. Here the local National Guards, backed by a battalion of the 59th under Colonel Lovedo, crossed the main chain of the mountains and attacked Morillo's right flank guard, the regiment of Leon, at the foundry of Orbaceta in the Irati Valley. The Spaniards defended themselves stoutly and held their ground all day. But the noise of this skirmishing far to their right rear was decidedly trying to the nerves of Byng and Morillo, who for some time could not be certain that their flank had not been turned by a respectable force. However, nothing came of this skirmish, since it grew evident by the afternoon that the enemy was weak and unable to press forward. It is barely worth putting on record that one battalion detached from the tail of Conrua's division went up the trough of the Val Carlos and watched Morillo's left-hand brigade without attempting to close with it. Having dismissed these feints, concerning which no more need be said, we may proceed to the real fighting. At about 6 a.m. Vandermeisen's division, at the head of Clausel's long column, neared the hill of Lacerathica, where the 7 British and Spanish light companies were ensconced in the rocky slope commanding the high road. The position had obviously to be stormed by frontal attack if there was reason to hurry, for it could only be turned by very long flanking movements over the steep slopes on each side of the road. General Barbat, commanding the leading brigade, deployed the first-line Anthelager and attacked with a swarm of tirailleurs the whole front of the hill. The attack failed completely, the defenders being under good cover and perfectly steady. The French, when their first rush had been stopped, threw themselves down among the stones and gorse, and kept up a useless fire upon their almost invisible adversaries. Clausel, after 3 hours of this profitless bickering, sent in high rage a message to Barbat that he would have him cashiered, unless he pulled his men together and delivered a serious attack. Meanwhile, the French battalions were coming up one after another from the rear, and accumulating behind the single brigade that was engaged. Barbat called back his disordered troops, reformed them in column, put in a fresh battalion, and made a second and a third attack on the hill. All naturally failed, the troops being tired and discouraged. But the matter was finally settled by the divisional general, Vandermeisen, leading off his 3 rear battalions across the steep hillside to the east, and turning the Lacerathica by a long detour. At the same time, Clausel began to shell the position with 6 guns brought up from the rear. When Byng saw his outlying force in danger of being cut off, he ordered it to retire to his main body on the Altabiscar. This it did in good time, and when Clausel again advanced against the Lacerathica frontally, with the 50th line, while the flanking column drew in on the right flank, he received only a few shots from lingering skirmishers, and occupied the position with the loss of 9 men killed only. So long had the turning movement taken, that by the time that the French had got back into order again, and could advance towards Byng's real fighting ground, it was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Altabiscar position was even more formidable than that on the Lacerathica. Clausel looked at it, felt it, and did not like it. It was impossible to turn save by a vast detour. This, he says in his dispatch, he was preparing to do by sending his rear division, Conru, to circumvent the whole crest of Altabiscar and the still higher summit to the east of the road, a march of many miles. But at 5 o'clock a dense mountain fog rose, the enemies became invisible to each other, and all movement became impossible. Byng was left unattacked upon his chosen position, though not destined to stop there. The losses on both sides had been absurdly small, considering that 17,000 French had faced 0 British and Spaniards for 11 hours. But really only Vandermeisen's division on one side and the Allied light companies on the other had been engaged. Clausel says that he had but 160 killed and wounded, among the last General Vandermeisen himself. Byng and Morillo ha casualties. The former remarks that this was an extraordinarily low figure considering that the French had shelled the Lacerathica for some time, but the cover was good. There were more Spaniards hurt than British. Their conduct had been exemplary. Morillo himself had been there, exposing himself with his usual reckless courage. At the other end of the line, the fighting was much more serious. It will be remembered that at 6 o'clock Ross was on the Lindas, with his leading battalion, and a second close behind. The third had only recently started the climb up from Espinal by the Mendicuri. He sent out his light companies to observe the northern slope of the plateau which he had occupied, that of Brunswickholes being directed along the wooded spur or crest, which forms the western wall of the depression of the Val Carlos. Meanwhile the troops listened to the commencement of the long roll of musketry, which told how Clausel was attacking Byng on the other side of that valley. 3 or 4 hours passed. General Cole rode by on his way to visit the Roncesvalles front, told Ross to keep a good lookout, and informed him that Anson's and Stubbs's brigade were coming up via Burgate, the former to reinforce the Spaniards at the foundry of Orbaceta, the latter to the Ibaneta to support Byng. Somewhere about 11 o'clock, according to our best eyewitness, the outlying picket of the Brunswick Company detected dust rolling above the beech copses which masked the crest path in front of them, and a little later caught intermittent glimpses of troops passing between the trees. It was doubted whether they were French, or some of Morillo's troops retiring from Val Carlos. But about noon, Ross, having been warned to look for trouble, told the Brunswickers to advance and verify the character of the approaching strangers, while he himself called up the left wing of the 20th Regiment and followed in support. The rest of the brigade were directed to stand to their arms on the Lindas. The German light company went forward some half a mile on a very up-and-down track, till they got quite close to the oncoming troops, who appeared to be in no particular order, a straggling crowd advancing along the crest, which is here only 30 yards broad, with trees and bushes on both flanks. When there was no more than 80 yards between the parties, the French dressed their front, so as to cover the whole breadth of the ridge, and began to fire. They were the 2 Compagnies d'Elite of the 6th Leger, the leading battalion of Foy's division, at the head of Riel's column. Close behind them, the rest of their battalion was pushing up, as quickly as was possible with men moving on such a narrow track. The 60 Brunswickers, finding themselves in front of such a superior force, fell back, firing on their supports, pursued by the enemy. General Ross, wanting to gain time for his brigade on the Lindas to deploy, ordered the leading company of the 20th, No. 8, Captain Tovies, to charge with the bayonet and throw the French back. There followed one of the rarest things in the Peninsular War, a real hand-to-hand fight with the white weapon. The French skirmishers in front gave way into the bushes, clearing the front of the company behind them. Then the 2 parties, each advancing up one side of a small declivity, met face to face at the top, with only 10 yards between them when they came in sight of each other. The French instinctively stepped back a pace, says the Brunswick officer who has left us the best account of this clash. Several of them made a half-turn, as if about to give way, but their officers, some with appeals, some with threats, and some with curses, kept them to their work. They stood firm, and their bayonets came down to the charge. So did those of Tovey's company. For a few seconds the 2 sides surveyed each other at a distance of 2 paces. Then one French company officer sprang forward into the middle of the British and began cutting right and left. He was at once bayoneted, and then the 2 sides began to fence cautiously with each other, keeping their line and not breaking forward into the enemy's ranks. It was more like bayonet drill than a charge. I do not think that more than a dozen men fell on either side. After a minute, the English captain saw that the French supports were closing in. He shouted, "Right about face," and his men trotted back. When our front was clear of them, our 5 companies opened fire by platoons, and as the distance was only 100 yards, we saw heaps of the French fall at each volley. Tovey's company lost 11 killed and wounded out of about 75 present in this extraordinary adventure, which had given the 3 rear companies and the Brunswickers time to form up across the crest and in the bushes on each side of it. It is astonishing that a man of the 8th Company got away. Clearly the enemy had been too much astonished to pursue, as he might have done. The fight on the path that leads to the Lindas now became a very confused and constricted business, with many casualties on both sides, since French and English were firing at each other along a sort of avenue and could hardly miss. Foy's 2nd Battalion, the 169th, had now reinforced his 1st, and finally the left wing of the 20th, badly thinned, gave way and fell back in some disorder to the point where the crest path debouches on to the Lindas Plateau. Here all was ready for defense. The right wing of the 20th, with the regimental colors flying, was waiting ready for the enemy, with the 1/7th in immediate support and the 1/23rd in reserve. When the narrow-fronted French column tried to burst out of the defile, officers in front, drums beating the pas de charge, a long reserved volley smote it, and all the leading files went down. There was a pause before the 3rd of Foy's battalions, the 269th, got to the front and tried a similar attack, which failed with even greater loss. For the whole of the rest of the afternoon spasmodic fighting went on at the Lindas. The enemy was visible, writes one of Ross's brigade, several thousand strong, on the higher part of the spur. Every half-hour or so he sent another company down to relieve his skirmishers. He always came up in detail and slowly, for there was a tiresome defile to cross, over a deep cutting in the crest, where only one man abreast could pass. We could always let the head of the attack debouch, and then attack it and throw it back upon its supports. No attempt was made to turn the Lindas by its eastern side, among the steep slopes and thickets at the head of Val Carlos. All attacks came straight along the spur. Ryle attributes this in his dispatch to the dreadful delays at the rear of his long column, owing to the narrowness of the path. He acknowledges that an attempt should have been made to push on to the Ibaneta, but it was 3:30 before Maucun's 1st Battalion began to arrive to Foy's assistance, and before the rear of his division was up. By this hour it was too late to think of turning movements, even if the fog which stopped Clausel had not swept down on the Lindas also. As a matter of fact, only Foy's 4 front regiments, 5 battalions, were put into the fight. Similarly, on the British side, the fight was sustained only by the 20th, relieved, after its cartridges were all spent, by the 7th and the 23rd. Ryle does not omit to mention that after the first hour of fight was over, Cole had begun to show reserves on the Lindas, which would have made any attack by Foy's division, unsupported, quite hopeless. It will be remembered that the commander of the 4th Division had started Anson's brigade for Orbaceta and Stubbs's brigade for the Ibaneta Ridge, when first the attack on Byng was reported, and he had gone to the Altabiscar himself to watch the progress of affairs on that side. While he was there, Foy's attack on the Lindas developed. Cole at once rode to the left to see how Ross was faring, and in consequence sent downhill to bid Anson abandon his long march to the extreme right, and to turn up the Roncesvalles Pass, as Stubbs did also. The British brigade took post on Ross's right, the Portuguese brigade on the Ibaneta, watching the steep path from the Val Carlos. Up this, there presently came the 157th and the Spanish battalions which had been near them. Thus Cole showed a continuous line from the Altabiscar to the Lindas, held by 11,000 men placed in a most formidable position, not more than 3 miles long. Nor was this all. General Campbell in the Alduides, after scattering the National Guards who had tried to delude him in the early morning, had heard the firing at Roncesvalles, and though he had no orders, thought it his duty to march with his 5 Portuguese battalions toward the sound of battle. Taking the highland track along the upper end of the Alduides, he appeared on Ross's left at 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the so-called path of Adelasti. He was in a position to outflank any attempts that Ryle might make to turn Ross's position on the western side. When the fog fell, Soult was in a very unpleasant situation. Having chosen to attack his enemy with narrow-fronted columns of immense depth over 2 constricted routes, he had been brought to a complete check. Clausel had driven in Byng's outpost but was stuck in front of the Altabiscar. Ryle had failed to move Ross at all and was blocked in front of the Lindas. The losses had been negligible, it is true, not much over 500 in all if the Marshal is to be believed, but those of the Allies were still smaller, and the confidence of the men had been raised by the way in which they had easily blocked for some 10 hours, and with small loss, an army whose vast strength they could estimate by the interminable file of distant troops crawling up the roads in the rear. If the men, however, were cheerful, their commander was not. Cole estimated the French at 30,000 men and more, and quite correctly. He had himself only 11,000 in line, with 2,000 more of Campbell's Portuguese in touch on his left. Picton's 3rd Division, which lay at Alleg on the morn of the 25th, had no doubt started to close up, but it was a long day's march away, and could not be at Altabiscar or on the Lindas till the 26th. Anything might be happening in the fog which lay deep on the mountains all night. Cole determined that he could not hope to maintain the passes against the very great superiority of the force opposed to him, amounting to 0 to 35,000 men, and that he must retire by night under cover of the mist. Even if his views had been less pessimistic, he would yet have been compelled to retreat by the action of Byng, who had fought heroically all the day, but was obsessed by fears as the fog settled down. He had come to the conclusion that, as the enemy had possession of the path along the eastern hills to Orbaceta, and had superabundant numbers, he would be using the night to send a large force in that direction, where only the Spanish regiment of Leon was on guard. They could not be stopped, and when down in the valley of the Irati, would be able to take Roncesvalles from the rear, and to throw the whole defending force on to the necessity of retiring by the Mendicuri and Adelasti routes, on which retreat would be slow and dangerous. Byng therefore sent a message to Cole that he must needs retire, and was already beginning to draw off his troops, under cover of his light companies, when he received Cole's orders to the same effect. The moral responsibility for the retreat lay equally on both, the technical responsibility on Cole alone, as the superior officer. He might, of course, have ordered Byng back to his old position, which the French had left quite unmolested. Plan of the Combat of Roncesvalles. In large combat of Roncesvalles, July 25, 1813. Was Cole's pessimism justified? Wellington thought not. He wrote to Lord Liverpool 10 days later, Sir Laurie Cole, whose retreat occasioned the retreat of the whole, retired, not because he could not hold his position, but because his right flank was turned. It is a great disadvantage when the officer commanding-in-chief is absent. For this reason, there is nothing that I dislike so much as these extended operations, which I cannot direct myself. And he was no doubt thinking of Cole, no less than of Picton, when he wrote that all the beatings we have given the French have not given our generals confidence in themselves and in the exertions of their troops. They are really heroes when I am on the spot to direct them, but when I am obliged to quit them they are children. Cole was an officer of the first merit in handling troops, as he was to show at Sauron 2 days later, and that he was not destitute of initiative had been sufficiently proved by the advance of the 4th Division at Albura, where he was practically acting without orders. But there seems no doubt that the scale of the operations in the Pyrenees made him nervous. He was responsible, on the 25th July, not for a division, but for a small army, and he was well aware of the enemy's superiority in numbers. His conduct was the more surprising, because he had received before 10 o'clock Wellington's stringent dispatch of the night of the 24th, telling him to maintain the passes in front of Roncesvalles to the utmost, and to disregard any wide turning movements to the east on Soult's part. These orders reached him at the Lacerathica, just as he was witnessing Byng's successful repulse of Barbot's brigade. Possibly the excitement of the moment prevented him from thoroughly appreciating their full meaning, and for the rest of the day he was busy enough, riding from front to front on the passes. As he wrote in his first short account of his doings, having had no sleep for 2 nights, and having been on horseback fro amt at night, I am somewhat fagged. It is, of course, quite unfair to criticize a responsible officer in the light of subsequent events, but as a matter of fact Cole was in no danger. The fog endured all that night, and far into the morning of the 26th. The enemy at Orbaceta was negligible, 1 battalion and a few National Guards. Soult sent no more troops on that wretched road, and if he had done so, after the fog cleared on the 26th, they would have taken the best part of a day to get into action. It seems certain that Cole could have held the passes for another day without any great risk, and if he had done so, Soult's whole plan of campaign would have been wrecked. But of course, the fog might have lifted at midnight. Soult might have sent 2 divisions by a night march to Orbaceta, and a retreat by bad tracks like the Adelosti would have been slow, and also eccentric, since it did not cover the Pampeluna road, but would have taken Cole to Uguay and the Col de Velate. Nevertheless, looking at the words of Wellington's dispatch of the 24th, it seems that Cole disobeyed orders. He did not hold the passes to the utmost, and he did not disregard turning movements to the far east. Both the Lindas and Altibiscar were evacuated in the early hours of the night of July 25-6. The French did not discover the move till morning, and by dawn the whole of Cole's force was far on its way down the Pampeluna road entirely unmolested, though very weary. To understand the general situation on the morning of July 26th, we must now turn back, to note what had been happening in the bastion during the long hours of Byng's and Ross's fight in the southern passes. The supplementary part of Soult's plan had been to force the Maya defile, and thus to break in the left center of Wellington's line of defense, at the same moment that his main body turned its extreme right flank by forcing its way through the Roncesvalles gap. 500 Erlon's 3 divisions, for whom this task had been set aside, had no long dayter to execute like those of Ryle. They were already concentrated in front of their objective. Their leading section was at Urdax, only a few miles from the summit of the Maya Ridge. Their most remote reserves at Espelette in the valley of the Nive were within 1 day's march of the British positions. The orders issued by Soult to 500 Erlon on July 23 ran as follows. Comte 500 Erlon will make his dispositions on the 24th to attack the enemy at dawn on the 25th, to make himself master of the Puerto of Maya, and to pursue the enemy when he shall begin his retreat. It is to be presumed that the hostile forces in the Bastion, in the Alduides, and in the passes of Ispegui and Maya will draw back the moment that they hear of Clausel's and Ryle's movement, or else that they will begin to maneuver, so as to leave their present positions ungarrisoned. Comte 500 Erlon will seize the moment to attack them briskly, and to seize the Maya Pass. From thence he will march by Eriscun on Elizondo, and then on the Col de Velate, or possibly by Berderis on the pass of Urtiaga, according to the route which the enemy may take in his retreat. He should remember that he must try to unite as soon as possible with the main body in the direction here indicated, and to get into communication with General Ryle. Whatever may happen, he must send strong detachments to pursue any hostile columns that may try to get off to their left, to discover their routes, worry them, and pick up prisoners. These are very curious orders, as all their directions depend on the idea that Roncesvalles will be forced with ease, and that on hearing of its being lost, all the Allied troops in the center of Wellington's line will retire in haste. Soult committed himself to this hypothesis in the words, "It is to be presumed that the enemy will defend the position of Altobiscar feebly, because he will see that he is being outflanked by Ryle's divisions on the Lindas, and threatened at the same time, on his right flank, by the detachment and the National Guards, who are demonstrating in the direction of Orbaceta." But what if Roncesvalles were held for 12 hours against Clausel, if Ryle were completely blocked all day on the Lindas, and if the demonstration on Orbaceta proved ineffective? In this case, the British troops on the Maya front will not hear of disasters in the south. They will not retreat, but stand to fight. And 500 Erlon, far from having a walk over the pass, as a commencement to a rapid pursuit of a flying enemy, will have a hard day's work before him. This is what was to happen. 500 Erlon, instead of running against an enemy who was about to retreat, and pushing him forward with ease, met with troops determined to hold their position, and found himself let in for one of the bloodiest battles on a small scale that were fought during the whole war. That he was finally successful, though at a heavy cost, was due to the mistakes made by the British generals in front of him. The disposition of the troops which formed Wellington's center was as follows. Hill was in charge of the whole sector, from the Maya Pass to the head of the Alduides Valley. His force consisted of the 2nd Division, minus Byng's brigade, detached to Roncesvalles nearly a month back, and of Silvera's Portuguese division. William Stewart held the left, with the 3 available 2nd Division brigades, Cameron's, Pringle S., and Ashworth's Portuguese. The 2 British brigades were in or about the Maya Pass. Ashworth was holding the Ispegui Pass, 7 miles to the east, with 1 battalion in the defile, and the others in support on the road from Erazu. Silvera's 2 brigades continued the line southward, da Costa's watching the Col de Berderis and other minor passes south of the Ispegui, while A. Campbell S. was in the Alduides, on the slopes above the village of that name. Silvera himself was with da Costa. Campbell, as we have already seen, was in close touch with the Roncesvalles force, and ultimately joined it. On the other flank, the 2nd Division at Maya had as its nearest neighbor the 7th Division, which was holding the Puerto of Echalar. Behind lay the Light Division by Vera, and the 6th Division, now under pack since Clinton's health had again broken down, in reserve at Santisteban. Now on the early morning of the 25th, the first troops stirring were Soult's National Guard detachments on the Alduides front, which, as we have already seen, attracted the notice of Campbell's Portuguese, and suffered for their temerity. Their activity, most unfortunately, drew the attention of Sir Rowland Hill in this direction. He rode out from his headquarters at Elizondo to visit Campbell, when the demonstration was reported to him. And he was actually in the Alduides, at the extreme southern end of his sector, when the French attacked in force the Maya passes, at its extreme northern end. This was a pardonable mishap, since he was on his own business, but it led to his being absent from the real point of danger. Quite unpardonable, however, was the fact that William Stewart, commanding the 2nd Division, abandoned his own troops and went out to join Hill in the same direction, toward the front of Silvera's brigades, attracted by the news of fighting at early dawn. He would seem to have left no note of his probable whereabouts at Maya, so that he was sought in vain for many hours, when his troops were attacked. In his absence, the command of his division fell to General Pringle, who had arrived from England only 2 days before, to take over the brigade of which Colonel O'Callaghan of the 39th had been in temporary charge since the opening of the campaign. Pringle knew neither the troops nor the ground, and being only a brigadier had no authority to make new dispositions, when his commanding officer was still technically present, though invisible for the moment. The whole responsibility for what happened on the morning of the 25th, therefore, fell on Stewart, and he must also be given the discredit of the very inadequate arrangements that had been made for the defense of the pass. The French at Urdax were only 4 miles from the crest, and it was known that they were in strength close behind, Their large camps about Ainhow, where Abe's division was cantoned, were perfectly visible from the heights, and obviously crammed with men. Considering that he was in close touch with the enemy, Stuart's precautions were ludicrously incomplete. The Maya position consists of a broad, open, grassy saddle, between the high mountains to east and west, the Alcorance Peak on the left and the Aratesque Peak on the right. The saddle at its lowest point is about 2,000 ft. Above sea level, the flanking heights run up to 1,000 feet more. The high road from Urdex and Zagaramurdi climbs the saddle in its middle, runs westward along its summit for a mile, and then descends by a broad curve towards Elizondo on the Spanish side. There is another lesser track which leads up onto the saddle from Espelette. It gets on to the level of the col at its extreme eastern end, under the Aratesque height. Thence, after running along the crest for a mile, it meets the high road, crosses it, and continues along the slopes of the Alcorance Peak, and ultimately falls into the byroad from Sant Esteban to Zagaramurdi. This path, useful for lateral communications east and west, is still known as the Chemin des Anglais, from the work which was spent upon it by Wellington's army later in the year, when the necessity for good tracks along the front was better understood than it seems to have been in July. In contemporary records, it is generally called the Gorospol Path. The west end of the saddle was not inadequately guarded by Cameron's brigade, which was encamped by battalions on each side of the main chaussee close behind the crest, with 4 Portuguese guns, of de Cunha's battery, mounted on a commanding knoll whence they could sweep the road. But the east end of the position, under the hill of Aratesque, where the minor road comes in, was almost entirely neglected. There was only a picket of 80 men placed to cover it, on the spot where the Chemin des Anglais gets to the crest of the position. Pringle's brigade, which supplied this picket, was 2.5 miles to the rear, in the low ground about the village of Maya, an hour's march away, for the ascent to the picket was a climb uphill by a bad path. The only support immediately available for the outpost was the 4 light companies of the brigade, which were encamped on the back slope of the ridge, about halfway between the hill of Aratesque and the main body of the brigade. There was much dead ground in front of the Maya position, where it might be approached by ravines and coombes whose bottom could not be fathomed by the eye. And in particular the view northeastward, towards Espelette, was completely blocked by a high round hill half a mile beyond the outer sentries of the Aratesque picket. With the French only 4 miles away at Urdex, and 7 at Espelette, it is clear that prudence would have dictated constant reconnaissance of all the dead ground. Stuart had made no such arrangements. All that we hear is that the round hill beyond the Aratesque picket was occasionally visited by Portuguese vedettes. Apparently none had gone out on the morning of the 25th. 500 Erlon would appear to have been well acquainted with the general disposition of the British line, as he launched his main attack against the undermanned eastern flank of the position, and did not tackle the strongly held ground on the high road, at its western end, until he was well established on the crest. D'Armagnac's division from Espelette led the main column. Abe's division from Ainhow fell into its rear and followed. Both took the Chemin des Anglais track, which was blocked from the view of the British pickets by the round hill already mentioned. Marenson's division at Urdex, on the high road, was ordered to mass itself, but to keep under cover and show no signs of movement till the main body had reached and occupied the eastern end of the saddle. It was then to assail Cameron's brigade, advancing up the high road. Though the morning was bright and clear, no certain signs of a French attack were seen t o'clock, so carefully did the enemy utilize the dead ground in front of him. Suspicious movements indeed were observed by the outpost of the 71st on the high road, who noted small bodies of men crossing the skyline in front of Urdex, and the picket of the 34th on the Aratesque hill reported to Pringle's brigade headquarters that it had seen a small body of cavalry and a larger force of infantry turn the corner of a distant road beyond Ainhow and disappear again. On both points, the enemy had only been visible for a few minutes. Pringle sent up a staff officer to the Aratesque picket, who made nothing of the troops that had been detected on that side, but as a measure of precaution, ordered up the 4 light companies of the brigade to join the picket on the crest. Thus there chanced to be 400 men instead of 80, when 500 Erlon discovered himself an hour later. But the 5 companies were as powerless a guard against the sudden attack of 7,000 men as the 1 company would have been. At 10:30 500 Erlon had reached the point, not much over half a mile from the most advanced British sentry, where the head of his column would be forced to come out into the open and show itself. His dispositions aimed at a sudden surprise and effected it. He collected the 8 light companies of D'Armagnac's division, ordered them to take off and stack their knapsacks, and launched them as a swarm of tirailleurs at the position of the British on the Aratesque Knoll, or the Goraspel Knoll, as D'Armagnac calls it in his report. The 16th Leger followed them in column, keeping to the track, while the skirmishers spread out in a semicircle to envelop the knoll. The remainder of the division came on as quickly as it could in support. The French attacked at a pace that surprised their enemies. The light companies, they were commanded by Bradby of the 28th, were desperately engaged within 10 minutes of the firing of the first shot. Their flanks being turned, they clubbed together on the higher slopes of the knoll and around some rocky outcrops on its summit, and held their own for 3/4 of an hour, repulsing several attacks of the Voltigeurs and the 16th Leger with great loss, and suffering heavily themselves. Meanwhile, the attention of the defenders of the pass being thus distracted, the succeeding battalions of D'Armagnac's division hurried up unmolested one after another onto the saddle, and began to deploy. Their general threw the 8th line across the rear of the knoll, blocking the path which led down to the village of Maya and the camps of Pringle's brigade, and drew out in succession the 28th, 51st, and on the plateau to their right. Before any succor could arrive, the 5 unlucky companies on the Goraspel Knoll were crushed by the concentric attack. 6 unwounded officers and men were taken prisoners among the rocks at the summit. The other 260 were nearly all killed or wounded. Soon after they had succumbed, tardy reinforcements began to arrive. Pringle had started off his 3 battalions from the valley to climb the path up to the crest. They arrived at intervals, for their camps were at varying distances from the point of danger, and each acted for itself. The brigadier himself, finding that he was in general command, appears to have ridden up the high road and joined Cameron's brigade at the Maya end of the saddle. From thence, he began to send off detachments of that brigade to cooperate from the flank with the uphill frontal attack which his own battalions were about to make from the valley. He found Cameron's brigade under arms, in good order and unmolested. The Portuguese guns had begun to fire, but not at any enemy, for Marinson was holding back, according to his orders. The shots were signals to give notice to the 7th Division, Ashworth, and other outlying neighbors that serious fighting had opened in the passes. They do not seem to have commenced 10 o'clock or even later, for Wellington had ridden off from La Saca towards St. Sebastian before the cannonade began, and we know that when he started about 11 a.m. no gunfire from the east had been reported. Cameron had already sent off the 50th, the right-hand corps of his brigade, to push along the watershed of the Col, and stop the French from any further progress toward the high road. This left only the 71st and under the rock of Maya, on the culminating point of the position, awaiting the approach of Marinson, which obviously would not be long delayed. The second episode of the fight consisted in a series of desperate but ill-connected attempts by 4 British battalions, the 28th, 34th, 39th, 50th, to push D'Armagnac's 8 battalions off the foothold on the east end of the Col, where they were now firmly established. Abbé's division was not yet on the ground, but was already visible filing up the track which D'Armagnac's had already traversed. The 3 British battalions from the valley arrived in succession and attacked frontally the mass of French on the crest above them. The 34th came up first and alone. It was death to go on against such a host, but it was the order, and we went on to destruction, marching up a narrow path with men pumped out and breathless. We had no chance. The colonel, always a good mark, being mounted and foremost, was first knocked over, very badly wounded. 7 more officers were wounded. We persevered, pushed on, made a footing, and kept our ground. But the French held the crest above, and the 34th was brought to a complete standstill. The 39th then climbed up the slope, more to the west, and made a similar unsuccessful push to reach the skyline. Meanwhile the 50th, coming from the other side along the crest, attacked the French right, and drove in the leading battalion on to the mass, but could get no farther forward, and finally fell back. The last episode of this struggle was a third isolated attack. Pringle had told Cameron to detach the right wing of the 92nd from the Maya position, and to send it on in support of the 50th. Just as the latter recoiled, this strong half-battalion, nearly 400 muskets, came onto the ground on the crest, and at the same moment the 28th, the last of Pringle's battalions to arrive from the valley, climbed the slope, and came up diagonally on the right of the 92nd companies. Pringle himself aligned the 2 corps, and led them against the solid mass of French. This advance ended in a most desperate fire duel at a range of 120 yards, in which the French had the more casualties, but the British line was in the end shot to pieces. Observers from the 28th Anth speak in the most moving terms of the extraordinary steadiness of the 92nd. They stood there like a stone wall, overmatched by 20-1, until half their blue bonnets lay beside those brave Highland soldiers. When they retired, their dead bodies lay as a barrier to the advancing foe. Oh, but they did fight well that day. I can see the line now of their dead and wounded stretched upon the heather, as the living kept closing up to the center. It was only when 60% of these stubborn soldiers had fallen that the senior of the two surviving officers with the wing ordered the remnant to fall back on the 50th, who had reformed in their rear. The 28th, who had been engaged, oddly enough, with the French 28th, across a dip on the south side of the crest, were cut off from the 92nd and retreated downhill by the way they had come, towards the village of Maya. So did the 34th, which had been rallied some way down the slope, below the point where they had made their unsuccessful attack and had been taking long shots uphill against the French flank. So also did the 39th, or the greater part of it. The progress of these spent troops downhill was hastened by 500 Uhlans detaching 2 battalions to push them away. They lapsed out of the battle and retreated towards Maya village, leaving Cameron's brigade alone to maintain the struggle upon the crest, 3 battalions against 3 divisions, for Abbay's men were now deploying behind D'Armagnac, and Marinson's long-deferred attack was just beginning to develop. After the wasted remnant of the right wing of the 92nd had recoiled, the French began to advance along the Chemin des Anglais, pushing the beaten troops before them, but were soon brought to a stand for a few minutes once more. For Cameron had detached the right wing of the 71st from the Maya position to follow up the right wing of the 92nd. The system of dribbling in small reinforcements was practiced all day, leaving only the 2 left wings of those regiments to hold the pass against Marinson, who was still an impending danger only. The newly arrived half-battalion, drawn up across the path, delivered a very telling salvo against the front immediately opposed to them. The enemy was now in a mixed mass with no trace of formation, acting like a dense swarm of tirailleurs, and brought it to a stop for a moment. But the French, holding back in the center, spread out on the wings and began to envelop both flanks of the 71st companies, who had to retire perforce, losing heavily, though not as the 92nd had suffered half an hour before. There was now no chance whatever of checking 500 Uhlans, since the only British troops not yet engaged, the left wings of the 71st and, were at last feeling the commencement of Marinson's attack, and there were no reinforcements yet visible. Just at this moment, it was perhaps 2 p.m., the long-lost William Stewart at last appeared upon the scene and assumed command. The noise of the guns had reached him in the distant Alduides and drawn him back to his own business, which he found in a most deplorable condition. A glance round the field showed him that he must give up any hope of holding the Maya Pass, and that his only chance was to fight a detaining battle across the high road, in the hope of receiving help from the 7th Division, to whom Pringle had already sent urgent demands for succor. He accordingly issued orders for the 2 intact half-battalions on the crest to fall back and take up a new position below it, while the weary troops from the old front took shelter and reformed behind them. D'Armagnac's regiments were as much fought out as their opponents, and did not press. Marinson, who had brought up his troops in 2 columns, one on the road, the other up a ravine to his right, on seeing the way left open to him, did not hurry on, but began to deploy his battalions in succession as they filed up to the saddle of the call. Hence there was a distinct break in the action, half an hour or even more. No disaster was suffered by Cameron's brigade, the only unfortunate incident of the moment of recoil being that the 4 Portuguese guns were lost. 2 had been manhandled with much toil up a rocky slope, from which it was impossible to get them down in a hurry. After firing a round or 2 of case at the enemy's approaching skirmishers, their gunners pushed them over into a ravine and made off. The other 2 were taken while on the move. Wellington attributed the loss of these 4 guns, which he much resented, for his army never lost another field gun in action during the whole war, to Stewart, who had, on his arrival, countermanded an order of Pringle's which had directed an earlier retreat for them. The 4th episode of the combat of Maya, though it included much bloody and obstinate fighting, was not such a desperate business as the long scrambling fight along the Chemin des Anglais. 500 Uhlans halted D'Armagnac's troops, who naturally had to reform, for they were in complete disorder, and had suffered most severely. He now used Marinson's division as his striking force, and when he had got it all deployed, attacked Stuart's new position. Abe's division was brought up to act in support. It was probably well past 3 o'clock when the new fighting began. The delay had enabled Stuart to rearrange a fighting line. The left wings of the 71st and were drawn up on each side of the chaussee, flanked on their left by a company of the latter regiment on a precipitous knoll, where Cameron had placed them before the action began. This company was afterwards reinforced by another from the 82nd, when that regiment came up. About 300 yards behind, the right wing of the 71st and the 50th, now rallied, made a second line. When Marinson developed his attack, the front line delivered its fire and fell back in an orderly fashion behind the supports, where it reformed across the road. The second line repeated this maneuver. The half-mile of ground given up in these alternate retreats included the camping lines of the 71st and, where the rows of tents not only broke the enemy's formation, but tempted individuals aside for loot. They were plundering on all hands, cutting down the tents, strewing about the officers' linen, and tearing open their portmanteaus, many of which contained a company's month's pay, while we were obliged to stand at a distance and view the work of destruction. The afternoon was drawing on. It was 4:30 or later before Marinson's line reformed and again advanced. Stuart's front line again retired, but when the enemy followed it, he was surprised to be met by a counterattack. Stuart had just received his first reinforcements, a weak battalion of the 82nd, the nearest troops of the 7th Division, which had long been watching the fight from afar on the Alcorant's peak, and had just received their divisional general's permission to come in. These newcomers, joining the reserve line, met the leading French battalions with a brisk offensive, which drove them in on their supports. But numbers prevailed, and the fight began once more to roll downhill. At this moment affairs looked black. Stuart had just been wounded in the leg, but still retained the command. He was a splendid fighting man if a careless and tiresome subordinate. Thinking the position hopeless, and a final retreat necessary, he sent messages to the outlying companies of the 82nd and on the knoll to the left, who were now quite cut off from the rest of the force, to save themselves by striking across the hills. They had been isolated for 2 hours, had used up all their cartridges, and were defending themselves by the primitive method of pelting the enemy below with windstones, which lay thick on the hillside. Plan of the Combat of Maya. Enlarged Combat of Maya 25 July 1813. But before the messenger, who had to take a vast detour, could reach this desperate little party, the last episode of the Combat of Maya had begun. It was a sufficiently surprising end to the day. At about 6 o'clock there arrived, marching hard along the mountain road, which continues the Chemin des Anglais westward, 2 battalions under General Barnes from the 2nd Brigade of the 7th Division, which Lord Dalhousie had sent from Echaller on getting the appeal for help. These 2 units, the 1/6th and Brunswick-Holes, were only 1,500 bayonets, and had done 9 miles at a hot pace. But they were fresh troops, and led by a very thunderbolt of war. Barnes was the brigadier who a few days later made what Wellington declared to be the most gallant charge that he had seen, a charge that drew notes of admiration from the most reticent of pens. They came in diagonally from an unexpected side road, unseen by the enemy till the moment of contact, and crashed in upon the leading French battalion with such an impetus that it was trampled down, losing 15 officers in a minute. The whole of the rest of the British troops present cheered, and advanced in the wake of Barnes' men, even the poor wreck of the right wing of the 92nd, headed by its one surviving piper. A counterattack on troops who have already done much, and are taken by surprise in what seems the moment of success, is often astoundingly effective, as the War of 1914-18 has showed. In this case the result was surprising. Marinson's leading brigade fell back in disorder on his supports, the latter gave way also, and the whole mass retired uphill, as far as the camping ground of Cameron's regiments at the head of the pass. 500 Erlon, wrongly believing that the whole 7th Division had arrived en masse, threw a brigade of Abe's division across the crest of the col, behind which the beaten troops took shelter. He expected to end the day with a defensive action, and even recalled a brigade of D'Armagnac's troops, who had been sent down towards the village of Maya, in pursuit of Pringle's brigade, and who had just got engaged near it with Ashworth's Portuguese, then retiring by order from the pass of Ispegui. But Stuart would have been mad to press on with 6 battalions, 3 of them mere remnants, against 18, and halted on the summit, content to have blocked the pass, though the enemy had possession of it, and of ground in front of it on which he stood deployed. The firing continued for a time, and then died down as the dusk came on. By 8 o'clock all was over. If 500 Erlon had frankly put in Abe's strong division of 10 battalions, it is clear that he might yet have turned the fortune of the day. But he did not. Hypnotized by the idea that he had the whole of the 2nd Anth divisions in front of him, instead of a mere fragment of each. The battle was well over when General Hill arrived from the Alduides, bringing with him unlucky news. He had intercepted and read, at Elizondo, Cole's dispatch to headquarters saying that he had been attacked at Roncesvalles by 35,000 men, and that he was giving up the pass. Wherefore Hill resolved that he also must retire, and ordered the weary troops of Stuart and Barnes to retreat after midnight to Elizondo and cross the upper Bidasoa. It is scarcely credible that the men who had fought for 10 hours under such conditions on such rough ground retained strength to move another furlong. But the order was obeyed, though many badly wounded men had to be abandoned, and though the chaussee was strewn for miles by dead-beat stragglers who dropped out and slept till daylight. They were not disturbed, for 500 Erlon made no move till the sun was well up. He had won the pass and was expecting to have to fight again at dawn for the right to emerge from it. The losses in a fight so honorable to the British battalions, if so discreditable to British generalship, had been immense in Cameron's brigade, heavy in Pringle's, appreciable among Barnes' men, who only struck in at the 11th hour. The first named had lost 800 men out of 1,900 present, of who belonged to the gallant and unlucky 192nd. Pringle's 3 battalions ha casualties out of 2,000 present, including 140 unwounded prisoners taken on the Gorospol Knoll from its light companies. Barnes and the 7th Division troops had won a glorious success, with a loss of only 140 men. The total list gives just under 1,500 casualties out of 6,000 men engaged, of who were prisoners, 200 of them wounded. These are very different figures from the 3,500 total at which 500 Erlon stated Stuart's loss, but sufficiently distressing. The enemy had suffered still more, but from infinitely greater numbers. Their commander report, 400 casualties in Darmagnac's division out of 7,000 present, 600 in Marensin's. Abe was barely engaged at the 11th hour. One of his brigadiers, Rignou, was hit, and only 4 other officers, with perhaps 100 men. The total reported is therefore about 2,100, no very formidable proportion out of 20,000 men present. But some battalions had been badly cut up. The 103rd of Marensin's division, which bore the first fury of Barnes' attack, ha officers killed and wounded out of 20 present, and the 28th of Darmagnac's division lost a similar number in sustaining the attack of the right wing of the 192nd and the British 28th. But this was a 2-battalion regiment with 40 officers present. Nevertheless, 500 Erlons report to Solt Singh's victory in very modest terms. He has captured the enemy's position and holds it at the end of the day. The affair had been one of the most desperate that he has ever seen. The enemy's loss has been far greater than his own, but there is no blowing of trumpets. Section 38, Chapter IV. Soreurien, July 26-28. The first day's fighting in the Pyrenean passes could not be called satisfactory either to Wellington or to Soult. The former had lost both the defiles in which he had intended to make his first stand, and had lost them in a very tiresome fashion. He thought that Maya might have been held at least for 24 hours if there had been a divisional general on the spot to direct the defense. While Roncesvalles had not been forced, but abandoned by Cole, who could certainly have made a longer resistance if only the orders sent to him had been obeyed. It was, above all things, necessary to gain time for the concentration of the army, and a precious day had been lost, and need not have been lost. But Soult can have been no better pleased. Time, to him also, meant everything, and the orders which he had issued to his lieutenants had presupposed an easy triumph by surprise in the early morning, with a forward march in the afternoon. Instead of this, he had won by nightfall a bare foothold on the summit of each pass, after much fighting of an unsatisfactory sort. He, too, had lost a day, and it was only on the morrow that he discovered that both at Maya and at Roncesvalles the enemy had slipped away in the dark, leaving to him the power to debouch from the defiles. Plan of the Battle of Soreurien. Enlarged Battle of Soreurien. July 28, 1813, showing the general situation at 1:15 p.m. Nevertheless, the marshal sent on the morning of the 26th a very flamboyant message of victory to his master the emperor, who then lay at Mayence. Both Maya and Roncesvalles had been forced. 500 Erlon had captured 5 guns and many hundreds of prisoners at the former pass. He himself hoped to be at Pampeluna and to have raised its siege by the 27th. These news were sent on from Bayonne by semaphore to Paris and the Rhine, and reached Napoleon on August 1st. At the same time, and by the same rapid method of transmission, arrived General Rey's report of his successful repulse of the assault of July 25th. It is worthwhile to turn away from solid history for a moment, in order to see how the imperial editor of the Moniteur utilized this useful material for propaganda. He first wrote to Clark, the Minister of War, "We can now give the public some account of affairs in Spain. The Vittoria business and the king must not be mentioned. The first note which you must put in the Moniteur should run as follows. His Majesty has named the Duke of Dalmatia as his lieutenant general commanding his armies in Spain." The marshal took up the command on July 12 and made immediate dispositions for marching against the besiegers of Pampeluna and Saint Sebastian. After that, put in General Rey's first letter about the events of the 25th, 27th. "You had better make some small additions to the number of prisoners and of guns captured, not for French consumption, but to influence European opinion. As I am printing General Rey's dispatch in the Frankfurt Journal, and have made some changes of this sort in it, I send you a corrected copy, so that it may appear in the Moniteur in identical terms." The Emperor's second letter to his foreign minister, the Duke of Bassano, sent from Dresden 3 days later, is even more amusing. "You had better circulate the news that in consequence of Marshal Soult's victory over the English on July 25, the siege of Saint Sebastian has been raised, and siege guns and wagons taken. The blockade of Pampeluna was raised on the 27th. General Hill, who was in command at that siege, could not carry off his wounded, and was obliged to burn part of his baggage. 12 siege guns, 24-pounders, were captured there. Send this to Prague, Leipzig, and Frankfurt." This intelligent anticipation of the future, for utilization in the armistice negotiations going on with Austria, could not have been bettered. Unfortunately, there arrived next day another semaphore message from Soult of the night of the 26th, 27th. "The Emperor has to warn Caulaincourt that yesterday's propaganda will not stand criticism. I have just got another telegraphic dispatch sent on by the Empress from Mayence, giving another communication from Soult, written 24 hours after the last, in which he said he would be at Pampeluna on the 27th. The enemy lost many men and 7 guns, but nothing decisive seems to have happened. I am impatient for more news, in order to be able to understand in detail Soult's dispositions, and to form from them a general idea of the situation." Alas for human ingenuity! Soult's next dispatch, of July 29, was not to be of the sort that craved for publicity in the Moniteur, even with the most judicious editing. But to return from Dresden to Biscay, and from the headquarters of the Emperor to those of the sepoy general, whom he had at last begun to recognize as capable of des projets tres sensés. If only Wellington had been at his headquarters at Lasaka at 11 o'clock on the morning of July 25th, and if William Stewart had been on the spot at Maya, and had sent early news of 500 Erlon's attack, many things might have happened differently. Wellington would have had a long afternoon before him to concert operations, and would have possessed information to guide him in drawing up his scheme. Unfortunately, he was absent, as we have seen, and only received at 6 o'clock a second-hand report from Lord Dalhousie at Echeleer, to the effect that fighting was going on at Maya, with the unfortunate addition that 500 Erlon had been repulsed, a most inaccurate summary of what had happened. Later on in the evening, not before 10 p.m., came Cole's first dispatch from Roncesvalles, to say that he and Byng were heavily engaged at 1 o'clock with a large French force, and were holding their own. On these scanty data, Wellington felt that no conclusions could be drawn. He wrote to Graham that there must be a great mass of French troops not yet discovered, which would come into action on some other point on the 26th, and that his policy would depend on where that force appeared. He could only account for 30,000 of Soult's men so far. He did not commit himself to any definite guess as to the undiscovered part of the marshal's plan, but from his other correspondence, it is clear that he suspected an attempt to relieve Saint Sebastian by an attack on the lower Bidasoa. A very possible solution of the problem, but not the correct one. Awaiting further developments, Wellington issued no more orders on the night of the 25th, save one to the Conde de Abispal, directing him to send one of his 2 infantry divisions from in front of Pampeluna to join Picton and Cole, and to keep the fortress blockaded by the other. The force thus taken away would be replaced by Carlos de España's division, which was marching up from Burgos, and due to arrive on the 26th. In this dispatch, Wellington asked the Conde to direct Mina to send up his infantry from Saragossa, and told him that he was intending to order to the front the British heavy cavalry brigades, now cantoned along the Ebro. No other movements were settled that night, but Wellington was aware that during his absence, his quartermaster general, George Murray, had directed Lord Dalhousie to have the 7th Division massed at Échaler, prepared to move at an hour's notice, and Charles Alton at Vera to have the light division got into a similar readiness. Either would be able to march off at dawn. Somewhere late in the night, Wellington received more news, which made the situation clearer but more unsatisfactory. The true story of the Maya fighting came in from 2 sources. Hill sent a dispatch dated from Elizondo at some hour after 6 p.m. to say that on getting back from the Alduides, he had found Stuart unable to hold the pass, and had bidden him to retire. Stuart, who was wounded and unable to write, sent a verbal message, which came in about the same time, reporting that Hill had directed him to fall back on Elizondo and Biruta. The officers who brought this information stated that the French were in great force, and that the 2nd Division had been much cut up. No more reports arrived from Cole, so that the result of the Roncesvalles fighting remained unknown. After what must have been a very short and disturbed night's rest, Wellington was in the saddle by 4 a.m. on the 26th, and preparing to ride up the Bastion to visit Hill, and to ascertain the exact measure of the mishap at Maya. Before departing from Lesaca, he gave his first definite orders in view of the events of the previous day. Maya being lost, the 7th Division must fall back from Échaler to Sambilla, on the road to Santisteban. The Light Division must retire from Vera to the west bank of the Bidasoa, and be ready to march either towards Yanzi or towards Santisteban, as might be necessary. Longa's Cantabrians were to block the hill road from the Bidasoa to Oyarzun. Graham was told to hurry on the embarkation of the siege train from St. Sebastian. Hill was to hold on as long as he could to the position at Urarita, in order to keep touch with the 6th Division, which was directed to feel towards him, and to be ready to join him if necessary. It was to push 2 of its 3 brigades to Legassa, on the road from Santisteban along the upper Bidasoa, which would bring them within 8 miles of Hill's proposed line of defense at Urarita. The 3rd Brigade of the 6th Division was to stand fast at Santisteban, where it would be in touch with Dalhousie, when the latter should have reached Sambilla. All these orders, as is obvious, are concerned only with the measures necessary to stop 500 Erlon's advance. None of them have any reference to the action of the other French force at Roncesvalles. Till news should come up from Cole and Picton, it was impossible to realize what was going on at that front, or whether the enemy was making his main attack in that direction. There might be still, as Wellington had guessed 3 days back, a violent demonstration towards Pampeluna, intended to distract a real attempt to relieve St. Sebastian. And this state of ignorance with regard to the southern theater of operations was destined to last till late in the afternoon. Either Cole and Picton themselves, or the officers to whom they entrusted their dispatches, were sadly lacking in a sense of the value of the prompt delivery of news. Wellington rode along the Bidasoa for many a mile, till he came on Hill still holding the position of Urarita, and entirely unmolested by the French. There were now in line the sadly reduced remnant of the British brigades which had fought at Maya, and Da Costa's and Ashworth's Portuguese, with the 3 7th Division battalions which had saved Stuart from disaster. The total made up about 9,000 bayonets. Hill estimated 500 Erlon's force at 14,000 men, a miscalculation, for even after the losses at Maya there were 0 French in line. The immediate result of the error, however, was beneficial rather than otherwise, for Wellington considered that Hill was in no particular danger, and let him stand, while he himself rode southward towards the lofty Col de Velate, to seek for intelligence from the Pampeluna front in person, since his lieutenants had vouchsafed him none. He reached Almendaz, near the crest of the pass, in the afternoon, and resolved to establish his headquarters there for the night, as it was conveniently central between the 2 halves of his army. Soon after his arrival, Wellington, being much vexed at receiving no news whatever from the south, resolved to send the 6th Division toward Pampeluna by the Col de Velate as a matter of precaution. They were to march to Oleg in the Valley of the Lance. The 7th Division was to close in, to take up the ground where the 6th had been placed, and cover Hill's left flank. That haste in these movements was not considered a primary necessity, is shown by the fact that Pack and Dalhousie were told that they need not march till the morning of the 27th, for the enemy's surprising quiescence at the head of the Maya Pass had reassured Wellington as to any danger on this side. If 500 Erlon indeed possessed no more than 14,000 men, Hill with the aid of the 7th Division could easily take care of him, and the Light Division might still be left near Lesaca as a reserve for Graham in case any new mass of French troops should take the offensive on the Bidasoa. 500 Erlon's conduct on the morning of the 26th was explicable to himself, though inexplicable to his enemy. He had been engaged in a most bitter fight, in which he had lost 2,000 men and more. 2 British divisions, so he wrote to Soult, were in front of him, the 2nd and the 7th. For he had taken Barnes' brigade for the whole of Dalhousie's unit. The effect of its desperate charge almost justified him in the hypothesis. These troops had been forced to a strategic retreat, but by no means put out of action. They must have been joined, ere now, by the Portuguese column which D'Armagnac had sighted on its approach to Arascon. But there were also troops on his right, of whom he must beware. He knew that Vera and Echeller had been held in strength, and Graham might send reinforcements in that direction, and assemble a heavy force on his flank. Hence he resolved to discover how matters lay by reconnaissances, before committing himself to the march down into the Bastion, and then up the Col de Velate which his orders prescribed. In my position on the pass of Maya, he wrote, I had on my right all the forces which the enemy had in line as far as Saint Sebastian. I had to be prudent, in order not to expose myself to a check in the Bastion, in which the enemy was holding the strongest position. I therefore determined to leave Abbé and Marensin in the pass, with orders to send out reconnaissances towards Saint Esteban, Echeller, and Mount Achiola. They would profit by the halt to distribute the half-ration of food which had just come up from Ainhow. I sent D'Armagnac down the road to Arascon, with orders to push a vanguard to Elizondo, and to explore towards the passes of Ispegui and Berteris, to see if there were any hostile force still on my left. An advance of 6 miles to Elizondo, and that by a mere advanced guard, was all the movement that 500 Erlon made this day. It was not till the afternoon that he learnt, by Abbé's reconnaissances, that there were still Allied troops on his right, apparently the Light Division opposite Vera, and the 7th at Simbilla, while D'Armagnac reported that the eastern passes were clear, but that Hill was lying across the road beyond Elizondo in great strength. In the evening, 500 Erlon heard that Soult had forced the pass of Roncesvalles, and was about to advance. This success, he deduced, would make the enemy in front of him give way, in fear that his positions might be taken from behind. So he thought himself justified in ordering a general advance for the morning of the 27th, though Marensin was still to remain for a day at Maya, lest any Allied force might move up from the west against the pass. Thus it came that for the whole of July 26th Hill was unmolested, and Soult's plan for a rapid concentration round Pampeluna became almost impossible to carry out. A whole day had been wasted by 500 Erlon, though he was not without his extenuating circumstances. Wellington meanwhile received at Almendas, probably at about 8 p.m., the long-expected news from the south. They were, as we know, most unsatisfactory. Cole reported from Linzoin, on the Roncesvalles-Pampeluna road, that he had been driven out of the pass by an army of 35,000 men or more, that he had not yet been joined by the 3rd Division, and was still retreating towards Zubiri, where he understood that Picton would meet him and take over the command. His view of the situation was shown by a remark that if he had not been superseded, and had been compelled to retreat past Pampeluna, he supposed that the road towards Vitoria would have been the right one to take. This most exasperating dispatch only reached Wellington that night by mere chance. The officer bearing it was going to Lesaca, having no knowledge that army headquarters had left that place. At Lance, he happened to meet the cavalry brigadier Long, whose squadrons were keeping up the line of communication between the two halves of the army. Hearing from the aide-de-camp of the sort of news that the letter contained, Long opened it and made a copy of it, which he sent to Sir Rowland Hill, before permitting the bearer to go on. Hill received the transcript at Baruta at 6 p.m., and very wisely forwarded it to Wellington at Almendas. The original was carried on by Cole's messenger to Santisteban and did not reach Wellington that night. Thanks to Long's and Hill's intelligent action, the commander-in-chief could grasp the whole unpleasant situation at 8 p.m. on the 26th. He sent orders to Picton at once, telling him that the enemy must at all costs be detained, that considering the force at his disposal, he ought to be able to check Soult for some time in front of Zubiri, that he would be joined at once by one of O'Donnell's divisions from the Pampeluna blockading force, and shortly by reinforcements coming from the Bastion, the 6th Division. Wellington himself was intending to ride over to the right wing by the next afternoon. Till he should arrive, Picton must send reports every few hours. Unfortunately, Cole and Picton had got things into an even worse state than could have been expected. Just as Wellington was drafting these orders for an obstinate rearguard action, they were at 8:30 p.m. preparing to evacuate the Zubiri position and setting out on a night march for Pampeluna. To explain this move, we must go back to the state of affairs at Roncesvalles on the very foggy morning of July 26. Cole, Byng, and Morillo had abandoned, as we have already seen, their position on Altabiscar and the Lindas under cover of the night, and had all fallen into the Pampeluna road. Ross's brigade descending from the heights by the Mendicuri Pass, the other 3 brigades and Morillo moving by the Chaussee past the Abbey and Bergheat. Anson's brigade formed the rearguard, not having been engaged on the previous day. Morillo's outlying battalion at the foundry of Orbaceta safely joined in by a hill path. Campbell's Portuguese retired by the way that they had come, along the path of Adelasti, but instead of returning to the Alduides, followed a mule track to Ugui in the upper valley of the Arga. Cole's long column, after completing its night march, took a much-needed rest for many hours along the high road near Viscarat. It saw nothing of the French till the early afternoon, when an exploring party of chasseurs ran into the rearguard of Anson's brigade. What had Soult been doing between early dawn, when his outposts ascertained that there was no enemy in front of them, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when his cavalry rediscovered Cole? To our surprise, we find that he had been attempting to repeat his error of the preceding day, that of sending a whole army corps along a rugged mule track, similar to the one on which Riel's column had been blocked by Ross's brigade. His original order on the 25th had been that Riel, after seizing the Lindas, should turn along the crest of the mountains, occupy the Adelasti defile, and push ever westward till he could threaten the Col de Velate, the main line of communication between the 2 sections of Wellington's army. One would have supposed that the events of the 25th on the Lindas, where 1 British brigade had checked for a whole day Riel's column of 17,000 men in Indian file, would have taught him the impracticability of such plans. But as Soult's malevolent critic, quoted already above, observed, when the marshal had once got his plan drawn up on paper, it was like the laws of the Medes and Persians, and must not be altered. While Clausel was directed to use the Chaussee and pursue Cole along the Pampeluna road, past Roncesvalles, Bergheat, and Espinal, Riel was once more ordered to follow the crest of the mountains to the right, and to try to take in the rear the hostile corps which has been holding the pass of Maya against Count 500 Erlan. The itinerary seems insane. There was a mule track and no more, and Soult proposed to engage upon it a column of 17,000 men, with a front of 1 file and a depth of at least 6 miles, allowing for the battalion and brigade intervals. The crest was not a flat plateau, but an interminable series of ups and downs, often steep and stony, occasionally wooded. Campbell's brigade had traversed part of it on the 25th, but to move a brigade on a fine day is a different thing from moving an army corps in a fog. Riel obeyed orders, though the fog was lying as densely upon the mountains as on the preceding night. Apparently Soult had supposed that it would lift at dawn, but it did not till midday. Lamartiniere's division was left to guard the Lindas and the debouche of the Adelasti path. Foy S, followed by Maucune S, tried to keep to the crest, with the most absurd results. It was supposed to be guided by French Basque peasants smugglers, no doubt, who were reputed to know the ground. After going no more than a mile or 2 in the fog, the guides, at a confusion of tracks in the middle of a wood, came to a standstill, and talked volubly to Foy in unintelligible Basque. Whether they had lost their way, or were giving advice, the general could not quite discover. In despair he allowed the leading battalion to take the most obvious track. They had got completely off the Adelasti path, and after 2 miles of downhill marching, found themselves on the Chaussee not far from Espinal, with the rear of Clausel's corps defiling past them. It would still have been possible to stop the column, for only one brigade had reached the foot of the mountain, and Maucune and Lamartiniere were still on the crest. But Riel took upon himself the responsibility of overriding his commander's impracticable directions, and ordered Foy to go on, and the rest to follow, and to fall into the rear of Clausel's impedimenta. Il est fort dangereux dans les hautes montagnes de s'engager sans guides, et en brouillard, as he very truly observed. Justifying himself in a letter of that night to Soult, he wrote that if it were absolutely necessary to get on the crest path again, it could be done by turning up the Arga Valley at Zubiri and following it to Ugui, from which there were tracks both to the Col de Velate and to Urarita. Thus ended Soult's impracticable scheme for seizing the Col de Velate by marching 3 divisions along a precipitous mule track. Even if there had been no fog, it is hard to believe that anything could have come of it, as Campbell's Portuguese would have been found at Ugui well on in the day, and after Riel's column would have been much fatigued. Any show of resistance, even by one brigade, would have checked Foy and compelled Riel to deploy, an interminable affair, as the fight on the Lindas upon the preceding afternoon had sufficiently demonstrated. But to try this maneuver in a dense fog was insane, and Riel was quite right to throw it up. The whole interest, therefore, of the French operation on July 26 turns on the doing of Clausel's column. It advanced very cautiously down the slopes to the Abbey of Roncesvalles, discovering no trace of the enemy save a few abandoned wounded. Having reached the upland valley of Berguit, Clausel sent out cavalry patrols and found, after much searching in the fog, that Cole had gone off with his whole force towards Espinal. His rearguard was discovered bivouacking along the road beyond that village. When it sighted the French, it retired towards Viscarat. Clausel then ordered his infantry to pursue, but they were far to the rear, and it was only about 3 p.m. when Taupin's division came into touch with the light companies of Anson's brigade, just as they were falling back on the whole 4th Division, drawn up in a favorable position on heights behind the Arrow River, near the village of Linzouin. The day had at last become clear and fine. The 31st Leger, leading the French column, exchanged a lively fusillade with the light companies, while a squadron of chasseurs tried a charge on their flank. But both were driven off, and Clausel halted when he saw Cole waiting for him in order of battle. It was not till he had brought up and deployed 2 divisions that he ventured to press the Allied front, and nothing serious happened till after 4 o'clock. Meanwhile Picton had come up from the rear, and joined Cole at Linzouin. The head of his troops had reached Zubiri only 3 miles behind. The arrival of the truculent general, looking even more eccentric than usual, for he was wearing a tall round civilian hat above a blue undress frock coat, and was using a furled umbrella by way of riding whip, was taken by the 4th Division soldiers as a sign of battle. "Here comes old Tommy. Now, boys, make up your minds for a fight," passed down the ranks. But oddly enough, this was about the only day in Sir Thomas's military career when he did not take a fair risk. He certainly came up in a bellicose mood, for he ordered Ross's brigade to be ready to move forward when the 3rd Division should have come up to support it. But after riding to the front, and holding a long talk with Cole, he agreed with the latter that it would be dangerous to fight on ground which could be turned on both flanks, with an enemy who was known to have 35,000 men in hand. Only part of the French were up. Riel's divisions, after their stroll in the fog, were far to the rear behind Clausel, so it would be possible to hold on till night and slip away in the dark. Picton wrote to Wellington to report his decision, and does not seem in his dispatch to have realized in the least that he was contravening the whole spirit of his commander's instructions of July 23, with reference to the stopping of the enemy's progress towards Pampeluna in the event of the passes being given up. He merely stated that he had received these instructions too late to make it possible for him to reach Roncesvalles, or to join Cole before the latter had evacuated his positions. As there was no favorable ground between the Arrow River and the immediate vicinity of Pampeluna, on which a smaller force could make an effectual stand against a much larger one, he had determined to retire at once, and proposed to take up a position at as short a distance as practicable from Pampeluna, by which he meant the heights of San Cristobal, only 2 or 3 miles out from that fortress. He was thus intending to give up without further fighting 10 miles of most difficult hilly country, where the enemy could be checked for a time at every successive ridge, though, no doubt, all the positions could be turned one after the other by long flank dators. But the net result was that Picton gave Soult a clear road on the 27th, and allowed him to arrive in front of Pampeluna on that day, whereas the least show of resistance between Zubiri and the debouche into the plains at Huart would have forced the French to deploy and waste time, and they could not have reached the open country till the 28th. This is sufficiently proved by the extreme difficulty which Soult found in conducting his march, even when he was not opposed. So determined was Picton not to fight on the Arrow River, or on the Arga, that he did not bring up his own division from Zubiri, but let it stand, only 3 miles behind the line on which Cole kept up a mild detaining action during the late afternoon hours of the 26th. Soult attacked with great caution, and more by way of flank movements than by frontal pressure. By evening Cole had drawn back 1 mile, and casualties, all but 4 of them in Anson's brigade. Those of the French can hardly have been more numerous, they seem all to have been in Topin's division. On the afternoon of the 26th Picton had nearly 19,000 men at his disposition. Soult had somewhat less, since Riel's column was so far to the rear that it could not get up before dark. There was no wonder, therefore, that the enemy made no resolute attack, and it can only be said that the Marshal was acting very wisely, for the French force on the ground was not sufficient to move the opposing body until Riel should have come up, and Cole and Picton had resolved not to give way before dark. But when the fires of the French, shining for many miles on each side of the road, showed that they had settled down for the night, Cole drew off his division and retired on Zubiri, where he passed through Picton's troops, who were to take over the rearguard duty as they were fresh and well rested. Campbell's Portuguese dropped into the line of march from Uguay, by orders issued to them that afternoon, and by 11 p.m. the whole corps was in march for Pampeluna. Its departure had passed wholly unnoticed by the enemy. Meanwhile, Wellington's aide-de-camp, riding through the night from Almendas, with orders to Picton to maintain the ground which he was abandoning, can only have met the column when it was drawing near its destination. It was quite early in the morning, though the sun was well up, when the head of the retreating column reached the village of Zabaldica, where the valley of the Arga begins to open out into the plain of Pampeluna, between the last flanking heights which constrict it. In front was the very ill-chosen position which Picton intended to hold, along a line of hills which are quite separate from the main block of the mountains, and stretch isolated in the lowland for some 5 miles northwest and southeast. These are the hill of Huart on the right, parted from the mountains by the valley of the Eggs River, the hill of San Miguel in the center, on the other side of the high road and of the Arga River, and on the left the very long ridge of San Cristobal, separated from San Miguel by the Ulzama River, which flows all along its front. Now these hills are strong posts in themselves, each with a good glacis of slope in its front. The gaps between them are stopped by the large villages of Villaba and Huart, both susceptible of obstinate defense, and the 2 flanking hills are covered in front by riverbeds, though fordable ones. But they are far too close to Pampeluna, which is but 1 single mile from San Cristobal. The guns of the fortress actually commanded at a range of only 1,200 yards, the sole road of communication along the rear of the position. Casson's garrison of 3,000 men was not large enough to furnish men for any large sortie, though he made a vigorous sally against O'Donnell's blockading division on the 27th and destroyed some of its trenches. But no army should fight with a hostile fortress less than 2 miles in its rear and commanding its line of retreat. It is surprising that such an old soldier as Picton chose this ground. Presumably, he was seduced by the fine position for both infantry and guns, which it shows looking towards the enemy's road of arrival. Apparently Cole had a better eye for ground than Picton, for as they were riding together between Zabaldica and Huart, he pointed out to his senior the advantage that would be gained by throwing forward the left wing of the army to a position much more remote from Pampeluna, the hill of Oricane or Saroran, which faces the San Cristobal Ridge from the other side of the Ulzama River. This height is the last roll of the mountains, but almost separated from their main massif. It is only joined to the next summit by a high col at its right center. For the rest of its length, it is separated from its neighbor height by a well-marked ravine. Its flanks are guarded by the beds of the Arga to the right and the Ulzama to the left. It is well under 2 miles long, about 1,000 feet high, and except at the col has a very formidable front of steep slopes, covered with gorse and scattered bushes. The whole formed a strong and self-contained position, whose weak point was that it was rather too much in advance of the Huart-San Miguel heights, which trend away southward, so that when the army was drawn out its right was much refused, and its left very much thrown forward. It was also inconvenient that the access to the crest from the rear was bad, a steep climb by sheep tracks from Oricane or R, up which all food or munitions would have to be brought. From the north, there was a slightly better path to the summit from Sororin, leading up to the small pilgrimage chapel of San Salvador on the left end of the crest. But this would be of more use to the assailants than to the defenders of the heights. Between the Col and the river Arga, and close above the village of Zabaldica, there was a spur or underfeature of the main position, which formed a sort of outwork or flank protection to it. At the moment when the retreating army was passing on towards Huart, this spur was being held by 2 Spanish battalions, part of the division which O'Donnell, by Wellington's orders, had detached to reinforce Picton. It was perhaps the sight of this small force in a very good position which suggested to Cole that the right policy was to prolong his line in continuation of it, across the Col, and as far as the chapel above Sororin. Having allowed Cole to take up his new advanced position, Picton drew out the 3rd Division on the hill to the right of Huart, with its flank eastwards covered by 4 brigades of cavalry, which had come up by Wellington's orders from their cantonments on the Ebro. Morillo's Spaniards continued the line westward along the Cerro de San Miguel, as far as Villaba. From thence, the San Cristobal Ridge was occupied by the greater part of the division which O'Donnell had drawn from the blockading lines. All, in fact, save the 2 battalions in advance on the hill by Zabaldica. Later in the day 2 battalions more were added from the besieging force, for Carlos de España's division from Castile had arrived, and relieved part of the troops which had hitherto been observing Pampeluna. Byng's brigade was told off to support the 4th Division, and took post on the rear of the summit of the Oricane Hill, half a mile behind Cole. The actual fighting line on the left was composed of Anson's brigade on the Col, next to the Spaniards on the lower spur, of Campbell's Portuguese upon the central stretch of the heights, except 1 battalion which was sent to support the Spaniards below, and of Ross's brigade holding the left. Stubbs's Portuguese were in rear of Campbell's, except the 7th Caçadores, which was detached to the front and held the ground about the chapel of San Salvador. The divisional battery, Simfer S of the KGL, was placed far down the right side of the hill, below and behind Byng's brigade, in a position from which it could sweep the high road from Zabaldica to Arleta. Cole's tactical dispositions were in the complete Wellingtonian style, with the light companies and Caçadores thrown out some way down the slope, far in advance of the main force, whose battalions were drawn back well behind the skyline, so as to be invisible till the last moment to enemies storming the hill. Soult followed up the retreating allies at such a slow pace that the whole of Picton's troops were settling into their ground before the enemy came in sight. The slow advance of the French was due to the accumulation of such a large force in a narrow valley provided with only one road. The Marshal made an attempt to relieve the congestion by ordering that the chaussee should be left to Clausel and to the cavalry and impedimenta in his rear, while Riel's divisions should move on the east bank of the Arga by local paths between the villages. The excellent intention of securing room for both columns to move freely had no good result. Clausel arrived in front of Zabaldica by 9 a.m., but Riel was nowhere in sight. His report fully explains his absence. He had obeyed orders by turning up into the hills a mile and a half beyond the village of Arrow. This direction rendered the march of the 3 divisions extremely slow and difficult. They found no road, and had to tramp through brushwood, climb steep slopes, or to follow tracks obliterated by recent rain. At last Count Riel took the decision to abandon the high ground. The 1st Division, Foy, dropped down to the village of Olzuza on the extreme left. The 7th Division, Maucune, redescended into the valley of the Arga, a little above Iraz, where it bivouacked. The 9th Division, Lamartiniere, also came down into the valley opposite Larissona and kept along the high road to Iraz, where it fell in with the rear of Clausel's column late in the day. The only result of Soult's precaution had been to put Riel out of the game on the 27th, just as on the 26th. For the whole of the morning hours, therefore, Soult had only Clausel's corps at his disposition, a fact which accounts for the unenterprising character of his action. But that the 27th was a very slack day on the French side was not Clausel's fault. On arriving at Zabaldica, and discovering that the heights of Oricane were held in strength, he did not wait for the marshal's orders, but began to form a line of battle parallel to Cole's front, along the mountain opposite. Halting Conrua's division on the high road in face of the hill held by the Spaniards, he pushed Toppin's and Vandermeisen's divisions up the slopes, with cavalry detachments feeling the way in front of them, till they had lined the whole ridge, and their right was overlooking Sororin and the valley of the Alzama. He then sent down to ask the marshal's leave to attack, saying that he could see from the summit behind his line large baggage trains moving away along the Vittoria Road in the plain of Pampeluna, and bodies of troops in motion northward. The enemy was about to raise the siege, and was only offering a rearguard action in order to cover the retreat of his impedimenta. If pressed, he would give way at once. Soult did not believe this, and very rightly, but being pressed by repeated messages, he mounted up to the heights behind Clausel's front at 11 a.m. If he had chanced to notice it, he was just in time to see a solitary horseman ride up the northwestern slope of the hill of Oricane, and to hear the whole of the Allied troops aligned opposite him burst out into a storm of tempestuous cheering. Wellington had come upon the ground. Soult heard the noise, but as his dispatches show, did not guess its precise cause. He thought that reinforcements had just come up for coal. The story of Wellington's eventful ride from Almendas to Sororin is a very interesting one. Much irritated at receiving no further news from Picton, he had mounted at sunrise and ridden over the Col de Velate, taking with him only George Murray, his quartermaster general, his military secretary Fitzroy Somerset, and 3 or 4 other officers. The bulk of the headquarters staff was to follow at leisure. On arriving at Lance, the first village on the south side of the pass, they heard rumors of Picton's continued retreat, though they do not seem to have met the aide-de-camp whom he had sent off on the preceding night to report it. This news was so unexpected and vexatious that Wellington halted for a moment, to send back orders to Hill to the effect that it was conceivable that affairs might go badly on the Pampeluna front. If so, the whole right or southern wing of the army might have to swing back to the line Irres-en-Tolosa, and Hill would have to direct his own 2 divisions, and also Dalhousie, and Pack, with all the artillery and baggage, to fall back westward on Lizasso and Leckembury, instead of coming over the Col de Velate towards Pampeluna. The light division, too, might have to leave the neighborhood of the Bastion, and to retire to Zubietta on the Oyars-on-Leckembury road, in order to keep up the touch between the main army and Graham's force in front of St. Sebastian. The latter general, however, was not to move, unless matters went very badly indeed, as the blockade of St. Sebastian must be kept up till the last possible minute. But previous orders were to stand, unless and until the commander-in-chief should send new ones. In particular, Pack and the 6th Division were expected at Oleg, and the batteries of Silvera's division and the light division might come on to Lance, as there was an artillery road from Oleg by which they might be turned off eastward if it became necessary. On getting 5 miles farther down the road, Wellington halted for another moment at Oleg, to leave word that the 6th Division, when it arrived, was to hold that place till further notice, and especially to look out for a possible movement of the French across the hills from Uguay, which must be blocked at all costs. Pack must turn all wheeled transport, batteries, convoys, and sea, arriving from the Col de Velate off the high road to Pampeluna, and send them westward by the side road Oleg-Lizasso, at which last-named village everything must wait for further orders. The closest and most frequent communication must be kept up with Hill's corps, which would be wanting to use this same road. Finally, Pack, after resting his division and giving it its noonday meal, must be ready to march again at a moment's notice in the afternoon. 3 miles farther down the road, at Ostes, Wellington found waiting for him General Long, with some of the squadrons of his light dragoons, who were dispersed all along the lines of communication, keeping touch with all divisions. Long gave the alarming information that Picton had abandoned the Linzoin and Zubiri positions during the previous night, and was now in the immediate neighborhood of Pampeluna, where he was intending to fight on the San Cristobal Heights. The French were known to be in pursuit, and a collision might occur at any moment, indeed might have occurred already, but no firing had yet been heard. Ostes is only 4 miles from Sororin and 6 from Villaba. There was probably time to reach the fighting ground before an action might commence. Wellington directed his quartermaster general to stop behind and make preparations for turning all troops off the Lance Valley road on to the Lizasso road, if he should receive further orders in the next hour. Everything depended on what was going on 6 miles away. He then went off at racing speed down the chaussee, gradually dropping behind him all his staff except Fitzroy Somerset. Their horses could not keep up with his thoroughbred. Turning the corner half a mile from Sororin, he suddenly came on the whole panorama of battle. Cole's line was visible on the right-hand heights, stretching away from the chapel of San Salvador to the col above Zabaldica. On the opposite, Mountain Taupin's and Vandermeisen's divisions were moving along the crest towards Sororin and the Elzama Valley. Cavalry vedettes were pushing ahead of them all over the slopes, looking for paths or British outposts. They were only a mile away at most. There was just time, and no more, to join Cole and take over the direction of affairs. Wellington put on full speed till he reached Sororin Bridge, and then, with his usual cool-blooded calculation of risks and moments, dismounted and wrote a short order to Murray in pencil, using the capstone of the bridge end as his table. While he was writing the 13 hurried lines, he was much distracted by well-intentioned peasants, who flocked around him with shouts that the French were coming down into the other end of the village. But the dispatch reads clearly enough. Murray is informed that the high road is blocked by the presence of the French at Sororin. All troops, therefore, must turn off on to the side road Alle Glasasso, both pack and the artillery, and also Hill's corps. The latter must march at once from the bastion, and get across the Col de Velate by nightfall if it could, leaving a rearguard to hold the pass against any possible pursuit by 500 Erlon. The 7th Division near Santesteban should also come across by the Puerto de Arraiz to Lizasso. Orders for the further movements of all troops would be sent to Lizasso as soon as possible. Fitzroy Somerset dashed out of the village at its northern end with the completed dispatch, just as the French chasseur came exploring into its other end. He was not seen, or at least not pursued, and Murray received the orders, which made Lizasso the concentration point of all the central divisions of the army in half an hour, and set to work to amplify them and to forward them to their destinations. As Wellington very truly observed, several hours were gained by sending back Somerset by the straight road, and in particular the 6th Division was able to reach Lizasso by dark, and to get a good rest for the march of the next day to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wellington, now all alone, rode up the steep track which rises from Sororin to the pilgrimage chapel on the height above, and was presently among the skirmishing line of O'Toole's Cassadors, who were holding that corner of the front. His familiar but unobtrusive silhouette, the short frock coat, small plumeless cocked hat fitting down tight over the great Roman nose, and wiry thoroughbred, was at once recognized. The Portuguese set up the cry of Douro, with which they were wont to greet him, recalling the first victory in which English and Portuguese co-operated, and also his first title of nobility. The noise swelled into the hoarse cheers of the British soldier as it passed up the line towards the Col. The 4th Division, which had been grumbling bitterly since it had been on the retreat, suddenly felt the atmosphere change. I never can forget the joy which beamed in every countenance when his lordship's presence became known. It diffused a feeling of confidence throughout all ranks. No more dispiriting murmurs on the awkwardness of our situation. Now we began to talk of driving the French over the frontier as a matter of course. Wellington halted in front of Ross's brigade, and for a long time studied the French movements through a telescope. He easily made out Soult himself, who was conferring with Clausel and other staff officers in a conspicuous group. Napier says that he observed that the marshal would have heard the cheering, and would try to make out what it was about, before taking any serious step. That will give time for the 6th Division to arrive, and I shall beat him. There is no corroboration for this story, though it may be true. Napier was in England on July 28 and speaks only from hearsay. But an eyewitness present on the spot says that General Ross, as his chief continued to focus the French staff, ventured the remark that this time Soult certainly meditates an attack. To which Wellington, with the glass still to his eye, replied, "It is just probable that I shall attack him." And this thought seems to be corroborated by a remark which Wellington made 6 days after to Judge Larpent, to the effect that he should, and could have done more on the 27th. The French army was but half arrived. Only Clausel's 3 divisions were up, and Ryle was at 11 a.m. still miles away. The enemy was tempting Providence by marching across the Allied front, just as Marmont had done at Salamanca a year before. Whether Soult was stopped from an early attack, by guessing that the cheers on Cole's front implied the arrival of Wellington, seems more than doubtful. There is, of course, no trace of such an idea in the French dispatches. Naturally, it would not have been mentioned. But the one personal narrative which we have from a member of the group of Soult staff officers whom Wellington was eyeing is to the effect that Clausel was at the moment trying to persuade the marshal to attack at once, though only half his force was up, that Soult utterly refused to do so, spread out his maps, and finally took his lunch and a nap after it. Clausel, meanwhile leaning against an oak, was literally beating his forehead with rage, muttering, "Who could go to sleep at such a moment?" What is certain is that Soult's dispatch to Paris says that he had discovered that Wellington had arrived in the afternoon, which would seem to show that he did not know by personal observation that he had come up at 11 a.m. He says also that at the moment of his own arrival the Allies had 0 men in line, including all the blockading troops from Pampeluna, which rendered it necessary to make a thorough examination of their position and to get up all the divisions. To discover the exact ground on which the enemy intended to fight, it proved necessary to make demonstrations or partial attacks. 2 of these were executed. The spur held by the 2 Spanish battalions above Zabaldica was so close in to the French position that it was thought worthwhile to make an attempt to occupy it. A regiment of Conrua's division was sent up from the village to storm it, but was handsomely repulsed, when near the top of the slope, by a charge in line of these corps, Principe and Pravia of O'Donnell's Andalusian Reserve. Clausel's report says that his men took the hill but could not keep it, but many British eyewitnesses on the slope above say that the summit was never reached. Clausel estimates the loss of his regiment at 100 men. Soult gives the more liberal estimate of 200. The repulse showed plainly enough that the whole hill of Oricane was to form part of the Allies' position, and that they intended to fight for every inch of it. Late in the afternoon Soult directed Foy, who had now reached Ulzuza on the extreme French left, to demonstrate against the heights of Huart, so as to discover the end of the British line, and the strength in which it was held. Foy sent forward 2 regiments in column down the slope toward the Eggs River, while showing the rest of his troops on the hill behind. When the French got within cannon shot, Picton brought up the whole 3rd Division to the crest, and R. Hill's and Ponsonby's heavy cavalry showed themselves in front of the village of Gores, covering his flank. The divisional battery fired a few rounds at the columns, which at once swerved and retired in haste. Foy could report that the Huart heights were held in strength, and by all arms. This was the last incident of the day. Shortly afterwards, a heavy thunderstorm swept down from the Pyrenees, darkened the twilight, and drenched both armies. The same thing had happened on the eve of Salamanca, and was to happen again on the eve of Waterloo. Far more important than the trifling skirmishes of the afternoon were the arrangements for the morrow, orders and dispatches, which the rival commanders were evolving during the evening hours. Soult felt himself still blocked in the valley of the Arga and wanted to deploy. Was it possible to get his long column of guns and cavalry out of the defile? And if so, how? Was there a possibility of extending to the left beyond Foy's present position, or to the right beyond Sororin, the limit of Clausel's occupation? Or must the Oricane heights be captured at all costs, before the army could get into a proper order of battle? Could any immediate help be expected from 500 Erlon, whose tiresome letter of the 26th had come to hand, showing that he was no farther forward than Elizondo on that night? He was not doing his best to occupy the enemy in his front, and there was a danger that Hill might arrive at Sororin long before the corps that had been set the task of occupying his attention. There would appear to have been something like a council of war at the French headquarters in the evening, in which Clausel, Ryle, Gazan, the chief of the staff, and probably other officers took part. Clausel wished to extend the line northward up the valley of the Alzama, and to turn the flank of the whole Oricane position. The objection to this was that the transport and guns could not follow over the mule tracks which must be used. They were blocked in the Arga Valley, as long as the Allies held the heights commanding the main road. Moreover, reports had come in that British troops were descending onto Sororin by the Lance Valley Road, who would take in flank any attempt of Clausel to turn the Oricane position. This seems to refer to the arrival of the 6th Division at Oleg, but Long's cavalry was also visible up the Chaussee, and an extension of the French right to the heights westward would make the whole line of battle very long and weak. How could Ryle's 3 divisions take over the whole ground from Sororin to Ulzuza? After much discussion, Soult decided in favor of a concentric attack on the whole Oricane position by 5 of his 6 divisions, while only Foy should remain out on the left, observing and containing the British force on the Huart Hills. Clausel's 3 divisions should attack Cole's line from Sororin to the Col. 2 of Ryle's divisions should cooperate by assailing the Col and the Spaniards' hill south of it. Some guns should be got to the front if possible, and Foy should be lent some cavalry, who must climb over the hills to cover his flank. Details would have to be settled on the morrow. Also the transference of troops, who could not move in the dark over steep and unknown ground. Yet there was an uneasy feeling that too much time had been lost already. Soult notes a rumor that Wellington had announced the approach of 4 more British divisions. Even the arrival of 500 Erlon could not compensate for this, and it did not look as if 500 Erlon was likely to appear early on the 28th. Wellington moved the troops who were on the ground very little that evening, only relieving the Portuguese battalion, which was in reserve on the hill above Zabaldica, by a British regiment of Anson's brigade, the 40th Foot, and sending 2 of O'Donnell's battalions to Alacarasqueta to watch the mountain road west of Sororan, by which it was conceivable that Clausel might try to turn the hill of Oricane. He had got news that French troops had been seen beyond Sororan, and did not want to have them prying too close behind this flank, or observing the paths by which he intended to bring up his reserves on that side. For his main attention that afternoon was devoted to drawing up the orders for the divisions coming from the Bastion, which he had promised to send to Murray, in the note that Fitzroy Somerset bore from the bridge of Sororan. At 4 o'clock, he sent off the all-important dispatch. It will be remembered that his last orders provided for the successive arrival at Lizasso of the 6th Anth Divisions, of the whole Corps of Hill, and of the artillery, and divisional baggage trains of all the troops. Pack was to start from Lizasso at dawn, and to move as rapidly as possible along the country road by Marcolane to Alacarasqueta, which goes along the back of the hills that form the right bank of the valley of the Ulzama. At the last-named village, which he would find held by 2 Spanish battalions, he would be only 5 miles from Cole's flank, and in a position to strengthen or cover it. A supplementary note warned Pack that if any French were found anywhere on the way, he must not let himself be turned off. Even if it came to leaving the road and taking to mountain tracks, the 6th Division must arrive at its destination. The artillery and the reserve of infantry ammunition were to follow Pack, unless serious opposition were offered to him, in which case they must return to Lizasso, and from thence turn on to Irazun. Dalhousie and Hill had already had orders to march on Lizasso, the one by the Puerto de Arraiz, the other by the Velate. Both had a long march, but Wellington hoped that they might reach Lizasso during the night of the 27th-28th. If the men were not overfatigued, all 3 divisions should follow Pack to Alacarasqueta, after being given a suitable time of rest. All impedimenta likely to hinder rapid marching, and the wounded from the Maya fight, were to be directed from Lizasso to Irazun. Murray had already, acting on the orders of the Sororan Bridge dispatch of 11 a.m., sent the route for Lizasso to Hill and Dalhousie, adding some precautions of his own, to the effect that they should leave small rearguards at the passes, to detain 500 Erlon if he should come up. Moreover, he had spread out the 1st Hussars of the KGL along the roads, to keep up touch between all the divisions on the move, and also between Lizasso and the Light Division, now at Zubieta. The only addition made by Wellington's new orders was the all-important one that everything of the fighting sort that came to Lizasso was to march for the main army, but all baggage for Irazun. Of the arrangements thus made, that for Pack worked perfectly. He was at Alacarasqueta with the 6th Division before 10 a.m. on the morning of the 28th, but Hill and Dalhousie were detained in the passes by the storm of the evening of the 27th, and only reached Lizasso so late on the 28th that they were of no use in the fighting of that day. As Wellington observed to Larpent, they could both have got into the Battle of Sororan if they had been given a longer march on the 26th, but ignorance of Cole's and Picton's retreat had prevented him from starting them early enough. However, the 6th Division alone sufficed to settle the matter. The morning of the 28th was fine and bright. The storm of the preceding night seemed to have cleared the clouds from the hills, and the eye could range freely over a very wide landscape. Not only was the battle front of each army visible to the other, but from the high crest on or behind each position, a good deal could be made out of what was going on in the rear. This was more the case with the French line than with the British. Wellington's usual plan of keeping his main force behind the skyline had great efficacy on such lofty ground as that of the heights of Oricane. Soult spent the long hours of the July morning in moving his troops to the positions which had been selected on the previous night. Conrua's division, abandoning Zabaldica, marched over the hills in the rear of Clausel's other divisions, and occupied Sororan village, relieving there some of Topin's battalions, which shifted a little to their left. To replace Conru at Zabaldica, Lamartiniere came up from Iraz, and deployed 1 brigade Gauthiers in front of the Spaniards' hill, while the other men's remained in reserve beside the Arga, with 2 regiments across the high road and the 3rd on the slopes east of the river. Maucun's division, starting up the slopes from the rear of Iraz, took post on the heights immediately opposite the col, with its right touching the left of Vandermeissen. Two regiments were in front line exactly in face of the col, a third somewhat farther to the left, keeping touch with Lamartiniere's brigade near Zabaldica. The other brigade, Montfort's, was placed in reserve farther up the mountain. Pierre Soult's light cavalry regiments disentangled themselves from the long cavalry and artillery column in the rear, and picked their way up the heights southward till they reached Foy's position, from which they extended themselves to the left, till they reached as far as the village of El Cano. 4 howitzers were chosen out of the batteries in the rear, and brought forward to the front of Zabaldica, a position in which it was hoped that their high-trajectory fire might reach effectively the Allies on the Col and the Spanish Hill. These were the only French cannon used that day, except some mule guns employed by Clausel on the side of Sororin. The greater part of these movements were perfectly visible to Wellington, though some of them were intermittently screened from sight when the marching columns dipped into dead ground or were passing through thickets. They took up so many hours that he wrote to Graham at 10:30 that it looked as if Soult was not inclined to attack. Meanwhile, the only British force on the move was the 6th Division, which had been marching since daylight, and arrived about 10 a.m. at Alacarasqueta. On getting news of its presence, Wellington ordered it to move by a country road, which comes across a crack in the hills west of the Alzama, not far from the village of Oricane, and after reaching that river to keep its Portuguese brigade on the western bank, its 2 British brigades on the eastern, and so to advance till it should arrive facing Sororin, prolonging Cole's left in the lower ground, and covering him from any attempt to turn his flank. About noon Pack's leading troops began to appear. These were Madden's Portuguese on the left of the division, working along the hillside west of the Alzama. Now the 0 hour for the general attack on the whole Allied front had been fixed by Soult for 1 o'clock, but long before that hour Clausel was informed by an exploring officer, whom he had sent to the hills on the other side of the Alzama, beyond his right, that a heavy British column was visible coming from the direction of Marcolane, obviously to join the British left. Now the French general had been thinking of turning Cole's flank on this side, and had actually got troops some little way up the Alzama valley beyond Sororin. But hearing of Pack's approach and of his strength, he determined that he must now turn his attention to fending off this move against his own flank, and that the effort would absorb no small portion of his troops. Conrua's division had been originally intended for the attack of the northwest corner of the Oricane Heights, to the right French of the chapel, while Toppin was to make the chapel itself his objective. Vandermeissen was to strike at the center of Cole's position, and Maucune to attack the Col, but Clausel determined that, in order to make the general frontal attack feasible, he must at once stop the forward march of Pack, and keep him at a distance, while the other divisions made their great stroke. Accordingly he called in his right-wing detachments, and having concentrated Conrua's strong division, 7,000 bayonets, he ordered it, at 12:30, to deploy across the valley of the Alzama below Sororin and advance in 2 lines of brigades against the approaching British column. This movement, probably a necessary one, brought on the first clash of battle, half an hour before the appointed time for the general movement. Clausel at the same moment sent word to the other divisions to attack at once, but they were not quite ready, the fixed hour not having yet been reached. But Conru pushed up the valley farther than was prudent, for when he was some half a mile beyond Sororin, he found himself encompassed on 3 sides. Madden's Portuguese pushing forward along the hill on the other side of the river, turned in on his right flank. Some of Ross's skirmishers on the slopes west of the chapel of San Salvador came down and began to fire upon his left flank, while the main body of the 6th Division, Sterling's brigade deployed in front line, Lambert supporting in column, met him face to face in the low ground. The concentric fire was too heavy to be stood, and Conru had to give back, fighting fiercely till he had the support of the village of Sororin at his back. There the battle stood still, for Pack had orders to cover Cole's flank, not to attack the enemy's. Meanwhile, the general frontal attack was being delivered by the other French divisions, starting from the right, as each got forward on receiving Clausel's orders to anticipate the fixed hour and advance at once. Hence the assault was made in a echelon of brigades from the right, Toppin's 2 brigades being a little ahead of Vandermeissen's, and Vandermeissen's perceptibly earlier on the hill than the brigade of Maucune which attacked at the Col. The separate assault by Lamartiniere on the Spaniards' hill is definitely stated by that general to have been made at 12 o'clock, earlier, apparently, than the others. But he is contradicted by Ryle, in command on this front, who says that it started vers une heure. This is much more likely to be correct. Plan of the Second Battle of Sorin and Combat of Bunze. Enlarged Second Battle of Sorin and Combat of Bunze July 30, 1813. The assault on the hill of Oricane bears a remarkable likeness to the Battle of Bassaco, both being attacks by a series of brigade columns on a steep hill, with every disadvantage except numbers to the assailant. Cole's position was singularly like that of Picton in the Battle of 1810, the main differences being that the hillside was not quite so steep or quite so high, and was strewn with clumps of brushwood in its lower slopes, while the Bassaco ground only shows heather and a little gorse. At the Portuguese fight, the defenders of the hill had some help from artillery, at the Navarrese fight none. On the other hand, Cole had a shorter line to defend, and more men to hold it. Rainier attacked with 13,000 infantry, Clausel with 20,000, including in each case unengaged reserve brigades. Picton held the slopes of San Antonio de Cantero with 6,800 men. Cole had about 11,000 at Oricane. The proportional difference therefore between the attacking and the defending force was much the same. By an odd chance no less than 4 French regiments climbed both these deadly hills, 17th Leger, 31st Leger, 47th Anth Line. But the only officer who has left us his narrative of both fights does not chance to have compared them, though he was a competent observer and a fluent writer. None of Cole's regiments, on the other hand, had been engaged at Bassaco, though 8 of them were present on that field in unattacked sectors of Wellington's line. The direction of the attack of the 6 French brigades which mounted the hill of Oricane was such that in their first advance Taupin's right brigade Lecamus attacked Ross. His left brigade Baychot came in where Ross's and Campbell's lines met. Both Vandermeisen's were opposed to Campbell's center and right. Maucun's front brigade tackled Anson at the Col, and Gauthier of Lamartiniere's division assailed the 40th, and the Spaniards on the slopes above Zabaldica. The 6 brigades made 15,000 bayonets in all, the rear brigades of Maucun and Lamartiniere not being counted, for they never closed. Conroux was paired off against Pack in the low ground, fighting against numbers not much inferior to his own. Lecamus's brigade, starting from a short distance south of Sorin, made for the northwest corner of the heights. Its 4 battalion columns screened by their 8 compagnies d'élite in a dense swarm, much thicker than the usual French skirmishing line. This column, the first up the hill, pushed before it the light companies of the British 20th Anid and the 7th Portuguese Caçadores, and won its way nearly to the crest, when it was charged by Ross with the whole Fusilier brigade and thrown violently downhill. It was not pursued far, and ultimately rallied, but was for some time out of action. The Fusiliers had hardly resumed their former position and reformed, when the 2nd French column came up the hill a little way to the left of the last attack, aiming at the chapel of San Salvador. This was the 5 battalions of Baychot's brigade, which had in front of it the line of the 10th Caçadores, supported by Ross's right-hand battalion and the left battalion of Campbell's Portuguese. This column actually reached the summit, driving the Caçadores before it, and established itself by the chapel, but was finally thrown down by a flank attack of Ross's left-hand battalions, while it was heavily engaged with the 7th Fusiliers and Campbell's 10th line in front. It rallied only a short way down the hill, as there was no pursuit. This fight was still in progress when Vandermeisen's 2 brigades came up the hill, each in a single column preceded by a heavy screen of tirailleurs. They came into collision with Campbell's center and left, drove in his Caçadores and light companies, and forced their way right to the summit, after a very sharp exchange of fire. Cole was obliged to send up Stubbs's Portuguese to strengthen the line, which held for some time, but finally gave way on its left, where the 10th line broke, thus exposing the flank of Ross's 7th Fusiliers, its next neighbors along the crest. At the same time Baychot's brigade, now rallied, came up the hill for a second attack on Ross, whose line, or at least the right-hand part of it, lost ground and fell back in some disorder. At the same moment the French column beyond Vandermeisen, Maucun's front brigade, was attacking the Col. At that instant, wrote Clausel to Soult, I had, despite all the difficulties of the enterprise, some hope of success. The combat seems to have stood still for a perceptible time. The French troops had established themselves on a long strip of the crest, and were slowly pushing back Campbell's left and Ross's right, which had suffered severely and were in bad order. But the enemy was also in great confusion. The columns and the skirmishing line had dissolved into irregular crowds. The men were absolutely exhausted by the steep climb which they had just made, and the blasting volleys which they had received before reaching the crest had laid low a very large proportion of the officers, who had led with reckless courage. There was no impetus left in their advance, which was slow and irregular. The decision of the fight seems to have started on the very highest point of the hill, where Maquion's front brigade was attacking Anson. Here the French never won the crest, and were thrown back with extreme violence and terrible loss. The laconic report of the division merely says that the advance was a complete failure. The troops were repulsed at every point, and returned to their original position with the loss of 600 to 700 men and a colonel. The whole strength of the three attacking battalions had been only 2,200 men, and all the casualties coming in 10 minutes, the column was too hard hit to rally. Nor did Maquion choose to send in his rear brigade, which was the only intact reserve on the French heights. After watching this complete failure of the central assault from behind Anson's line, and noting the demoralization of the enemy, Wellington took the very bold step of ordering two of Anson's three battalions, the 327th and 48th, to descend from their own ground and fall on the flank of Vandermeisen's division, which was advancing, slowly and in disorder, pushing back Campbell's and Stubbs's Portuguese. He left only the 2nd Provisional, 2nd and 53rd, to hold the high point from which Maquion had just been repulsed. At the same time Byng's brigade, hitherto kept in reserve a quarter of a mile back, on the center of the hill, was ordered to advance and support Ross. The diagonal downhill charge of the 327th and 48th was swift and irresistible when falling on the flank of a disordered mass. A French observer on the opposite mountain noted and admired it. The enemy's reinforcements, which he launched against our divisions, charged at a running pace, but with such order and unity that looking on from a distance one might have thought it was cavalry galloping. Hardly had they repulsed the troops on their right, when they ran in on the center, and after the center on to the left. Our men came back 4 times to the assault, but what could 3 divisions do against an army perfectly settled down into its position, which had only to receive the shock of troops already half discomfited by exhaustion and by the obstacles of an inaccessible hillside? Wellington merely says, "I ordered the 27th Anth to charge first that body of the enemy which had first established itself on the heights, Vandermeisen, and next those on the left Baychaux." Both attacks succeeded, and the enemy was driven down with immense loss. Byng's brigade was in time to give assistance in the last part of the attack, but was only slightly engaged. Its 3 battalions had no more than 70 casualties among them, while the 27th Anth counted no less than 389, a sufficient proof of the sort of resistance which they respectively met. With the general repulse of the French brigades which had established themselves on the crest, the crisis of the battle was over. But sporadic fighting continued for an hour more, owing to the gallant obstinacy of the French officers, who at several points of the line rallied their battalions and brought them up the hill again for partial and obviously futile attacks. As Wellington had forbidden all pursuit, the enemy had full power to reassemble halfway down the hill and to try his luck again. But since the men were tired out, and quite understood that if a general assault by 6 brigades had failed, isolated pushes by individual regiments were hopeless, there was no conviction in these later attacks. About 4 o'clock Soult sent orders that they must cease, and that all troops must return to their original positions. It remains to speak of 3 sideshows of the battle, one of which was of great interest and some importance. It will be remembered that when the great advance took place about 1 a.m., Gauthier's brigade at Zabaldica was told to storm the spur opposite, now held by the British 40th and the Spanish battalions Pravia and Principe. There was some artillery preparation here, the howitzers beside the village having been directed to open a high-trajectory fire on the hill. It had, however, no effect, and the infantry were put in ere long. As to what happened, British and French accounts show a satisfactory agreement. Gauthier first sent up the 120th, a strong 3-battalion unit, keeping the 122nd 2 battalions in reserve. The attack was frontal, and in one column, possibly the presence of Simfer's battery to the right rear, sweeping all the slopes above the Arga River, prohibited any flank extension to turn the position. Ryle, who directed this attack in person from Zabaldica, says that the regiment went up the hill with a very strong screen of skirmishers. No doubt all the 6 compagnies delete, but in great disorder, the pace having been pressed too much up a very steep ascent, so that the whole arrived at the crest in a mass. The enemy, who had been waiting behind the skyline, suddenly appeared at the critical moment and opened such a heavy and effective fire that the 120th crumpled up and rolled downhill. The Allies, contented with the result of their salvo, did not pursue, but stepped back behind the crest. Gauthier rallied the defeated regiment halfway down the slope and brought up the 122nd to assist. He then repeated the assault over the same ground, and with better success, for the 120th reached the crest and broke up a Portuguese regiment. It was really 2 Spanish battalions, and came to a deadly musketry contest with the English regiment posted on the highest ground. There was a fusillade almost muzzle to muzzle, but the French regiment finally gave way, whether from the disadvantage of the position or from overfatigue after twice climbing such steep slopes. The 122nd, coming up just too late, then delivered a similar attack and suffered a similar repulse. Both regiments were then rallied halfway down the slope and kept up from thence a scattering fire, until Soult's orders came to withdraw all the line, in consequence of the defeat of Clausel's divisions. This exactly tallies with the narratives of the British officers of the 40th, who also speak of 3 attacks. The first easily foiled a mere rush of skirmishers, the second very serious, and rendered almost fatal by the incomprehensible panic of the Spaniards, who, after behaving very well both on the previous day and during the first attack, suddenly broke and fled, all attempts to rally them being ineffectual, over the whole face of the hill behind. The rout was only stopped by a desperate charge against the front of the leading French battalion, which was successful contrary to every expectation and probability. For the 40th, who had suffered considerable loss in the combat of Linzuen 2 days before, had only 10 officers and men in line, and were attacking a column of nearly 2,000 men. This column had been cast downhill, and the men of the 40th had barely been reformed. They showed a great wish to pursue and came back reluctantly, when the third French attack, that of the 122nd, was delivered with resolution and steadiness, but without success. Even then the fight was not over, for after an interval the enemy came up the hill again, in disorder but with drums beating and eagles carried to the front, the officers making incredible efforts to push the men forward. They did not, however, get to the crest, but after rolling up to within 25 yards of it, stood still under the heavy musketry fire, and then fell back, completely fought out. Riel's report declares that Gauthier's brigade only lost 50 killed and several hundred wounded, say 350 in all in this combat. The British 40th had casualties, the Spanish battalions on their flanks 192. If a brigade of 5 battalions in 300 bayonets allowed itself to be stopped by a single battalion in the last phases of the combat, after suffering a loss of only 1 man in 9, there must have been something wrong with it, beside bad guidance. One would suspect that Riel is understating casualties in the most reckless fashion. While this fight was going on by the banks of the Arga, there was another in progress on the other flank of the hill of Oricane, on the banks of the Alzama. The 6th Division had been intermittently engaged with Conrue's troops during the whole time of the French assaults on the heights. When it was seen that Clausel's men were fought out, and falling back, Pack made an effort to utilize the moment of the French débâcle by capturing Sororin. He brought up his divisional guns, Brandreth's battery, to a position close to the village, and sent forward the light companies of the 2 British brigades to press in upon its south side, while Madden's Portuguese, on the other bank of the river, tried to get into it from the rear on the north side. The attack failed, indeed was never pushed home, Sororin being too strongly held. The guns had to be drawn back, many horses and some gunners having been shot down. Pack himself was severely wounded in the head, and Madden's brigade lost 300 men. Wellington sent down from the hill to order the attack to cease, for even if Sororin had been taken, the rest of his frontline troops were in no condition to improve the advantage. While this was going on upon the extreme left, an almost bloodless demonstration was in progress on the extreme right, where Foy, as on the previous day, had been ordered to keep Picton employed. He showed his infantry in front of Olzuza, and pushed forward the considerable body of light cavalry which had been lent him to his left flank by Elcano, till their skirmishers had got into collision with those of the British Hussar Brigade, along the River Eggs. There was much tourillade but few casualties on either side. The 10th Hussars were driven across the river, but were replaced by the 18th, who kept the French in check for the rest of the day. Pierre Soult showed no intention of closing, and Stapleton Cotton had been warned by Wellington that his 4 brigades were intended for flank protection, not for taking the offensive. The afternoon, therefore, passed away in noisy, but almost harmless bickering between lines of vedettes. Foy in his report expressed himself contented with having kept a larger force than his own occupied all day. Thus ended this second Basacco, a repetition in its main lines of the first, and a justification of the central theory of Wellington's tactical system. Once more the line, in a well-chosen position, and with proper precautions taken, had proved itself able to defeat the column. The French made a most gallant attempt to storm a position held by much inferior numbers, but extremely strong. They were beaten partly, as all the critics insisted, by the fact that men who have just scaled a hill of 1,000 feet are inevitably exhausted at the moment when they reach its crest, but much more by the superiority of fire of the line over the column when matters came to the musketry duel. The French generals had learnt one thing at least from previous experience. They tried to sheathe and screen the column by exceptionally heavy skirmishing lines, but even so they could not achieve their purpose. The only risk in Wellington's game was that the enemy's numbers might be too overwhelming. If, for example, the 6th Division had not been up in time on July 28th, and Clausel had been able to put in Conrue's division, 7,000 extra bayonets, along with the rest, operating against Ross's extreme flank, it is not certain that the heights of Oricane could have been held. But Wellington only offered battle, as he did, because he was relying on the arrival of the 6th Division. If he had known on the night of the 27th that it could not possibly come up in time, he would probably have accepted the unsatisfactory alternative policy of which he speaks in several dispatches, that of raising the siege of Pampeluna and falling back on Irazun. I hope we should in any case have beaten the French at last, but it must have been further back certainly, and probably on the Toulouse road. Soult is said to have felt from the 26th onward, his original project of a surprise, followed by a very rapid advance having failed, une véritable conviction de non-réussite. We could well understand this if he really believed, as he wrote to Clarke on the evening after the battle, that Wellington had 0 men already in line. But this was an ex post facto statement, intended to explain his defeat to the minister, and we may be justified in thinking that if he had really estimated the hostile army at any such a figure, he would never have attacked. His long delay in bringing on the action may be explained by the fact that Reille's divisions were not on the field before evening on the 27th, and that, on the 28th, it took many hours to rearrange the troops on a terrain destitute of any roads, rather than by a fear of a defeat by superior numbers. It might have been supposed on the 27th that he was waiting for the possible arrival of 500 Erlon, but on the morning of the 28th, he had heard overnight from his lieutenant, and knew that he could not reach the battlefront on that day. In his self-exculpatory dispatch to Clarke, Soult complains that 500 Erlon told him that he was blocked by British divisions at Urarita, but I have no doubt that these are the same troops which fell upon General Clausel's flank this afternoon. In this, he was wrong. 500 Erlon was speaking of Hill's and Dalhousie's divisions, while it was Pack, whom 500 Erlon had never seen, that rendered a French success at Sorain impossible. The loss of the Allied army was 2652, of who 358 were British, 1102 Portuguese, and Spaniards. The heaviest casualties fell on the 327th in Anson's brigade, who first repulsed Maucune, and then swept away Vandermeissen, and the 17th in Ross's brigade, the regiment whose flank was exposed by the breaking of the 10th Portuguese, which corps also, as was natural, was very hard hit. But all the frontline battalions, both British and Portuguese, had considerable losses. Soult, as at Albura, made a most mendacious understatement of his casualties, putting them at 1,800 only. As Clausel alone had reported about 2,000, Maucune about 700, and Lamartiniere at least 350, it is certain that the marshal's total loss was over 3,000. How much over it is impossible to say, since the only accessible regimental casualty lists include all men killed, wounded, or missing between July 25th and August 2nd. But the chances are that 4,000 would have been nearer the mark than 3,000. Section 38, Chapter 5. Soult's Retreat, July 30-31. The Second Battle of Essouriorien. While the Battle of July 28th was being fought, the outlying divisions of both Soult's and Wellington's armies were at last beginning to draw in towards the main bodies. Hill, as we have already seen, had received the orders written by Wellington on Sorain Bridge at 11 a.m. by the afternoon of the same day, and had started off at once with his whole force. The 3 2nd Division brigades, Silvera's 1 brigade, and Barnes' 3 battalions of the 7th Division. His directions were to endeavor to cross the Puerto de Velate that night, so as to sleep at Lance, the first village on the south side of the pass. He was to leave a detachment at the head of the defile to check 500 Erlon's probable movement of pursuit. The supplementary order, issued at 4 p.m. from the heights of Oricane, directed Hill to march from the place where his corps should encamp on the night of the 27th. Lance, as was hoped, to Lizasso, abandoning the high road for the side road Oleg-Lizasso, since the former was known to be cut by the French at Sororin. If the men were not overfatigued when they reached Lizasso, Hill must try to bring them on farther, to Alacarisqueta on the flank of the Sororin position, where the 6th Division would have preceded them. Similarly, Dalhousie with the 7th Division, minus the 3 battalions with Hill, was to march that same evening from Santesteban over the Puerto de Arraiz on to Lizasso, to sleep there, and to march on Alacarisqueta, like Hill, on the morning of the 28th, if the state of the troops allowed it. All the baggage, sick, stores, and other impedimenta from the bastion were also directed on Lizasso, but they were to go through it westward and turn off to Irazun, not to follow the fighting force to Alacarisqueta. None of these directions worked out as was desired, the main hindering cause being the fearful thunderstorm already recorded, which raged during the twilight hours of the evening of the 27th. Hill had started from Urarita, as directed, keeping as a rearguard Ashworth's Portuguese, who were intended to hold the Puerto de Velate when the rest of the column should have crossed it. He was nearing the watershed, in the roughest part of the road, where it has many precipitous slopes on the left hand, when the storm came down, completely blotting out the evening light with a deluge of rain, and almost sweeping men off their feet. One of Barnes' officers describes the scene as follows: "So entangled were we among carts, horses, vicious kicking mules, baggage, and broken-down artillery, which lined the road, that we could not extricate ourselves. Some lighted sticks and candles only added to the confusion, for we were not able to see 1 yard beyond the lights, owing to the thick haze, which seemed to render darkness still more dark. In this bewildered state, many who could not stand were obliged from fatigue to sit down in the mire. To attempt going on was impossible, except by climbing over the different vehicles that blocked the road. In this miserable plight, I seated myself against a tree, when weariness caused me, even amidst this bustle, mud, and riot, to fall fast asleep. All sorts of disasters happened. One of Tulloch's 9-pounders went over the precipice with the shaft animals drawn down with it, when the side of the roadway crumbled in. Ross's battery lost another gun in a similar way, owing to the sudden breaking of a wheel, and many carts and mules blundered over the edge. The only thing that could be done was to stick to the track, sit down, and wait for daylight, which was fortunately early in July. When it came, the drenched and miserable column picked itself up from the mire, and straggled down the defile of the Velate, passing Lance and turning off at Oleg towards Lizasso, as ordered. Troops and baggage were coming in all day to this small and overcrowded mountain village, in very sorry plight. It was of course quite impossible for them to move a mile farther on the 28th, and Hill had to write to Wellington that he could only hope to move his 4 brigades on the early morning of the 29th. Lord Dalhousie had fared, as it seems, a little better in crossing the Puerto de Arraiz. He had a less distance to cover, but the dispatch from Sororin Bridge only reached him at 7 p.m. when the rain was beginning. With laudable perseverance, he kept marching all night, and reached Lizasso at 12 noon on the 28th, with all his men, except a battalion of Caçadores left behind to watch the pass. The condition of the division was so far better than that of Hill's column, that Dalhousie wrote to Wellington that he could march again in the late afternoon, after 6 hours' rest, and would be at or near Alacarisqueta by dawn on the 29th, though 2 successive night marches would have made the men very weary. This the division accomplished, much to its credit, and reached the appointed destination complete, for Hill had returned to it the 3 battalions which had saved the day at Maya on the 25th. Lizasso on the afternoon of July 28th was a dismal sight, crammed with the drenched and worn-out men of 7 brigades, who had just finished a terrible night march, with large parties of the Maya wounded, much baggage and transport with terrified muleteers in charge, and a horde of the peasants of the Bastion, who had loaded their more precious possessions on ox wagons, and started off to escape the French. It took hours to sort out the impedimenta and start them on the Irazun road. There was a general feeling of disaster in the air, mainly owing to physical exhaustion, which even the report of the victory of Sauron arriving in the evening could not exorcise. Rumors were afloat that Wellington was about to retire again, despite of the successes of the afternoon. However, the day being fine, the men were able to cook and to dry themselves, and the 7th Division duly set out for another night march. It was fortunate that the retiring columns were not troubled by any pursuit, either on the 27th or the 28th. The storm which had so maltreated Hill's column seems to have kept the French from discovering its departure. D'Armagnac had moved forward on the 27th from Elizondo to ground facing Hill's position at Urarita, but had not attempted to attack it, 500 Erlon having decided that it was très forte par elle-même, et inattaquable, étant gardé par autant de troops. So badly was touch kept owing to the rainy evening, that Hill got away unobserved, and it was only on the following morning that D'Armagnac reported that he had disappeared. This news at last inspired 500 Erlon with a desire to push forward, and on the morning of the 28th Abbé took over the vanguard, passed Almendas, and crossed the Velate, with D'Armagnac following in his rear, while Marensin, kept back so long at Maya, came down in the wake of the other divisions to Elizondo. The head of Abbé's division passed the Puerto de Velate, pushing before it Ashworth's Portuguese, who had been left as a detaining force. Abbé reported that the pass was full of wrecked baggage, and that he had seen guns shattered at the foot of precipices. 500 Erlon says that 400 British stragglers were gleaned by the way, no doubt Maya wounded and footsore men. On the night of the 28th Abbé and D'Armagnac bivouacked at and about Lance, Marensin somewhere by Urarita. He left behind one battalion at Elizondo, to pick up and escort the convoy of food expected from Urdax and Ainhow. The light cavalry who accompanied Abbé Dooley reported that Hill had not followed the great road farther than Aleg, but had turned off along the valley of the upper Alzama to Lizasso. His fires were noted at evening all along the edge of the woods, near that village. One patrol of chasseurs, pushing down the main road to Ostas, sighted a similar exploring party of Ismert's dragoons coming from Sauron, but could not get in touch with them, as the dragoons took them for enemies and decamped. However, the two bodies of French cavalry met again and recognized each other at dawn on the 29th, so that free communication between the two parts of Soult's army was now established. 500 Erlon has been blamed by every critic for his slow advance between the 26th and the 29th. He was quite aware that it was slow, and frankly stated in his reports that he did not attack Hill because he could not have turned him out of the position of Urarita, not having a sufficient superiority of numbers to cancel Hill's advantage of position. This is quite an arguable thesis. 500 Erlon had, deducting Maya losses, some 18,000 men. Hill counting in Dalhousie, who had been placed on his flank by Wellington for the purpose of helping him if he were pressed, had also deducting Maya losses, 4 British and 3 Portuguese brigades, with a strength of about 14,000. If Cameron's and Pringle's regiments had been terribly cut up at Maya, D'Armagnac's and Marensin's had suffered a perceptibly larger loss, though one distributed over more units. 500 Erlon was under the impression that Hill had 3 divisions with him, having received false information to that effect. If this had been true, an assault on the position of Urarita would have been very reckless policy. It was not true, only 2 divisions and 1 extra Portuguese brigade being in line. Yet still the event of the combat of Bunza, only 3 days later, when 500 Erlon's 3 divisions attacked Hill's own 4 brigades, no other Allied troops being present, and were held in check for the better part of a day, suggests that 500 Erlon may have had good justification for not taking the offensive on the 26th or 27th, while the 7th Division was at Hill's disposition. The most odd part of his tactics seems to have been the way in which he kept Marensin back at Maya and Elizondo so long. This was apparently the result of fear that Graham might have something to say in the contest, an unjustifiable fear as we know now, but 500 Erlon cannot have been so certain as we are. The one criticism on the French general's conduct, which does seem to admit of no adequate reply, is that in his original orders from Soult, which laid down the scheme of the whole campaign, he was certainly directed to get into touch with the main army as soon as possible, though he was also directed to seize the pass of Maya and to pursue Hill by Elizondo and the Puerto de Velate. If he drew the conclusion on the 26th that he could not hope to dislodge Hill from the Urarita position, it was probably his duty to march eastward by the Col de Berderis or the Col d'Espegui and join the main body by the Alduides. It is more than doubtful whether, considering the character of the country and the tracks, He could have arrived in time for the Battle of Sororin on the 28th, and if Hill had seen him disappear eastward, he could have marched to join Wellington by a shorter and much better road, and could certainly have been in touch with his chief before 500 Erlon was in touch with Soult. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that the French general obeyed the order which told him that il n'y perdra pas de vue quil doit chercher, à s'y réunir le plus tôt possible au reste de l'armée. And orders ought to be obeyed, however difficult they may appear. At dawn on the 29th, therefore, Soult's troops were in their position of the preceding day, and 500 Erlon's leading division was at Lance, requiring only a short march to join the main body. But Wellington was in a better position, since he had already been joined by the 6th Division, and would be joined in a few hours by the 7th Division, which, marching all night, had reached Alacarasqueta. Hill, with his 4 original brigades, was at Lizasso, as near to Wellington as 500 Erlon was to Soult. The only other troops which could have been drawn in, if Wellington had so originally intended, were the brigades of the Light Division, for which, as we shall see, he made another disposition. But omitting this unit, and supposing that the other troops on both sides simply marched in to join their main bodies on the 29th, it was clear that by night Wellington would have a numerical equality with his adversary, and this would make any further attempts to relieve Pampeluna impossible on the part of Soult. This was the marshal's conviction, and he even overrated the odds set against him, if, as he said in his dispatch to Clark, he estimated his adversary's force on the evening of the 28th at 50,000 men, and thought that several other divisions would join him ere long. In face of such conditions, what was to be the next move? Obviously, a cautious general would have decided that his bolt had been shot, and that he had failed. He had a safe retreat before him to Roncesvalles, by a road which would take all his cavalry and guns, and 500 Erlon had an equally secure retreat either by Elizondo and Maya on a good road, or by the Alduides, if absolute security were preferred to convenience in marching. The country was such that strong rearguards could have held off any pursuit, and this may have been the marshal's first intention, for in his letter to Clark, written on the evening after the battle, before he had any knowledge of 500 Erlon's approach, he said that he was sending back his artillery and dragoons on Roncesvalles, since it was impossible to use them in Navarre, and that he was dispatching them to the Bidasoa, where he could make better use of them in new operations, which he was about to undertake. He was intending to remain a short time in his present position with the infantry, to see what the enemy would do. No news had been received of 500 Erlon since the 27th, when he was still at Elizondo, declaring that he could not move because he was blocked by a large hostile force, the same force, as I believe, which fell on Clausel's flank today. Further comment the marshal evidently judged superfluous. The column of guns and baggage actually marched off on the night of the 28th-29th. But early on the morning of the 29th, 500 Erlon's cavalry was met, and the news arrived that he was at Lance, and marching on Ostes, where he would arrive at midday, and would be only 5 miles from Sororin. This seems to have changed the marshal's outlook on the situation, and by the afternoon he had sketched out a wholly different plan of campaign, and one of the utmost hazard. As the critic quoted a few pages back observed, he recovered his confidence when once he was 24 hours away from a defeat, and his strategical conceptions were sometimes risky in the extreme. The new plan involved a complete change of direction. Hitherto Soult had been aiming at Pampeluna, and 500 Erlon was, so to speak, his rearguard. Now he avowed another objective, the cutting of the road between Pampeluna and Tolosa, with the purpose of throwing himself between Wellington and Graham and forcing the latter to raise the siege of Saint Sebastian. He had now, as he explained, attracted to the extreme south nearly the whole of the Anglo-Portuguese divisions. There was practically a gap between Wellington, with the troops about to join him, and the comparatively small force left on the Bidasoa. He would turn the British left, by using 500 Erlon's corps as his vanguard and cutting in north of Lizasso, making for Hernani or Tolosa, whichever might prove the more easy goal. He hoped that Villette and the reserves on the Bidasoa might already be at Hernani, for 500 Erlon had passed on to him an untrustworthy report that an offensive had begun in that direction, as his original orders had directed. The maneuver would be so unexpected that he ought to gain a full day on Wellington. 500 Erlon was within striking distance of Hill, and should be able to thrust him out of the way, before the accumulation of British troops about Sororin, Villaba, and Huerta could come up. There was obviously one difficult point in the plan. 500 Erlon could get at Hill easily enough, but was it certain that the rest of the troops, now in such very close touch with Wellington's main body, separated from it on one front of 2 miles by no more than a narrow ravine, would be able to disentangle themselves without risk, and to follow 500 Erlon up the valley of the Ulzama, when armies are so near that either can bring on a general action by advancing half a mile? It is not easy for one of them to withdraw, without exposing at least its rearguard, or covering troops to the danger of annihilation. Soult took this risk, whether underrating Wellington's initiative or overrating the maneuvering power of his own officers and men. It was a gross tactical error, and he was to pay dearly for it on the 30th. In fact, having obliged his enemy with a second Basaco on the 28th, he presented him with the opportunity of a second Salamanca 2 days after. For in its essence the widespread Battle of the 30th, which extended over 10 miles from 500 Erlon's attack on Hill near Lizasso to Wellington's counterattack on Ryle near Sororin, was, like Salamanca, the sudden descent of an army in position upon an enemy who has unwisely committed himself to a march right across its front. Soult made the most elaborate plans for his maneuver. 500 Erlon was to move from Ostes and Lance against Hill. He was lent the whole of Trailard's dragoons to give him plenty of cavalry for reconnaissance purposes. Clausel was to march Toppin's and Vandermeisen's troops behind Conroux, who was to hold Sororin village till they had passed him. Conroux would then be relieved by Maucun's division from the high ground opposite the col, and when it had taken over Sororin from him, would follow the rest of Clausel's troops up the high road. Maucun's vacant position would be handed over to Foy and Lamartiniere. The former was to evacuate Ulzuza and the left bank of the Arga, where he was not needed, as the column of guns and baggage, with its escort of cavalry, had got far enough away on the road to Zubiri and Roncesvalles to be out of danger. He was then to go up onto the heights where Maucun had been posted during the recent battle, as was also Lamartiniere. The latter was to leave 1 battalion, along with the corps cavalry, 13th Chasseurs of Ryle's wing, on the high road north of Zabaldica, as an extra precaution to guard against any attempt by the enemy to raid the retreating column of Impedimenta. Finally, some orders impossible to execute were dictated, viz., that all these movements were to be carried out in the night, and that both Clausel and Ryle were to be careful that the British should get no idea that any change in the position of the army was taking place. One general is told that il opera son movement de manière ainsi que l'ennemi n'y puisse aucunement l'apercevoir. The other that il disposera ses troupes à manière que l'ennemi n'y puisse soupçonner quil y a de changement ni de diminution. Ryle was to hold the line Sororin-Zabaldica for the whole day of the 30th, and then to follow Clausel with absolute secrecy and silence. Now, unfortunately, one cannot move 35,000 men on pathless hillsides and among woods and ravines in the dark, without many units losing their way and much noise being made. And when one is in touch with a watchful enemy at a distance of half a mile only, one cannot prevent him from seeing and hearing that changes are going on. The orders were impracticable. Such were Soult's plans for the 30th. Wellington's counterplans do not, on the 29th, show any signs of an assumption of the offensive as yet, though it was certainly in his mind. They are entirely precautionary, all of them being intended to guard against the next possible move of the opponent. The troops which had suffered severely in the battle were drawn back into second line, Byng's and Stubbs's brigades taking over the ground held by Ross and Campbell. The 6th Division, now under Pakenham, Pack having been severely wounded on the previous day, occupied the heights northwest of Sororin, continuing the line held on the 28th to the left. Both Cole and Pakenham were told to get their guns up if possible, and when Lord Dalhousie came up from Lizasso after his night march, his division also was placed to prolong the Allied left. 2 brigades to the left rear of the 6th Division, hidden behind a high ridge, the 3rd several miles westward over a hill which commanded the by-road Ostes-Marcaline, a possible route for a French turning movement. Originally, Wellington had supposed that Hill would reach Lizasso earlier than Dalhousie, and had intended that the 2nd Division should come down towards Marcaline and Pampeluna, while the 7th remained at Lizasso to protect the junction of roads. But the storm, which smote Hill worse than it smote Dalhousie, had settled matters otherwise. It was the latter, not the former, who turned up to join hands with the main army. Accepting the change, Wellington directed Hill to select a good fighting position by Lizasso, in which he should place the two English brigades of the 2nd Division and Ashworth, while de Costa's Portuguese were to move to Marcolane, close to the rear brigade which the 7th Division had left in the neighborhood. Thus something like a covering line was provided for any move which 500 Erlon might make against the British left. Wellington was feeling very jealous that day of attempts to turn this flank, and took one more precaution which, as matters were to turn out, he was much to regret on the 31st. Orders were sent to Charles Alton to move the light division from Zubietta towards the high road that goes from Tolosa to Irazun via Leckembury. In ignorance of the division's exact position, the dispatch directed Alton to come down so far as might seem best, Irazun being named as the farthest point which should be taken into consideration. This caused Alton to move, by a very toilsome night march, from Zubietta, where he would have been very useful later on, to Leckembury, where, as it chanced, he was not needed. But this was a hazard of war. It was impossible to guess on the 29th the unlikely place where Soult's army was about to be on the 31st. Another move of troops to the Irazun road was that Fane's cavalry brigade, newly arrived from the side of Aragon, was directed to Berriaplano, behind Pampeluna on the Vittoria road, with orders to get into touch with Lizasso, Irazun, and Leckembury. Obviously, all these arrangements were defensive, and contemplated three possible moves on the part of the enemy. 1. A renewal of the Battle of the 28th at and north of Sororin, with which the 6th Anth divisions could deal. 2. An attempt to turn the Allied flank on the short circuit Ostas Marcolane. 3. A similar attempt by a larger circuit via Lizasso, which would enable the enemy to get on to the roads Lizasso-Irazun and Lizasso-Leckembury, and so cut the communication between Wellington and Graham. The third was the correct reading of Soult's intentions. To foil it, Hill was in position at Lizasso, with the power to call in first de Costa, then the 7th Division, and much later the Light Division, whose whereabouts was uncertain, and whose arrival must obviously come very late. But if the enemy should attack Hill with anything more than the body of troops which had been seen at Ostas and Lance, 500 Erlon's corps, Wellington intended to fall upon their main corps, so soon as it began to show signs of detaching reinforcements to join the turning or enveloping column. Soult's maneuver had duly begun on the night of the 28th-29th by the retreat of the artillery, the wounded, the train and heavy baggage towards Roncesvalles, under the escort of the dragoon regiments of Pierre Soult's division, whose chasseur regiments, however, remained with Ryle as corps cavalry. On the news of this move going round, a general impression prevailed that the whole army was about to retire by the road on which it had come up. This seemed all the more likely, because the last of the rations brought from Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port had been distributed on the battle morning, and the troops had been told on the 29th to make raids for food on all the mountain villages on their flanks and rear. They had found little save wine, which was more a snare than a help. The perspicacious Foy noted in his diary his impression that Soult's new move was not made with any real hope of relieving Saint-Sebastian or cutting the Allies' communication. It was in essence a retreat. But to save his face, the Marshal was trying to give it the appearance of a strategic maneuver. This was a very legitimate deduction. It certainly seemed unlikely that an army short of food, and almost equally short of munitions, could be asked to conduct a long campaign in a region where it was notorious that it could not hope to live by requisitions, and would find communication with its base almost impossible. It was true that convoys were coming up behind 500 Erlon, one was due at Elizondo, but roads were bad and appointments hard to keep. There were orders sent to Bayonne on the 28th for the start of another, but how many days would it take before the army got the benefit? A week at least. Men and officers marched off on the new adventure grumbling and with stomachs ill-filled. The result of Soult's orders was to produce two separate actions on the 30th, one between 500 Erlon and Hill behind Lizasso, in which the French gained a tactical advantage of no great importance, the other on the heights along the Alzama between Wellington's main body and Clausel and Ryle, in which the French rear divisions were so routed and dispersed that Soult had to throw up all his ambitious plans and rush home for safety as fast as was possible. The more important action, generally called the Second Battle of Sororin, may be dealt with first. At midnight, Clausel's two divisions on the heights, separated from Cole's position by the Great Ravine, moved off, leaving their fires burning. By dawn, they had safely arrived on the high road between Sororin and Ostas, and were ready to move on towards 500 Erlon when the 3rd Division, Conruiz, should have been relieved at Sororan village by Makyun. But this had not yet been accomplished, even by 5 in the morning, for Makyun's troops, having woods and pathless slopes to cross, in great part lost their way, and were straggling in small bands over the hills during the night. They had only 2 miles to go in many cases, yet when the light came some of them were still far from their destination and in quite unexpected places. Kunru had disentangled one brigade from Sororan, while the other was still holding the outposts, and Makyun was just beginning to file some of his men behind the barricades and defenses, when the whole of the village received a salvo of shells, which brought death and confusion everywhere. During the night, Pakenham and Cole, obeying Wellington's orders, had succeeded in getting some guns up to the crest of the heights. The 6th Division had hauled 6 guns up the hill on its left. They were now mounted in front of Madden's Portuguese, only 500 yards from their mark. Of the 4th Division, battery 2 guns and a howitzer had been dragged with immense toil to the neighborhood of the Chapel of San Salvador, overlooking Sororan, the other 3 guns to a point farther east, opposite the front from which Vandermeissen had attacked on the 28th. This was apparently the commencement of the action, but it soon started on several other points. Foy had evacuated Olzuza at midnight, but having rough country paths in a steep hillside as his only guides in the darkness, had not succeeded in massing his division at Iraz Tam. He then mounted the heights in his immediate front, pushing before him, as he says, fractions of Makyun's division which had lost their way. His long column had got as far as the Col and the ground west of it, when, full daylight now prevailing, he began to be shelled by guns from the opposite heights, obviously the other half of Simfer's battery. Meanwhile, Lamartinière's division, minus the 1 battalion of the 122nd left to watch the Roncesvalles road, had moved very little in the night, having only drawn itself up from Zabaldica to the heights immediately to the left of the Col, where it lay in 2 lines of brigades, the front one facing the Spaniards' hill, the rear one a few hundred yards back. Foy, coming from Iraz, had marched past Lamartinière's rear, covered by him till he got west of the Col. This division was not shelled, as Kunru, Makyun, and Foy had all been, but noted with disquiet that British troops were streaming up from Huart on the Roncesvalles road, with the obvious intention of turning its left, and getting possession of the main route to France. Wellington, as it chanced, was in the most perfect condition to take advantage of the mistake which Soult had made in planning to withdraw his troops by a march right across the front of the Allied army in position. The night movements of the French had been heard, and under the idea that they might portend a new attack, all the divisions had been put under arms an hour before dawn. The guns, too, were in position, only waiting for their mark to become visible. It had been intended to shell the French out of Sororan in any case that morning. Wellington had risen early as usual, and was on the lookout place on the Oricane Heights, which he used as his post on the 28th anth. When the panorama on the opposite mountain became visible to him, he had only to send orders for a general frontal attack, for which the troops were perfectly placed. Accordingly, the 6th Division attacked Sororan village at once, while the troops on the Oricane Heights descended, a little later, in 2 lines, the front one formed of Byng's brigade, Stubbs's Portuguese, and the 40th and Provisional Battalion of Anson's, while Ross's brigade and Anson's 2 other battalions, the troops which had taken the worst knocks on the 28th, formed the reserve line. Preceded by their skirmishers, Byng's battalions made for Sororan, Coles marched straight for Foy's troops on the opposite hills. Farther to the right, Picton had discovered already that there was no longer any French force opposite him, and had got his division assembled for an advance along the Roncesvalles road. He would seem to have been inclined to go a little farther than Wellington thought prudent, as there was a dispatch sent to him at 8 a.m. bidding him to advance no farther, until it was certain that all was clear on the left, though he might push forward light troops on the heights east of the Arga River. He did not therefore get into touch with Lamartinière on the mountain above Zabaldica for some time after Foy and Makyun had been attacked. Meanwhile, it was not only to the old fighting ground of the 28th that the attack was confined. Wellington ordered Lord Dalhousie to emerge from the shelter of the hills beyond the left of the 6th Division, and to assail the troops below him in the Ulzama Valley. That is Taupin's and Vandermeissen's divisions, halted by Clausel some way short of Ostes, when the sound of firing began near Sororan. The French units which were in the greatest danger were the 3 divisions of Kunru, Makyun, and Foy, all suddenly caught under the artillery fire of an enemy whom they had not believed to possess any guns in line. troops marching in column, are very helpless when saluted in this fashion. Foy writes, "We had not been intending to fight, and suddenly we found ourselves massed under the fire of the enemy's cannon. We were forced to go up the mountainside to get out of range. We should have to retreat, and we already saw that we should be turned on both flanks by the two valleys on our left and right. General Ryle only sent part of my division up onto the high crests, after its masses had been well played upon by an enemy whose artillery fire is most accurate." Now Foy could, after all, get out of range by going uphill, but Maquin and Conroux were in and about a village which it was their duty to hold, since they had to cover the retreat of Foy and Lamartiniere across their rear. If Sororin were lost, Ryle's two left divisions would be driven away from the main army, perhaps even cut off. Yet it was a hard business to hold a village under a close-range artillery fire from commanding ground, which enfiladed it on both sides, when the enemy's infantry intervened. Pakenham sent Madden's Portuguese round the village on the north, where they drove in one regiment, which Conroux had thrown out as a flank guard on the west bank of the Alzama, and then proceeded to push round the rear of the place. At the same time, the left wing of the troops which had descended from the chapel of San Salvador, Byng's brigade, began to envelop Sororin on the eastern flank. And frontally, it was attacked by the light companies of Lambert's brigade of the 6th Division. Conroux's 1st Brigade, Rays, had succeeded in getting away to the north of the village before it was completely surrounded, and after bickerings with Madden's Portuguese and other 6th Division troops, finally straggled across the hills to Ostes. His other brigade, however, and all Maquin's division were very nearly exterminated. They made an obstinate defense of Sororin for nearly 2 hours, till the place was entirely encompassed. Maquin says that he cleared a way for the more compromised units by a charge which retook part of the village, and then led the whole mass up the hill. The bulk of them scraped through, but were intercepted by 4th Division troops in the hollow hillside above. One whole battalion was forced to surrender, and great part of 2 others. There were 1,700 unwounded prisoners taken, of who 100 belonged to Maquin and to Conroux's rear brigade. Maquin's division was practically destroyed. Having report casualties on the 28th, he report 800 more on the 30th, and as his total strength was only 4186, it is clear that only 1,700 men got away. The general and the survivors rallied into Foy on the heights above, along with the wrecks of Conroux's 2nd Brigade, which lost 1,000 men. The 1st Brigade, though less hard hit, seems to have or 600 casualties, and many stragglers. Altogether, both divisions were no longer a real fighting force during the rest of the campaign. Meanwhile, there had been a distinct and separate combat going on farther up the Alzama Valley. When the fighting in and about Sororin began, Clausel had halted Vandermeisen's and Toppen's division at a defile near the village of Alabe, knowing that if he continued on his way towards Ostes, and Oleg Ryle's wing would be completely cut off from him. Having seen suspicious movements in the hills on his left, he sent up 2 battalions from Vandermeisen's division to hold the heights immediately beyond the river and cover his flank. The precaution was wise but insufficient. Somewhere about 8:30 a.m., the British 7th Division, having received its orders to join in the general attack, came up from its concealed position in the rear and fell upon the covering troops, who were driven off their steep position by Ingleis's brigade and thrown down onto the main body of Clausel's troops in the valley. There was close and bloody fighting in the bottom, a small level covered with small bushes of underwood. But after a time, the French gave way. Vandermeisen's men soon got locked in a stationary fight with Ingleis's battalions, but the 2 other 7th Division brigades, Lacour and Barnes, which had not descended to the river and the road, were plying Toppen's column with a steady fire from the slope of the opposite bank, which made standing still impossible. Having to choose between attacking or retreating, Clausel opted for the easier alternative and drew off. In his report to Soult, he gives as his reason the fact that Sororin had now been lost, that Ryle's troops were streaming over the hills in disorder, and that it was no use waiting any longer to cover their retreat, which was not going to be by the road, but broadcast across the mountains. Accordingly, he disengaged himself as best he could, and retreated up the chaussee followed by the 7th Division, which naturally took some time to get into order. Ingleis's brigade followed by the road, presently supported by Byng's troops, who came up from the side of Sororin at noon. The other 2 brigades kept to the slopes on the west of the river, turning each position which Clausel took up. By 1 o'clock he was back to Echelaine, by dusk at Oleg, where he was joined by Conroux and the 3,000 men who represented the wreck of his division. Van der Meissen had been much mauled, and had left behind prisoners, while many stragglers from his division and more from both of the brigades of Conroux were loose in the hills. It is doubtful whether Clausel had more than 8,000 men out of his Regina, zero in hand that evening. The survivors were not fit for further fighting. Meanwhile, Reille was undergoing equally unpleasant experiences. He had stopped behind to conduct the retreat of Foy's and Lamartiniere's divisions, when the unexpected cannonade, followed by the advance of the British infantry, showed that he was not to get away without hard fighting. When Pakenham attacked Sororin, and Cole a little later crossed the ravine to assail Foy's position, Reille tried for some time to maintain himself on the heights, but soon saw that it was impossible. He sent Maucune permission to evacuate Sororin, of which the latter could not avail himself, for he was pressed on all sides and no longer a free agent, and having thus endeavored to divest himself of responsibility for the fate of his right division, he gave orders for the retreat of the two others not by any regular route, but straight across country, uphill and down dale. The reason for haste was not only that Cole was now pressing hard upon Foy's new position, but that Picton was visible marching hard for Zabaldica, with the obvious intention of turning Lamartiniere's flank. There was an ominous want of any frontal attack on this division. It was clear that Picton intended to encircle it, while Foy on the other flank was being driven in by Cole, and there was a chance of the whole wing being surrounded. Accordingly, at about 10 o'clock by Lamartiniere's reckoning, he began to give way in a challenge of brigades, much hindered after a time by Picton's light troops, who had now swerved up into the hills after him, and pestered each battalion when it turned to retreat. Foy reports that his rear brigade and part of his colleague's division were at one moment nearly cut off, and that he ran some danger of being taken prisoner. It evidently became a helter-skelter business to get away, and the French can have made no serious resistance, as Picton's 3 brigades that day had only just 110 casualties between them. The retreat was made more disorderly by the arrival of a drove of some 4,000 fugitives of Conroux's and Maucune's divisions, accompanied by the latter general himself, who had escaped over the hills from Sororin and ran in for shelter on Foy's rear. At about 1 o'clock Reille's divisions, having outdistanced their pursuers by their rapidity, halted in considerable disarray in a valley by the village of Essain, where Reille tried to restore order, and to settle a practicable itinerary, with the object of rejoining Clausel. For reasons which he does not specify, he marched himself by a road down the valley, which would lead him to Alleg, but told Foy to take a parallel track farther up the slope which should take him to Lance, higher in the same valley. The partition was obviously made in a very haphazard fashion, for while the bulk of Lamartiniere's division, and the poor remnant of Maucune's which preserved any order, accompanied the corps commander, Foy found that he was being followed by 2 stray battalions of Gauthier's brigade of Lamartiniere, and by a great mass of stragglers, largely Conroux's men, but partly also Maucune's and Lamartiniere's. Reille got to Alleg at dusk and joined Clausel, but brought with him a mere wreck of his corps, probably not 6,000 men. For Foy never appeared, and never was to appear again during the campaign. He explained, not in the most satisfactory way, that part of his track lay through woods, where the sense of direction is lost, that he was worried by the reappearance of British light troops, who had to be driven off repeatedly, and that the stragglers smothered his marching columns and led them astray. Anyhow, he found himself at dusk at Iragui in the upper valley of the Arga, instead of at Lance in the upper valley of the Ulzama. Having marched 10 miles, instead of the 5 that would have taken him from Essain to Lance. Picton's light troops were still in touch with him, and he resolved that it was hopeless to try to struggle over mountains in the dark. Dropping into the pass that leads from Zubiri to the Alduides, the Puerto de Urciaga, he marched for some hours more, bivouacked, and next morning descended into French territory. He sent off the stragglers to Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port. They sacked all the mountain villages on their way, and took his own division at leisure down the Val de Baigorry to Cambo, having lost only 550 men out of his 6,000 in the whole campaign. Some critics whispered that, seeing disaster behind him, il a su trop bien tirer son épingle du jeu, and had saved his division, regardless of what might happen to colleagues. Just as on the eve of Vittoria he had refused to join Jourdan, and had managed a safe retreat for himself. That it was not absolutely impossible to get away to the Bastion was shown by the fact that the 2 stray battalions of Lamartiniere's division which had followed Foy in error branched off from him at Iragui and got to Almendaz, Elizondo, and the Pass of Maya. Another lost party, the battalion and cavalry regiment which Lamartiniere had left to cover the Roncesvalles road, turned off at Zubiri and followed Foy's route by the Alduides and Bagory. Rial's main body was a poor remnant by the night of the 30th, after all these deductions had come to pass. It must not be supposed that the operations of Pakenham, Dalhousie, Cole, and Picton during the morning of the 30th were left to the personal initiative of these officers. Wellington's orders for the first move had been made on the spur of the moment, as the position of the French became visible at dawn. But after the capture of Sororin, probably between 9 and a.m., he issued a definite program for the remainder of the day's operations. Picton was to pursue the enemy who had gone off northeastward, Lamartiniere, toward the Roncesvalles road. He was given 2 squadrons of hussars and told to take his divisional battery with him. Cole was to act on the massif between the Arga and the Ulzama, keeping touch with Picton on one flank and Pakenham on the other. If the enemy in his front, Foy and the wrecks of Maucune, made a strong stand, he was not to lose men by violent frontal attacks, but to wait for the effect of Picton's turning movement, which will alarm the enemy for his flank. Up the main road Ostazalig, there were to march Byng's brigade, the 6th Division, and O'Donnell's troops from the San Cristobal position, some 6 battalions. The 6th Division was to take its divisional battery with it. Dalhousie should operate on the east bank of the Ulzama, keeping touch with Byng and Pakenham. He would be in a position to turn all positions which the French Toppen and Vandermeissen might take up if they tried to hold back the main column on the high road. Like Cole, he was not to attempt anything costly or hazardous. Finally, and here later news caused a complete alteration of the program, Hill was to point a movement from Lizasso on Alleg and Lance, if the situation of the enemy made it possible. Attacked himself by the superior numbers of 500 Erlon's corps, Hill was, of course, unable to do anything of the kind. Wellington seems to have suspected that he might be too weak for his task, and in the general rearrangement of the army sent him not only Campbell's Portuguese brigade, which properly belonged to the division of Silveira, who was in person with Hill, but only with one brigade, da Costa's, but also the Spanish battalions which O'Donnell had detached to Alacarrasqueta on the 27th, and finally Morillo's division. These 7,000 men were started from their positions before noon, but did not arrive in time to help Hill. A separate supplementary order went off to Charles Alton to tell him that the light division would not be wanted at Leckembury and should return to Zubietta. The whole of this series of orders is purely offensive in character, and, as is easily seen, presupposes first that a large section of the French army is retiring on the Roncesvalles road, but secondly that the main body is about to go back by Lance, the Col de Velate, Elizondo, and Maya. Hence the heaviness of the column directed on the Chaussee. If Wellington had dreamed that Soult was intending to send nothing back by the Roncesvalles road, and had started a vigorous attack on Hill that morning, the orders given would have been different. Meanwhile, during the hours which saw the destruction of Clausel's and Rial's divisions, Soult himself was urging on 500 Erlon's corps to overwhelm Hill, and hoping for the early arrival of Clausel's to lend assistance. Rial he had left behind as a containing force, and did not expect to see for another 24 hours. Soult informs us that he left Zabaldica and the left wing so early that he had no reason to expect the trouble which was about to break out behind him. He noticed Maucune's division beginning to file into Sororin, and passed Clausel in march on Ostas, before the British guns opened, i.e. before 6 o'clock in the morning. But they must have been sounding up the valley before he reached 500 Erlon on the heights by Echelaine. He resolved to pay no attention to the ominous noise, being entirely absorbed in the operation which he had in hand. 500 Erlon was already in movement, by the valley of the Ulzama, and had just been joined by the cavalry, which had come up from the Arga Valley by cross roads in the rear. It was, of course, no use to him in the sort of engagement on which he was launched. The marshal instructed him to push on and hurry matters, as there were reports from deserters that 3 hostile divisions were on their way to reinforce the British force at Lizasso. Accordingly, 500 Erlon, having discovered his enemy's position with some little difficulty, for it lay all along the edge of woods, delivered his attack as soon as his troops were up. Hill, on news of the French advance reaching him, had evacuated Lizasso, which lies in a hole, and had drawn up his 4 brigades along a wooded ridge half a mile to the south, with the village of Gorin in front of his left wing, and that of Arostegui behind his right wing. The Portuguese brigade of Ashworth formed his center. On the right was 1 regiment of de Costa's brigade, which had been called up from the Marcolane road, on the left the other, and the remains of Cameron's brigade, which had suffered so heavily at Maya. Fitzgerald of the 560th was in command, the brigadier having been wounded on the 25th. Pringle's brigade, under O'Callaghan that day, for Pringle was acting as division commander vice William Stewart wounded at Maya, was in reserve, apparently distributed by battalions along the rear of the line. The edge of the woods was lined with a heavy skirmishing line of light companies and the Caçador battalion of Ashworth's brigade. Altogether there were under 9,000 men in line. 500 Erlon determined to demonstrate against Hill's front with d'Armagnac's division, who were to hold the Portuguese closely engaged, but not to attack seriously. Meanwhile Abbé was to assail the Allied left, and also to turn it by climbing the high hills beyond its extreme flank, in the direction of the village of Bunza. He had ample force to do this, having the strongest division in Soult's army 8,000 bayonets, and the only one which had not yet been seriously engaged during the campaign. Marensin followed Abbé in support, the arrangements being scientific, and the force put in action more than double Hill's. Success seemed certain. It was secured, but not so easily as 500 Erlon had hoped. D'Armagnac, so Soult says, engaged himself much more deeply than had been intended. Finding only Portuguese in his front, he made a fierce attempt to break through and was handsomely repulsed. Meanwhile Abbé, groping among the wooded slopes to find the flank of Fitzgerald's brigade, missed it at first, and attacking the 50th and frontally, saw his leading battalions thrown back. But he put in more, farther out to the right, and though the British brigade threw back its flank en potence and tried to hold on, it was completely turned and would have been cut off, but for a fierce charge by the 34th, who came up from the reserve and held the enemy in check long enough for the rest to retire, with the loss of only 36 prisoners, 2 of them officers. The retreat of the left wing compelled the Portuguese in the center to give back also. They had to make their way across a valley and stream closely pursued, but behaved most steadily, and lost less than might have been expected, though some 130 were cut off and captured. The right wing pivoted, in its withdrawal, on an isolated hill held by de Costa's second line, which was gallantly maintained to the end of the day. The center and left lost more than a mile of ground, but were in good enough order to take up a new position, selected by Hill on a height in front of the village of Igueras, where they repulsed with loss a final attack made by one of d'Armagnac's regiments which pursued too fiercely. 500 Erlon was reforming his troops, much scattered in the woods, when at 4 p.m. there arrived from Marcolane the head of Campbell's Portuguese brigade, followed by Morillo's and O'Donnell's Spaniards. Their approach was observed, and no further attacks were made by the French. 500 Erlon winds up his account of the day by observing, quite correctly, that he had driven Hill out of his position, inflicted much loss on him, and got possession of the road to Irazun. So the Allies had lost 156 British and about 900 Portuguese, of who were prisoners. The French casualties must have been about 800 in all, if we may make a rough calculation from the fact that they lost 39 officers, 10 in Abbé's division, 29 in d'Armagnac's. But it is not to win results such as these that 18,000 men attack 8,000 and fight them for 7 hours. And what was the use of such a tactical success, when meanwhile Soult's main body had been beaten and scattered to the winds, so that Ryle and Clausel were bringing up 14,000 demoralized soldiers, instead of 30,000 confident ones, to join the victorious 500 Erlon. This unpleasant fact stared Soult in the face when he rode back to Alleg to receive the reports of his 2 lieutenants. It was useless to think of further attempts on the Tolosa road or molestation of Graham. 500 Erlon's 3 divisions were now his only intact force, capable of engaging in an action with confidence. The rest were not only reduced to a wreck in number, but were spent troops from the point of view of morale. The only thing to be done was to retreat as fast as possible, using the one solid body of combatants to cover the retreat of the rest. All that Soult afterwards wrote to Paris about his movements of July 31 being the logical continuation of his design of July 30, de mi rapprocher de la frontière pour y prendre des subsistances, avec l'espoir de joindre la réserve du général Villette, was of course mere insincerity. He changed his whole plan, and fled in haste, merely because he was forced to do so. One strange resolve, however, he made on the evening of July 30. The safest and shortest way home was by the Puerto de Velate, Elizondo, and Maya, and Clausel's and Rile's troops at Oleg and Lance were well placed for taking this route. This was not the case with 500 Erlon's men at Lizasso and the newly won villages in front of it. Instead of bidding the routed corps hurry straight on and bringing 500 Erlon down to cover them, the marshal directed Ryle and Clausel to leave the Great Road, to cut across by Oleg to Lizasso, and to get behind 500 Erlon, who would hold on till they were past his rear. All would then take the route of the Puerto de Arraiz and go by Santesteban. This was a much more dangerous line of retreat, so much so that the choice excites surprise. Soult told Clark that his reason for taking the risk was that 500 Erlon had got so far west that there was no time to move him back to the Velate Road, which seems an unconvincing argument. For Clausel and Ryle had to transfer themselves to the Puerto de Arraiz Road, which would take just as much time, and 500 Erlon could not retreat till they had cleared his rear. The real explanation would seem to be that Soult thought that the British column on the Velate Road, being victorious, would start sooner and pursue more vigorously than Hill's troops, who had just been defeated. If Ryle and Clausel were pressed without delay, their divisions would go to pieces. 500 Erlon, on the other hand, could be relied upon to stand his ground as long as was needful. If this was Soult's idea, his prescience was justified. Section 38, Chapter 6. SOULTS Retreat, July 31 AUG. 3. When Soult's orders of the evening of July 29 had been issued, there was no longer any pretense kept up that the army was executing a voluntary strategical movement. Planmäßig, as the German of 1918 would have expressed the idea, and not absconding under pressure of the enemy. At 1 o'clock midnight Clausel's and Ryle's harassed troops at Oleg and Lance went off as fast as their tired legs would carry them, and leaving countless stragglers behind. 500 Erlon could not retire till the morning, when he sent off D'Armagnac and Marensin to follow the rest of the army, retaining Abbé's division as his rearguard, which held the heights north of Lizasso for some time after their comrades had gone. Wellington's orders issued at nightfall were such as suited Soult fairly well, for the British general had not foreseen that which was unlikely, and he had been deceived to some extent by the reports which had come in. The deductions which he drew from what he had ascertained were that a large body of the enemy had retreated eastward and would fall into the Roncesvalles road, but that the main force would follow the Velate Elizondo chaussee. That Soult would lead all that survived to him of his army over the Puerto de Arraiz passes to Santesteban had not struck him as a likely contingency. Hence his detailed orders overnight were inappropriate to the facts, which appeared next morning. He directed Picton to pursue whatever was before him on the Roncesvalles road, thinking that Foy and Lamartiniere would escape in that direction. But lest they should have gone off by Uguay and the Col de Urchiaga, he directed Pakenham to take the 6th Division from Oleg, when it should have reached that place, across the hills to Uguay, from whence he could join Picton if necessary. Campbell's Portuguese were to turn off in the same direction and make for Uguay and the Alduides. Unfortunately, Picton was thus set to pursue nothing, while Pakenham was 12 hours behind Foy and never likely to catch him. The main pursuit was to be urged on the chaussee leading by Oleg and Lance to Elizondo, whither it was supposed that Soult would have taken the bulk of his army. From Ostes and the neighborhood Byng and Cole were to march in this direction, conducted by Wellington himself, while from the other side Hill was to lead thither his own 4 brigades, and the Spanish reinforcements which had reached him at the end of the combat of Bunza. Only Dalhousie and the 7th Division were directed to take the route of the Puerto de Arraiz, and this not with the object of pursuing the main French army, but rather as a flanking movement to favor the operation allotted to Hill. And Dalhousie, unfortunately, was not well placed for the march allotted to him, since he was near Ostes, and had to get to his destination by a cross-march via Lizasso. A separate note for Charles Alton, written at the same time as the rest of the orders, but not sent out till the following morning, directed the Light Division to march back to Zubieta, where it would be able to communicate with the column that went by the Puerto de Arraiz, i.e. that of Dalhousie, and be well placed for flank operations against the retreating enemy. The net result of all this was to send over half the available troops, Picton, Pakenham, Campbell, Byng, and Cole, on roads where no enemy would be found, and Hill's force would have suffered the same fate if it had not been in such close touch with 500 Erlon that it could not help following when an enemy's route became evident. Unfortunately, as Soult had perhaps calculated, Hill had troops whose ranks had been terribly thinned and who were tired out by an unsuccessful action fought on the preceding afternoon. The day's work was unsatisfactory. Picton, of course, found out at Zubiri that everything that had been on the Roncesvalles road, the small detachment already spoken of, and a mass of stragglers, had turned up toward Ugui and the Aldwides on the preceding night. And Cole discovered that Foy had passed the Puerto de Urciaga a whole march ahead of him. Wellington, with the column on the Great Chaussee, pressed rapidly across the Velate and reached Urarita, with the exasperating result that he discovered that only 500 to 2,000 French had passed that way. On the other hand, he had news from the west that an immense mass of the enemy had gone by the Puerto de Arraiz, with Hill and Dalhousie after them. There were doubts whether the pursuing force was not dangerously small. At any rate, it would have to be cautious, and it was tiresome that the position of the light division was still unknown. It might, or might not, have a chance of falling on the flank of Soult's long column, either at Santisteban or at Zumbilla. Wellington's own troops had marched far and fast from Ostas to Urarita, but there was in the evening enough energy left in Byng's brigade for a short push farther. News came in that a great convoy of food from St. Jean de Luz had just reached Elizondo, where it had halted under the protection of the regiment, which 500 Erlon had left there on the 27th. By a forced march in the evening, Byng's flank companies surprised and captured the whole, a good supply of bread, biscuit, and brandy, the escort making off without resistance. The brigadier had the heads of the brandy casks stove in, before the weary troops could get at them. It was a sight to see the disappointed soldiers lying down on their faces and lapping up the liquor with their hands. All this, of course, was unimportant. The real interest of the doings of July 30 first lay on the road from Lizaso to the Puerto de Arraiz. Hill, as was natural, was late in discovering that the whole of the French army had passed across his front, since Abbé's division still lay at 8 in the morning in battle order blocking his way. But having got the news of the decisive success won by his chief on the preceding day, Hill had to attack the hitherto victorious enemy in front of him, knowing that the general situation was such that they could not possibly stand. His advance was not made TAM, a sufficient proof of the difficulty of resuming the offensive with tired and beaten troops. When once, however, it began, the 2nd Division showed that if its numbers were wasted, its fighting power was still strong. And the delay in its attack allowed of the arrival of the 7th Division, who were able to cooperate in a way that would have been impossible if the fighting had started at daybreak. On the other hand, the hours between dawn and AM, during which his retreat was unmolested, were invaluable to Soult, whose army was jammed in the passes in a most dangerous fashion. He had taken the lead himself, with the 2 cavalry divisions and the baggage ordering Ryle, whose troops were the most demoralized of all, to follow, with Clausel in his rear, 500 Erlon stopping behind as rearguard to hold back the enemy. Now cavalry moves slowly in an uphill climb on a narrow road, while worn-out mules and pack horses go much slower still, and are always breaking down and obstructing the route. The result was a complete block in the defiles. When Ryle heard firing commencing in the rear, he grew so anxious that he ordered his infantry to push on anyhow and thrust their way through the baggage by force. This naturally made matters still worse. Clausel found a better plan. The Puerto de Arraiz gives its name to what is really not a single path, but 3 parallel ones of various merit, all crossing the same dip in the main crest of the Pyrenees within a short distance of each other. They come together again on the north side of the watershed near the village of Donna Maria, whence some writers call the whole group the Donna Maria Passes. Clausel, leaving the best and most obvious track to the others, crossed by the most eastern of the 3, the Puerto de Arraiz proper, while the cavalry, Ryle, and 500 Erlon took the western route, which is locally known as the Puerto de Arati, and comes down more directly on to Santisteban. When Hill's attack began to develop from Lizaso, 500 Erlon ordered Abbé's division to give ground, before it was too closely pressed, but halted it for a stand again, on heights by the Venta de Uraz, 6 miles farther north, at the foot of the passes. D'Armagnac and Marensin were visible higher up the crest, where they were waiting till the road should be clear in front of them. It was now nearly 2 o'clock, and Dalhousie's division was nearing the front, and was visible closing towards Hill's right. Undoubtedly, the proper game was to await its arrival and use it to turn Abe's flank. But Hill directed his leading troops to prevent the enemy from withdrawing, and the vanguard was this day in charge of the reckless William Stewart, who despite his Maya wound had come back to his troops, and appeared with his damaged leg strapped to his saddle in a roll of cushions. He ordered Fitzgerald's brigade to attack at once frontally. This was really wicked. The 3 battalions had lost nearly half their numbers at Maya, and men more at Bunza on the preceding afternoon. They were a mere wreck under 1,000 bayonets. The position opposite them was a steep wooded hill, held by the most intact division of the whole French army, over 7,000 strong. The attack was delivered with great courage, but was hopeless from the first, and repelled with loss. Stewart then repeated it, throwing in Pringle's brigade as it came up from the rear, to support Fitzgerald's, and turning on 2 guns, which had been brought up with much difficulty, to shell the woods beside the road. A second attack was thus delivered with equal want of success. But Dalhousie's troops having now come up on the right, a third push was successful, and Abe went back, and retired behind d'Armagnac, who now took over the rearguard. The hours gained in this combat had sufficed to clear the road, and on the further advance of the British 500 Erlon's corps gave back rapidly but in good order, and was in full retreat down the northern watershed when a dense fog came on, and caused Hill to halt his troops. Stewart's first wholly unnecessary frontal attack had resulted in the loss of the acting brigadier, Fitzgerald, wounded and a prisoner, and of nearly 200 casualties among his 3 weak battalions, 91 in the 92nd Highlanders alone, who having put 750 men in line at Maya on the 25th, came out of action on the 31st, with only 250 surviving. The 7th Division saw casualties distributed between 6 English and Portuguese units, and the total loss in the combat was 387, including a score of prisoners. That Stewart himself was again wounded and sent to the rear, after only 12 hours at the front, was a testimonial to his courage, but a very fortunate event for the 2nd Division. The French cannot have lost much over 200 men. Having thus cleared the passes, Hill thought it was his duty to carry out Wellington's original orders of the preceding night, by closing in towards the main body on the Maya chaussee. He did so by taking a hill track called the Puerto de Sanger, which runs from Arraiz to Almendaz. Of course, this was a grave mistake, as troops were wanted rather on the Santisteban than on the Elizondo road. Hill must not be too much blamed, as Wellington might have sent him new orders to keep to the direction of the enemy's retreat, and did not. The danger involved in this move was that only the 7th Division was left to pursue Soult's main body, and the force in the upper bastion was unnecessarily increased. The responsibility rests with Wellington, who, even after reaching Urarita in the afternoon and finding practically no traces of enemy in the bastion, could not believe that the French had gone off en masse by the passes to Santisteban. He would make no sweeping changes in his plan till he got full information. "I shall make the troops dine, and see what is to be done in the evening," was his message to Murray. The evening brought Hill's news, and by dawn Wellington was much more clear about the situation. "As far as I can judge, the enemy have 6 divisions between Doña Maria and St. Estevan. There are 3 divisions certainly about Uguy and Roncesvalles." The distribution of the French was even still misjudged. There were troops representing 8 divisions, not 6, in the central Baston Valley, and only 1 division, Foy's, had passed eastward, though so many lost detachments and bands of stragglers had followed it, that an impression of much larger numbers had been produced. Despite of Wellington's misconceptions, Soult's position at Santisteban that evening was most uncomfortable. His cavalry scouts had brought him news that there was a heavy British column on his right flank, at Elizondo in the upper bastion, Cole and Byng. His rearguard had been fiercely attacked by another column, Dalhousie and Hill. There were large possibilities of the arrival of other foes from the north and west, if Graham had not been kept employed by Villette. And it was growing most obvious that the story which 500 Erlon had reported, to the effect that the reserve division had crossed the Bidasoa and was advancing, could not be true. For cavalry patrols pushing down the river towards Vera could not find any signs of friendly troops, and had been fired on by Spanish outposts, Longa's men. When Soult next wrote to Paris, he spoke out with much bitterness on the criminal torpidity of Villette, who might at least, without risking anything, have occupied Vera and the gorge of the Bidasoa, and have tried to get into touch with the army in the field. It must be remembered that down to the 30th, all Soult's communications with his bases at Bayonne and Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port had been either by Maya or by Roncesvalles. He had thrown up the latter line when he marched north. The former was now closed to him by the reported arrival of a large hostile force at Elizondo. The only way home was by the road down the Bidasoa by Sumbilla to Echalar, and now it turned out that there was no certainty that this road might not have been blocked by detachments from Graham's army. The situation was anything but hopeful, and a complete disaster was by no means outside the bounds of possibility. One thing was certain: the army must get out of the Santisteban cul-de-sac as soon as possible, and by the only road that was not known to be intercepted. But prompt flight was rendered difficult by the presence at headquarters of 2 divisions of quite useless cavalry, a convoy of many thousands of wounded, and the baggage of 8 divisions. At evening on the 31st, the marshal had been so much disturbed by the news of the presence of the British at Elizondo, from whence they could descend on Santisteban by following the road along the Bidasoa, that he had thrown out the whole of Rial's surviving infantry, perhaps 6,000 men, to cover the road by the river against any attack. But the enemy did not move that night. Wellington was resting his men and waiting for news. Dalhousie had halted on the heights by the Puerto de Arraiz when the fog came down at 5 p.m. and did not follow 500 Erlon down to the valley. Hence Soult had the power to arrange for a flitting before dawn, on the only possible route, a gorge 12 miles long, where the road follows the rocky bed of the Bidasoa in all its curves, with the water on its left and steep wooded hills on its right. The line of march was headed by 1 infantry battalion of Rial's corps to clear the way. Then came Traillard's dragoons, 6 regiments, taking up an intolerable length of road, then the remains of Lamartiniere's division, then the wounded followed by the baggage train, then the handful of men that represented the wrecked division of Maucune, then apparently Pierre Soult's cavalry. 500 Erlon's corps was to follow, in the order Abbé, Marensin, d'Armagnac, followed by another mass of baggage. Clausel's wing was directed to bring up the rear, with the task of holding back any pursuit either from the direction of Elizondo or that of the Donna Maria passes. It was certain that there was danger from both sides, so the start was made early, at 2:30, long ere dawn. Rial was directed to lead the column along the river as far as the bifurcation of the routes to Vera and to Echalar, where he was to take the latter, and turn off from the Bidasoa. For the last stage into France was to be made over the Puerto de Echalar, and not over the more westerly Puerto de Vera. Apparently 500 Erlon was ordered to branch off at Sumbilla with his infantry alone, and to take a separate mountain track to Echalar, which few maps mark. This is, at any rate, Soult's statement, but as 500 Erlon makes no mention of such directions, and did not actually go that way, though Clausel did, the order matters little to the historian. The unpleasant possibilities of the situation of the French on the night of July 31st, August 1st, seem to have been more clearly discerned by Soult than by Wellington, as was natural, since the marshal knew much better the exact state of his own army. There was a positive danger that it might be enveloped from all sides on the following day. But Wellington does not seem to have contemplated so great an operation, though he had a clear notion that the enemy might be much incommoded and harassed if all went well. He had hopes that something might be done by means of the light division, whose position was still, most unluckily, a matter of doubt. He had written on the preceding afternoon to Charles Alton to say that if he had got back to Zubietta, he ought to be told that a large body of the enemy was marching by the Donna Maria passes. It is very desirable that you should endeavor to head them at St. Estevan. If you should find that you cannot head them there, you might at Sumbilla, or you might cut in upon their column of march. They are in the greatest disorder. The head of our troops is here at Ururita, and others are following the enemy by Dona Maria. Communicate this to Sir Thomas Graham, via Goizueta. It is quite clear that there is no idea of encirclement in this order, but only one of molestation, and it is equally obvious that Wellington had no idea of using any of Graham's forces to block the gorge of the Bidasoa. His message to that general on the 31st is, "We are going to act immediately against a column which is retiring by the Dona Maria road. We have plenty of troops in the proper direction, and if we can overtake the column, I hope its rear will suffer considerably." Graham is asked for no help, and what is more curious, Wellington in his last preceding letter had told him that he attached no importance to keeping possession of Vera at the actual gorge of the Bidasoa. I have a letter from General Gyern expressing apprehensions of the consequences to his position of losing Vera. The fact is, that Vera is no object to anybody. The heights are important for the communication with Lasaka by the valley of the Bidasoa, and the heights on the other side open the debouche into France. But the loss of both would not affect the position of Urun if the passages through the rocky heights on the right of Urun are well guarded, for which Longa is allotted. And that is what it is most important to take care of. This, it is true, was written on the 30th, before Wellington had ascertained that any French force was to retire by Saint-Esteban. But it coincides completely with Graham's contemporary letter to his commander, expressing exactly the same opinion. General Gyern seems anxious, on hearing of Soult's being repulsed, to undertake an offensive operation against the Puerto de Vera, which I could not encourage, being persuaded that his troops would not succeed against so strong a post, and that his failure would be very prejudicial. In fact, it is clear that Graham and Wellington both discouraged the idea of sending a considerable force to the gorge of the Bidasoa, which a day later would have proved of incalculable importance. A single division, placed on the crossroads to Vera and Echaler, by the bridge of Yanzi, would have cut Soult's only line of retreat. His infantry, no doubt, or great part of it, could have escaped over the mountains. But the whole of his cavalry and train, and no doubt many infantry also, must have been captured. To make matters easy for the enemy, Soult had placed at the head of his interminable column useless dragoons, and the smallest and most demoralized of his corps of infantry. Neither Ryle's wasted divisions, nor Trailard's cavalry could have cut their way through 5,000 steady troops at the mouth of the defile. And 500 Erlon could not have got up, the road in front of him for miles being blocked with baggage and helpless horsemen, and his rear harassed by vigorous pursuit. Unfortunately, however, when Longa complained that he was too weak on the heights opposite Vera, and reported that the French were turning back, and that his post at the bridge of Yanzi would be attacked, no more was done to strengthen him than the moving of one brigade of Barcina's division to the heights by Lasaka, from which a single battalion was sent down to the Yanzi position. Yet this solitary unit had no small effect on the events of August 1, caused a panic among the enemy, and delayed Soult's march for hours. What would have happened if Graham and Gyern had sent down a solid force, e.g. 1 British and 1 or 2 Spanish brigades? It is impossible to say with accuracy, but the results must have been tremendous. There can be no doubt that the legend according to which Wellington schemed for the complete encirclement of Soult's army on the 1st of August, though early and well supported, is inaccurate. The form which it takes in Napier, Larpent, and Stanhope's conversations with the Duke of Wellington is that on the evening of the 31st arrangements were being made for a concentric attack on Soult, but that they were foiled, under Wellington's own eyes, by a party of marauding British soldiers, who strayed near the French camp and were taken prisoners. Their appearance from the Elizondo side betrayed, it is alleged, to Soult that he was outflanked, and caused him to march in the night instead of at dawn, by which time he would have been surrounded. Unfortunately for the legend, we have Soult's own contemporary dispatch of August 2 to prove that the news of the presence of the British at Elizondo was brought him by a cavalry patrol, which reached the village just as it and the convoy in it were captured by Byng's brigade. They got away, but could not tell him whether the convoy escort had or had not escaped. Moreover, much earlier in the day, Ryle had warned the marshal that the British were coming up in force on the Velay-Elizondo road, so the whole story falls through. Wellington's limited ambitions of August 1 are made clear by his dispatch written at 6 in the morning, which says that he is sending the 4th Division on to Saint-Esteban, with the intention of aiding Dalhousie's advance, and to endeavor to cut some of them off. It is true that he adds, I sent in triplicate to the Light Division at Zubieta yesterday, to desire that General Alton should move toward Saint-Esteban, and at all events get hold of some billa if he could. But I have heard nothing of him. He was therefore not relying on certain help from the Light Division, or from Graham or from Longa, though advices of the situation were sent to all three. Of the troops under his own hand, he only sent the 4th Division to join the hunt. Cole was directed to push the French on the north bank of the Bidasoa, while Dalhousie was pressing them on the south bank. Byng was told to remain stationary till Hill's column should come up from Almendaz, when I shall know better how things are situated on all sides and how far Sir Roland has advanced. The 4th Division, starting early despite of its long march on the preceding day, was attacking the French rear by 7 o'clock in the morning. 7th Division diaries would seem to show that Dalhousie was much later in closing. We have, oddly enough, no good account of the fight that ensued from any British source, but Clausel's narrative enables us to understand pretty well what happened. At dawn, Vandermeisen's division had been left as rearguard on the hill facing Santesteban on the north side of the Bidasoa, with Taupens in support, while Conru was trying to make its way towards Sumbilla, but found the path blocked by 500 Erlans baggage in front. Wherefore Clausel directed his brigadiers to give up any idea of keeping to the road, and to march along the slopes above it, so long as was possible. When the British appeared, they attacked with long lines of skirmishers, keeping to the hillside and attempting to turn Vandermeisen's flank on the high ground. The French, therefore, also extended themselves uphill, but reached the crest only after the enemy had just crowned it. On this ground, where no regular deployment could take place, the side which had got to the top first had every advantage. Vandermeisen's battalions evidently broke up, as we are told that they got into trouble, continuing a retrograde movement high up the mountain among horrid precipices, and were only rallied on two of Taupens' regiments above the gorge of the defile between Santesteban and Sumbilla, where Clausel had to halt perforce, because there was a complete block in front of him. D'Armagnac's division of 500 Erlans Corps was halted there from absolute inability to proceed, owing to trouble in front. The French narrative then describes an hour of incoherent fighting on the slopes above Sumbilla, in which D'Armagnac's troops on the road below were also engaged. It ended with the retreat of all Clausel's 3 divisions across the hills, each taking its own way by foot tracks up a different spur of the Acciola range, and arriving in succession in the upland valley of Échaller by separate routes. The British did not follow, but stuck to D'Armagnac and the baggage train down in the road, whom they continued to press and persecute. All this reads like a serious fight and a deliberate retreat, but the critical historian must remark that to all appearances Clausel is glozing over a complete debandade and a disorderly flight across the mountains, for that there was no real resistance is shown by the casualty list of the pursuing British. The 4th Division brigades, English and Portuguese, lost that day precisely 3 men killed and 3 officers and men wounded among their 12 battalions. There can have been no attempt at a stand at any time in the morning, and from the first moment, when Vandermeisen's flank was turned, the enemy must have continued to make off over inaccessible ground as hard as he could go. If he had tried to hold the pursuers back, the 4th Division would have shown more than 48 killed and wounded. The 7th Division had no casualties at all, so evidently did not get to the front in time to do more than pick up stragglers and baggage. The same impression of mere flight is produced by the French lists of officers killed and hurt: 6 in Vandermeisen's division, 1 in Conru's, none in Taupens. This should, on the usual proportion between the ranks, represent perhaps 150 or 160 as the total loss of Clausel's corps. Obviously then, we are facing the record of a flight not of a fight, and the conduct of these same divisions on the following morning, when attacked by Barnes' brigade, of which, more in its proper place, sufficiently explains the happenings of August 1st. So much for the chronicle of the rearguard. That of the vanguard is much more interesting. Ryle, as has been before mentioned, was in charge of the advance, which consisted of 1 battalion of the 120th Regiment, followed by Trailard's Dragoon Division, the baggage of the corps, and the main convoy of wounded. The rest of the infantry was separated by a couple of miles of impedimenta from the leading battalion. There was no trouble, though progress was very slow, until, late in the morning, the head of the column arrived near the bridge of Yanzi, where a bypath, leading down from that village and from Lasaka, crosses the Bidasoa. The bridge of Yanzi was, as has been mentioned above, the extreme right point of the long observation line which Longa's Spaniards had been holding since July 25th. The village above it, on the west bank, a mile uphill, was occupied by a battalion of Barcina's division of the Galician army, lent to Longa on the preceding day, the 2nd Regiment of Asturias. But there were 2 companies of Longa's own on outlying picket at the bridge, which had been barricaded but not broken. The road from Santesteban bifurcates a short distance upstream from the bridge, the left-hand branch following the bank of the Bidasoa to Vera, the right-hand one diverging inland and uphill to Échaller. The route of the French was not across the bridge, since they were not going to Lasaka or Yanzi, nor past it, since they were not going to Vera. They had to turn off eastward at the crossroads, almost opposite the bridge but a little south of it, and to follow the minor road which leads up to Échaller along the south bank of the Sari stream, on which that village stands. When Ryle's battalion at the head of the marching column came to the crossroads, it was fired upon by the Spanish post at the bridge. This created some confusion. The critic can only ask with wonder why Ryle, who had 6 cavalry regiments under his orders, had not sent out vedettes along the roads far ahead and become aware long before of the obstruction in his front. Evidently, however, he had not. After the first shots were fired, there was a general stoppage all down the column. The battalion at its head could see that the Spaniards were very few and prepared to dislodge them. Meanwhile, the dragoons had halted, and many of them, at places where the river was level with the road, walked their horses into the stream to let them drink. Suddenly there came a violent explosion of musketry from the front. The bridge was being attacked and forced. But to those far down the road, who could not see the bridge, it sounded as if the enemy was assailing and driving in the solitary battalion on which the safety of the whole army depended for the moment. A great part of the dragoons shouted "right about turn," and galloped backward up the pass without having received any order, till they plunged into General Ryle and his staff, moving at the head of Lamartiniere's division, and nearly rode them down. The column of infantry blocking the road stopped the further progress of the foremost fugitives, who got jammed in a mass by the impetus of squadrons pressing behind them. Ryle could not make out the cause of the panic, but filed the second leger out of the road and sent them past the dragoons by a footpath on the slope, by which they got to the bridge. It was found that the Spaniards had been driven from it and forced to retire up the west bank of the river, the way to Echeller being clear. Thereupon the battalion of the 120th, followed by the second leger, turned up the road, and after them the leading regiments of dragoons. The officers in charge at the front forgot that their enemies might return and left no one to guard the bridge. Hence, when Ryle came up in person a little later, he was vexed to find that the Spaniards had reappeared on the rocky farther bank of the river half a mile above the bridge, and were firing across the ravine at the passing cavalry, causing much confusion and some loss. Unable to cross the river, which had precipitous banks at this point, he ordered that the next infantry which arrived, the 2nd Battalion of the 120th, should deploy on the slopes above the road and keep down the enemy's fire by continuous volleys. He also directed another battalion to cross the bridge and work upstream till they should come on the flank of the Spaniards, and then to drive them away. This was done, and the rest of the dragoons, Lamartiniere's infantry, and the head of the column of baggage filed past the crossroads and went on towards Echeller, with Ryle himself in their company. He had left a battalion at the Yanzi Bridge, with orders to hold the pass, but had little expectation of seeing it molested again, taking the enemy for a mere party of guerrilleros. But worse was now to come. The Spanish companies which had been driven off were now reinforced by the main body of the regiment of Asturias, which, coming down from Yanzi village, made a vigorous attack on the bridge, swept back the French battalion which was holding it, and began firing into the baggage train, which was passing the cross roads at that moment. The bulk of it turned back in confusion, and rushed up the defile, soon causing a complete block among the convoy of wounded and the division of Maquin, which was the next combatant unit in the line of march. The Spaniards held the bridge for more than 2 hours, during which complete anarchy prevailed on the road as far as Sumbilla, where 500 Erlon's rearguard, the division of Darmagnac, was now engaged in skirmishing with the British 4th Division. The real difficulty was that owing to the bad arrangement of the order of march, it took an inordinate time to bring fresh troops from the rear up to the head of the column, while Ryle, now safely arrived at Echeller and busy in arranging his troops in position there, does not seem to have thought for a moment of what might be going on behind him. Maquin's division, a mere wreck, came up at last, thrusting the baggage and wounded aside. Its general confesses that it fought feebly with the Spaniards at the bridge. Its loss was not more than 30 men. The division was so weak, its men so short of cartridges, that it was necessary to wait for one of Count 500 Erlon's divisions to come up, before the road could be cleared. He does not add, but his corps commander gives us the fact, that the 7th Division ended by quitting the road and throwing itself into the mountains in order to avoid the enemy's fire, i.e., it went over the hills in disorder, and arrived at Echeller as a mob rather than a formed body. Abbé's troops, at the head of 500 Erlon's column, at last got up, after a desperate scramble through the mass of baggage, wounded, and apparently cavalry also, for some of Pierre Soult's regiments seem to have been marching after Maquin. Jammed between the river, whose right bank is very steep, and the mountain, whose slopes are wooded and impracticable, the soldiers shoved the train aside, upsetting much into the river, and turning the disorder of the movement to profit by pillaging all that they could lay their hands upon. At last Abbé got 4 or 5 battalions disentangled and formed them to attack the bridge, which was carried by the 64th Regiment, after a struggle which did the Asturians much credit. The French units engaged showed a loss of 9 officers, probably therefore of some 200 men. Leaving a couple of battalions to guard the bridge and the knoll beyond it, Abbé hurried the rest of his division towards Échaler, the baggage following as it could, mixed with the troops that were coming up from the rear. Thus the greater part of 500 Erlon's corps got through, but there was still one more episode to come in this day of alarms and excursions. D'Armagnac's division, at the rear of all, had reached the crossroads, and had relieved Abbé's battalions at the bridge by a covering force of its own, when a new and furious fire of musketry suddenly broke out from the slopes above, and a swarm of green-coated skirmishers rushed down the heights, carried the knoll and the bridge below it, and opened fire on the passing troops, D'Armagnac's rear brigade, and the mass of baggage which was mixed with it. This marked the arrival, when it was too late, of the much-tried British Light Division, whose unfortunate adventures of the last 3 days it is necessary to explain. It will be remembered that Wellington had sent orders to Charles Alton, on the 29th July, that he should move from Zubietta to such a point on the Toulouse-Erzun road as might seem best, possibly Lequembury. This dispatch traveled fast, and Alton marched that same night to Saldias, a short stage but fatiguing, as marches in the dark are prone to be. Next day, the 30th, the Light Division made an extremely long and exhausting march by vile mountain roads to Lequembury, hearing all day incessant cannonading and musketry fire to their left. This was the noise of the Second Battle of Sororin and the combat of Bunza. Unfortunately, Alton was in touch neither with Hill nor with headquarters, and though he reached Lequembury at dark on the 30th, got no news of what had happened till late on the afternoon of the 31st, when one of Wellington's aide-de-camp rode in, more dead than alive from excessive fatigue, bearing the order issued late on the 30th for the return of the division to Zubietta. He brought the news of Soult's defeat, but Wellington and everyone else had supposed that the French would go back by the Puerto de Velate, and Alton's orders were merely to get into communication with the 7th Division, sent on the side operation by the Puerto de Arraiz, which was at the time of the issue of the order thought comparatively subsidiary. The Light Division marched that evening to Leza, 8 or 9 miles on a mountain road, not a bad achievement for the dark hours, but critics, wise after the event, whispered that Alton might have got to Saldias 8 miles farther if he had chosen to push the men. It at any rate made a mighty difference to the fate of the campaign that Wellington's next orders, those issued from Almendaz at noon on the 31st, found the Light Division not near Zubietta but at Leza, when they were handed in during the small hours before dawn on the 1st. This dispatch, as will be remembered, told Alton that Soult had retired by the Puerto de Arraiz and Santisteban, and was obviously going home through the gorge of the Bidasoa, by Vera and Échaler. He was directed to head off the enemy at Santisteban, if that were possible, if not at Sumbilla 7 miles farther north, or at least to cut in upon their column of march somewhere. All this would have been quite possible, if Wellington had not on the 29th sent the Light Division on the unlucky southward march from Zubietta to Lequembury. This misdirection was at the root of all subsequent misadventure. We may add that it would still have been possible, if the dispatch sent off in the early morning of the 31st to bid the division come back to Zubietta, had contained any indication that the enemy was retiring by Santisteban, or that haste was necessary. But it had only directed Alton to put his division in movement for Zubietta, but to keep up his touch with Lequembury, and told him that Dalhousie would be marching by the passes of Donna Maria. The Almendaz note, which contained the really important general information and detailed orders, wandered about for many hours in the sabretache of an aide-de-camp who could not know where Alton was, and found him after many hours of groping in the night at Leza, and not at Zubietta. From the latter place, only 6 miles from Santisteban, the operation directed by Wellington would have been possible to execute in good time. From Leza, on the other side of a difficult pass, and many miles farther away, it was not. This simple fact settled the fate of the Light Division on August 1. Alton put his men under arms at dawn on that morning, and marched, as ordered, for Santisteban via Zubietta. Having passed the latter place and got to El Gorriaga, 4 miles farther on, he received the news that the enemy had left Santisteban early, and could not be headed off there. Wellington's alternative scheme dictated an attempt to break into Soult's line of march at Sumbilla, so the Light Division was put in motion by the very bad country road over the mountain of Santa Cruz from El Gorriaga to Aranaz and Yanzi. The men had already gone a full day's journey, and were much fatigued. They had, it will be remembered, executed a night march from Lecumberri to Leza only 12 hours back. The Santa Cruz path was heartbreaking. Officers had to dismount and walk up to spare their horses. The men went bent double under their knapsacks. The day was one of blazing August sunshine. The track was over big stones embedded in deep shale. One sufferer compared his progress to striding from one stepping stone to another. On reaching the crest of the Santa Cruz mountain, opposite Zumbilla, at 4 in the afternoon, the light division at last came in sight of the enemy. A dense and disorderly column hurrying along the road from Zumbilla northward, pressed by the 4th Division, the bickering fire of whose skirmishers could be seen round the tail of the rearguard. They were separated from the observer's point of view by the cannon of the Bidasoa, here very deep and precipitous. The Santa Cruz mountain is over 3,000 feet high. It would have taken much time to scramble down the steep path to Zumbilla, and the enemy was already past that village. Alten, therefore, resolved to push for the bridge of Yanzi, 7 miles farther on, with the hope of cutting off at least the rearguard of the French. But this 7 miles was too much for men already in the last stages of fatigue from overmarching and want of food. When the cry was set up, the enemy, the worn soldiers raised their bent heads covered with dust and sweat. We had nearly reached the summit of the tremendous mountain, but nature was quite exhausted. Many men had lagged behind, having accomplished 30 miles over rocky roads interspersed with loose stones. Many fell heavily on the naked rock, frothing at the mouth, black in the face, and struggling in their last agonies. Others, unable to drag one leg after the other, leaned on the muzzles of their firelocks, muttering in disconsolate accents that they had never fallen out before. This was a heartbreaking sight for the divisional commander, who could see both the opportunity still offered him and the impossibility of taking full advantage of it. After a short halt, the troops, or such of them as could still keep up, were started off again to shuffle down the shaly track on the north side of the mountain. At the foot of it, by a brook near the village of Aranaz, the 2nd Brigade was told to halt and fall out. It was a trifle more exhausted than the 1st Brigade, because it had endured more of the dust, and more of the delay from casual stoppages and accidents, which always happens in the rear of a long column. Alten carried the survivors, the 1st Anid Battalion's Rifle Brigade, 143rd, Anst Caçadors as far as Yanzi, and then turned them down the road to the Bidasoa, which is screened by woods. The French were taken wholly by surprise. The rifle battalions carried the knoll above the bridge, and the bridge itself, without much difficulty. The 43rd and Caçadors spread themselves out on the slope to their right and opened fire on the hurrying mass below them. At twilight, wrote a captain of the 43rd whose narrative was quoted by Napier, but is well worth quoting again, "We overlooked the enemy within a stone's throw, and from the summit of a precipice. The river separated us, but the French were wedged in a narrow road, with rocks enclosing them on one side and the river on the other. Such confusion took place among them as is impossible to describe. The wounded were thrown down in the rush and trampled upon. The cavalry drew their swords and endeavored to charge up the pass to Echaler, the only opening on their right flank. But the infantry beat them back, and several of them, horse and man, were precipitated into the river. Others fired up vertically at us, while the wounded called out for quarter, and pointed to the numerous soldiers borne on the shoulders of their comrades on stretchers composed of the branches of trees, to which were looped greatcoats clotted with gore or blood-stained sheets taken from houses to carry their wounded, on whom we did not fire. The officer commanding in the French rear finally got out a battalion behind a stone wall, whose fire somewhat covered the defiling mass. All the bolder spirits ran the gauntlet through the zone of fire and escaped up the road to Echaler. The weak, the wounded, and the worn-out surrendered to the leading troops of the 4th Division, who now closed in on them. About 1,000 prisoners were made, largely soldiers of the train and other non-combatants, but including stragglers from nearly every division in Soult's army. There was no pursuit. The light division troops could not have stirred a step. The 4th Division were almost as weary after a long day's hunt. The casualties of both had been absurdly small: 3 officers and men in Cole's regiments, 1 officer and men in Alten's. The Spanish battalion engaged in the afternoon must, of course, have lost on a very different scale during its highly creditable operations, but its casualties have, unluckily, not been recorded. The French may have killed and wounded, and 0 prisoners, but this was the least part of their loss. The really important thing was that thousands of men were scattered in the hills and did not rally to their eagles for many days. That night Soult's army was not only a demoralized, but a much depleted force. Wellington was, not unnaturally, dissatisfied with the day's work. "Many events," he wrote to Graham, "turned out for us unfortunately on the first instant, each of which ought to have been in our favor. We should have done the enemy a great deal more mischief than we did during his passage down this valley. For one of these things, Alton's late arrival, he was himself mainly responsible. For the others, Longa's and Barcina's strange failure to detach more troops to help the regiment of Asturias at Yanzi, and Dalhousie's late arrival with the 7th Division, which never got into action or lost a man, he was not." It must be confessed, however, that Wellington's intentions on August 1st are a little difficult to follow. One would have supposed that he would have devoted his main attention to a direct attempt to smash up Soult's main body, but he never allotted more than the 4th, 7th, and Light Divisions to that task, while he had obviously another idea in his head, dealing with a larger scheme for the destruction of the enemy. At 9:30, when he had occupied Santisteban, he sent orders to Byng, then at Elizondo, to bid him to march at once on the Pass of Maya, and to throw an advanced party into Urdax on the French side of the defile. At the same time Hill at Urarita is desired to follow Byng, occupy Elizondo, and if his troops can bear the strain, advance even to the Pass of Maya. Should this prove possible, Byng, when relieved by Hill, should descend into France as far as Ainhoa on the Nivelle. The 2nd Division, and the Portuguese division attached to it, would follow him next morning. Hopes are expressed in the dispatch that Pakenham and the 6th Division, last heard of at Uguay on the 31st, would be in a position to combine their operations with those of Hill. This descent into the valley of the Nivelle from the Maya Pass must surely have been imagined with the idea of encircling the whole French army at Échalar, for Ainhoa was well in Soult's rear, and troops placed there could cut him off from the direct road to Bayonne. On the same evening, Wellington was dictating a dispatch to Graham telling him that he hoped to be at Maya next morning, and beyond the frontier. Graham was therefore to prepare to cross the Bidasoa and attack Villat with his and Gierne's full force, including cavalry and guns, leaving St. Sebastian blockaded by the necessary minimum detachment. Meanwhile Alton, Dalhousie, and Cole were to mass in front of the enemy's position at Échalar. The only possible meaning that can be drawn from these orders, when read together, is that Wellington had now developed the complete encircling scheme for Soult's destruction, which he had not thought out on July 31. But the scheme was never put into execution. On August 2, Byng was halted at Maya. Graham received no order to pass the Bidasoa, and all that was done was to execute an attack on Échalar, attended with complete success. It is true, but only resulting in pushing Soult back towards the Nivelle, where there was no intercepting force waiting to waylay him. Somewhere between 8 p.m. on the 1st and dawn on the 2nd, Wellington, for reasons which he did not avow to his staff or his most trusted lieutenants, gave up the greater game, which had in it immense possibilities. For Soult had no longer an army that could fight, as events at Échalar were to prove a few hours later. Minor causes for this great piece of self-restraint can be cited. One was that Hill and Pakenham turned out not to be within easy supporting distance of Byng, so that the dash into Soult's rear could not be executed with a sufficient force. If this operation were not carried out, Graham's became useless. Certainly, a reflection on the extremely depleted condition of the 2nd Division, which had suffered such heavy losses at Maya, Bunza, and the Venta de Uraz, helped to deter Wellington from using this exhausted force for his main stroke. Writing to Graham 2 days later, he mentioned its condition as a cause of delay, along with a general dearth of musket ammunition and shoes. But the main reason, as we shall see later, lay rather in the higher spheres of European politics, and the explanation was reserved for the Minister of War in London alone. Next morning no general attack was delivered. Wellington did not go to Maya, but merely joined the 4th and Light Divisions on the Bidasoa. The great scheme was stillborn and never took shape. Soult had gathered the wrecks of his army on the range of mountains behind Échalar, where the Spanish-French boundary line runs. The cavalry had been at once packed off to the rear. The infantry took up a position. Clausel's 3 divisions were in the center, Vandermeissen holding the village with a company, and with his main body, certainly not 2,000 men that day, across the road on the slope above. Conrua's division was on Vandermeissen's right, Toppin S. in reserve to both the others, on the crest where the frontier runs. Riel's corps, still more depleted than Clausel's, continued the line westward, Lamartiniere's division next to Conru S. as far as the peak of Ivanhoe. Maucun's, the most dilapidated unit in a dilapidated army, holding the ground beyond the Ivently with a flank guard out on its right watching the road from Vera to Sar. 500 Erlon's divisions, still by far the most intact units of the whole command, were on Clausel's left, prolonging the line eastward and holding a commanding position on the mountainside as far as the peaks of Salisbury and Achuria. It is doubtful whether the Marshal had 0 men in line that day in his 8 divisions, not because the remainder were all casualties or prisoners, but because the long retreat, with its incessant scrambling over mountain sides, had led to the defection of many voluntary and still more involuntary stragglers. The former were scattered over the country for miles on every side, seeking for food and for a day off. The latter had dropped behind from sheer exhaustion. There had been no regular distribution of rations since July 29th, and the first convoy of relief had been captured by Byng at Elizondo on the 31st. Wellington had only 12,000 men available in front of a very formidable position, hills 1,500 or 1,800 feet high, with the peaks which formed the flank protection rising to 2,100 or 2,300. Under ordinary circumstances, an attack would have been insane. Moreover, his troops were almost as wayworn as those of Soult. The light Anth divisions had received no rations since the 30th, and the latter had lost a good third of its strength in the very heavy fighting in which it had taken the chief part between the 25th and the 30th. But their spirits were high, they had the strongest confidence in their power to win, and they were convinced that the enemy was on the run, in which idea they were perfectly right. The plan of attack was that the 4th Anth divisions should assail the enemy's center, on each side of the village of Echeller, while the light division turned his western flank. This involved long preliminary marching for Alten's men, despite of their awful fatigues of the preceding day. They had to trudge from the bridge of Yanzi and Aranaz to Vera, where they turned uphill on to the heights of Santa Barbara, a series of successive slopes by which they ascended towards the peak of Ivently and Ryle's flank. Just as they began to deploy, they got the first regular meal that they had seen for 2 days. The soldiers were so weak that they could hardly stand. However, our excellent commissary had managed to overtake us, and hastily served out half a pound of biscuit to each individual, which the men devoured in the act of priming and loading, just as they moved off to the attack. The morning was dull and misty, a great contrast to the blazing sunshine of the preceding day, and it was hard to get any complete view of the position. Clouds were drifting along the hills and obscuring parts of the landscape for many minutes at a time. This chance put Wellington himself in serious danger for a moment. Pushing forward farther than he knew, with a half-company of the 43rd to cover him, he got among the French outposts, and was only saved by the vigilance of his escort from being cut off. He galloped back under a shower of balls, any one of which might have caused a serious complication in the British command. It is impossible to guess what Beresford would have made of the end of the campaign of 1813. While the Light Division was developing the flank attack, the front attack was already being delivered, somewhat sooner than Wellington expected or intended. The plan had been for the 4th Division to operate against the French right, the 7th against their center and left center. Cole, however, was delayed in getting forward by the immense block of French debris along the narrow defile from Sambilla to the bridge of Yanzi. For 2 miles there were scattered along the road papers, old rugs, blankets, pack saddles, old bridles and girths, private letters, hundreds of empty and broken boxes, quantities of entrenching tools, French clothes, dead mules, dead soldiers, dead peasants, farriers' tools, boots and linen, the boxes of M. le General Baron de Saint-Paul and other officers, the field hospital of the 2nd Division d'Armagnacs, and all sorts of things worth picking up, which caused stoppage and confusion. Now the 7th Division did not follow the spoil-strewn river road, but cut across from Sambilla towards Echeller, over the same hill tracks which Clausel's divisions had taken on the preceding afternoon, when they escaped from the pursuit of Cole's skirmishers. Hence it chanced that they arrived in front of Echeller on a route where the enemy was keeping no good watch, long before the 4th Division came up from the bridge of Yanzi and the Vera crossroads. The mists on the hills had kept them screened, as Clausel complains in his report. Lord Dalhousie now carried out a most dangerous maneuver, a frontal attack on an enemy in position by a series of brigades arriving at long intervals, without any cooperation having been sought or obtained from the troops known to be on his left. Bravery and success, as a light division neighbor observed, certainly far exceeded judgment or utility. What led the commander of the 7th Division to this astounding escapade was the obvious unpreparedness of the enemy. "We caught them," he wrote, cooking above and plundering below in the village. I thought it best to be at them instantly, and I really believe Barnes' brigade was among them before their packs were well on. The leading troops, and the only ones which really got into action, were the 3 battalions, 1/6th, 3rd Provisional and Brunswick-Holes of Barnes' brigade, led by that same fighting general who had stopped the rout at Maya with 2 of these same battalions. Barnes got his line formed and attacked uphill against the front of Conru's division, long before Inglis's brigade was ready to follow, or Lecker's Portuguese had even got down from the hill path into the narrow valley of the Sari stream. With such speed and vigor was the assault delivered, under a frontal fire from Conru's men, and a flank fire from Vandermeisen's on the right, that Inglis's brigade, which was aiming at the village of Echaler, never had the chance of getting near its enemy. The advancing line suffered severely as it climbed, nearly 300 casualties, but when it came against the front of Conru and delivered its first volley, the enemy simply melted away. As Clausel writes in Apology, the resistance ought to have been greater, and in the ordinary state of the army, that is to say when a better spirit prevailed, it would never have been possible for the enemy to establish himself in this fashion on a section of the main chain of the Pyrenees. This day the morale of the troops was bad. It must be remembered that Conru's was the division which had suffered so heavily in the village of Sorin both on the 28th and the 30th of July. Several of its battalions were skeletons, all much thinned. Still there must have been 3,000 men yet present out of the Erigena, 0, and they turned and fled before the uphill attack of 1,800 or less. Nor was this the end of the disaster. Clausel tried to hurry Vandermeisen's division to the succor of Conru's, but the maneuver failed. The French general says that Conru's flying troops ran in upon Vandermeisen's, that confusion followed, and that he was obliged to let the whole mass roll back to seek shelter with Taupin's division in the reserve line. At this moment, the leading brigade of the 4th Division, that of Ross, at last appeared on Dalhousie's left, and began to skirmish with Lamartiniere's line. Demonstrations began, probably by Lecker's Portuguese, against the front of Marensin, 500 Erlon's right-hand division. But these were of no importance in comparison with the effect of the turning of Riel's end of the line by the light division. This was almost as startling in effect as Barnes' dealings with the French centre. Having reached the front on the heights of Santa Barbara, below the peak of Iventley, Alten brushed aside Maucun's feeble skirmishing line and let loose 5 companies of the rifle brigade supported by 4 of the 43rd against the dominating peak of the Iventley, the most prominent feature of the French position. Clouds swept down along the hills at this moment, and the supporting companies lost sight of the front line. An invisible firing commenced, and it was impossible to ascertain which party was getting the better of the fight. The combatants were literally contending in the clouds. But when the 43rd came up, they found that the rifle companies had dislodged the 2nd Leger, Lamartiniere's flank regiment, from the precipitous crest, and were in full possession of it. As they lost only 1 officer and men in taking a most formidable peak, it is clear that the enemy's resistance must have been very ineffective. All was now confusion on the French right wing. Riel speaks of himself as wandering about in a fog with 3 battalions of Lamartinieres, and meeting no one save the Brigadier Montfort, who was bringing up a mere 200 men to try to reinforce the troops on the Iventley. The soldiers were profiting by the mist to go off to the rear, and could not be kept together. On C. Turrey-Lafablement, Etneau's troops s'y retirerent sur la route de Sarre. With his centre smashed in, and his right dispersed, Soult could do nothing but retire. The remains of Clausel's and Riel's divisions fell back on the road to Sarre. 500 Erlon, who had never been attacked, could not use this route, but made his way along the crest of the mountains to Zagaramerdi, Urdax, and Ainhow. What would have been his fate if he had found there not the picket which, by Wellington's order, Byng had thrown forward to Urdax, but the whole of Byng's and Hill's troops blocking his retreat, as would have been the case if the great scheme drawn up on the night of August 1 had been carried out. But the pass of Maya had not been utilized that day, and 500 Erlon had only to drive away 50 men. There was no pursuit. If there had been, it would seem that the whole French army would have broken up, for it had shown itself this day no longer able to fight. The spirit not only of the men but of the officers, wrote Riel next morning, has been very bad during these last days. The absolute want of food must be the excuse for this state of things. The condition of the army was deplorable. Maucun's division showed less than 1,000 men holding together. The first line of Vandermeisen's had precisely 27 men with the Eagle. yet had lost only 4 officers and men in action. Where were the remaining 400? Other units could show a few hundred men, but absolutely or practically no officers. The 55th line of Conroe had lost every one of 13 officers, the 51st line of Darmagna out of 17, the 34th Leger of Maucune 30 out of 35. These were exceptionally hard cases, but in all the divisions save those of Foy and Abbé, the least engaged. During the short campaign, the proportion was appalling. For the infantry of the whole army, it was 420 casualties among 1318 officers present. Soult wrote to Clarke on the last day of the campaign, "I deceived myself in the strangest way when I told your Excellency that the troops had their morale intact and would do their duty. I mistook the sentiment of shame for their recent disaster, Vittoria, for that of steadfastness. When tested, they started with one furious rush, but showed no power of resistance. Since I first entered the service, I have seen nothing like this. It reminded me of the behavior of the levy en masse of 1792. The spirit of these troops must be terribly broken to have permitted them to behave in this fashion. One general told me that he had overheard men remarking, when we were near Pampeluna, that they had better not fight too hard, because it would be preferable to get back to the frontier rather than to be led off into the middle of Spain." These were cruel and spiteful words. The army had fought with excellent courage. Till after July 30th, it had convinced itself that the marshal had got wrong with all his calculations, that the game was up, that they were being taken on a wild goose chase without rations in the most desolate and rocky region of Europe. But by August 2, Soult was not far out in his statement. On that day the greater part of his army was a spent force. If Wellington had resolved to pursue with vigor, he could have pushed it as far as he pleased. Perhaps the great encircling scheme with which his mind dallied for a few hours on the night of August 1 might have resulted in its surrender or complete dispersion. This was not to be. On August 3, Wellington halted and commenced to rearrange his troops on much the same principles, and in much the same positions that he had selected before. He wrote to Graham next day that he was perfectly well aware of the objection to taking up a defensive position in the Pyrenees, but that an advance was too risky. It was not so much the prospect of the wastage of his troops, even in successful operation, that deterred him, though this was the point on which he insisted in his letter to Graham, but the general political situation of Europe. The eternal armistice of Plesswitz was still holding up operations in Germany. It was still possible that the Allied sovereigns might make a selfish peace with Napoleon and permit the Emperor to expand Soult's army ad infinitum with sudden reinforcements. What would then become of the Anglo-Portuguese host, even if it had won its way not only to Bayonne but to Bordeaux? All this he had considered, and wrote to the Secretary for War in Whitehall that, as for the immediate invasion of France, from what I have seen of the state of negotiations in the north of Europe, I have determined to consider it only in reference to the convenience of my own operations. If peace should be made by the powers of the north, I must necessarily withdraw into Spain. No advance, however tempting the opportunity, should be made until he was certain that war had recommenced in Saxony. Meanwhile, Soult will not feel any inclination to renew his expeditions, on this side at least. So the army settled down to hold once more the line of the Pyrenees, and to resume the siege of Saint Sebastian. On August 3, the headquarters were once more at Lesaca, as they had been on July 25. How many things had happened in the interval! Hill and the 2nd Division, now rejoined by the long-missing brigade of Byng, as also Silvera's Portuguese, were in the Maya passes once more. The 3rd Division was holding the Roncesvalles defiles, the 4th Anth were at Echaler, the 6th in the Alduides, replacing Campbell's Portuguese in that remote valley. The Light Division lay on the heights opposite Vera. Morillo's division was in the bastion behind Hill, the part of the Army of Reserve of Andalusia which O'Donnell had carried to the front, when he left the rest before Pampeluna, was at the moment near the bridge of Yanzi. The remainder of that army and Carlos de España were continuing the blockade of Pampeluna. The total losses of the Allies during the 9 days campaign of the Pyrenees had amounted to slightly over 6,400 officers and men for the English and Portuguese. The Spanish loss could not add over 600 more. At Sororin it was 192. Morillo's casualties at Altabiscar and those of the regiment of Asturias at Yanzi Bridge are the only unknown quantities, and can hardly have reached the distribution among divisions and corps was odd. The 3rd and Light Division had practically negligible casualties, the former under 120, the latter under 50. The main stress fell on the 2nd Anth divisions, the former with 2,000 British and Portuguese casualties, the latter with 1,400 and respectively. But it must be remembered that the 2nd Division had, including buying 4 brigades, the 4th Division only 3. Every unit in both was severely tried. The most terrible return was that of the 192nd with its 26 officers and men killed, wounded and missing. But this was a strong battalion of 750 bayonets, and I am not sure that the 284 casualties of the 20th and the 296 casualties of the 327th, both in the 4th Division, do not represent almost as great a proportional loss, as these were both much smaller corps. The 6th Division was engaged on 2 days only, at the 2 battles of Sauroren, and had the appreciable number of 450 British and Portuguese casualties. The 7th Division fought on 3 days, at 2nd Sauroren, at the combat of the Venta de Uraz, and at Echeller, and 3 of its battalions also saved the day at Maya, with a loss in all of 750 British but only 60 Portuguese. Lastly, we must name the 2 Portuguese brigades of Silveira's division, of which Campbell's fought at Sauroren, de Costa's at Bunza, with a loss to the former of 350 and to the latter of 280 men. The general fact emerges that the 2nd Anth divisions lost between the 350 men out of the tota, 0. No other division had so many as 1,000 casualties. The official list of French losses is not quite complete, as it includes only the infantry and cavalry units, but such casualties as may have been suffered by the general staff, the artillery, very little engaged sappers, and train can have added comparatively little to the total, though a good many men of the train were taken at Yanzi on August 1. The figures given work out to 12,563, 1,308 killed, 8,545 wounded, and 710 prisoners. The last-named total should probably be brought up to 3,000 in order to include individuals of the non-combatant corps captured in the retreat. The divisions suffered in very unequal measure. Foy and Abbe got off very lightly, because the one was practically not engaged at first Sauroren, nor the latter at Maya. They lost respectively only 550 in men. Vandermeisen's and Maucun's divisions, each a small unit of only 4,000 men, had the crushing losses of 1,480 and 850 respectively, and were dissolved when the campaign was over, and reformed to a large extent with battalions drawn from the Bayonne Reserve. D'Armagnac and Conroux each lost well over 2,000 men out of 7,000, their divisions having been terribly cut up, the one at Maya, the other at Sauroren. Marensin and Taupin each return over 1,000 men lost out of 6,000, Lamartiniere just under 1,000 out of 7,000. The cavalry, barely engaged and quite useless, had only 67 casualties to report. But to get at Soult's fighting strength on the last day of the retreat, it is not sufficient merely to deduct the 12,563 casualties from the 59,000 which took the field in Navarre. The 8 divisions collected on the 2nd August were short not only of their own casualties, but of Foy's division, which had gone off on an eccentric line of retreat, as had several smaller detachments. But the great deficit was that of at least 8,000 or 10,000 stragglers, who rejoined at their leisure during the next 10 days. The cavalry and artillery had all gone to the rear, and it is doubtful if the last stand at Echeller was made with so many as 25,000 weary infantry. If the marshal had been faced with an opponent who had no political arrière-pensée to hold him back, he would have been doomed to absolute destruction. Only a wreck of his army would have escaped, and Wellington might have driven the remnants as far as he pleased, even to the gates of Bordeaux. But the British general had made his great refusal on the night of August 1-2, and had resolved that the tempting scheme for invading France, which had flitted before his eyes for a few evening hours, must be postponed. He would risk nothing till he should get certain information that the war had begun again in Germany, and as the news of the rupture of the armistice did not reach him till September 3, he was condemned to another month of waiting. He turned back to his old policy of June. Saint Sebastian and Pampeluna must be reduced. When they should have fallen, it would be time enough to see whether the general European situation had made the invasion of France a feasible enterprise. All accounts, English and French, agree that this was one of the most furious cavalry mêlées ever seen. The two sides broke each other's lines at various points. The 1st KGL dragoons rode down their immediate opponents, the 2nd got to a standing fight with theirs. Anson's regiments, coming on more slowly on their jaded mounts, made no impression on the lancers and chasseurs opposite them. The whole mass fell into a heaving crowd, so completely mixed that friend could hardly be distinguished from foe. The contest man-to-man lasted probably a long minute, during which the ground was strewn with French, and our own loss was heavy in the extreme. General Bach was at one time seen defending himself against 6 Frenchmen, and was barely saved by his men. Bité, the colonel of the French Gendarme Legion, received, it is said, 12 separate wounds and was left for dead. The combat was ended by the intervention of the 2 rear squadrons of the gendarmes, who had not crossed the bridge when the charge began. They came up late, and fell upon the flank and rear of the 2nd Dragoons of the KGL. This last push settled the matter, and the British brigades broke and fell back. They were not so disheartened, however, but that they rallied half a mile to the rear, and were showing fight when Boyer's dragoons came tardily upon the scene. They had at last found a passage over the ravine, and appeared in full strength on the flank. It was hopeless to oppose them, and the wrecks of the 2 British brigades fell back hastily towards their infantry support. Halkett's 2 light battalions of the German Legion, which had been retreating meanwhile towards Villadrigo, marching in column at quarter distance and prepared to form square when necessary. The need now came. The leading regiment of Boyer's dragoons turned upon the rear battalion, the 1st, and charged it. The square was formed in good time, and the attack was beaten off. The battalion then retired, falling back upon the 2nd, which had nearly reached Villadrigo. Both then retreated together, covering the broken cavalry, and had gone a short distance farther when the French renewed the attack. Both battalions formed square, both were charged, and both repulsed the attack of the dragoons with loss. The enemy, who had still plenty of intact squadrons, seemed to be contemplating a 3rd charge, but hesitated, and finally Bach's and Anson's men having got back into some sort of order, and showing a front once more, the squares retired unmolested, and marched off in company with the cavalry. The French followed cautiously and gave no further trouble. It was now dark, and when the pursuit ceased the rearguard halted for 2 hours, and resuming its march about 10 o'clock, finally reached the bridge of Quintana del Puente, outside Torquemada, at 2 o'clock next morning. Thus ended a costly affair, which might have proved much more perilous had the French been better managed. But though their troopers fought well enough, their generals failed to get such advantage as they should out of their superior numbers. It is to be noted that both Curto and Boyer have very poor records in the memoirs of Marmont, Foy, and other contemporary writers, who speak on other occasions of the inertie coupable and fought de décision of the one, and call the other bon manœuvrier, mais n'ayant pas la réputation qui attire la confiance aveugle du soldat. Napoleon once summed them up as mauvais aux médiocres, along with several other generals. It seems clear, at any rate, that they should have accomplished more, with the means at their disposal. The damage inflicted on the British rearguard was much smaller than might have been expected, only 230 in all, including 5 officers and men taken prisoners. It is probable indeed that the pursuers suffered no less, for though their official report spoke of no more than about 150 casualties, Favorot's brigade alone had almost as many by itself, showing a list of 7 killed and officers and men wounded. But the regimental lists give 35 French cavalry officers in all disabled that day, 5 in Curto's division, 5 in Merlin's brigade, 5 in Boyer's dragoons, and on the staff, beside the 18 in Favorot's brigade. This must indicate a total loss of nearly 300, applying the very moderate percentage of casualties of men to officers that prevailed in Favorot's regiments to the other corps. The engagement had been most honorable to the 2 cavalry brigades of Wellington's rearguard, and not less so to the German Legion Light Infantry. An intelligent observer, not a soldier, who saw the whole of the fighting that day remarked, "I twice thought Anson's brigade, which was weak in numbers and much exhausted by constant service, would have been annihilated, and I believe we owe the preservation of that and of the heavy German brigade to the admirable steadiness of Halkett's 2 light battalions. We literally had to fight our way for 4 miles, retiring, halting, charging, and again retiring. I say we because I was in the thick of it, and never witnessed such a scene of anxiety, uproar, and confusion. Throughout the whole of this trying occasion Stapleton Cotton behaved with great coolness, judgment, and gallantry. I was close to him the whole time, and did not observe him for an instant disturbed or confused. At the end of the fight, one officer in a jaded regiment observed to another that it had been a bad day. His friend replied that it had been a most honorable day for the troops, for at nightfall every unwounded man on an efficient horse was still in line and ready to charge again. There had been no rout, no straggling, and no loss of morale. While the combat of Venta del Pozo was in progress, the main body of the army had been resting in and about Torquemada, undisturbed by any pursuit, so well had the rearguard played its part. Next morning, October 24th, it marched off and crossed the Carrion River by the bridges of Palencia, Villamuriel, and Duñas. Behind this stream, Wellington was proposing to check the enemy for at least some days. He chose it, rather than the Pisuerga, as his defensive line for tactical reasons. If he had stayed behind the Pisuerga, he would have had the Carrion and its bridges in his immediate rear, and he was determined not to fight with bridge defiles behind him. In the rear of the Carrion, there were no such dangerous passages, and the way was clear to Valladolid. It was fortunate that, after the lively day on the 23rd, the French made no serious attempt at pursuit upon the 24th, for there were many stragglers that morning from the infantry. Torquemada was the center of a wine district, and full of barrels, vats, and even cisterns of the heady new vintage of 1812. Many of the men had repaid themselves for a 26-mile march by overdeep potations, and it was very hard to get the battalions started next morning. Napier says that 12,000 men at one time were in a state of helpless inebriety. This is no doubt an exaggeration, but the diaries of eyewitnesses make it clear that there was much drunkenness that day. Wellington's new position extended from Palencia on the Carrion to Duñas on the Pisuerga, below its junction with the first-named river. He intended to have all the bridges destroyed, viz. those of Palencia, Villamuriel, and San Isidro on the Carrion, and those of Duñas and Tariego on the Pisuerga. He placed one of the Galician divisions, Cabarras, in Palencia and south of it, supported by the 3 from the 5th Division. Another Galician division, Lasadas, continued the line southward to Villamuriel, where it was taken up by the 5th Division, now under General Oswald, who had recently joined. The 1st, 6th, and 8th Divisions prolonged the line down the Pisuerga. Behind the rivers, all the way, there was a second line of defense, formed by the dry bed of the Canal of Castile, which runs for many miles through the valley. It was out of order and waterless, but the depression of its course made a deep trench running parallel with the Carrion and Pisuerga, and very tenable. It must be noted that Palencia lay to the wrong side of the Carrion for Wellington's purpose, being on its left or eastern bank. It had, therefore, either to be held as a sort of terte de pont, or evacuated before the enemy should attack. The Spanish officer in command resolved to take the former course, though the town was indefensible, with a ruinous medieval wall. He occupied it, and made arrangements for the blowing up of the bridge only when his advanced guard should have been driven out of Palencia and should have recrossed the river. Sauham, who had pushed his headquarters forward to Magas this day, resolved to try to force the line of the Carrion. 2 divisions under Foy, his own, and that of Bonte, late Thomieres, were to endeavor to carry Palencia and its bridge. Maucune, with the old advanced guard, his own division and that of Gauthier, was to see if anything could be done at the bridges of Villamuriel and San Isidro. Foy had Laferriere's cavalry brigade given him, Maucune retained Curto's light horse. The main body of the army remained in a mass near Magas, ready to support either of the advanced columns, if it should succeed in forcing a passage. Unfortunately for Wellington, everything went wrong at Palencia. Foy, marching rapidly on the city, drove away the few squadrons of Galician cavalry which were observing his front, and then burst open one of its rickety gates with artillery fire, and stormed the entry with Kemeno's brigade. The Galician battalions in the town, beaten in a short street fight, were evicted with such a furious rush that the British engineer officer with the party of the 3 who were working at the bridge, failed to fire the mine, whose fuse went wrong. Most of them were taken prisoners. Colonel Campbell of the 3 who had been sent to support the Spaniards, fell back towards Villamuriel, judging the enemy too strong to be resisted, and the routed Galicians had to be covered by Ponsonby's heavy dragoons from the pursuit of the French cavalry, who spread over the environs of Palencia and captured some baggage trains, British and Spanish, with their escorts. Thus Sauham had secured a safe passage over the Carrion, and it mattered little to him that his other attack farther south had less decisive success. Here Maucune, always a very enterprising, not to say reckless, commander had marched against the 2 bridges of Villamuriel and San Isidro. He led his own division towards the former, and sent that of Gauthier against the latter. The 5th Division had an infantry screen of light troops beyond the river. This was pushed in, with some loss, especially to the 8th Caçadores. Both bridges were then attacked, but each was blown up when the heads of the French columns approached, and a heavy fire, both of artillery and of musketry, from the other bank checked their further advance. Gauthier then turned east in search of a passage, and went coasting along the bank of the Pisuerga for some miles, as far as the bridge of Tariego, or Baños, as the British accounts call it. This had been prepared for destruction like the other bridges, but the mine when exploded only broke the parapets and part of the flooring. The French charged across on the uninjured crown of the arch and captured some 40 of the working party. They established themselves on the opposite bank but advanced no farther. Here the British had still the lower course of the Pisuerga to protect them, while Gauthier had no supports near, and halted, content to have captured the bridge, which he began to repair. Meanwhile, the bridge of Villa Muriel having been more efficiently blown up, Maquin dispersed his Voltigeur companies along the riverbank, brought his artillery up to a favorable position, and entered on a long desultory skirmish with Oswald, which lasted for some hours. During this time he was searching for fords. Several were found, but all were deep and dangerous. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a squadron of cavalry forded one of them, apparently unobserved, reached the western bank, and rolled up a company of the 1/9, which it caught strung out along the river bickering with the skirmishers on the other side. An officer and men were taken prisoners. This passage was followed by that of 8 Voltigeur companies, who established themselves on the other side, but clung to the bank of the river, the British light troops having only retired a few score of yards from it. Having thus got a lodgment beyond the Carrion, Maquin resolved to cross in force, in support of his Voltigeurs. Arnaud's brigade passed at the ford which had first been used, Montfort's at another, to the left of the broken bridge, farther down the stream. The French seized the village of Villa Muriel and established themselves in force along the dry bed of the canal, a little to its front. Wellington had expected that Maquin would come on farther, and intended to charge him with the whole 5th Division when he should begin to ascend the slope above the canal. But when, after an hour or more, the enemy made no advance, it became necessary to assume the offensive against him, since Foy was now across the Carrion at Peninsular, and, if he commenced to push forward, he might drive the Spanish troops between him and Villa Muriel into Maquin's arms. The latter must be expelled before this danger should arise. Wherefore at about 4 o'clock, a brigade of Losada's Spaniards was sent against the right of the French division, while Pringle's brigade attacked its front along the bed of the canal. The Spaniards made no progress. They were indeed driven back, and rallied with difficulty by Wellington's friend General Alava, who was severely wounded. To replace them, the British brigade of Barnes was brought up, and told to storm Villa Muriel, Spry's Portuguese supporting. After a stiff fight, Pringle and Barnes swept all before them. The enemy yielded first on the right, but held out for some time in the village, where he lost a certain number of prisoners. He finally repassed the fords, and sought safety in the plain on the eastern bank, where the French reserves were now beginning to appear in immense force. Their numbers were so great that the fields appeared to our view almost black. Wellington wrote home that he had hitherto underestimated Souham's force, and only now realized that the Army of the North had brought up its infantry as well as its cavalry. He, naturally, made no attempt to pursue the enemy beyond the Carrion, and the fight died down into a distant cannonade across the water. The combat of Villa Muriel cost the 5th Division some 500 casualties, not including 43 men of the 3 first, hurt or taken in the separate fight at Peninsular, or a few casualties in Ponsonby's dragoons in that same quarter. Maquin's losses were probably not far different. They must certainly have exceeded the 250 killed or wounded, 30 prisoners and drowned of the official report. For one of Maquin's regiments, the 15th line, casualties by itself. Foy at Peninsular lost very few men, though his statement of 3 or 4 as their total can hardly be correct. He had taken 100 prisoners, 27 of them British, and killed or wounded more, mostly Galicians. The balance of the day's losses was certainly against the Allies. Moreover, despite of Maquin's repulse, the result of the day's fighting was much to Wellington's detriment, since, though the loss of the bridge of Tariego mattered little, the capture of Peninsular ruined his scheme for defending the line of the Carrion. Souham's whole army could follow Foy, and turn the left flank of the Allies behind that river. Wherefore Wellington first threw back the left flank of the 5th Division and Potence to make a containing line against Foy, while its right flank still held the line of the river about Villa Muriel. Under cover of this rearguard, The remainder of the army evacuated its positions on each side of Dunyas at dawn on the 26th and marched down the Pisuerga to Cabazon, where it passed the river at the bridge of that place and retired to the opposite side. The 5th Division followed unmolested by the enemy in the early morning. At night, the entire Allied army had retired across the broad stream and was lining its left bank from Valladolid upward, with that city, held by the 7th Division, as the supporting point of its southern flank, and its northern resting on the Cubillas River. This was one of the most surprising and ingenious movements that Wellington ever carried out. On the 23rd, he was defending the right bank of the Pisuerga. On the 24th, he was on the other side and defending its left bank in a much stronger position. He was in no way sacrificing his communications with Portugal or Madrid, since he had behind him two good bridges over the Douro, those of Tudela and Puente Duero, with excellent roads southward and westward to Medina del Campo, Arevalo, and Almedo. The enemy might refuse to attack him and march down the west bank of the Pisuerga towards the Douro, but Wellington had already provided for the destruction of the three bridges of Simancas, Tordesillas, and Toro, and the Douro was now a very fierce and broad barrier to further progress, twice as difficult to cross as the Pisuerga. On the other hand, if Sauhem should make up his mind to come down the Pisuerga on its eastern bank, by the restored bridge of Tariego, there was an excellent fighting position along the Cubillas River. But the roads on this side of the Pisuerga were bad, and the country rough, while on the western bank the ground was flat and fertile, and the line of march easy. Sauhem, therefore, advanced as was natural from Palencia southward, on the right bank of the Pisuerga. On the 26th, he withdrew Maucune and Gauthier to that side, and on the 27th felt the position of Cabazon, which he decided to be impregnable, and left alone. He placed the infantry of the Army of the North opposite it, and moved southward with the rest of his forces. On the 28th, he tried the passage of Valladolid, after driving out a battalion of Portuguese caçadores from the suburb beyond the Pisuerga, and cannonading the 51st across the bridge. Here too the obstacles looked most formidable, and the French, pursuing their march, came to the bridge of Simancas, which was blown up in their faces by Colonel Halkett, whose brigade of the 7th Division had been placed in this part of the British line. Halkett then sent on one of his 3 battalions, the Brunswickols, to Tordesillas. This was all quite satisfactory to Wellington, who had been able to give his troops 2 days' rest, and who saw that the enemy, despite of his superior numbers, seemed to be brought to a nonplus by the position behind the Pisuerga. But the next evening, October 29, brought very untoward news. Foy's division now formed the advance guard of the Army of Portugal. It reached and occupied Tordesillas, where the bridge, like that of Simancas, had its main arch destroyed. A medieval tower on the south bank of the ruined structure was held by a half-company of the Brunswickols infantry as an outlying picket. The rest of the battalion was encamped in a wood some hundreds of yards behind. Considering that the river was broad and swift, and that all boats had been carefully destroyed, it was considered that the passage was impossible. Foy thought, however, that it was worth making the hazardous attempt to cross. He called for volunteers and collect officers and men who undertook to attempt to ford the Douro by swimming and wading. Their leader was Captain Gingret of the 6th Leger, one of the minor historians of the war. They placed their muskets and ammunition on a sort of raft formed of planks hastily joined, which certain good swimmers undertook to tow and guide. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 55 adventurers pushed off the raft and plunged into the water, striking out in a diagonal direction. Meanwhile, Foy brought down his divisional battery to the shore and began shelling the tower at the bridge end. The starting point had been well chosen, and the raft and swimmers were borne across the stream with surprising speed and came ashore a few yards from the tower, which, all naked and with arms many of which had been soaked in the water and would not fire, they proceeded to attack. The lieutenant in charge of the Brunswick picket and his men lost their heads in the most disgraceful fashion. Perhaps they were demoralized by the artillery playing on them. At any rate, after firing some ill-directed shots, they ran off. 2 were captured in the tower, 9 others outside it. The swimmers, now shivering with cold, for the afternoon was bleak, took possession of the bridgehead, and Foy's sappers at the other end of the broken arch began to hurry forward ropes to establish a communication with the captured tower. The major in command of the Brunswick battalion, half a mile off, behaved as badly as the subaltern at the tower. He should have come down in force and thrown the handful of naked men into the river. Instead of doing so, he put his corps under arms in the edge of the wood and sent information to his brigadier asking for orders. By the time that Halkett heard of the matter, a rough communication had been made across the shattered bridge, and the French were streaming over. Nothing was done, save to move reinforcements from the 7th Division to block the two roads that diverge from the bridgehead south and west. This extraordinary feat of Gingrat's party, one of the most dashing exploits of the Peninsular War, altered Wellington's position, much for the worse. The enemy had now secured a crossing on the Douro opposite his extreme left wing. He had already begun to move troops in this direction, when he saw Foy pushing forward past Simancas, and on the morning of the 29th had resolved to leave Valladolid and make a general shift westward, parallel to the enemy. Soon after dawn, the bridge of Cabazon was blown up, and the British right wing retired, under cover of the troops still holding Valladolid. When the right wing, the 5th Division and the Galicians had passed to the rear of that city, and were nearing the Douro bridges Tudela and Puente de Duero behind it, the center of the British line, 1st, 6th, and Pax Portuguese followed, and finally the left 2 brigades of the 7th Division evacuated Valladolid after destroying the Pisuerga Bridge, and passed the Douro in the wake of the center. All this was done with no molestation from the enemy, and at nightfall on the 29th, every man was on the south of the Douro, and its bridges had been blown up after the rearguards had passed. Wellington had been intending to hold the line of that great river till he should have certain news of how Hill, of whose operations the next chapter treats, was faring in the south. Since he knew that the troops from Madrid were coming to join him, he had purposed to maintain himself behind the Douro till Hill came up to the Adaja. The news of the passage of Foy at Tordesillas was therefore very vexatious, but his countermove was bold and effective. Before the enemy had fully repaired the bridge or got any large force across it, he marched to Ruta with the 1st, 6th, and 8th Divisions, and advanced from thence to the heights opposite Tordesillas, where he formed line of battle only 1,200 yards from the Douro, and threw up a line of redoubts so strong that the enemy dared not push on. The 1st Brigade to move out from the bridge would obviously be destroyed, and there was no room for large forces to deploy and attack. The enemy saw this, and instead of debouching, constructed a defensive bridgehead at Tordesillas. Sauhem indeed, having occupied Valladolid and drawn up to the line of the Douro, remained quiescent for 6 days. It looked as if his offensive movement had come to an end. The main cause of his halt was that Caffarelli, having assisted him in driving Wellington back to the Douro, refused to follow him further, declaring that he must go back at once to the north, from whence the most unsatisfactory news was reaching him. Day by day, both about Pampeluna and round Bilbao, which the Spaniards had once more seized, things were in a most dangerous condition. After barely visiting Valladolid, he turned on his heel, and marching fast was back at Burgos again on November 6. Deprived of the strong cavalry brigade and the 2 infantry divisions of the Army of the North, Sauhem was no longer in a condition to press Wellington recklessly. He had now well under 40,000 men, instead of nearly 50,000, with which to assail the Allies in their new and strong position. Wherefore, he resolved to wait till he had news that Soult and King Joseph were drawing near from the south. The king's dispatches had told him to avoid a general action, and to wait for the effect of the great diversion that would soon be developing against Wellington's rear. Hence, mainly, came the halt, which caused his adversary to think for some days that he might be able to draw at the line of the Douro the limit of the French advance. The first half of the retreat from Burgos was now at an end. To understand the maneuvers of the second half, we must first explain the doings of Soult, King Joseph, and General Hill in New Castile during the last week of October. Section 34, Chapter IV. Hill's retreat from Madrid. The crisis in front of Madrid, where Hill stood exposed to attack from the mass of French forces in the Kingdom of Valencia, developed late. We have already seen that the first dispatch from the south, which disquieted Wellington, only reached him on the 19th October, and that it was not till the 21st that he realized that all his plans for hindering a French advance on Madrid were ineffective, and that Hill was in serious danger. The long delay in Soult's evacuation of Andalusia was, as has been already remarked, the ultimate cause of the late appearance of the advancing columns of the enemy in front of Madrid. It was not till September 30 that the advanced cavalry of the Army of the South got into touch with the outlying vedettes of Traillard's dragoons at Tobera near Helen. 4 days later Soult was in conference with King Joseph, and the marshals Jourdan and Suchet, who had come out to meet him at Fuente la Higuera, some 50 miles farther on the road toward Valencia. They met with various designs, though all were agreed that the Allies must be driven out of the capital as soon as possible. Suchet was mainly anxious to get the army of the south, and the king also, out of his own viceroyalty. Joseph's troops were wasting his stores and harrying the peasantry, whose shearing he wished to reserve for himself. Soult's men were notoriously unruly, and at the present moment half famished, after their long march through a barren land. The Duke of Albufera was anxious to see them all started off for Madrid at the earliest possible moment. His only personal demand was that he should be allowed to borrow a division from one or the other army, for when they should be gone, he thought that he would have barely enough men to hold off Mackenzie and the Spaniards of the Murcian army. He promised and produced large convoys of food for the service of the armies of the south and center, but pleaded that in order to make his only base and arsenal, the city of Valencia, quite safe, it was necessary that they should leave zero extra troops. In especial, he pleaded for Palambina's division, which had originally been borrowed from his own army of Aragon. Jourdan, as he tells us in his memoirs, maintained that it was necessary to turn every possible man upon Madrid, and that Suchet could defend himself against his old enemies with his own army alone. He might, if hard-pressed, call down some troops from Catalonia. But the real quarrel was between Soult and King Joseph. The first was in a sullen and captious mood, because the king had caused him to evacuate his much-prized viceroyalty in Andalusia by refusing to join him there in September. But Joseph was at a much higher pitch of passion. Not only did he still remember all Soult's disobedience in July and August, which, as he thought, had led to the unnecessary loss of Madrid, but he had a new and a much more bitter grievance. Some time before the army of the south reached Valencia, he had become possessed of the dispatch to the Minister of War which Soult had written on August 12th, in which he hinted that the king was meditating treachery to his brother the emperor, and had opened up negotiations with the Cortes in order to betray the French cause. This document, as has been explained above, had been given by Soult to a privateer captain bound from Malaga to Toulon, who had been forced to run into the harbor of Valencia by the British blockading squadron. Not knowing the contents of the document, the captain had handed it over to the king, when he found him at Valencia. Thus Joseph was aware that the marshal had accused him, on the most flimsy evidence, of betraying his brother. He was justly indignant, and had contemplated, in his first outburst of rage, the arrest and supersession of Soult. His next impulse had been to send off his confidential aide-de-camp Colonel Desprez, to seek first the Minister of War at Paris, and then the Emperor himself in Russia, with his petition for vengeance. Je demande justice. Que le maréchal Soult soit rappelé, entendu, et puni. If his enemy had appeared at Valencia early in September, he would probably have taken the most extreme measures against him. But 3 weeks had gone by. His anger had had time to cool, and he could realize the danger of attempting to seize and deport a marshal, whose army was double the size of his own and Suchet's combined, and who had a powerful faction to support him among his own generals. Joseph hoped that a mandate for Soult's recall and disgrace would soon be on its way from Russia, and meanwhile curbed his temper, ignored the marshal's recent charges of treachery, and contented himself with treating him with coldness, and overruling many of his proposals, on the mere formal ground of discipline. He was the commander-in-chief, and could accept or reject the suggestions of a subordinate as he pleased. Soult was no longer 300 miles away, as he had been in June, and orders given by a superior on the spot could be enforced, unless the marshal were prepared to break out into open insubordination. There was no difference of opinion as to the necessity for marching on Madrid, but wrangling arose as to the amount of troops that would be needed for the operation. Soult said that every possible man would be required, and wished to march with the entire army of the south on San Clement and Ocaña, while he suggested that the king, with the army of the center and a large detachment taken from Suchet, should move by Requena and Cuenca. Suchet protested in the most vigorous fashion against being stripped of any of his divisions, and maintained that it was rather necessary that he should be lent 5,000 men from the armies of the center of the south. The king and Jourdan refused to consider the latter proposition, but agreed that Suchet would require all his own troops, and that none should be taken from him. Yet approving of the double movement on Madrid, they declared that the army of the center was too small to operate by itself, and that Soult should make over to it Berwise's division and a brigade of light cavalry to bring it up to the necessary strength. Soult protested loudly. The emperor had entrusted the army of the south to him. He was responsible for it, It was one and indivisible, and so forth. Joseph then put the matter to him in the form of a simple order to set these troops on a certain route on a certain day. The marshal did not dare to disobey, but stated that he regarded them as still belonging to his army and should continue to expect reports from their commanders. This left him with a force of 5 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions, disencumbered of his sick, and of 2,000 old, weakly or time-expired men, who marched to Valencia to join the next convoy that Suchet should send to France. Their total, omitting Berwa and the cavalry taken off by Joseph, made up 30,000 infantry, 6,000 horse, and with engineers, artillery, train, and sea, just 40,000 men. The army of the center on October 15th showed, including Palambini, the King's Guard and the Spaniards, about 15,000 present under arms, to which must be added Berwa and the 2 cavalry regiments that accompanied him, making 6,000 men between them. Thus the total force with which Joseph and Soult marched on Madrid was over 60,000 men. The object of dividing the advancing army into 2 columns was not merely to make it more easy for the troops to find food in a desolate country, but much more to carry out a strategical plan. If the whole army had moved by the high road through La Mancha, it would have had no power to communicate with the army of Portugal. The king's idea was that the northern column, which marched by Cuenca, and which he himself accompanied, would ultimately get into touch with Sauham, who had been directed, by dispatches which reached him too late or not at all, to follow Wellington in such a way that he would be able to outflank him on the upper Douro and open up communications by the route of Aranda, the Samosira Pass, and Guadalajara, with the main French army. But Sauham, when he commenced his advance against Wellington on October 18th, had no order from the king later than a letter of October 1st, written before Soult had arrived in the Kingdom of Valencia. He received no more dispatches while engaged in his pursuit of Wellington, and was unaware of Joseph's later plans, so that when he reached Valladolid, he made no endeavor to feel to his left, towards Aranda, but rather extended himself to his right, in the direction of Tordesillas and Toro, a movement which took him entirely away from the direction in which the king hoped to find him. They did not get into touch, or combine their operations in any way, till November had arrived. At the same time, the advance of a large body of troops by the route of Cuenca turned out most profitable in the end to the French strategy, for it was precisely this flanking column, of great but unknown strength, which compelled Hill to abandon his intention of defending the lines of the Tagus or the Tajana. However he might place himself opposite Soult's army coming from the south, he had this threatening force beyond his eastern flank, turning his positions by roads too remote for him to guard. King Joseph had proposed to commence his march upon Madrid at the earliest possible moment. At the interview with the 3 marshals at Fuente la Higuera, he had named the 9th October as the date for starting, but Soult declared after a few days that this was impossible, owing to the necessity for collecting the convoys that Suchet was sending him, replenishing his ammunition, and bringing up his rearmost troops. The division of Conru had picked up the yellow fever by plundering out of its route during the march through Murcia. It had been left in quarantine, some days behind the rest of the army, and would take time to come up. It is probable that Soult was not really wasting time of set purpose, but the king was certainly under the impression that he was doing so, and their correspondence was most acrimonious. Special offense was given by Joseph's withdrawing Drouet from the army of the south, and entrusting him with the command of that of the center. But when Soult murmured at this and other things, the king sent him a laconic letter of 10 lines, telling him that if he refused to obey orders, he had better resign his command and go to Paris, where he would have to give account for all his doings. The marshal, as on previous occasions when the question of his resignation had been pressed home, avoided this simple solution of the problem and yielded a grudging obedience in the end. Soult's army was at this time cantoned with its right wing about Almanza, Yecla, and Fuente la Higuera, and its left wing, now about to become its advanced guard, in and around the large town of Albacete. A detachment from this wing had been for the last 10 days attacking the isolated rock fortress of Chinchilla, the only inland stronghold which was held by the Spaniards in the Kingdom of Murcia. It was a Gothic donjon on an inaccessible cliff, only formidable because of its position, and manned by a trifling garrison. It might have held out indefinitely, having a resolute governor, a certain Colonel Sira. But on October 9th, in a frightful thunderstorm, lightning struck the donjon, killed soldiers, wounded many more, set the place on fire, and disabled the governor. The garrison capitulated in sheer dismay, and the use by the French of the high road between Albacete and Almanza was no longer incommoded by the existence of this petty fortress. King Joseph, with the army of the center, marched out from Valencia on October 17th, and had his headquarters at Requena on the road to Cuenca on the 19th. On the 23rd, he reached that ancient and much dilapidated city, and found it already in the hands of Drouet, who had arrived there on the 20th with Berrois' division and the cavalry brigade of Avi from the Army of the South. He had expelled from it Bassicourt's 3,000 Mercian troops. Soult had started on the 15th from Albacete, and had sent off Drouet's detachment from San Clement to Cuenca, while he himself marched by Belmont on Taranquin and Santa Cruz de la Zarza, which he reached on October 25th. He had not got into real touch with the enemy till, on the last named day, the cavalry on the right of his advance came into contact with Frere's Mercian horse in front of Taranquin, and those on his left ran into the vedettes of Long's British dragoons in front of Ocaña. During the time of his advance, these troops had been retiring in front of him, from Consugra, Toboso, Almanacid, Belmont, and other places in La Mancha, where they had been providing a long screen of posts to observe his movements. They had, by Hill's orders, retired from the 18th onward before the French cavalry, without allowing themselves to be caught up. It was only immediately in front of the Tagus that they slackened down their pace and allowed the French to discover them. There was a smart skirmish in front of Ocaña on October 25th, between Bonamain's brigade and the 9th Anth Light Dragoons' Anth Portuguese cavalry. The Allied squadrons were pushed back towards Aranjuez with the loss of some 30 men. Erskine, who was in command of the cavalry division, refusing to make a stand or to bring up his reserves. His management of the troops was not for the first time much criticized by eyewitnesses, but it must be remembered that Hill had directed him not to commit himself to a serious action. On the same day, Frere's horse were turned out of Taranquin by Perriman's chasseur. The position of the commander of Wellington's detached corps in front of Madrid had become a very responsible one between the 15th, when Soult's advance began, and the 24th, when the enemy came up to the line of the Tagus and developed his attack. Fortunately, Hill was in close touch with his chief. So well was the line of communication between them kept up that it only took 2 days for a letter from Burgos to reach Madrid, and vice versa. When the army had come back from the Arlanzon to the Douro, the time became even shorter. Wellington received at Cabazon on the evening of October 27th dispatches that Hill had written on the morning of the 26th. This contrasts wonderfully with the slow traveling of French correspondence. Sauhem got at Briviesa on October 17, a letter written by King Joseph at Valencia on October 1st. It had been obliged to travel by the absurdly circuitous route of Tortosa, Saragossa, and Tudela. Truly, the guerrilleros made concerted movements of French armies singularly difficult. On the 17th October, Hill had already got off his first letter of alarm to Wellington, saying that Soult was certainly on the move. By the 19th, he knew that there was a column moving upon Cuenca, as well as the larger force, which was advancing by San Clement and Belmont. He asked for orders, but meanwhile had to issue his own, in consonance with earlier directions received from Wellington. These presupposed 2 conditions which had not been realized: that the fords of the Tagus would be impassable, and that Ballesteros' Andalusian army would already have crossed the Sierra Morna to Alcaraz and be lying on Soult's flank. But their general directions were still practicable. The line of the Tagus was to be defended unless the enemy were in overwhelming strength. If, contrary to Wellington's expectation, the whole French force in Valencia should advance, and its numbers prove greater than Hill could hope to check, he had been directed to evacuate Madrid, and to fall back beyond the Guadarrama, in order to join his chief on the Adaja, south of Valladolid, in Old Castile. The first thing necessary was to discover the strength of the enemy. All accounts sent in by the Spaniards agreed that it was very great, and in particular, that the column going by Cuenca was no mere detachment, but a solid and considerable force. Meanwhile, Wellington, even as late as October 12, had been informing Hill that his design of marching down on Madrid with 3 divisions, when the siege of Burgos should be either successfully concluded or else abandoned, was still retained. Any morning, a dispatch might come to say that the commander-in-chief, with 15,000 men, was on his way to Valladolid, and therefore the army in front of Madrid must be ready for him, concentrated and in marching order. For if he came in person with such a reinforcement, Soult and King Joseph could be fought and beaten whenever they made their appearance. On October 15th, When the French advance had actually begun, the Allied troops in New Castile were disposed with an outer screen, mainly consisting of Spanish troops, and a central nucleus of hills owned Anglo-Portuguese, placed in cantonments between Madrid and the Tagus. Bassicourt was at Cuenca with 3,000 men. Elio, with Frere's Murcian horse and a weak division of infantry, 5,000 men in all, was watching the high roads from Albacete and Requena to Madrid in front of Taranquin. Pene Villemar's cavalry with Morillo's infantry, 3,500 men at the most, lay across the Great Chaussee from Andalusia, about Hirncha and Madrigos. These troops formed the outer screen, not taking account of the Empecinado, who was as usual on the borders of New Castile and Aragon, worrying such its garrisons in the latter kingdom. Behind Pene Villamar and south of the Tagus were Long's British and H. Campbell's Portuguese cavalry brigades, in La Mancha, at Toboso, Villacanas, and other places. All the rest of the British troops were north of the Tagus, in the triangle Madrid-Toledo-Fuentedueñas, as were also 500 Urban's Portuguese horse and Carlos de España's Spanish infantry division. When the advance of Soult and King Joseph developed itself, Hill drew everything back behind the Tagus, save Bassicourt's division at Cuenca, which being evicted from that place by Drouet on the 20th, did not retire towards Madrid, but went up into the mountains, and ultimately by circuitous routes rejoined the Alicante army. On the 25th October, when Soult's advanced cavalry had driven Long and Frere from Ocaña and Taranquin, Hill had his whole force, British, Portuguese, and Spanish, arrayed in what he intended to be his preliminary fighting position along the Tagus. The extreme right was formed by Scarrett's 4,000 men from Cadiz, who had got up to the front just in time to take their share in the fighting. They lay at Toledo and Andover. Then came the 4 brigades of the British 2nd Division, 2 of them at Aranjuez, which was held as a sort of terre de ponte south of the river, and 2 at Colmenar de Orja. The line beyond them was prolonged by Pene Villamar and Morillo about Belmont de Tajo and the fords of Villamanrique. Elio and Frere, who had retired across the bridge of Fuentedueñas after being driven out of Taranquin, was in charge of the upper Tagus from that point to Seistan. Behind this front line lay the reserves. The 3rd Anth divisions closed together at Valdemoro and Chimpozuelos, behind Aranjuez, the light division at Arganda, Carlos de España at Camporeal, Hamilton's Portuguese division at Chinchon. Of the cavalry, Long and Campbell's Portuguese, after being turned out of Ocaña, had fallen back on Aranjuez. 500 Urban's Portuguese were at Arganda, Slade's brigade at Morata, Victor Alton S. at Getafe. One march would concentrate the whole of the Allies, horse and foot, save Elio and Scarrett's detachment alone, to defend the passage of the Tagus at either Aranjuez or Fuentedueñas, the 2 crossing places which Hill judged that Soult would take into consideration when he attempted to force the line of the river. About 36,000 men would be available, of who 0 were Anglo-Portuguese and 0 Spaniards. Soult, however, kept perfectly quiescent in front of Aranjuez and Fuentedueñas on the 26th-27th. He had still his cavalry to the front, but his infantry divisions were only coming up in succession. Conruez in especial, being still in quarantine owing to the yellow fever, was very far behind. But it was not merely the late arrival of his rear that kept Soult motionless. He was waiting for the Cuenca column to bring pressure to bear upon Hill's flank, and did not intend to commit himself to any important engagements until the whole French army was in line. He expressed to King Joseph his opinion that the Allies were drawn out upon too long a front, and that a bold thrust at Aranjuez would probably succeed, when the attention of Hill should be drawn away to the east by the appearance of the Cuenca column in the direction of Fuentedueñas. Meanwhile, he proceeded to make his preparations for attacking Aranjuez on the 28th. Such an attack was never delivered, because Hill, on the evening of the 27th, made up his mind that he must not fight upon the Tagus. For this determination there were 3 causes. The first was that the river still remained so low, the autumn rains having been very scanty hitherto, that it was fordable in many places. The mere breaking of the bridges at Aranjuez and Fuentedueñas did not make it impassable, as Wellington and Hill himself had expected would be the case by the end of October. Secondly, if the line of the Tagus were forced at any point, the troops strung out along it had a very dangerous retreat before them, owing to the fact that the Tagina, a stream not much smaller than the Tagus itself in this part of its course, runs behind it and parallel to it at a distance of only 8 or 10 miles. The number of spots where the Tagina could be crossed, by fords, bridges, or ferries, were very few, and it was to be feared that bodies of troops abandoning positions on the Tagus and retreating to the next line might find themselves pressed against the Tagina at impassable sections of its course, and so might be destroyed or captured if the enemy pursued with vigor. Thirdly, as Soult expected, the movement of the king and the column from Cuenca had now begun to exercise pressure on Hill's mind. He had already moved 2 British brigades of the 2nd Division to Fuente Duñas, replacing them at Aranjuez by Scarrett's force, which left Toledo. But what if the king should cross the Tagus not at Fuente Duñas but above it, where the river was only observed by Elio's Mercians? They certainly could not stop him, and the whole Tagus line would be turned. Hill's resolve was now to defend not the Tagus, but the line, running north and south, of the Henares and the Jarama, the river formed by the union of the Tagina and Manzanares, from Guadalajara to the point near the Puente Larga where the Jarama falls into the Tagus. On the 28th, Scarrett evacuated Aranjuez, and all the other troops fell back in similar fashion. This position left the Allied army still covering Madrid, and with a safe retreat to the passes above it, should things go ill. The new disposition of forces was as follows. Toledo had been handed over to the Partida of El Medico, since no French reconnaissances had come in this direction, and it was clear that the enemy had no serious intentions on this flank. The extreme right wing of the army was formed by the 4th Division, now once more under General Cole, who had come up, cured of his wound, from the Salamanca hospital. It lay at Andover, behind the point where the Jarama flows into the Tagus, with its flank covered by the Gunt River and some of Long's dragoons. Next in line, 6 miles to the north, was Scarrett's force, holding the Puente Larga, the main passage over the Jarama River, 2 miles north of Aranjuez. Beyond him were the 3rd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese about Valdemoro and St. Martin de la Vega. Then came the Light Division at Alcalá de Henares. Carlos de Españas and Morillo's Spaniards were in their company. Elio's Mercians were directed to fall back on Guadalajara. So much for the infantry. The cavalry was kept out in front, with orders to keep a line of vedettes on the Tagus till they should be driven in, and then to hold the course of the Tagina in a similar fashion, before breaking its bridges and falling back onto the Henares and Jarama, the real fighting line. But nothing was to be risked, and the main body of each brigade was to keep itself in front of a practicable crossing, by which it could retreat when the enemy should have shown himself in force. Sir Roland, wrote his quartermaster general, wishes you to keep the posts on the Tagina and those in front of it on the Tagus, as long as you can with safety. Cover the line of the Henares as long as you can. Slade's, Long's, and Campbell's Portuguese squadrons had the right, covering the riverbank from Aranjuez to Villamanrique with their vedettes. 500 Urban, Victor Alt, and Pene Villamar held the left from Villamanrique upstream. On Oct. 28th, the French cavalry, having detected the disappearance of Hill's infantry, crossed the Tagus both at Aranjuez and Fuente Duñas in force, whereupon the Allied horse retired behind the Tagina and broke all of its bridges. Soult at once commenced to repair the bridges of Aranjuez, and brought an infantry division forward into the town on the 29th, but made no serious effort to feel Hill's position behind the Jarama and Tagina, being determined not to involve himself in heavy fighting till King Joseph and the column from Cuenca were up in line. The head of the army of the center, however, reached Fuente Duñas this same day and began to pass, meeting of course with no opposition. But the reconstruction of the bridge took some time, and 500 Erlon's infantry was not across the Tagus in any force till the next day. The king himself rode to Ocaña, conferred there with Soult, and made arrangements for a general forward movement upon the 30th. There would have been heavy fighting upon the 30th, 31st, if Hill had been permitted to make a stand on his chosen position with the 40,000 men whom he had placed in line between Alcalá and Andover. He had now all his troops concentrated except Elio's Mercians, who lay out in the direction of Guadalajara with no enemy in front of them. But on the morning of the 29th, Hill received a dispatch from Wellington, dated from Cabazon on the night of the 27th, which upset all the arrangements made hitherto. The important paragraph of it ran as follows. The enemy are infinitely superior to us in cavalry, and from what I saw today very superior in infantry also. We must retire, and the Douro is no barrier for us. If we go, and cannot hold our ground beyond the Douro, your situation will become delicate. We certainly cannot stand against the numbers opposed to us in any situation, and it appears to me to be necessary that you, as well as we, should retire. The only doubt which I entertain is about the road which you should take, and that doubt originates in the insufficiency of this army to stop the army opposed to it for a sufficient time to allow you to reach the Adaja. I propose to remain on the Pisuga tomorrow, October 28, and as long as I can upon the Douro, and then to retire by Arevalo. God knows whether I shall be able to remain on either river, and if I cannot, your retreat should be by the valley of the Tagus. If I can remain, we should join as arranged by previous letters. If I can remain on the Pisuga tomorrow, I shall pass the Douro on the 29th, and shall probably be able to prevent the enemy from crossing in force till the 1st November, in which case I shall reach Arevalo on the 3rd. You will not receive this letter till the 29th. You will arrive at the Escurial, probably on the 31st, at Villacastin on the 2nd, at Arevalo on the 4th. If I should not be able to hold my ground either on the Pisuga or the Douro, I shall apprise you of it at the first moment, and shall suggest your line of retreat. Your march, as proposed, i.e. via the Guadarrama, at least as far as Villacastin, would be secure, whereas that by Talavera and sea would not, till you shall cross the Tagus. Do not order the bridge at Almaraz to be taken up or destroyed, till you are certain you do not want it. The dispatch ended by directing Hill to bring on with him Carlos de Españas, Morillos, and Pene Villamers Spaniards, but to order Frere, Elio, and Bassicourt to join Ballesteros by the route of Toledo, while the Empecinado had better go to his old haunts in the mountains beyond Guadalajara. This was a most alarming dispatch for Hill. Just as he had assumed his fighting position and was expecting to be attacked by Soult on the following day, he received orders to retire without a moment's delay. And what was worst of all, he was told that the line of retreat indicated to him would not improbably prove dangerous or impossible, and that he might, within the next day or so, get a counter-order, directing him to retire by the line of the Tagus and Almaraz, since a junction with Wellington behind the Adaja might prove impossible. But a retreat across the front of the enemy, on the route Navalcarnero-Talavera-Almaraz, would clearly be most dangerous, since the left wing of the army, the Light Division, 500 Urban, Alton and the Spaniards, would have 40 miles to march before they were clear of the advancing columns of the French, debouching from Aranjuez. And to make matters worse, the enemy was terribly strong in cavalry, and the countryside south of Madrid was very favorable to the mounted arm. If the army should march at once for the road by the Guadarrama, and when it had reached the neighborhood of Madrid, or the Escurial, should get the news that the route to Villacastin and Arevalo had been blocked, it would be almost impossible to turn off onto the Tagus line or to make for Almaraz. The only chance left would be to take the bad mountain road to Avila, and thence to the upper Tormes, a choice that no officer could contemplate without dismay in October. There was one plea that might have been urged in favor of an instant move toward Talavera and the Tagus route, the right wing to march by Illescas and Fuensalida, the left by Madrid and Navalcarnero, but it was a plea of which neither Wellington nor Hill seems to have thought. Supposing that Hill's 40,000 men, after uncovering and evacuating Madrid, should place themselves behind the Alberche, in and about Talavera, it was difficult to believe that Soult and King Joseph would dare to march north to join Sauham and to trouble Wellington. They could hardly leave 40,000 men behind them uncontained, and would probably have to halt and to face toward Hill so as to cover the capital. This threat to their flank and their rear might force the enemy to come to a stop, and might secure Wellington's rear as effectually as a junction with him at Arevalo behind the Adaja. But on the other hand, there were two considerations which tended to make any use of the Tagus route undesirable, save on compulsion and as a pies aller. The first was that the whole valley from Toledo to Almaraz was in a state of dreadful exhaustion, with half its land untilled and its population living on the edge of starvation. To subsist there would be difficult. The second and more important was that the enemy might conceivably leave Soult and the Army of the South to hold Madrid and contain Hill's force, and then would still possess 20,000 men, of the Cuenca column, who might be sent by the Guadarrama and Villacastin to take Wellington in the rear. It would be of little use to bring the enemy to a standstill in the direction of Madrid, if he could still spare a detachment, which would make Wellington's position in Old Castile hopelessly untenable, and might even put him in grave danger of being overwhelmed. But sufficient for the day is the evil thereof, was no doubt the reflection of Rowland Hill, a pious man well acquainted with his Bible. He had for the present a clear order to march for the Escurial, the Guadarrama, and Arevalo. That it might be cancelled if certain circumstances, over which he had no control, should occur on the Douro, was an unpleasant possibility, which did not come into consideration on the 29th of October. Accordingly, he gave orders for instant retreat. There was little immediate danger to his left wing, since the French column in front of it, at Fuente Duñas, had to pass first the defiles of the Tajana and then those of the Jarama, and all the bridges on both were destroyed or ready for destruction. The right wing was in a much more delicate situation, since it was separated from Soult at Aranjuez only by the Jarama. The outposts of the two armies were in close touch with each other at the Puente Larga, with nothing but the river between, and the 4th Division at Andover had to pass behind the force holding the Puente Larga in order to get into the Madrid road. Supposing that bridge were forced too soon, Cole would be driven off in an eccentric line of retreat toward Toledo and Talavera. While therefore, all the rest of the army was set in motion for the Escurial at dawn on the 30th, Scarrett was ordered to stand still at the Puente Larga and to hold it at all costs till the rest of the Allied right wing should have got clear. Meanwhile, the troops about Alcalá, the Light Division, España and Morillo marched round the north side of Madrid without entering the city, and continuing their course all day and part of the night, were on the upper Manzanares, about the palace of El Pardo by 12 p.m. At the same time, the troops about Valdemoro, 3rd Division, Hamilton's Portuguese and the bulk of the cavalry, retired past the south side of Madrid and reached Araveca, on its west side 2 miles out, by night. Here Hill established his headquarters. The 4th Division from Andover, which had the longest march of all, had been started off before the bulk of the army, on the night of the 29th, not at dawn on the 30th like the rest. It fell into the main road at Valdemoro before daybreak, much fatigued. While halting there, the weary men discovered more wine than was good for them. The population had fled and left their cellars exposed for the first comer. There was a terrible amount of drunkenness, and so much straggling, when the division marched off at noon, that many hundreds of men, hidden in houses in a state of absolute incapacity to move, were left behind. The division, minus its drunkards, joined the rest of the right wing at Araveca that night. Cole remained behind himself, while his troops marched on, to supervise the defense of the Puente Larga. He had been told to take on Scarrett's brigade as a part of his division till further orders, and naturally stopped with the rearguard. By the night of the 30th, all the army was concentrated beyond Madrid, without having seen an enemy or suffered any molestation, save Scarrett's detachment, which was fighting all day at the Puente Larga for the protection of the rest. Soult, as Hill had expected, had resolved to force the line of the Jarama and Tajana that day, but while on the right his cavalry felt forward only to the Tajana and its broken bridges. On the left he was already in touch with his enemy, for the Puente Larga is only 2 miles outside Aranjuez, from which the approach to it lies along one of the great avenues of plains that form part of the Royal Park between the Tagus and Jarama. The Puente Larga is an immensely long bridge of 16 arches, for the Jarama in winter is a very broad river. Its southern end is commanded by a slight rising ground, its northern lies in the flat and ends in a causeway, by which the road finally mounts up onto the plateau of Valdemoro. Thus it would have been easier to defend from the south than from the north, as Scarrett had to do. An attempt had been made to blow up one of the center arches of the bridge, but though 2 mines had been laid, their explosion on the morning of the 30th did not make a complete breach, one parapet and a broad section of the footway beside it remaining intact. The engineer officer in charge, holding that there was no time to make another mine, had a breastwork covered by an abatis thrown up across the northern end of the bridge. Here then was a sort of terrace with balustrades and stone seats, where the bridge and causeway met. Behind the breastwork and the terrace Scarrett placed his 2 companies of the 95th Rifles and part of the 247th, while behind the nearer part of the causeway there was room for the supports, the rest of the 47th, and the 287th in close column. The ridge of the causeway almost completely sheltered them from fire from the French side of the river, even from the most elevated ground. 3 guns of bronze Portuguese battery were prepared for action on the right end of the terrace, behind the hastily extemporized breastwork. Half a mile to the rear, at the north end of the causeway, was Scarrett's reserve, composed of the 3rd Bat. Of the 1st Guards, the 20th Portuguese, and the remaining 3 pieces of bronze battery. The whole defending force of 5 battalions and 6 guns was somewhat under 4,000 strong. Soult was not certain whether Hill was intending to fight on the line of the Jarama, or whether he had merely to drive in a rearguard. The day was very misty from dawn onward, and at 9 o'clock in the morning rain began, and fell continuously till night. Thus the marshal could not see in the least what sort of a force was opposed to him, and his cavalry, exploring up and down the river bank, were unable to find any practicable fords, or to give him any information as to whether there were Allied troops holding the entire course of the Jarama. After some hours, therefore, Soult sent forward Raymond's division with orders to force the Puente Larga, as he had been informed that it was still passable owing to the failure of the mines. A battery took post on the rising ground at the south end of the bridge and shelled the breastwork and the Portuguese guns, while the Voltigeur companies of the 12th Leger strung themselves out along the river bank and commenced a long bickering fusillade with Scarrett's men across the water. The artillery and musketry fight went on for some hours, till Braun's 3 pieces ceased firing for want of ammunition. Thinking this a favorable moment, Soult sent part of the 12th Leger against the bridge. The head of the column never reached the narrow pass at the half-broken 8th Arch, suffering so much from the musketry that it fell back in disorder before getting halfway across. Another regiment, or the same reformed, attempted a similar rush a few minutes later and was repulsed in the same fashion. Thereupon Soult ordered the attack to cease, seeing, as he says in his dispatch, that we were wasting ammunition to no effect. He drew off both his guns and his Voltigeurs, and the combat came to an end. A French officer appeared onto the bridge with a white flag a little later, and got permission to remove the many wounded lying at its south end. After dark, Scarrett withdrew very quietly, leaving dummy sentries on the bridgehead and the causeway, who were only detected as straw-stuffed greatcoats at dawn next morning. The brigade, therefore, had an undisturbed march all night, and halted next morning on the Prado of Madrid, where it was allowed a few hours of rest. Its loss had been about 3 officers and men killed and wounded, of who were in the 247th and in the rifle companies. The French had 5 officers and about 100 men killed and wounded. The whole fight was much what the combat of the Coa would have been in 1810, if Crawford had fought behind, and not before the bridge of Almeida. Soult had deduced, from the stubborn way in which the Puente Larga was defended, that Hill was standing to fight a general action behind the Jarama. He made during the night preparations for bringing up much artillery and constructing bridges, but discovered at dawn that his exertions had been unnecessary. Cavalry under Pierre Soult were pushed out as far as Valdemoro, and captured there some 300 drunken stragglers belonging to the 4th Division, who had not thought fit to follow Scarrett when he passed through. The day was one of dense fog, and the younger Soult never got in touch with Hill's rearguard, but picked up a rumor that Wellington was expected at Madrid that day, with 2 divisions from Burgos, and that the whole Allied army was prepared to deliver battle in a position outside the capital. In consequence, his brother the Marshal held back, and contented himself with bringing up the entire army of the south to the Jarama, while he sent his false news to King Joseph and Jourdan. He proposed that the Cuenca column should make no attempt to force the higher course of the Tajana, where all the bridges were broken, and behind which lay the equally tiresome obstacle of the Heners, but should come round to Aranjuez and cross by the Puente Larga. Jourdan advised compliance, remarking that the forcing of the lines of the Tajana and Heners, and the making of bridges upon them might take many days. To save time, the right wing came round to join the left. This was a godsend to Hill, as it resulted in no pursuit being made on the 31st. The French advanced cavalry only entered Madrid on the 1st November, and the 2nd of that month had arrived before any infantry reached the capital. By that day the Allied army was over the Guadarrama, and well on its way to Villacastin and Arevalo. The evacuation of Madrid was accompanied with many distressing incidents. The people were in despair at seeing themselves about to fall back once more into the power of the intrusive king. Many of the notables had committed themselves so openly to the patriotic cause that they thought it wise to depart in company with Hill's army. An order to burn the considerable stores of provisions which could not be brought off led to a riot. The lower classes were on the edge of starvation, and the sight of good food being wasted led them to make a disorderly rush on the magazines, to drive away the commissaries, and to carry off the flour and salt meat which was being destroyed. Probably it would have been wise to permit them to do so without making difficulties, as the stores, once dispersed, could hardly have been gathered in again by the enemy. The explosion of the arsenal in the Retiro fort was a more absolute necessity, but the Madraleños murmured greatly that the large building of La China, the porcelain manufactory, was blown up along with the surrounding earthworks. The mines, it may be incidentally remarked, were so carelessly laid that 2 commissariat officers were killed by the first of them that went off, and the last nearly made an end of Captain Cleves, KGL, the artillery officer in charge of the business. He was severely scorched and barely escaped with his life. The rearguard of the British Army quitted the morning city by noon on the 31st October. The head of the column was already on that day at the Escurial. On November 1st the passage of the Guadarrama began, and on the 3rd the last cavalry brigade, bringing up the rear, was over the mountains. Not a sign had been seen of the enemy, whose advanced light cavalry only reached Gallipagher, 5 miles south of the Escurial upon the 2nd. The weather, however, was very bad, rain falling day after day, and this must serve as an inadequate excuse for the fact that straggling had already begun, and that a certain number of men dropped so far behind that they fell into the hands of the tardily appearing enemy. But the loss of these laggards, for the most part the selected bad characters of each battalion, was a small price to pay for an unmolested retreat. Hill's spirits rose, hour by hour, as he received no letter from Wellington to say that the retreat to Arevalo had become impossible, or that the line of the Douro had been lost. These terrible possibilities might, so far as he knew, have come into existence at any moment on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd of November. On the 4th, the whole army from Madrid was concentrated at Villacastin, so close to Wellington's position behind the Douro at Ruta that dispatches could now get through from him to Hill in less than 12 hours. The cavalry of the extreme rearguard, the 2nd Hussars KGL, who had left the Escurial only on the 3rd, had barely seen the enemy's advanced vedettes on that day, and were not overtaken by them till late on the 4th. The pursuit was slow, cautious, and not executed by any very large body of horse. Hill, therefore, granted his troops a very necessary rest of 12 hours at Villacastin. At last, however, on the evening of November 4th, when the worst possibilities seemed to have passed by, and nothing could any longer prevent Hill from joining Wellington, discouraging news, so long expected, at last came to hand. A dispatch from Ruta informed Hill that his chief had determined to retreat from the line of the Douro, for reasons which will be explained in the next chapter, and that the position in which he intended to fight was that in front of Salamanca, where he had faced and beaten Marmont in July. This being so, there was no reason to bring up Hill's corps to Arevalo. Since a junction between the two halves of the army was now secure, the troops from Madrid should save themselves an unnecessary dater to the north, by turning off the Chaussee to Valladolid and taking the crossroad by Balaos, Villanueva de Gomez, and Peñaranda. This would bring them to Alba de Tormes, where they would find themselves in touch with Wellington's own troops, which would move, by La Nava and Cantalpino, to the San Cristobal position outside Salamanca. This march therefore Hill executed. On the 4th he had at last heard of the appearance of Soult's cavalry, and that same evening his extreme rearguard, the 2nd Hussars of the KGL, had a slight engagement with French squadrons near Villacastin. But nothing was known of the main body of the enemy's infantry, nor was it even certain whether the Army of the South and the Army of the Centre were both pursuing by the route of the Guadarrama. Soult, as a matter of fact, had only made up his mind to cross the mountains by that route on the 3rd, and nothing but the light cavalry of his brother was near Hill's rear. On the 4th, 5th, and November his main body was coming up, and he was in force at Arevalo on the last-named day. Only the horse of his advanced guard had followed Hill on the Peñaranda road. The object of the move on Arevalo was to seek for the army of Portugal, of which no certain news had yet been obtained. The Duke of Dalmatia supposed, however, that it had to be looked for on the side of Tordesillas, and wished to communicate with it before he pressed Hill too closely. For if the latter had united with Wellington, as was very possible, he might have found himself in face of more than 60,000 men, and he had but 40,000 of his own, since the army of the centre was not yet up in line. The king himself with his guards followed Soult after a short interval, but the 3 infantry divisions, Berwa, Palambini, Darmagnac, which had formed the column that marched from Cuenca, were far behind. Palambini's division, which had been told off to act as the rearguard, was observing the accumulation of Spanish troops near Guadalajara, where Elio and Frere had now been joined by the Empecinado, who had come in from the direction of Aragon. They had united at the Puente de Anian and Seistan, a few miles southeast of Guadalajara on the upper Tagus. There were now 8,000 or 9,000 enemies in this quarter, still quite close to Madrid, and Joseph and Jourdan had to come to a difficult decision. If a garrison were left in Madrid, and a strong column sent to evict Elio from his position, the army of the centre would have few troops left who could follow Soult in the pursuit of Wellington. But if the whole army of the centre marched by the Guadarrama, There was nothing to prevent Elio from coming down to reoccupy Madrid, and the political effect of the evacuation of the capital would be detestable, for it would look as if the whole French army was but a flying column incapable of holding what it had won. After some hesitation, the king and Jourdan resolved that the military necessity of taking forward every available man to crush Wellington was all-important. If Soult alone joined the army of Portugal in Old Castile, the French in this direction would not outnumber the combined forces of Wellington and Hill, and might be brought to a stand, perhaps even beat. The 20,000 men of the Cuenca column must be brought forward at all costs to secure a numerical superiority for the French arms in the north. Madrid therefore must be abandoned, and the infantry of the king's army marched out of it on the 6th November, Palombini bringing up the rear once more. Even the sick and Joseph Spanish courtiers had to be taken on, with a comfortless assurance that they might in the end be dropped at Valladolid. On the 8th, the leading division of the army of the center reached Villacastin by forced marches. The rear did not get up till the 10th. Thus it is clear that on November 5th, when Hill executed his flank movement on Fonteveros and Peñaranda, there was nothing near him save Soult's advanced cavalry, supported at an interval by the infantry of the Army of the South, while the Army of the Center had not even left Madrid. If Wellington had but known this, it might have brought about a change in his orders. But as cannot too often be repeated, the fog of war sometimes lies very thick around a general at the moment when he has to make his crucial decision, and on these 2 days the enemy might have been closed up, instead of being strung out in detachments over 100 miles of mountain roads. A few days after the French left Madrid, the empecinado came down to the capital and occupied it. Elio had gone off, according to Wellington's original orders, to place himself in communication with the army of Andalusia, now no longer under Ballesteros, and took post in La Mancha. Bassicourt reoccupied Cuenca. There was not a French soldier left in New Castile, and all communication between Soult and King Joseph on one side and Suchet in Valencia on the other were completely broken off. Section 34, Chapter 5. The Burgos Retreat, the operations round Salamanca, November 1–November 15, 1812. When we turned aside to narrate the operations round Madrid and Hill's retreat across the Guadarrama Pass, we left Wellington and his army on November 1 drawn up on the south side of the Douro, with headquarters at Ruta. Their right flank was covered by the Adaja. The cavalry of their left flank was opposite Toro, where the French were visible in some force, and were known to be repairing the bridge which had been destroyed on October 30th. It was evident that the main body of the enemy still lay about Tordesillas, Simancas, and Valladolid, but its exact strength was not ascertainable. A rumor had crossed the river that Caffarelli and the Army of the North were already returning to their own regions beyond Burgos. It was a true rumor, but Wellington could get no confirmation for it. Till the facts were ascertained, he was bound to consider it probable that the whole body of the enemy, nearly 50,000 strong, which had pursued him since October 22nd, was still in his front. With such a force he considered himself unable to cope, if once it crossed the river whose line he was defending. They are infinitely superior to us in cavalry, and from what I saw today, October 27, were superior in infantry also. We must retire therefore, and the Douro is no barrier for us. He held on, however, in the position that he had taken up on October 30 till November 5, partly because he was wishing to cover as long as possible Hill's march to join him from Madrid, partly because Sauhem made no attempt for some days to debouch in force across the bridges of Tordesillas, or Toro. Meanwhile, the near approach of Hill and the force from Madrid, with Soult's army in pursuit, was modifying the position from day to day. By November 4th, Hill, as we have already seen, was at Villacastin with all his 5 infantry divisions, and the 7,000 or 8,000 Spaniards of Morillo and Carlos de España. He was being followed by the French, but reported that day that he had so far seen no more than 4 regiments of cavalry and 2 battalions of infantry. Was this the advanced guard of the whole 60,000 men whom Soult and King Joseph had brought against Madrid, or was it a mere corps of observation? I do not think it clear, wrote Wellington to Hill, at 9 o'clock on the morning of November 5th, that the enemy is following you in force. I conceive these 4 regiments and 2 battalions to have been sent only to see what you are doing. This day Wellington could have united himself to Hill without any fear of being hindered by either of the French armies, and could have had the whole of his 65,000 men concentrated between Medina del Campo and Arevalo within 36 hours. The enemy, though their two armies taken together outnumbered him by more than 25,000 men, could not possibly unite within a similar time. He had, therefore, the position which enterprising generals most desire, that of lying between the two fractions of a hostile force, which cannot combine easily, and of being able to bring superior numbers against either one of them. One can speculate without much difficulty as to what Napoleon would have done in a similar posture of affairs. But Wellington, after mature consideration, resolved that it would not be prudent to unite the two halves of his army and to march against one or other of his enemies. It is fortunate that he has left a record of the reasons which prevented him from doing so. They are contained in a dispatch to Lord Bathurst dated November 8, when he had already committed himself to a wholly different policy. If he were to march with his own army, he wrote, to join Hill about Arevallo, with the object of falling upon the heads of Soult's columns as they debouched on Villacastin, Souham could cross the Douro unopposed behind him at Toro, whose bridge was now repaired, and get behind his left flank. While he was engaged with Soult and the king, who might conceivably have 50,000 men at the front, and be able to offer a good resistance, Souham could close in on his rear, and after cutting him off from Salamanca and his magazines, could attack him, while he was committed to the contest with the army from Madrid. On the other hand, if he took the second alternative and brought Hill's column up to Medina del Campo and Tordesillas, Souham would keep north of the Douro and could not be assailed. The enemy would not attempt to pass so long as we remained in our position. But meanwhile Soult and the king, being unopposed by Hill, might cut him off from his base and magazines, because the line Villacastin-Fonteveros-Salamanca is shorter than that from Tordesillas to Salamanca. The enemy would have had the shortest line to the Tormes by Fonteveros if they had preferred to march in that direction rather than to follow the march of Sir Rowland Hill's troops. This last argument, it must be confessed, seems disputable, for not only are the roads Rue de Fuentesaco-Salamanca and Rue de Petigio-Salamanca as a matter of fact no longer than the road Villacastin-Fonteveros-Peñaranda-Salamanca, but they were in all respects better roads, through a level country, while the route which Wellington assigns to the enemy, and which Hill actually pursued, passes through much more difficult and hilly regions, and was but a cross-country line of communications. It would seem doubtful also whether there was any probability that the enemy, granting that he had his whole force concentrated at the front, would dare to take this route, since it was the one which made a junction with Souham and the army of Portugal most difficult to him. Soult and Joseph were very badly informed as to the exact situation of their friends from the north, but it was clear that they would have to be looked for rather in the direction of Tordesillas and Valladolid than in that of Salamanca. As a matter of fact, even after Wellington's retreat, Soult took the trouble to move on Arevallo, instead of marching on Fonteveros and Peñaranda, for the sole purpose of getting into communication with Souham, whose cooperation was all-important to him. But putting this particular objection aside, it seems certain that if Wellington had concentrated opposite Souham, behind the Douro, Soult, and the king could not have been prevented from getting into touch with the army of Portugal by taking the route Villacastin, Segovia, Olmedo, keeping the Adaja between them and the Allies, and making for the upper passages of the Douro, Tudela, and C, which Wellington had surrendered to Souham on October 30th. This fact is conclusive against the policy of drawing up Hill to Ruta and making a move against the northern enemy. Though a march by Soult and Joseph against Salamanca was improbable, there were perfectly sound reasons for rejecting this particular combination. As much cannot be said on purely strategical grounds for Wellington's resolution to retreat on Salamanca instead of making a blow at Soult, his old original plan of September and October, supposing that he had left nothing more than a screen along the Douro to contain Souham, say the Galicians and a little cavalry, he could have joined Hill at or near Arevallo on the 5th or 6th, and have calculated on a couple of days. Start before the army of Portugal could have followed him. It had to concentrate from scattered cantonments, and to cross on one or other of two ill-repaired bridges. Meanwhile Soult would have been caught on the 6th with his 40,000 men strung out on many miles of mountain road, and with his supports, the army of the centre, still at Madrid. They did not even start for the Guadarrama till that same day. It is clear that the Duke of Dalmatia would have had to retreat in haste, under pain of suffering a disaster. His advance guard might very possibly have been cut up and maltreated, and he would have had to fall back on the passes, where food was unobtainable and long sojourn impossible. This would have been the Napoleonic method of dealing with the situation, but it would be absurd to blame Wellington for not adopting such a plan. Now, as always, he had to play the safer game, simply because he could not afford to take risks. Napoleon could face with indifference the loss of 5,000 or 10,000 men from a forced march in bad weather, ending in an operation that miscarried. Such had been his march against Sir John Moore in December 1808. Wellington could not. The season at the moment was singularly unfavorable for a sudden offensive stroke, involving rapid movement. The troops were almost worn out. Hill's column had only just terminated a fatiguing retreat. The troops from Burgos had only been granted 5 days' rest since the end of a similar march. The number of sick, about 17,000, was alarming, and many battalions were already reduced to 250 or 300 bayonets. What was worse, straggling had shown itself in the most vexatious form, not only among the troops of Wellington's own column, but among Hill's divisions, which ought to have done better after their long sojourn in quiet cantonments round Madrid. A sudden dash to surprise Soult by forced marches upon Villacastin would have been very costly, even before the fighting began. And if the marshal refused to stand, and simply retired in haste toward the army of the center, it would be impossible to push him far. Meanwhile Sauham would be across the Douro, and threatening Salamanca, or approaching Wellington's own rear. After all, there remained the cardinal fact that the enemy had a great numerical superiority. It was even overestimated in Wellington's own mind, since he thought that Caffarelli and the Army of the North were still at Valladolid. Hence came his final decision to retreat by easy marches toward the strong positions about Salamanca, leaving the offensive to the enemy, and granting them the opportunity of uniting their two long-separated armies. Wellington's own plea in favor of this resolve must be quoted. The two corps of this army, particularly that which has been in the north, are in want of rest. They have been continually in the field, and almost continually marching, since the month of January last. Their clothes and equipments are much worn, and a period in cantonments would be very useful to them. The cavalry likewise are weak in numbers, and the horses rather low in condition. I should wish to be able to canton the troops for a short time, and I should prefer the cantonments on the Tormes to those farther in the rear. I do not know exactly what the force of the enemy is. The army of Portugal have about 36,000 men, of which 4,000 is cavalry. The army of the north have 10,000 men, of which 1,200 is cavalry. It is hard to judge of the exact extent of Soult's force. It is reported that the enemy brought from Valencia to the Tagus from 0 to 45,000 men, but I should consider this to be rather below the number that the armies of Andalusia and the centre could bring up, without any troops from the armies of Aragon and Valencia. Soult is particularly strong in good cavalry, and there are several more regiments in the army of the centre. It will remain to be seen what number of troops can be brought to operate against our position on the Tormes, as unless Madrid should be again abandoned to its fate by the king, he must make arrangements to resist the attacks which Elio and the guerrilleros, the Empecinado, El Medico, and C. will make on that city, even if General Ballesteros should not move forward in La Mancha. I propose therefore to wait at present on the Tormes, till I shall ascertain more exactly the extent of the enemy's force. If they should move forward, I can either bring the contest to a crisis on the positions of San Cristobal, or fall back to the Agda, according to what I shall at the time consider to be best for the cause. Wellington's estimate of a total force for the enemy of rather more than 90,000 men was not far out, for if he wrongly supposed that Caffarelli might still be at the front with his 10,000 men, he underrated the total of the armies of the south and center very considerably. They had not merely the something over 45,000 men of which he wrote, but nearly 60,000. But he was under the impression that King Joseph would probably leave a large detachment to defend Madrid, and if the enemy came forward against the line of the Tormes with anything less than 70,000 men, he was prepared to defend it. His own force, counting Hill, but allowing for the losses on the retreats from Burgos and Madrid, which would amount to about 2,000 at the most, would be not far below that same figure, including 18,000 Spaniards. But the strength of the position would compensate for the inferior value of these auxiliaries in line of battle. Just at this moment, Wellington was not at all contented with the Galicians, whose conduct at Palencia and Villa Muriel had irritated him. I was sorry to observe, he wrote to Lord Bathurst, that in the affair of the 25th October, although the Spanish soldiers showed no want of spirit or of disposition to engage the enemy, they were totally unable to move with the regularity and order of a disciplined body, by which alone success can be hoped for in any contest with the French. There were three possibilities before Wellington when he had made up his mind to retire to the Tormes. The French might be contented with having driven him out of New Castile and away from the Douro, and press him no farther. This would be quite probable if they had made up their minds to detach a large force to hold Madrid. Or, secondly, they might come up against him to Salamanca, with a force no greater than his own. In this case he was prepared to fight, and hoped to come well out of the business. Thirdly, there was the chance that they might bring forward every available man, and try to evict him from his chosen position. If they were in very great strength he must yield, and go back to the Aigda and the shelter of Ciudad Rodrigo, much contrary to his desire. But he was not intending to give way, and to involve himself in the difficulties of a retreat during the cold and rainy month of November, until he should be convinced that the French were too strong for him, and that a rearward move was inevitable. In the Salamanca positions, he could force them to show their strength, and yet have the power to draw off if that strength proved to be overpowering. The retreat towards Salamanca commenced on November 5th, when Wellington both directed Hill to move on Fontiveros and Flores de Avila instead of on Arevalo, and also began to shift his own troops southwestward from the position about Ruta. On this day, the 5th Division and Ponsonby's cavalry brigade marched for Alijos. The rest of the army were warned that their movement would begin next day. It was well to keep Sauhem beyond the Douro, by continuing to show great strength in his front, till Hill should have got some way westward. There was no sign of activity in the enemy's cantonments, save that troops seemed to be moving towards Toro along the road on the north bank parallel with the river. The retreat was therefore carried out in a leisurely fashion on the 6th, 7th, 8th. On the 6th, Wellington's headquarters were at Torrecilla de la Orden, on the 7th and at Pitigua. The divisions, covered by a cavalry rearguard and with other cavalry on their flank, thrown out to observe the French at Toro, marched by several converging roads, some going through Alijos, others through Castrejón and Valisa, others by Fresno and Canalpino. There was no hurry, as there was no pursuit, and by the evening of the 8th all were safely placed in their old positions of June, north of the Tormes, in a semicircle from Aldealengua to San Cristobal. The weather being still very cold and rainy, as many of the troops were quartered in the villages as possible, and some as far back as Salamanca town, but many had to bivouac in the open. After several nights spent in position, dysentery and rheumatism, which had already been thinning the ranks, became more common than ever. Hill's column, meanwhile, having left the main road at Villacastin on the 4th, and having followed the bad crosspaths between Balejos and Fontiveros, got into a better route at the latter place, which it reached after a very fatiguing march on the night of the 5th. 500 Urban's Portuguese horse, covering the north flank of the retreat, had a narrow escape of being cut off from the main column, near Villanueva de Gomez, by Soult's advanced cavalry, which was pushing up northward to Arevalo, but 500 Urban got across their front. In time, Hill's Spanish divisions did not follow the same road as the British, but had moved from Villacastin to Arevalo on the 4th, covered by their own cavalry, Pene Villamar. On the 5th, they marched from Arevalo to Fontiveros and rejoined Hill's headquarters. They had moved along two sides of a triangle, the British only along the base, but the advantage of a good road as opposed to a very bad one compensated for the difference of miles covered. Presumably the order to Hill to take the wretched bypaths that he followed was dictated by the idea that, if these routes were neglected, Soult might send a column along them and anticipate Hill on the upper Tormes. Nothing of the kind was attempted. The marshal's only preoccupation at this time was that he must at all costs look for the army of Portugal, and his explorations were directed north, toward Arevalo. Hill's rear was only followed by a vanguard of light cavalry, which behaved with great caution, and contented itself with gathering up stragglers, who fell behind the column by their own fault or from exhaustion. Soult claims to have taken some 600 of them, a figure which English authorities reduce by about half. Some scores of drunkards were undoubtedly captured in the wine vaults of Villacastin. On the 6th, Hill's column marched from Fontiveros to Peñaranda, the Light Division and Morillo forming the infantry rearguard, covered at a distance by Long's and Victor Alten's squadrons. On the 7th, the stage covered was from Peñaranda to Coca, not far from Garcia Hernandez, within easy reach of the Tormes, whose passage it was evident would be made without any interference by the enemy. On the 8th, the day on which Wellington entered the San Cristobal position, Hill crossed the Tormes at Alba, leaving Howard's brigade of the 2nd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese to hold that town, which lies on the east bank of the river. It was intended to maintain Alba as a sort of terre de pont to cover the bridge. Though dominated by heights a few hundred yards away, it was extremely suitable for defense against an enemy unprovided with heavy artillery. It was surrounded by an old Moorish wall, with gaps that could easily be blocked, and its castle, a solid donjon, completely commanded and protected the bridge. Slade's cavalry brigade remained out as a screen in front of Alba, to watch for the approach of the enemy. When the rest of the troops had crossed the Tormes, Wellington directed Hill to send him the 3rd, 4th, and Light Divisions, Espana's Spaniards, and Victor Alten's and 500 Urban's cavalry. The force left under his lieutenant was now to consist, as in the early summer, of nothing more than the old Estremadura Corps, the 2nd Division, Hamilton's Portuguese, the British cavalry of Slade and Long, the Portuguese cavalry of Campbell, and the Spanish squadrons of Pene Villamor, about 20,000 men of the three nations. These remained behind Alba, in the woods above the Tormes. The troops requisitioned from Hill moved up to Calvarissa de Uribe, Machecan, and other villages in the angle of the Tormes facing Huerta, from whence they could be drawn into the San Cristobal position, by the fords of Aldea Langua and Santa Marta, if necessary. The whole army, not much under 70,000 strong, was now formed in line from San Cristobal to Alba, waiting to see whether the advance of the enemy would be by the eastern or the northern bend of the river. The French were slow in making their appearance, and still slower in developing their intentions. For some days there was little more than cavalry seen in front of Wellington's position. The reason of their tardy appearance was that Soult had carried out his design of uniting with the army of Portugal before attempting to press the Allies. On the 8th he was still at Arevalo in person, with the main body of his infantry. Light cavalry alone had followed Hill. Only on the preceding night had his scouts, pushing out in the direction of Medina del Campo, succeeded in discovering Sauham, who had crossed the bridge of Tordesillas on the 6th, after Wellington's departure from Ruta, and had sent reconnaissances in all directions to look for the army of the south, whose approach had come to his knowledge not by any dispatch received, but only by the vague rumors of the countryside. Meanwhile, he had held back his infantry, being not too sure that Wellington might not have evacuated Ruta only as a trick, to lure him forward. It was possible that he had been joined by Hill, and was waiting a few miles back from the Douro, with the object of falling upon the army of Portugal with superior strength, as it should be debouching from the bridge of Tordesillas. But the roads were found empty in every direction, and presently Sauham's cavalry came in touch with Soult's, and both sides discovered the exact situation. Soult, Jourdan, and the king agreed that their best policy was to bring every man forward from all the three armies, and to force Wellington to battle, if he could be induced to stand his ground. But matters must not be pressed till the army of the centre, which had only started from Madrid on the 6th, should come up into line, and some of the divisions of the army of the south were still far to the rear, having halted about Villacastin and Arevalo. Accordingly, it was not till the 10th that Wellington saw any serious force accumulating before the Salamanca positions, and even then, it was the advanced guard alone of the enemy which had arrived. On the 9th, Soult's headquarters were at Peñaranda, those of the king at Flores de Avila, those of Sauham at Villaruela. On the 10th, Soult was in person before Alba de Tormes, but had only his cavalry and 2 infantry divisions in hand. The rest were still in the rear. The army of the centre had its vanguard at Macotra, that of the army of Portugal had reached Babilafuente. The troops were much tried by the weather, and those of Soult's army in particular were feeling their privations. They had been almost continually on the march since September, having halted but a few days on the borders of Valencia. The bitter November cold of the plateau of Old Castile was felt almost unbearable by men who had been for 3 years lodged in Andalusia, whose climate is almost subtropical and never suffers the extremes that are usual in northern Spain. Soult's army, too, had the worst roads during the last days of the advance, and its commissariat arrangements had gone wrong, while little could be gleaned from the countryside. The horses began to fail, and stragglers to drop behind. On the 10th, Soult resolved to see whether Wellington was disposed to hold Alba de Tormes, or whether the detachment there would blow up the bridge and retire when attacked. Operations began by the driving in of the pickets of Long's light dragoons, who had been kept as far forward as possible till the last moment. They lost a few men in retiring. Soult then placed 3 batteries on the hill to the east of the town, and commenced to shell it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shortly afterwards, 12 Voltigeur companies of the 5th Division deployed in long lines, and began to press up towards the place, taking every possible advantage of cover, while the heavy columns of the regiments to which they belonged, and of Derricau's division in support, were visible in the rear. Alba was held by Howard's brigade of the 2nd Division, 150th, 171st, 192nd. On the other side of the water as a reserve were Hamilton's Portuguese, 2nd, 4th, 10th, 8th Line, and the batteries of Arriaga and Braun, placed in a position from which they could flank any attacks on the bridge. The town had been prepared for defense, the gaps in its walls having been filled up with rough palisading, and its non-existent gates built up with barricades of stone and timber. Each of the 3 British regiments held 1/3 of the circumference of the wall, with half its companies in firing line and the others in reserve under shelter. From 2 till 5, when dusk fell, Soult continued to batter the town, but notwithstanding the shower of shot and shell which plunged and danced about the streets in every direction, the losses of the defenders were quite moderate. They had been given time on the 9th to extemporize good shelter with barricades and traverses, and kept under cover. Thrice during the afternoon, the lines of Voltigeurs, who had thrown themselves into the ravines and ditches around the walls, received orders to charge in. But on each occasion the bickering fire which they had hitherto received burst out into a blaze as they approached the walls, and their losses were so great that they had to run back into cover. Hamilton reinforced the garrison at dusk, with 2 of da Costa's Portuguese battalions, of the 2nd 8th Line. At nightfall the French had accomplished absolutely nothing. Next morning at dawn, about 6 o'clock, the cannonade recommenced, and the French skirmishers once more pushed up towards the walls. Da Costa's light companies were used against them, as well as those of the 3 British battalions, but the attack was not pressed home, and after a few hours Soult desisted. The guns were drawn off, the infantry retired. The Marshal wrote to King Joseph that it was no use pressing on. He had thrown 1,500 shot into the place without effect. By persisting, nous y perdrions du monde sans résultat. Wellington had to be attacked, but the way to reach him was certainly, as it appeared, not to be over the bridge of Alba. From the 11th to the 14th Howard's and da Costa's brigades held the place without further molestation. Their modest casualty list, on the afternoon of the 10th and the morning hours of the 11th, had been 21 men killed and officers and men wounded. 8 killed and wounded were Portuguese. The 192nd, with 38 men hit, was the battalion that suffered most. The French loss had been a little greater, apparently 2 officers killed and wounded, with some 150 casualties in the rank and file. The 45th Line, with 5 officers hurt, contributed the largest total to the list. The cannonade at Alba settled nothing. On its second day the French commanders were taking counsel together. Soult, the king, Jourdan, with Sauhem and Clausel, representing the army of Portugal, were all riding up and down the eastern bank of the Tormes, and seeking for the facts which must determine their next move. Fortunately for the historian, after the debate, which was long and indecisive, Jourdan and Soult each wrote a formal letter of advice to the king that evening. On one point only were they agreed. It would be mad to attack Wellington on the position of San Cristobal, whose strength was well known to all the officers of the army of Portugal, and had been increased during the last 2 days by the throwing up of a chain of redoubts armed with artillery. There remained 2 plans. Jourdan's was a proposal to force the line of the Tormes between Huerta and Alba by a frontal attack across the numerous fords which Marmont had used in the campaign of the previous July. Soult's was a plan for turning Wellington's right by going some distance upstream south of Alba and utilizing the fords of the Tormes between Alba and Salvatierra. In the main, the question turned on the practicability of the fords, and this was varying from hour to hour. The rain, which had made Hill's retreat and Soult's advance so miserable to the troops, had stopped for the moment, and the river was falling. Of the numerous passages about Huerta, Leoncina and Villa Gonzalo, Wellington had considered on the 9th that none were really practicable. On the 10th he wrote to Hill that, "The river has certainly fallen since yesterday evening, but I believe that no infantry soldier can pass yet, even if a cavalry soldier can, and small pickets guarding the fords and charging resolutely the first men who pass, will effectually prevent the passage." Hill was not so certain that the enemy could not force his way over the river, and on the 11th Wellington conceded that some of the fords had certainly become practicable for cavalry, if not for infantry. Considering the immense superiority of the French in the mounted arm, it was conceivable that they might attack many fords at once, drive in the inferior cavalry screen of the Allies, and then throw bridges across and attack the British center. In that case, the army would stand to fight, not behind the river bank, but in front of the position of the Arapiles. It would be necessary to close in the flanks for a battle. All or most of the troops on the San Cristobal position would cross the Tormes, just as they had done in July, and at the same time, Hill would draw in from Alba and form the southern wing of the line, in the woods which had sheltered Marmont's beaten army on the night of the Great Victory. But Alba was not to be abandoned. Its castle was susceptible of a long defense and effectually blocked the best passage of the Tormes. Wellington selected a battalion of Galician infantry, Monterrey, under Major José Miranda, which was to be placed in the castle, and to hold it as long as possible, even when it should, as was inevitable, be cut off from the Allied army by the advance of the French. The position was explained to the Spanish major, who, as we shall see, behaved most admirably, blocked the Alba line of communication for many days, and finally escaped by a sudden sally from what looked like an inevitable surrender. The two plans which were submitted to King Joseph on the evening of November 11 both presupposed the practicability of the fords of the Tormes. The river must evidently have fallen considerably since Wellington surveyed it on the 9th, and drew his conclusion that it was a barrier not to be crossed by any body of troops, but at most passable by individual horsemen. Jourdan wrote, "When we arrived on the heights above the right bank of the Almer, Your Majesty was struck with the advantages that the ground presented. I myself at once conceived the hope of forcing the English army to a general action which must involve its destruction. Wellington's position is too long, extending from the heights of San Cristobal on the right bank of the Tormes as far as Alba. The Imperial army could pass the river at almost any spot between Huerta and the point where the Almer flows into the Tormes. The immense plain on the opposite bank would permit the whole of our cavalry to cross and form up in front to protect the passage of our infantry. After that, the army would march in mass against the English center, which appears to be between Calvarissa do Abaxo and Calvarissa do Arriba, and would break through the enemy's line. I do not disguise from myself that the piercing of the hostile center has its difficulties, but I should think that 80,000 French troops could surmount them. Your Majesty must have remarked that Soult, who at first was all for marching toward the upper Tormes, was struck with the advantages which this ground offered, and came round to my opinion. But subsequently he got talking with General Clausel about the plan for marching up the river, and returned to his first view, which he induced Clausel to support. Both of them are acquainted with the localities over which they wish to move the armies, which gives weight to their opinion. I do not wish to deny that Soult's proposition is the more prudent, and if we want to fight we ought to do so on ground which Wellington has not chosen, and which is less advantageous to the enemy than that which he now occupies. But I fear that we should not obtain from this movement so much advantage as Soult appears to expect. For he seems to think that Wellington will be forced to retreat on Ciudad Rodrigo, while it is quite possible that he may choose to retreat on San Felices, in which case our movement to the upper Tormes compels him to retire indeed, but enables him to avoid a battle. For my part, I think that our superior numbers make a general action desirable. I conclude, then, that Your Majesty may adopt Soult's proposition so far as the movement up the Tormes goes. If so, I believe that the army of Portugal must follow the army of the south. The enemy has all his forces united. It would be too dangerous for us to divide ours." Soult's letter of the evening of the 12th, to the king, runs as follows. The passage which we reconnoitered a little below Villa Gonzalo unites all the qualities which one could desire, and I should be in favor of it, were it not for the fact that after debouching on this point, we should have to form up for the attack under the fire of the enemy, and should be compelled immediately to assail his whole army, in a position which he knows and has thought out, and where very probably he has entrenched himself. I think, therefore, that it would be more prudent and more advantageous to force him to shift his position, and to commit himself to an action on ground which we and not he will have chosen, or else to retreat. I have sent 3 officers along the upper Tormes. They have reconnoitered and found practicable 3 fords between Exim and Galisancho. From the comparison of these 2 interesting dispatches, we see that Jourdan desired a battle in the style of Wagram, where the attacking army crosses a river, and breaks through the overlong line of an enemy deployed along heights at some distance from the water's edge. But Soult, to use an anachronism, feared a battle in the style of Fredericksburg, where the assailant, debouching from narrow fords or bridges, attacks in heavy masses a well-prepared position, held by an enemy who has had time to settle down comfortably into it, and to entrench the most suitable points. Soult was eminently justified in his criticism of Jourdan's plan. The most noteworthy remark to be made upon it is that this was the battle which Wellington wanted. He wished to be attacked frontally by the fords between Alba and Huerta, and had made all his arrangements. On the other hand, Jourdan's criticism of Soult was equally cogent. If the French armies, keeping in a mass, crossed the upper Tormes far above Alba, Wellington had the choice between fighting in a new position, e.g. behind the river Zurgane, and absconding before his flank should be threatened seriously. He could indeed move off practically unmolested, towards Ciudad Rodrigo, and not merely, as Jourdan suggested, by the more northern line towards San Felices and Almeida. Joseph, as was perhaps natural, gave his final decision in favor of Soult's plan. It was true that he had a marked superiority in numbers, and that a defeat of a crushing sort inflicted on Wellington would go far to end the Peninsular War. No such army on the French side had ever been in line on a single field before in Spain. Jourdan's estimate of 80,000 men was a decided understatement, even allowing for the fact that Soult's divisions had already many stragglers, and that Sauham had left a minimum garrison at Valladolid. Something much more like the 90,000 men at which Wellington estimated the three united French armies must have been collected. On the other hand, there is a dreadful risk taken when an army endeavors to cross a group of fords, supplemented at the best by some hastily constructed bridges, in face of an enemy known to be wary, active, and determined. What might not happen if Wellington fell upon the leading divisions, while the rest were crowding down to their crossing points? Or who could guarantee that sudden rain in the Sierra de Francia might not cause the Tormes to rise 3 feet on the battle day, and separate the troops who had crossed from those still on the eastern bank? Everyone at the French headquarters must have remembered Essling, and the narrow escape from supreme disaster there suffered from the caprice of the Danube. On the whole, the prospect of the enormous advantage to be got by inflicting a complete disaster on Wellington did not balance the possibility of loss that might follow an unsuccessful frontal attack upon his position. Joseph made his choice in favor of Soult's plan for a flank march to the upper Tormes. This maneuver would take several days to execute, as the Army of the South had to be moved to its left from all its cantonments facing Alba, while the armies of the center and Portugal had to wait till this flank march was finished, in order to come up and take over the former positions of Soult's divisions. For all the French chiefs were agreed that the armies must keep closed up, and that no gap must be allowed to come into existence between them. When the Army of the South should begin to cross the Tormes, the Army of Portugal must be in direct support of it, and must make no separate attack of its own to the north of Alba, in the localities which Jourdan had found so tempting. The whole of the 12th November was expended in making this shift of troops southward. Soult moved his army upstream and placed his headquarters at Anya, 6 miles south of Alba, above the fords of Galisancho, where the crossing was to take place. The king moved to Valdecarros, a little to Soult's right, with the army of the center. The Army of Portugal, leaving its cavalry and 2 infantry divisions as a rearguard about Huerta, moved the other 6 to the heights above Alba, where it was hoped that it might cross, when Soult's maneuver should force Hill to abandon that place and draw back. The king took 2 unexpected measures before passing the Tormes. The first was to supersede Sauham as commander of the Army of Portugal. The excuse used was that he was indisposed, and not up to his task. The real cause was that he was considered to have shown tardiness and overcaution in his maneuvers since October 30th. Drouet was taken from the command of the Army of the Center, and given the more important charge of that of Portugal. The other, and more surprising, order was one which made over, as a temporary arrangement, the charge of the Army of the Center to Soult, who thus had nearly 60,000 men put at his disposition. The object was, apparently, to give him ample forces for the move now about to be made at his request, and on his responsibility. Wellington was evidently somewhat puzzled at the posture of the French on the 12th–13th November. He could not make out any reduction of the French forces between Huerta and Alba, where indeed the whole army of Portugal still lay, but now with an accumulation of forces on its left and a weaker right. Yet so long as the enemy was still in force at Huerta, he could not evacuate the San Cristobal position in order to send reinforcements to Hill. Reconnaissances by French cavalry above Alba were reported each day by outlying pickets of Hamilton's Portuguese, who were watching the course of the upper Tormes. But no solid force was sent to back these outlying posts. Wellington considered it unsafe to extend his already lengthy front. The disposition of the troops on his right wing was still that Hill lay in the woods behind Alba, with the 3rd Anth Divisions at Calvarissa de Abaxo as a reserve for him, while Long's and 500 Urban's cavalry carefully watched the course of the river from Alba to opposite Huerta. On the north of the Tormes pack, and Bradford's Portuguese were on the riverbank at Aldealengua and Cabarizos, watching the 2 French divisions at Huerta. The 1st, 5th, 6th, 7th Divisions and the Galicians held the San Cristobal position, with Anson's, Victor Alton, and Ponsonby's cavalry far out in their front. Nothing hostile could be discovered in this direction nearer than the 2 divisions of the Army of Portugal at Huerta. Yet Wellington did not like to weaken his left flank. At any moment, the enemy at Huerta might come forward, and might prove to be the vanguard of an advancing army, not the rearguard of one about to go off southward. This hypothesis seemed all the more possible because Maciun, on the morning of the 12th, had made a reconnaissance in force against Pax Portuguese at Aldealengua. He deployed 3 brigades, engaged in a lively skirmish, and only retreated when British reinforcements began to come up. On the following day Wellington, wishing to see whether Maciun was on the move, beat up his quarters with strong reconnaissances of cavalry and found him still in position. Till Maciun should leave Huerta in advance or retreat, the situation was not clear. For these 2 days, it seems, Wellington was still thinking it possible that he might be attacked either on the San Cristobal position or by the fords between Huerta and Alba. But he was quite aware that the other possibility, a flank movement of Soult by the upper Tormes, existed, and had sent a staff officer with a party of the 13th Light Dragoons to cross the river at Salvatierra and ascertain the southernmost point to which the French had moved. And he had given Hill elaborate orders as to what should be done if he were turned and driven in. Whether there would be a battle to follow, or a retreat on Ciudad Rodrigo, depended on the exact movements of the enemy and the force that he brought up to the crucial point. If the French split themselves into many columns, with long gaps between them, there was still a chance of administering a second lesson, like that of July 22 on much the same ground. Map of the Salamanca-Almeida region. Enlarge the roads of the Salamanca-Almeida region. Illustrating the Salamanca retreat of November 1812. On the early morning of the 14th, the crisis came. At dawn, Pierre Soult's light cavalry crossed the Tormes in force at 3 fords between Galisancho and Lucinos, which were perfectly passable, the water only coming up to the horses' bellies. The Portuguese pickets beyond the river gave the alarm, but had to retire at once. Some few were cut off by the chasseurs. 2 divisions of dragoons followed Vinot's and Avi's light horse, and when they had scoured the west bank of the Tormes up and down, and found no enemy in force, the infantry began to pass, not only by the fords, but by several trestle bridges which were constructed in haste. As soon as there were a couple of divisions across the river, they advanced to a line of heights a couple of miles ahead, where there was a fair defensive position above the village of Martin Amer. By the afternoon, the whole army of the south was across the water, and had taken up a more advanced line towards Mazarbes, while the army of the center was beginning to follow. It had been hoped that the army of Portugal would be able to cross at or near Alba, for Soult supposed it likely that Hill would evacuate that town, when he saw 40,000 men arrayed behind his left flank. But though Hill did withdraw Howard's and Acosta's brigades in the afternoon, he left Miranda's Spanish battalion in the castle and blew up the bridge. As the castle commanded the ruined structure and the ford near it, and fired furiously on both, there was no chance of passing here or of repairing the ruined arch. Drouet found that he would have to march upstream, and made his crossing at Torrejon, 4 miles south of Alba and near the fords that Soult had employed. He had the bulk of his army over the river by the afternoon, and his 2 rear divisions under Maciun, which had arrived late after a forced march from Huerta, crossed at dusk. The whole 90,000 men of the French army were over the Tormes that night, bivouacking on the heights from Torredillos to Valdenuic, in front of Martin Amer. The operation had been neatly carried out, and was quite successful. Wellington had early knowledge of the French movement from 2 sources. His cavalry told him almost at daybreak that the French camps above Huerta were empty, And soon after came Hill's news that Soult had begun to cross the Tormes in force at Galisancho. Quite early in the morning, Wellington rode out in haste to take command in person on the threatened front, after having issued orders that the whole of the troops on the San Cristobal position should follow him. He himself pushed on with his staff, met Hill in the woods south of the Arapiles, and told him to watch the roads from Alba with the 4th Division and Hamilton's Portuguese. Then, taking the strong 2nd Division, 8,000 infantry, and all the cavalry brigades that had been watching the Middle Tormes, Slades, Longs, and 500 Urbans, and Penny-Villemers Spaniards, he pushed on to contain and possibly to attack Soult. But on arriving in front of Mazarbes a little before noon, he saw that the enemy had already 3 or 4 divisions and 0 horse drawn up in line to cover the passage of the Tormes by the rest of his army. He had arrived too late to check Soult's leading columns, and if he sent for Hill and the other troops which lay to his rear, he would, even when they arrived, have only 25,000 men available to attack an enemy who had already as great a force in line, and who was receiving fresh troops every moment from the fords. Nothing could be done till the great reserve from the San Cristobal position came up, and they were not due till late in the day. The last of them, indeed, did not cross the bridge of Salamanca till the following morning. At dusk, Wellington ordered Hill to fall back with his infantry from the woods in front of Alba to the old position of the Arapiles, but kept his cavalry to the front, to cover his own line of battle as long as possible. Their screen of vedettes was placed in the line of woods from Miranda do Azan to Utrera, south of the heights on which Marmont's army had taken up its position upon July 22. Till this cavalry was driven in, the French, on the rising ground above Mazarbes, could not make out the British position. On the morning of the 15th, Wellington had all his troops in hand, though the last divisions from San Cristobal did not come up till some hours after daybreak. But the enemy had also brought up every man to the front, being resolved to sacrifice not even the smallest part of his numerical superiority. Some critics, among them Jourdan, hold that Wellington, since he was determined not to fight save at advantage, should have commenced his retreat on Ciudad Rodrigo the moment that he saw the whole of the 3 hostile armies massed in his front, and before they could begin to debouch from their position on the heights of Mazarbes. And it is probable that if he had directed the troops from San Cristobal to take the roads towards the Agda, instead of bringing them up to the Arapiles position, and if he had used Hill's corps and all his cavalry as a rearguard only, he would have reached Ciudad Rodrigo with a smaller loss of life than was actually to be spent. The French would have had to start their pursuit from a more distant and a less favorable point. It seems, however, that Wellington was prepared to risk a battle, even against the superior numbers opposed to him, supposing that the enemy played his game badly. He resolved to take up the excellent position along the Arapiles heights which he had held on July 22, and to stand to fight against any frontal assault. The advantage of the ground, with its bold slopes, good cover for reserves, and favorable emplacements for artillery, were evidently in his eyes so great that he was prepared to risk a general engagement with 20,000 men less in line than had his adversaries. As the morning drew on, he had his army formed up from Calvarissa de Uribe to a point not far from Miranda do Azan. The line was longer than in the Battle of July 22, for the troops were much more numerous. The extreme left wing was formed by the 4th Division holding the heights and village of Calvarissa de Uribe, which had been in Foy's hands on July 22. The 2nd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese were holding both the Arapiles, the French as well as the English, and the ground from thence as far as the village of the same name. Westward of Hill's troops lay the 3rd Division and Morillo's Spaniards. The second line, composed of troops which had come down from San Cristobal, consisted of the Light Division on the left, Pack and Bradford, the Galicians, and the 5th, 6th, and 8th Divisions. The 1st Division was placed as a somewhat refused right flank protection for the whole army, much as Pakenham and the 3rd Division had been in July. It lay about Aldea Tejada on the Zurgin River, several miles to the right rear of the 3rd Division. The object for which it was detailed to this separate duty was the same as that for which Pakenham had been told off at the earlier crisis: to protect the Ciudad Rodrigo road, and to be ready to outflank and intercept any attempt which the French might make to turn the British position in this direction. The bulk of the cavalry was also placed on the right wing, to cover the end of the infantry line. Only the Portuguese horse of 500 Urban and Campbell, Penny-Villemers Spaniards, and Long's brigade were on the left beyond Calvarissa do Arriba. The rest, 5 British brigades, lay out in the direction of Miranda do Azan and in front of Aldeia Tejada. Bach's brigade on the extreme right Long remembered their position of this morning because they were placed on Pakenham's Hill, the spot where the 3rd Division had fallen upon Thomières in the old battle. The ground was thickly strewn with the skeletons of the French who had then fallen, still lying unburied and in a horrible state of complete preservation. The horses' hoofs were continually setting the skulls rolling. Behind Bach were Ponsonby's, Victor Alten's, Anson S. and Slade's brigades, a formidable mass, yet far less in strength than the innumerable cavalry of the armies of the south and center, which lay opposite the zero-strong. Nothing was more uncertain than the move which the French would next make. If it should turn out to be one which did not fit in with Wellington's plans, there would be no alternative but a retreat on Ciudad Rodrigo. Wherefore all the divisions were directed to send off their baggage half a march to the west, and preparations were made to destroy so much of the magazines in Salamanca city as could not be carried off. The commissariat officers were already packing up all for which transport could be found, and sending it forward. By an error of judgment on the part of the quartermaster general, James Willoughby Gordon, not the first of his blunders in this campaign, all this valuable store was started on the road Salamanca-Roland-San Felices, which was the safest by far of all those open to the army if a retreat should become necessary, and the farthest from any probable line of advance that the French could take. But it had the disadvantage of being far away from the other roads by which the Allied army might have to move, and the unfortunate result followed on the 16th, 17th, 18th that the food was moving on the northern road, and the troops, starving for want of it, on 3 other roads, parallel to it at a distance of 20 miles to the south. Soldiers must be fed, or they straggle and turn to marauding, and it is of no profit to have food if it be not in the right place at the right moment. These simple facts were to cause dire trouble during the next 3 days. Meanwhile, from a comparatively early hour on the 15th, it became evident that Soult was not going to play the game that Wellington desired. It was a miserable morning of drifting rain, and reconnaissances had to be pushed far forward to get any clear information. But the reports soon began to come in, to the effect that the enemy was keeping closed up, that he was constructing trenches and abattis on the heights of Mazarbes, and that he had pushed out an immense force of cavalry on his left wing, under cover of which infantry divisions were clearly to be seen working westward. Evidently Soult was aiming at the roads towards Ciudad Rodrigo, but he was not like Marmont on July 22, letting his army break up into unconnected sections, and was keeping it in an unbroken line. The entrenchments on the hills showed that he was prepared to receive in position any frontal attack that Wellington might be prepared to direct against him. His motions were slow, not only because of his cautious method of procedure, but from the badness of the country roads, already made deep and miry from the rain, over which he was moving his left wing towards the west. The army of Portugal was now in line on his right, and its cavalry was feeling its way forward towards Hill's flank. But obviously the danger was not on this side, where the bulk of the French infantry was standing fast in position. It was the other wing, Soult's troops alone, which was in decided motion, and that for a flank march, not for anything approaching a frontal attack. All this was most disappointing. Wellington at once made up his mind that since the enemy was not about to attack his position, and since it would be madness on his part to take the offensive and assail the well-placed array of the French, there was no alternative save instant retreat. It must not be delayed because, when Soult should have moved his left wing a little farther on, he would be controlling the road that runs from Mazarbes to Tamames and Ciudad Rodrigo, parallel to that via Matilla and San Muñoz to the same destination, over which Wellington's natural line of retreat lay. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th, the British commander-in-chief made up his mind that he must delay no longer, and ordered his army to march to its right, in the 2 lines in which it was already arranged. The mass of cavalry in front of Aldeia Tejada remained stationary to cover the movement of the infantry behind its rear. The smaller body of horse on the left held its ground about the Arapiles, till all the divisions had passed on, and then followed as a rearguard. The entire army marched in fighting trim. If attacked at any moment, it had only to front to its left flank, and then would be in order of battle. The movement had to be slow for the first few miles, since neither the front nor the rear column was on a good track until it reached the river Zurgane, and there fell into one of the 3 parallel roads, which run from Salamanca to Ciudad Rodrigo. Moreover, the rain, which had been a mere drizzle in the morning, turned to a heavy torrential downpour just as the army was starting. The country paths became quagmires in a few minutes, and when the usually insignificant Zergane came in sight, it was already a roaring river, only to be forded with care. The march was toilsome in the extreme, and the troops, who had expected and desired a general action, were sodden and sulky. "I never saw the men in such a bad humor," observes one intelligent eyewitness. The march was absolutely unmolested by the French, and the columns, having crossed the Zergane, fell into the three parallel roads which run side by side for many miles from Salamanca, the southern one to Matilla, the central one to Maza de San Pedro and San Muñoz, the northern one, the so-called Calzada de Don Diego to Aldehuela de la Bóveda. Of these the second is the regular high road from Salamanca to the frontier, the other two secondary lines of communication. They are extraordinarily convenient for the retreat of an army which must be kept together, the distance between the two side roads and the central one being seldom over 5 miles, and often no more than 3. The only misfortune was that the train of transport had gone off, by Colonel Gordon's error, on an entirely different and divergent route, towards Rollin and San Felices. The army, after falling into the designated roads, pursued its way till after dark and bivouacked in the patches of forest on the farther side of the Valmusa River, about 10 miles from Salamanca. The headquarters were at the village of Carnero on the central road. The night was miserable, no food was distributed, and though wood was abundant it was hard to light fires, owing to the incessant rain. The troops were tired and footsore, and straggling had once more begun. Meanwhile, there was quite as much discontent in the French ranks as in those of Wellington. There had been a general feeling that since the whole force of the three armies of the south, centre, and Portugal had been successfully concentrated on the Mazarbes position, and since the enemy was known to be much inferior in numbers, something decisive ought to have happened on the 15th November. That no collision whatever took place must be attributed partly to the bad weather, but much more to the caution of Soult, who was this day determined, above all things, that he would not suffer the fate of Marmont on the same ground, by allowing any dislocation to take place between the various sections of his army. At 9 o'clock in the morning it had been reported that, so far as the misty rain allowed of certain observation, Wellington was in line of battle on the Arapiles position. Soult continued to move his cavalry forward with caution and to extend his left towards Azan. A little before noon Joseph and Jourdan joined Soult on the heights above Mazarbes, the Allies being still stationary. Jourdan suggested that the army of Portugal should move forward on the right and attack that flank of the hostile line which rested on the Arapiles. This was tried in a tentative way, apparently with the object of holding Hill's divisions to their ground and preventing them from moving off. But it led to no more than some bickering between the Caçadores of the 2nd Division and the advanced light cavalry and voltigeurs of the French right, in the woods south of the Greater Arapile. The army of Portugal made no real attempt to close in. A partial attack on Wellington's line would, indeed, have been unwise. The only chance would have been for Soult to march in upon its right, while 500 Erlon was pressing in with decision against its left. But Soult, though requested by King Joseph to move forward in force, continued his cautious flanking movement to the westward, and did not carry out a precise and definite order to push out his cavalry and drive in the British squadrons which lay in front of Wellington's right. Then came the torrential rain which set in about 2 o'clock, just as Wellington ordered his army to move off, still preserving its battle order, toward the river Zergane. His departure was only partially visible, and no attempt was made to incommode it. A cavalry officer of the Army of the South writes, "The rain falling in deluge soon rendered the whole field of operations one vast and deep quagmire. The smallest dips in the ground became dangerous precipices. The darkness, continually growing blacker, soon added to the horror of the scene and made us absolutely unable to act. The muskets of the infantry were no longer capable of being discharged. The cavalry was not only unable to maneuver, but even to advance on the slippery, sodden, and slimy soil. We lay down on the field drenched by the rain, with the mud up to our knees." Jourdan says that it was pitch dark by 4 o'clock, the gloom of the terrible downpour melting early into the darkness of the night. There was much recrimination between the French leaders. Joseph wrote to the Minister of War that he tried to bring on decisive action between 11 o'clock and 2, and failed entirely by the fault of Soult. He accused him of deliberately wasting 2 hours by vain excuses, and suggested that the real explanation of his sluggishness was that he knew the incapacity of his brother Pierre Soult, commanding the light horse of the left wing, and thought that he would get matters into a mess if he were charged with the duty of pressing Wellington's cavalry in front of him. He knows the extent of his brother's capacity and fears to compromise him. For this reason, his light horse is always kept close in to the rest of the army, and never advances without being immediately supported by the remainder of his cavalry, while the Duke of Dalmatia always marches himself in his brother's company. Such a theory is, of course, quite insufficient to explain Soult's reluctance to engage on this day. The simple fact was that, after Albura, he had a wholesome dread of attacking a British army in position, if it could be avoided, and preferred to maneuver it from its chosen ground, even if he thereby sacrificed the possibility of a great victory, and secured only an illusory advantage. On finding that Wellington had got off unmolested, and that Soult had made no attempt to drive in the cavalry which was covering his retreat, King Joseph, by Jourdan's advice, issued orders which proved that both he and his mentor thought that the game was up. Instead of setting every man upon the track of the Allied columns, Joseph ordered the whole army of Portugal, as well as his own guard, to march upon the deserted town of Salamanca, while Soult alone was permitted to pursue the retreating foe. Now, since the king was as much convinced as either of the marshals that, if Wellington was to be brought to book, every man of the 90,000 French troops must be ready to attack him, it is clear that the order to the army of Portugal to desist from the pursuit meant that no general action was now to be hoped for. Jourdan could indulge in the malicious satisfaction of the adviser who, having seen his counsel rejected, is able to say, "I told you so," to his comrade, when bad luck has supervened. He had prophesied that, if Soult were allowed to try his flank move to the upper Tormes, Wellington would get off without harm. This had now happened. It was judged that a further pursuit by the whole army was useless, and the 40,000 men of the army of Portugal and the royal guards were directed to seize Salamanca and halt there. Clearly, if Soult's 50,000 men went on, and Wellington suddenly turned to bay, the pursuers could not dare to bring him to action, since they would be much outnumbered. Evidently, all that could now be hoped was that Soult might worry the rear of the retreating enemy and pick up stragglers and baggage. After dark, the light cavalry of the Army of Portugal and Foy's infantry division marched on Salamanca and reached it that night, after much toilsome trudging over inundated paths. The plain was under water. For half the way our infantry were walking through water knee-deep. If the moon had not risen, we should never have found our way there. The bridge of Salamanca was discovered to be unbroken, and some half-emptied magazines of flour and rum were captured. A rearguard of British cavalry, half a troop of the 2nd Hussars of the German Legion, evacuated the place on the arrival of the French, covering a mass of stragglers, sutlers, and Spanish refugees, who found their way to Ledesma and from thence to the Portuguese frontier. Foy, following them 48 hours later, moved to Ledesma, and then to Zamora, where he took up cantonments. The cavalry of the Army of Portugal, starting earlier, went to feel for Wellington's rear on the road towards Aldehuela de la Bóveda, leaving the pursuit on the other two routes to Soult. The rest of the army remained cantoned at Salamanca, which had been well plundered by the 1st Division that arrived. King Joseph reviewed it, outside the city, on November 17, all in the rain, a melancholy ceremony. The men and officers were alike weary and discontented. We had an army stronger by a third than Wellington's, infinitely superior in cavalry and artillery. Confident expectation of victory was in every man's head. The chance had come of beating the English, perhaps of driving them from the peninsula. This fine opportunity, so splendid, so decisive, with so few adverse chances, has been let slip. So wrote the disappointed Foy. He adds, "The king does not know how to show to advantage before his troops. He can speak with effect neither to the officers nor to the rank and file. He got absolutely wet through, rode home, and went to bed." Section 34, Chapter 6. From the Tormes to the Age. The last crisis of the campaign of 1812 was now over, and, but for two unlucky circumstances, the 4 days of operations which still remained would have required little notice from the analyst. But these two mishaps, the continuance of the exceptionally severe and tempestuous weather which had set in upon the 15th November, and the misdirection of the supply column, which had got completely separated from the marching troops, were to have most disastrous results. They cost the army 3,000 men, much misery and some humiliation, and Wellington great vexation of spirit, leading to one of his rare outbursts of violent rage. His angry words committed to paper, and published abroad by misadventure, were always remembered with a grudge by his officers and men. It must be remembered that there was no really dangerous pursuit. Soult was not strong enough to press Wellington to a general action, and knew it. On the 16th, he wrote to King Joseph, "I think that your Majesty's intention is that the enemy should only be followed up to the frontier. In 2 days the campaign will probably be at an end in these parts, for if the enemy's army goes behind the Agda, I cannot think that it would be at present possible to pursue it any further. I await your orders for the future destination of the Army of the South, which would be unable to stop 2 days in position for want of bread and forage. I propose to establish it on the upper Tormes, below Salvatierra and El Barco, where I could rest 8 or 10 days, to allow the men repose and to collect food." Clearly there was no offensive spirit in the marshal, who only wished to see Wellington upon his way to Rodrigo, and then contemplated turning back to the upper Tormes. On the 16th there was little to record in the way of military operations. The British army started at dawn from its wet bivouacs behind the Valmusa River, having received no distribution of food. The side roads, on which the larger part of the troops were moving, grew worse and worse as the rain continued. The weakly men began to fall behind, the shirkers to slip away into the woods, to look for peasants to plunder and roofs to shelter them from the drenching rain. After the usual midday halt, the bad news went round that the supply column had gone off on the wrong road, via Ledesma, and that there would again be no distribution of rations that evening. All that the troops got was the carrion-like meat of overdriven bullocks hastily slaughtered, and acorns gathered in the oak woods through which the roads ran. These, we are assured, though bitter and hard, were better than nothing. It was only in the evening, after the infantry had encamped behind the brook that gets its name from the village of Matilla, that the pursuing French cavalry came up on the 2 southern roads, and engaged in a bickering skirmish with the screen of Allied horse covering the rear. The Polish lancers, 2nd Hussars, and Chasseurs engaged in an interchange of partial charges with the 14th Light Dragoons and KGL Hussars of Victor Alten's brigade, in front of the camps of the 2nd Division. It was brought to a sudden end by the light company of the 28th, and 2 guns opening fire on the French from under the cover of a woodside, on which the enemy went off, with a loss of some 50 men, mostly wounded prisoners. Alten's brigade suffered much less. The center column saw very little of the pursuing French Digens dragoons, who made no attempt to press in. The cavalry of the Army of Portugal acted even more feebly on the northernmost of the 3 parallel roads. Yet the retreating army lost several hundred, missing, this day, all stragglers or weakly men captured singly on the road, or in villages at its sides, whither they had betaken themselves for shelter or marauding. The rearguard cavalry vainly attempted to whip them all into the tail of the retreating column. Some were really unable to move, others escaped notice in hiding places, and were taken by the French when they emerged for a tardy attempt to follow the army. The camp followers, and the unfortunate women and children, whom the evil custom of the time allowed to remain with the regiments, suffered most of all. Soult, in his dispatch to King Joseph of the night of the 16th, says that he had gathered in 600 prisoners this day, and is very probably correct. The 17th November was an even worse day. The rain still continued to fall, and stomachs were still more empty than on the preceding morning. The march of the retreating army was still in 3 columns, but the 2nd Division replaced the 4th as the rearguard of the southern column. 2nd, 3rd, 4th Divisions, Hamilton's Portuguese, Morillo's Spaniards, which marched unmolested from Matilla by Villalba to Anya on the Hubra, turning off towards the end of the day from the high road to Tamames, in order not to get too far from the central column, which was marching on San Muñoz, for Wellington intended to have his whole army arrayed behind the Hubra, a good fighting position, that evening. This was a most miserable journey. The effects of hunger and fatigue were even more visible than on the preceding day. A savage sort of desperation had taken possession of our minds, and those who lived on the most friendly terms in happier times now quarreled with each other, using the most frightful imprecations, on the slightest offense. A misanthropic spirit was in possession of every bosom. The streams which fell from the hills were swelled into rivers, which we had to wade, and many fell out, including even officers. It was piteous to see some of the men, who had dragged their limbs after them with determined spirit, fall down at last among the mud, unable to proceed further, and sure of being taken prisoners if they escaped death. Towards night the rain had somewhat abated, but the cold was excessive, and numbers who had resisted the effect of hunger and fatigue with a hearty spirit were now obliged to give way, and sank to the ground praying for death to deliver them from their misery. Some prayed not in vain, for next morning before daylight, in passing from our halting ground to the road, I stumbled over several who had died in the night. The only food that the southern marching column got this day was procured from the celebrated raid upon the swine, which so much enraged Wellington. It is recorded in many 3rd th Division diaries. The main wealth of the peasantry of this forest region lay in their pigs, which had been driven into the heart of the woods, to hide them from the passing armies. From some unknown cause a stampede broke out in one vast herd of the creatures, which ran across the road, cutting through the middle of the 3rd Division. The starving soldiers opened up a lively fusillade upon them, and whole battalions broke their ranks and pursued them with the bayonet, cutting up the creatures before they were dead, each man going off with a gory limb or rib. Many officers farther to the rear thought from the firing that the French had cut into the head of the column. Later in the day, the same or another herd charged the camp of a brigade of the 2nd Division, and gave many a hungry man an unexpected meal. The southern column had no enemy but hunger and cold on the 17th, but the experiences of the center column were more military. This corps, consisting of the 1st, 6th, 5th, 7th, light divisions, moving in that order, had a tiresome alarm before the rearguard had started in the morning from behind the Matilla Brook. By some blunder on the part of Gordon, the quartermaster general, as was said, the covering cavalry marched off before the light division. The rear of the infantry column had left its ground. There was nothing but the pickets from the 95th Rifles between the camp, where the battalions were just getting under arms, and 2 divisions of French dragoons, cautiously advancing along the road, and with their flanking parties out in the woods. There was barely time to form close column and start off before the enemy were riding in from all sides. They did not attempt to close, but while keeping their main body on the road at a safe distance, sent out many detached squadrons along by paths in the woods, which from time to time came out unexpectedly not only upon the flank of the light division, acting as rearguard, but much farther up the line, where the 7th Division and the 5th in front of them were moving along the road to San Muñoz. Hardly any of the Allied cavalry appeared to curb these incursions. The main body appears to have gone off too much to the south, in the direction of Hill's column. Hence came the extraordinary chance that small bodies of the French got into the interval between the light division and the 7th, and even into that between the 7th Division and the 5th, though the troops themselves were all closed up and perfectly safe in their dense columns. Great part of the baggage of the 7th Division was intercepted and plundered by one party. But the most tiresome incident was that a patrol of 3 men from Vinot's light cavalry captured the one-armed General Edward Paget, the newly arrived second-in-command of the army, as he was riding, accompanied by his Spanish servant alone, from the rear brigade of the 5th Division to the front brigade of the 7th, in order to bid the latter close up rapidly. The French pounced on him out of a corner of the wood, and as he could not defend himself and had no escort, he was hurried off a prisoner, and it was some time before his absence was noted. A good many isolated soldiers were picked up in the same fashion by the French cavalry, before the central column emerged from the woods and found itself above the broad ravine of the Huebra River and the town of San Muñoz in the late afternoon. The whole column had been ordered to encamp on the farther side of the Huebra, on the plateau in front of Bodilla and Cabrillas, and each division as it passed the river made its way to the ground allotted to it. There was wood to be had in abundance, and fires were lit. The rain had abated in the afternoon, but there was little to cook. Again, there was no distribution save of beef from the droves of half-starved oxen which accompanied the divisions, and acorns which turned out more palatable when roasted than when eaten raw. 7th Division had just crossed the Huebra, and the Light Division and a few squadrons of cavalry alone were on the farther bank, when a new turn was given to the day by the appearance of infantry behind the French dragoons, who had been following the retreating center column since dawn. Soult had at last succeeded in getting his leading division, that of Derricow, to the front. Hitherto the bad roads and the fatigue of the long marches had prevented them from picking up the cavalry of the advanced guard. The marshal by no means intended to commit himself to a general action, but thought that he had the chance of falling upon the rear of Wellington's retreating central column as it passed the defile of the Huebra. "I thought," he wrote that evening to King Joseph, "that I might bring off a combat of infantry and a cavalry affair to advantage, but had to give up the idea, and to limit my efforts to cannonading the masses of the English army across the Hubra. The enemy showed us 20,000 men in position, including 3,000 horse, and more than 20 guns. We could see other masses debouching across the bridge of Castellillo de Hubra, and the glare of campfires announced the presence of more divisions on the plateau of Cabrillas. What happened at this rearguard action, whose details Soult slurs over, was that the light division, suddenly attacked by the French infantry as it was about to cross the Hubra, had to throw out a strong skirmishing line to its rear, while the main column plunged down the ravine and over the fords. 3 companies of the 43rd and one of the 95th held back Derricau's voltigeurs till their comrades had waded across the water, and then had the dangerous task of withdrawing from the woodside and rushing down to the fords sharply pursued. Soult showed at first every sign of desiring to cross the Hubra in their wake, brought up 4 batteries to his side of the ravine, and began to play upon the light Anth divisions, which had formed up to defend the passage. His skirmishers swarmed down to the river bank, under cover of the fire of the guns, engaged in a lively tourillade across the rapid stream, and would certainly have attempted to cross if the return fire had not been as strong and rapid as their own. The 7th Division, drawn up in 3 lines of brigades on the higher slopes, was much shelled by the French artillery, and would have suffered severely, but for the fact that the rain-sodden ground swallowed the shot and smothered the shells. It is an extraordinary fact that after 4 hours of standing up to the ankles in mud and water, completely exposed, having nothing to shelter us, the regiments in the front brigade were hardly touched at all. The 68th had no loss whatever, the 51st had 1 officer killed, and 8 men wounded, and the total casualties in the division were under 30. Soult's report that "notre feu d'artillerie a été très meurtrier pour l'ennemi" was plausible enough to any French officer watching the artillery practice, which was good, but happened to be incorrect. At dusk the firing ceased, and the French drew off from the river and encamped in the woods behind them, as did the light Anth divisions on the opposite bank. The losses on both sides in this skirmish, sometimes called the combat of San Muñoz, sometimes the combat of the Hubra, were very moderate. Derricau's division had casualties, mostly in the 21st Leger Anth line, and the French cavalry a few more. On the British side, the light Anth divisions and the cavalry of the rearguard lost 365 men, but this included prisoners not taken in action, but individually as stragglers during the long retreat through the woods since dawn. In the actual fighting, the loss was only 2 officers and men killed, and officers and men wounded in the British brigades, with 1 officer and men killed and officers and men wounded in the Portuguese, a total of 187. Next morning it was expected that the French, having now several more infantry divisions at the front, would make an attempt to force the line of the Hubra at dawn. Nothing of the kind happened. Daylight came at last, writes the cavalry officer in charge of the line of vedettes along the river. The French drums beat, and the troops stood to arms. I took my place to observe their movements, and expected every moment to see the columns leaving the camp for the different fords. But no, after having had a good opportunity to observe their strength, and to see their cavalry water their horses, I witnessed with no small satisfaction the whole, after remaining under arms about 2 hours, dispersed to their respective bivouacs. The pursuit was over.